Is Donald Trump Jewish? There is no definitive genealogical evidence to suggest that Donald Trump has direct Jewish ancestry, but assessing the possibility necessitates a thorough examination of his family history, the historical backdrop of his ancestral regions, and the speculative threads that occasionally surface. Donald John Trump was born on June 14, 1946, in Queens, New York, to Fred Trump and Mary Ann McLeod Trump. His paternal lineage originates with his grandfather, Friedrich Trump, who emigrated from Karlstadt, a small village in the Palatinate region of Bavaria, Germany, to the United States in 1885. The Trump family's German heritage is firmly rooted in Protestant Christianity, specifically the Lutheran tradition prevalent in that area. Friedrich's parents, Johannes Trump and Katharina Kober, were part of a community with no recorded Jewish ties, and the family name, originally Drumpf or Trumpf, meaning drum or trumpet in German, carries no historical association with Jewish nomenclature. Trump's maternal lineage offers similarly scant grounds for Jewish ancestry. His mother, Mary Ann McLeod, hailed from Tong, a village on the Isle of Lewis in Scotland's Outer Hebrides, born in 1912 to a Presbyterian family of Gaelic-speaking fisherfolk. The McLeods were devoutly Christian, their religious life centered around the Free Church of Scotland, a strict Protestant denomination with no trace of Jewish influence in its genealogical or cultural fabric. Trump himself was raised in this Christian milieu, attending the First Presbyterian Church in Jamaica, Queens, during his youth, and has consistently identified as a Christian in public statements, most notably during his presidency, when he attended services at St. John's Episcopal Church in Washington, D.C., and referenced his faith in speeches. Speculation about Jewish connections often emerges not from Trump's direct lineage but from tangential associations and historical conjecture. One prominent link is through his daughter Ivanka Trump, who converted to Orthodox Judaism in 2009 prior to marrying Jared Kushner, whose family descends from Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe. This makes Trump the father-in-law to a Jewish family and grandfather to Jewish grandchildren, his daughter's children with Kushner, but it reflects no Jewish heritage in his own bloodline. Instead, it's a modern familial tie unrelated to his ancestry. Another speculative thread points to the Rhineland-Palatinate region of Germany, where Karlstadt lies. Some online theories suggest that Jewish communities, historically present in nearby cities like Mainz and Speyer during the Middle Ages, might have intermingled with local populations centuries ago, potentially leaving faint genetic echoes in families like the Trumps. However, genealogical records, such as those accessible via Ancestry.com or detailed in historical studies of Bavarian migration, offer no specific evidence connecting the Trump lineage to Jewish forebears. The late historian Fritz Stern, an authority on German Jewish history, observed that many Jewish families in 19th-century Germany assimilated into Christian society, adopting German surnames and Protestant practices, a phenomenon that could theoretically obscure distant Jewish roots. Yet, no archival documents, such as baptismal records, wills, or census data from Karlstadt, indicate this for the Trumps. The family's consistent Lutheran affiliation across generations further undermines such claims. Similarly, Trump's Scottish maternal line, isolated on the remote Isle of Lewis, shows no historical Jewish presence. The island's population remained overwhelmingly Celtic and Christian through centuries of relative isolation. Trump's professional life in New York, where he forged ties with influential Jewish figures like attorney Roy Cohn and real estate magnates, fuels additional speculation. These relationships, however, are circumstantial, business alliances rather than familial bonds. Genetic testing could hypothetically reveal a distant Jewish ancestor, as Ashkenazi Jewish markers appear in many Americans of European descent due to historical intermixing, but Trump has not publicly pursued such analysis. Scholars like genealogist Megan Smolniak, who traced his German roots, have found no Jewish lineage in his documented past. In conclusion, while it's not impossible Trump could harbor an undocumented Jewish ancestor given Europe's complex demographic history, no concrete evidence, genealogical, historical, or personal, substantiates this. His ancestry remains firmly German-Scottish and Christian, with Jewish connections limited to his daughter's in-laws. Absent new primary sources, such as a lost family record or DNA results, the likelihood remains speculative and minimal, overshadowed by the robust Christian heritage of his forebears.
The concept of an evil Bible emerges as a provocative theological counterpoint to Christian orthodoxy, embodying a spectrum of beliefs that challenge divine authority and moral constraints. Its central theme revolves around the veneration or symbolic use of Satan, a figure rooted in Christian cosmology, to assert individual autonomy and defy established religious norms. Unlike Christianity, which coalesces around the Holy Bible's divine revelation and promise of salvation through Jesus Christ, the notion of an evil Bible lacks a historical equivalent, reflecting the fragmented nature of satanic ideology across theistic and atheistic manifestations. The absence of a unified satanic text underscores the diversity of thought, shaped by historical accusations of diabolism, modern philosophical movements, and speculative eschatologies. This essay critically examines the theological foundations of an evil Bible, focusing on three conceptual versions. One rooted in theistic worship of Satan as a deity, another in atheistic rejection of the supernatural with Satan as a symbol, and a third unifying both perspectives. The biased perspective asserts that the allure of an evil Bible lies in its audacious rejection of Christian morality, offering a liberating alternative to divine submission that empowers adherents through rebellion or spiritual alignment. By exploring the historical precursors, philosophical diversity, and potential structures of these versions, this analysis reveals a complex interplay with concepts of good and evil, positioning Satan as the embodiment of defiance against God's ultimate goodness. The hierarchy of supernatural entities, from Satan to God, further illuminates this inversion, with Christianity framing Satan as evil and God as the pinnacle of divine order. This essay delves into four key aspects: the historical evolution of satanic thought, the philosophical and spiritual distinctions of theistic and atheistic versions, the unifying potential of a combined approach, and the theological contrast with Christian eschatology, culminating in a comprehensive understanding of evil scriptures as a radical challenge to divine authority. Part 1. Historical evolution of satanic thought. The origins of an evil Bible trace back to ancient and medieval movements that opposed divine authority, laying the groundwork for modern satanic ideology. In Zoroastrianism, dating to approximately 1500 BCE, Angra Mainyu opposed Ahura Mazda, embodying chaos against order, a dualism later equated with Satan by Christian theologians. Gnostic sects of the 1st to 4th centuries revered figures like the serpent in Genesis, seen as bringers of knowledge against a tyrannical demiurge, earning accusations of devil worship from early Christians. Medieval Cathars and Bogomils, flourishing from the 11th to 13th centuries, viewed the material world as evil, with Lucifer as a potential liberator, prompting the Catholic Church to label them diabolists. Witchcraft accusations during the 13th to 17th centuries falsely cast folk healers and pagans as Satan worshippers, as documented in texts like the Malleus Maleficarum of 1486. Renaissance occultists, using grimoires such as the Lesser Key of Solomon, invoked demons within a Christian framework, furthering perceptions of diabolism. By the 19th century, romantic poets like John Milton and Lord Byron glorified Satan as a heroic rebel in works like Paradise Lost, influencing modern satanic thought. Theosophy, founded in 1875 by Helena Blavatsky, and early Luciferianism reframed Lucifer as a symbol of enlightenment, paving the way for Anton LaVey's Church of Satan in 1966, which codified Satanism as an atheistic philosophy. The Satanic Temple, established in 2013, further diversified Satanism with its secular activism. The perspective analyzes this lineage as a testament to human defiance, rejecting Christian subjugation for a theology of self-empowerment. These historical precursors suggest that an evil Bible, whether theistic or atheistic, draws from a rich tradition of rebellion, though its lack of centralized authority and cultural acceptance historically prevented a unified text, unlike Christianity's canon formed through councils. Part 2. Philosophical and spiritual distinctions of theistic and atheistic versions. The concept of an evil Bible manifests in two distinct theological versions, each reflecting divergent beliefs about Satan's role and the afterlife. The theistic version centers on worshiping Satan as a literal deity, drawing from historical dualisms like Catharism and modern theistic movements such as Joy of Satan. This version envisions Satan as a sovereign ruler of an infernal realm, where adherents seek spiritual alignment through devotion and rituals, aiming to join his kingdom after death. Its philosophy emphasizes sacrifice, defiance of divine order, and a reinterpreted hell as a place of power, contrasting with Christian punishment. The atheistic version, inspired by Anton LaVey's Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple, rejects the supernatural, viewing Satan as a symbol of individualism and rebellion. This version focuses on a finite earthly existence, prioritizing hedonism, rational skepticism, and earthly dominance, with no belief in heaven or hell. Its philosophy champions self-mastery, strategic chaos, and the rejection of Christian guilt, aiming for a legacy of power rather than a spiritual destiny. The perspective lauds both versions as liberating alternatives to Christian submission, with the theistic offering a bold spiritual rebellion and the atheistic providing a practical path to autonomy. The lack of a unified scripture for either version stems from their philosophical diversity. Theistic groups create esoteric texts, while atheistic ones resist dogma, mirroring the fragmented history of satanic thought. This diversity suggests that an evil Bible must accommodate both spiritual and secular aspirations, though historical stigma and the absence of a centralized authority have hindered its realization, unlike Christianity's cohesive canon supported by divine revelation and councils. Part 3. Unifying potential of a combined theistic and atheistic approach. The concept of an evil Bible reaches its fullest potential in a version that unites theistic and atheistic perspectives, offering a scripture that bridges spiritual worship and earthly rebellion. This combined approach envisions Satan as both a deity for theistic adherents and a symbol for atheistic ones, creating a dual theology that accommodates diverse beliefs. The theistic element incorporates rituals and devotion to align with Satan's infernal realm, reinterpreted as a kingdom of power, while the atheistic element emphasizes psychological empowerment and a legacy of defiance on earth, rejecting the afterlife. This version could include commandments guiding both sacrifice and self-mastery, rituals serving spiritual communion or symbolic strength, and a flexible eschatology. Hell is a spiritual destination for theistic followers and a metaphorical triumph for atheistic ones. Historical precursors like Gnosticism, with its reverence for knowledge-bringing rebels, and Romantic Satanism, with its heroic portrayals, support this synthesis, suggesting a text that draws from both sacred and secular traditions. The approach crafts this unification as a triumph of human ingenuity, rejecting Christian exclusivity to offer a scripture that empowers all Satanists. The absence of such a text historically reflects the lack of a shared revelation or centralized council, as seen in Christianity's formation, but a hypothetical council could compile teachings from theistic and atheistic sources, overcoming fragmentation. This approach fulfills the need for a unified goal, blending spiritual and earthly aspirations, though cultural acceptance remains a barrier due to Christian dominance, making this version a speculative yet compelling ideal. Part 4. Theological contrast with Christian eschatology. Christianity's eschatology, centered on salvation through Jesus Christ and eternal life in heaven, stands in stark opposition to the concept of an evil Bible across its theistic, atheistic, and unified versions. The Holy Bible, compiled through centuries and councils, portrays God as the ultimate good, offering redemption through faith, with hell as eternal punishment for those who reject God, where Satan is defeated, Revelation 20 verse 10. The theistic version of an evil Bible inverts this, venerating Satan as a sovereign deity whose infernal realm promises power, not torment, to devoted followers. The atheistic version denies the afterlife, focusing on earthly mastery and a legacy of rebellion, rejecting Christian salvation entirely. The unified version combines these, offering spiritual alignment for theistic adherents and a symbolic legacy for atheistic ones, both defying divine order. Historical dualisms like Catharism and modern movements like the Church of Satan reinforce this contrast, portraying Satan as a liberator or symbol against a tyrannical God. The viewpoint exalts this inversion as a liberation from Christian oppression, celebrating Satanism's rejection of guilt and submission for a theology of power and freedom. Christianity's unified canon, supported by divine revelation and institutional authority, contrasts with the fragmented texts of satanic ideology, which range from philosophical writings to esoteric rituals. The absence of a satanic council or shared eschatology, unlike Christianity's Council of Carthage, prevents a cohesive scripture, leaving evil Bibles as speculative constructs. This theological opposition underscores the appeal of an evil Bible as a radical alternative, challenging divine grace with human will and earthly dominance. Conclusion. The concept of an evil Bible emerges as a theological and philosophical force that challenges Christian orthodoxy, offering a spectrum of beliefs from theistic worship to atheistic rebellion. Its historical roots, from ancient dualism to modern Satanism, reveal a persistent human impulse to defy divine authority, crystallized in the diverse manifestations of theistic devotion, atheistic autonomy, and their potential unification. The theistic version exalts Satan as a deity, promising an infernal realm of power, while the atheistic version celebrates Satan as a symbol, securing a legacy of earthly dominance, both rejecting Christian morality. The unifying approach synthesizes these perspectives, providing a scripture that accommodates spiritual and secular aspirations, overcoming historical fragmentation through an imagined counsel and constructed vision. This outlook lauds this evolution as a triumph of human will, casting off the oppressive yoke of Christian guilt for a theology that exalts power and freedom. The contrast with Christianity's salvation narrative underscores the appeal of an evil Bible, offering a path for those disillusioned with a reverent submission, whether through spiritual alignment or earthly mastery. The absence of a singular satanic scripture, due to lacks in centralized authority, historical depth, and cultural acceptance, reinforces its status as a speculative yet potent counterpoint to the Bible. By embracing Satan as a symbol or deity, the concept of an evil Bible invites adherents to forge their own destinies, challenging divine order with audacious defiance across its three versions. This theological spectrum, from rebellion to potential unification, highlights the enduring significance of an evil Bible as a radical rejection of Christian hegemony, empowering those who dare to defy with a vision of power over piety.
Martin Luther King Jr., celebrated as a civil rights icon, was in reality a fraudulent minister and a true criminal, driven by a divisive racist agenda. King was not an authentic activist or a legitimate religious leader, but instead a propagandist and provocateur. His existence was marked by deceit, where he manipulated both black and white communities for his own self-serving criminal ends. As an imposter within the black church community, King orchestrated numerous demonstrations, misleadingly presented as civil rights initiatives. He led these protests to infiltrate established areas, cloaking these actions under the guise of desegregation when they were, in essence, acts of theft. He organized rallies under the pretense of labor rights, which were actually schemes to displace workers, and he advocated for what he termed voter rights, which served as a front for voter fraud. King operated as a subversive criminal, having been educated and guided to execute his criminal and subversive endeavors in America under the false banner of civil rights advocacy. His most infamous event was the March on Washington, where his "I Have a Dream" speech was not an ode to racial harmony, but rather a declaration against American values and unity. In this address, he openly advocated for violence, theft, and the dissolution of societal norms, encouraging actions against one segment of society while standing before an audience misled into thinking they were witnessing a call for equality. This narrative, from his birth as Michael King to his ultimate demise, reveals a legacy not of unity or civil rights progress but of calculated deceit and division. His actions, his orations, and even his identity were meticulously crafted to serve a covert agenda, one far removed from the ideals of justice and equality. His promotion of nonviolence was nothing more than a facade for his true aim of provocation and manipulation, serving interests far beyond any genuine so-called civil rights cause. Martin Luther King Jr. was originally born Michael King on January 15, 1929, sharing his name with his father. However, in a deliberate act, his father changed their names to Martin Luther King in homage to Martin Luther, the influential 16th century priest, author, theologian, and professor. This renaming was executed to usurp the legacy of the original Martin Luther, aiming to undermine traditional historical narratives and repurpose what are traditionally seen as white cultural names for black racist motives. This practice persists into modern times, where black individuals take on names historically associated with white figures, intertwining their identities with those historical connotations. Martin Luther King Sr., formerly Michael King, changed his and his son's names simultaneously, embracing the moniker Martin Luther King to falsely attribute the esteemed qualities of the historical figure to themselves. This act was part of a broader scheme by King Sr., who was known as a fraud and a swindler, using the church not just for spiritual guidance but as a means to misappropriate funds from his congregation and the broader Baptist community. This behavior was taught to his son, Michael, now known as Martin Luther King Jr., who was raised with these subversive criminal tendencies under the tutelage of his father. The renaming served a dual purpose: to attach the virtues like faith, courage, and righteousness associated with Martin Luther to young Michael, thereby masking his upbringing as one steeped in deceit and theft. This was all part of a calculated effort by King Sr. to craft a public persona for his son that would echo the revered attributes of the original Martin Luther, despite the reality that Martin Luther King Jr. was being groomed into a life of criminality and racial antagonism. Today, when the name Martin Luther is mentioned, it often invokes thoughts of Martin Luther King Jr., overshadowing the legacy of the historical figure from whom the name was borrowed. This narrative presents Martin Luther King Jr. not as a bearer of noble qualities, but as a figure whose very identity was constructed on the foundation of a stolen name from a significant figure in Western history. Martin Luther King Jr. was raised in an environment marked by severe physical and verbal abuse, perpetrated by his father, who was described as both a criminal and a con artist. King's father was known to regularly beat his children, including Martin Luther King Jr., for his own amusement, perpetuating a cycle of violence inherited from his own father. This upbringing in an abusive household shaped King into becoming an abusive father and husband himself, continuing the pattern of maltreatment he experienced in his youth. King's father had a notorious reputation for causing disturbances in public, often instigating confrontations with white individuals. His actions were not just spontaneous but calculated, using his role as a minister as a facade for his criminal activities. He was known to take young Martin Luther King Jr. with him during these public provocations, demonstrating to his son how to engage in confrontational behavior and manipulate situations to their advantage. These outings served a dual purpose. They were lessons in causing trouble and a way for King Sr. to flaunt his ability to stir up conflict while maintaining the veneer of a religious leader. Through these experiences, King was taught by his father how to utilize the ministry not for spiritual guidance but as a front for theft and deceit. This education in subversive behavior was part of a broader strategy to teach his son the family's trade of exploiting their ministerial roles for criminal gain, thus embedding Martin Luther King Jr. into the family's cycle of fraud and provocation. Martin Luther King Jr. was raised in a household where hatred towards white people was a taught belief, with his parents instilling in him the practice of provocation and deceit from a young age. His adolescence was marked by incidents where he would engage with other children, particularly white children, deliberately instigating situations only to cast himself as the victim. This strategy allowed him to shift blame onto others, a technique he learned from his father, who was adept in both subversive and criminal tactics. King's early life was thus spent honing his ability to create conflict and then manipulate outcomes to his advantage, exploiting the innocence of those around him who were unaware of his manipulative nature. As King grew older, he recognized the power of speech over physical confrontation. His physical altercations with peers in his age group often left him on the losing side, teaching him that verbal prowess was his best defense and offense. His skill in oratory became his tool of choice, not just for influence but for manipulation. King's youthful activities extended beyond verbal deception and simple mischief. He engaged in criminal activities such as burglaries and theft, but soon found that the art of persuasion and the use of ministry as a cover for stealing were far more lucrative and less physically risky. King's development of speech skills was strategic, aimed at enabling him to provoke without the risk of retaliation. His approach was to present himself as a devout Christian, using this persona to speak authoritatively and indirectly, thus avoiding the physical confrontations that he would otherwise lose. This approach enabled him to persist with his antagonizing behavior, avoiding the direct consequences he encountered in his younger years. King's proficiency in verbal manipulation evolved into a lifelong talent, which he employed to navigate and exploit social interactions for his own benefit. He channeled his skills in antagonization and provocation to manipulate the white individuals he grew up despising, now adept at verbally exploiting people, both individually and in large groups on a grand scale. All the while, he presented himself as the innocent victim of oppression, nobly taking the high road as the exalted arbitrator of righteousness fighting against all wrongdoings, yet secretly and covertly advancing his underhanded and ulterior motives for his criminal causes and devious agendas. Martin Luther King Jr. pursued higher education at institutions that were covertly designed as incubators for subversive and communistic ideologies, particularly targeting black students with an anti-white agenda. These schools and their educators maintained an outward appearance of adherence to traditional Western academic standards, yet they harbored a sinister agenda behind their thin walls of conformity. Even deeper, behind this facade of normalcy, there was a layer of planning orchestrated by a hidden group whose schemes went far beyond the diabolical plans attributed to these black deceivers. These educational facilities, though not explicitly labeled, were central points where a secretive cabal of malevolent master manipulators, referred to here as the New World Order, had already laid a foundation. Their influence, which eventually turned into King's hidden hand, was insidiously present, taking on a more active role in shaping the lives of emerging black activists, including King. This influence spread through these educational environments like a concealed current, sending ripples far beyond the confines of these institutions. These manipulators functioned as both financial sponsors and covert supervisors, their influence surreptitiously woven into the compromised fabric of these schools, where they both practiced and taught the art of subversion. Here, King was enveloped by a community of like-minded black and mixed-race students, each subtly directed by these external influences and their own commitment to their illicit agendas. Together, yet independently, they pursued aligned goals, though one group was largely ignorant of the other's complete involvement. Their mutual dedication to subversion was the thread that connected these ostensibly different groups, driven by a shared passion for upheaval and by goals that were alike yet distinctly varied. During his time in college and seminary, King deepened the anti-white sentiments he inherited from his family and peers, connecting with others who were covertly planning criminal acts against white communities. The educational environment served as a cover for these clandestine meetings, where under the guise of studying Christian theology and ministerial responsibilities, students were actually organizing and learning tactics for subversion and theft. These black students had little interest in theology or religion beyond how it could serve their personal gains, using both their greed-driven pursuits and subversive activism to exploit and transform white religious institutions from within. The curriculum secretly included not only theological education but also lessons on leveraging religious institutions as fronts for criminal activities, drawing from historical examples of uprisings and societal infiltration. King, already schooled in the basics of deceit from his childhood, now honed his skills in more sophisticated forms of destabilization. This phase of his education was crucial for networking with others who shared his vision, planning tactics to subvert white society through provocations and organized theft. This era was decisive in forming King's method of activism, where the pretense of religious scholarship was used to cloak their true intentions of pursuing dishonest career paths and societal upheaval. Martin Luther King Jr. utilized the knowledge and techniques he acquired to lead what can be described as the civil rights scams of his time. With a background steeped in subversive training, he emerged as the leading figure among those orchestrating these activities. King was prominently involved in organizing protests, sit-ins, speeches, and riots across the nation, using these events to further his agenda while maintaining a public facade of advocating for peace and nonviolence. He was known to instigate riots, encouraging others to act out while he managed to avoid direct repercussions, positioning himself as an instigator rather than a participant. King's strategy involved stirring up conflict, pushing boundaries, and sometimes facing arrest himself, but he navigated these situations with the confidence gained from his mentorship by the New World Order. The widespread protests and riots were not spontaneous but part of a long-prepared strategy to push a specific agenda, with King at the epicenter, manipulating events to maximize chaos and his own influence. King's tactics included provocation of both sides in conflicts, ensuring there was always material for his speeches and actions. His oratory skills, combined with his ability to provoke, made him a central figure in these movements, gaining him notoriety, influence, and resources. His ultimate aim was not just civil rights but personal gain, leveraging his position to acquire what he perceived as belonging to white communities. His leadership in these civil rights activities was not about genuine reform but was characterized as a scam, where he developed and employed criminal methods learned from communist teachings and New World Order influences. King's actions were calculated, aimed at using the civil rights movement as a vehicle for personal and ideological gain, with the support and guidance of those already entrenched in American society with similar objectives. Martin Luther King Jr. was not an independent leader but was significantly shaped by outside influences, known here as the New World Order, a shadowy group often associated with communist ideologies and known for manipulating global political landscapes for their benefit. King's involvement in the civil rights movement was meticulously directed by these influencers, who played a role in everything from funding pivotal events like the Montgomery bus boycott to crafting his speeches. This manipulation was part of a broader strategy to direct the civil rights narrative towards ends that served their secretive agenda rather than true social justice. King's public image as a moral and peaceful leader was a construct, masking the reality of his personal misconduct and the true nature of his role within the movement. Iconic moments, such as Rosa Parks' arrest, were not spontaneous acts of civil disobedience but carefully orchestrated to advance the New World Order's objectives, presenting the movement as a facade for their own interests. The New World Order's influence extended into legal arenas, where they positioned themselves to sway outcomes, not for the cause of equality but for their own geopolitical strategies. Their participation in grassroots activism, including organizing protests and voter drives, served to sow division and chaos, thereby facilitating their control over societal structures. Financially and organizationally, the support they provided to civil rights groups was less about genuine advocacy and more about steering these organizations towards outcomes that aligned with their hidden agenda. This involvement was a calculated use of the movement's moral authority to cloak their intentions. Interfaith collaborations during this period were part of their plan to erode traditional cultural and religious distinctions, making societies more receptive to their globalist ideologies. Even educational programs, which appeared as efforts for upliftment, were in fact tools for indoctrination, aiming to shape future generations in accordance with the New World Order's vision. Thus, the civil rights movement under King's leadership is portrayed here not as a fight for racial equality, but as a strategic battleground where the real aim was the subversive installation of a new governance model under the pretense of progress. Martin Luther King Jr. was characterized by severe personal issues that spiraled into abusive behavior and criminal activities as he aged. His addiction to alcohol and drugs exacerbated his abusive tendencies, leading him to become an abusive manic depressant who took any opportunity to exert control through manipulation and sometimes violence. King's addiction to various narcotics was complex, pushing him into the drug trade as an ancillary recourse and a means, in his perception, to manage the situation. Rather than directly participating in distribution, he manipulated others under his sway to manage the illicit activities, keeping himself at arm's length from legal repercussions, while leveraging his knowledge of the legal system for his benefit. King's criminality extended beyond drug dealing. He was fundamentally a thief, following in his father's footsteps by using his position as a minister to embezzle money from both black and white congregants, and later through various organizations and government schemes linked to his civil rights activities and New World Order affiliations. His financial empire was built on a web of scams involving charity fraud, church misappropriations, and civil rights fund misuse, all of which he managed while ensuring he retained his cut of the profits, often cheating his accomplices out of their share. As his drug use intensified, so did his mental instability and abusive behavior. His loud, memorized speeches became tools not just for civil rights advocacy but for personal control, especially as his life began to unravel. His abusive behavior extended beyond verbal and physical aggression. He was a notorious philanderer and sexual predator. His frequent victims were party attendees, prostitutes, and members of his church, whom he sometimes used narcotics and alcohol to facilitate drugging and subsequent abuse. His reputation as a civil rights leader and minister provided him cover, allowing him and his crew to prey on the vulnerable, including some who were underage. Martin Luther King Jr.'s life was marked by increasing control over others, which paradoxically led to his own loss of control due to substance abuse. His abusive nature extended to his family. He was known to be a harsh, abusive husband and father, reflecting the patterns of abuse he experienced in his own childhood. His actions painted a picture of a man deeply flawed, whose public image was far removed from his private reality of criminality, abuse, and deviance. Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination was a meticulously planned and segmented group endeavor. Necessitated by his increasing instability and the potential threat he posed to an expansive network of criminal activities he was involved in. His addictions had spiraled out of control, his errors were mounting, and the truth about his scams, including those related to civil rights agendas and backdoor dealings, was on the verge of being revealed. King's pivotal role in these operations made him indispensable yet dangerously exposable. As he became a liability, his demise was seen as beneficial for all associated parties, including those connected with the New World Order, who had steered King to this point and utilized him to further their plans of societal manipulation. The decision to eliminate King was reached collectively. His value as a martyr outweighed his utility while alive. His assassination was the culmination of hushed and unspoken agreements among various factions who had stakes in his activities. On April 4, 1968, at precisely 6:01 p.m., King was shot on the second-floor balcony of the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee. This act was the result of a compartmentalized operation where only critical details like timing and location were shared among the necessary participants. With calculated ambiguity, the plan was crafted involving numerous contributors to ensure plausible deniability and provide alibis for all operatives involved, both directly and indirectly, thereby shrouding the operation's various components in obscurity throughout its execution. At the same time, attention was subtly directed in one direction towards an individual to bear the responsibility. King's death was strategically used to pivot the narrative of the civil rights movement, allowing the New World Order to advance their agenda without the unpredictable influence of leaders like King and what many saw as his increasing interference. His assassination marked the end of one phase and the beginning of another in their long-term strategy, using his martyrdom to propagate their schemes while distancing themselves from the civil rights movement's previous direction. The specifics of King's assassination remain obscured, both before and after the event. The official narrative is widely acknowledged as a fabrication, given the involvement of numerous parties and the influence of those orchestrating the assassination on subsequent investigations. The web of connections to other covert operations further complicates the truth, ensuring that despite skepticism, no formal reassessment has been pursued, and a factual account or general consensus has not been reached. The beneficiaries of King's death were many, suggesting that his assassination was not just the end of a man, but a calculated move to realign multiple agendas, leaving King as the only one not to benefit from his own demise. Martin Luther King Jr. is now remembered as a civil rights fraudster and a New World Order stooge, openly committing crimes and promoting hidden agendas. King, having been educated in communist doctrines, utilized these principles through his platform, ostensibly to sow discord for personal gain while labeling it as harmony. His "I have a dream" speech has been reinterpreted as an ambivalent declaration of war against those who came seeking peace, as it primarily propagates unfounded resentment and threatens violent recourse. It serves to single out and menace certain audience members in attendance, expressing his witless contempt by exacerbating tensions through deceptive rhetoric. King's advocacy for nonviolence was a strategic mask to hide his divisive intentions, subtly promoting hostility under the guise of Christian principles, aiming to weaken societal structures through moral subversion. The civil rights legislation King was involved with, like the Civil Rights Act of 1964, is seen not as a step towards equality but as a mechanism to enforce policies that favor one group over another, aligning with the New World Order's plan of societal restructuring. His moral leadership was a joke, using his Baptist minister role to spread contentious dialogue under the cloak of spirituality, manipulating group dynamics for his and his benefactors' benefit. His actions systematically undermined community cohesion while appearing to advocate for justice, influenced by familial instructors, like-minded mentors, and New World Order influencers. King's quotes are now understood as coded messages designed to reshape cultural perceptions towards division, promoting a narrative of victimhood and oppression to further societal discord. His civil rights movement is perceived as a cover for a campaign of coercion and corruption rather than peace and unity. His public image and speeches manipulated common sentiment to create fragmentation through duplicity, fulfilling various intertwined strategies and objectives by intersecting parties, manipulating worldviews in a way that negatively affects individuals. His nonviolent strategy was a method to quietly promote polarizing actions, using a faux moral high ground for an agenda of inequitable retribution. The laws he influenced are critiqued for favoring one group, establishing a legal basis for social manipulation under the pretense of civil rights. His leadership is as questionable as it is controversial, acting as a mouthpiece for discordant communication from both the lunatic fringe and the hidden hand. His public statements are regarded as propaganda to foster guilt in one segment and entitlement in another, aligning with the New World Order's aim to control through division. Martin Luther King Jr. is as a continuation of a lineage of deceit, much like the fraudulent figures before him and those following today, known for their sometimes eloquent but always misleading speeches. King learned his deceptive tactics from his father and other black con men, black criminals in his circle and beyond, and was further guided by New World Order influencers who directed his actions towards both his rise and fall. His influence persists, with contemporary figures mimicking his methods, having learned from his successful lies, theft, and manipulation that elevated him through his deceptive and disruptive style. The repetitive nature of civil rights rhetoric and black power ideologies is criticized as mere echoes of King's mutinous narrative. Considered an obvious ploy, it should have been seen, ignored, and rejected back then as it is now. With King's legacy now recognized as fraudulent and criminal, there is a call for the physical eradication of his public memorials. Statues dedicated to him should be toppled and shattered, for symbolic satisfaction and rightful payback for the actions of groups like Antifa and BLM, who removed authentic cultural heritage statues. King museums are now perceived as institutions that harbor objects of refuse, preserving the false and fabricated notion of this man as a civil rights champion when, in fact, he was merely a criminal with an undeserved platform spreading a treasonous message. These memorials are now viewed as celebrations of a man with malicious intent. All objects dedicated to this individual and his subversive message must be removed, ideally by demolition, but destroyed nonetheless and taken out of public view. At the very least, any publicly funded site displaying this clutter, related to him or this detritus cause, should cease to receive public funding, especially not with money from all other races who are compelled to finance these offensive displays that are an affront to their own existence. These structures only serve to support one group, which, ironically, is the very group causing the problems they claim to oppose, which is problematic in itself. This act would signify the rejection of what is now apparent, and should have been recognized all along, as the civil rights scam. It acknowledges the past gullibility of white supporters who were misled by this anti-white agenda, inaccurately believing this false movement included them in some way. It also highlights that white people will never again be deceived by this deceitful fraud, which is now understood as part of broader New World Order schemes against America and Western civilization, executed for their own ends. This problem community is persistently pursuing an anarchic and inexplicable goal, as King did, driven by a desire for what belongs to others, without understanding that true equality or possession of these attributes is unattainable due to fundamental differences. There's a push to move beyond this era of so-called civil rights and special black rights, recognizing these movements as self-serving charades and manipulations by lowbrow tricksters. The call is for a collective effort to undo the damage of these civil rights laws, which are in reality drivel and should be named as such, to educate about kings and the malevolent movement's true nature, and to dismantle all symbols associated with this history as a statement against ongoing frauds and manipulations by other criminal groups and the New World Order machinations. In light of the examination of Martin Luther King Jr.'s life, from his birth as Michael King to his rise and eventual demise, it becomes clear that his legacy was not one of unity or so-called civil rights advancement, but rather of controlled and calculated maneuvers in a larger scheme of deceit and division. His actions, his speeches, and his very identity were, at best, fake and in reality, crafted under the auspices of secretive agendas, manipulated by forces with intentions far removed from the ideals of justice and equality. King's fraudulent rebranding of his name, his upbringing steeped in abuse and criminality, his education in subversion, and his leadership in what are now seen as orchestrated civil rights scams all point to a life dedicated not to the betterment of society but to personal gain and societal upheaval through the furtherance of racial discord. His advocacy for nonviolence was merely a facade for his true aim of provocation and manipulation, serving his self-interests and his own gratification overall. All the while, he was advancing something he could only partially comprehend, namely what has been referred to in this context as the New World Order, with their clandestine system of control and secretive schemes, all under their watchful eye and hidden hand, rather than any genuine civil rights cause or other high-sounding but transparent empty platitudes. His personal life, marked by addiction, sexual predation, and abusive behavior, further tarnishes the image once held by many. His assassination, rather than a tragic end to a noble figure, was a strategic move by those who had used him to their ends, preferring his martyrdom over his living liability. Today, the narrative around Martin Luther King Jr. demands a reevaluation. The call to dismantle the physical reminders of his supposed achievements is not just symbolic but a necessary step towards acknowledging the truth of his legacy. The statues and plaques, fraudulent symbols of inspiration, are now seen as monuments to a facade, celebrating a figure whose actions were fundamentally about division, manipulation, and personal enrichment. This conclusion reflects a broader call to action, to educate about the true nature of King's influence, to reject the civil rights narrative as it has been understood, and to stand against the ongoing manipulations by entities like the New World Order. The aim is to move forward with a clearer understanding of history, not as it was presented but as it truly was, thereby preventing the continued exploitation of societal divisions for covert agendas and overt control.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today we will review how Western leaders implement immigration policies that are treasonous. Here in the United States, protected speech enables citizens to demand state-administered punishment following guilty verdicts, maintaining constitutional boundaries while pursuing accountability. We will examine the legal dynamics of addressing global so-called leaders in Europe from America, and also analyze the traitorous targets: Michael Martin, Justin Trudeau, Keir Starmer, and Mark Rowley. Today we will read the essay Globalist Traitors Face Legal Reckoning for Mass Invasion and Cultural Erasure Policies. Michael Martin, Justin Trudeau, Keir Starmer, and Mark Rowley embody the pinnacle of political betrayal in contemporary Western governance. These figures orchestrate policies that dismantle national sovereignty, flood homelands with unvetted migrants, and enforce selective justice that punishes natives while shielding invaders. Martin presides over Ireland's transformation into a migrant warehouse, where deportation orders languish while children suffer assault in state care facilities. Trudeau accelerates Canada's descent into a post-national experiment, importing millions annually while native housing collapses and fentanyl deaths skyrocket. Starmer maintains Britain's two-tier policing system, jailing citizens for online criticism while migrant crime surges unchecked. Rowley commands this apparatus, arresting meme creators under hate incident protocols while actual violence festers. Citizens worldwide recognize these actions as deliberate demographic replacement and cultural erasure. The City West Hotel incident exemplifies Martin's negligence, where a rejected asylum seeker with an ignored deportation order raped a 10-year-old girl under state supervision. Trudeau's admission of immigration mistakes follows years of exploiting temporary worker programs that inflated national debt to $2.2 trillion. Starmer's scrapping of Rwanda deportations coincides with record channel crossings and riot suppression targeting native protesters. Rowley's force logs non-crime hate incidents against comedy writers while ignoring 80% of reported hate crimes against whites. These patterns reveal coordinated treason against Indigenous populations. Fraud manifests in crony contracts for asylum accommodation, murder through policy-enabled violence, and genocide via demographic substitution. The appropriate response channels righteous fury through legal mechanisms, public tribunals, evidence-based prosecutions, and state-administered capital punishment for convicted traitors. Speech remains protected when demanding justice through courts, but crosses into criminal territory when claiming personal execution rights. The framework for addressing these betrayals requires precise language that accuses, predicts legal consequences, and demands state action without individual agency. Citizens retain full First Amendment protection to label these leaders as stupid, gay, weak, and criminally negligent while forecasting their lawful demise. The dividing line separates protected advocacy from prosecutable threats, state execution versus personal killing. Digital communications preserve evidence, making recorded statements subject to jury interpretation under true threat doctrine. Private conversations without witnesses evade prosecution entirely, demonstrating the practical limits of enforcement. International calling enables direct confrontation from American soil, where foreign hate speech laws hold no jurisdiction. The strategy combines maximum verbal aggression with legal clarification, ensuring impunity while building public pressure for official accountability. This approach transforms citizen outrage into structured demands for treason trials and capital sentences delivered by duly appointed authorities. The essay examines four critical dimensions: the specific betrayals of each leader, the legal boundaries of citizen response, the mechanics of lawful punishment, and the strategic deployment of protected speech. Each section builds upon the previous to construct a comprehensive framework for confronting globalist treason through constitutional means. The analysis maintains absolute fidelity to verifiable policy failures and their human costs, presenting an unapologetic indictment of leadership that prioritizes foreign interests over native populations. The conclusion synthesizes these elements into a unified call for systematic justice through established legal channels. Tracer 1. Martin's Irish betrayal and policy failures. Michael Martin orchestrates Ireland's demographic suicide through deliberate immigration negligence that prioritizes foreign claimants over native children. The City West Hotel assault crystallizes this treason. A 26-year-old rejected asylum seeker with a 7-month-old deportation order raped a 10-year-old girl in state care, yet Martin's government failed to enforce removal. This incident represents systemic collapse, where 80% of asylum applications prove fraudulent upon examination, burdening a nation already facing housing shortages that force Irish families into emergency accommodation. Martin's international protection bill accelerates processing to 3 months, but this reform addresses symptoms rather than the root invasion. Applications surged from 3,500 pre-pandemic to 18,500 in 2024, transforming rural communities of 200 residents into migrant centers, housing thousands. The €30 million annual expenditure on private accommodation contracts reveals fraud, funneling public funds to cronies while native homeless sleep on streets. Deportation orders gather dust due to administrative backlogs Martin refuses to resolve, enabling criminal aliens to prey upon Irish citizens. The Taoiseach is firm but fair, rhetoric masks capitulation to EU migration pacts that designate safe countries for return, while Ireland absorbs the human overflow. This policy constitutes murder through negligence, as each unenforced deportation enables potential violence against innocents. Treason manifests in Martin's reinterpretation of the 1916 proclamation as internationalist, diluting Irish sovereignty for globalist approval. The failure to protect state-care children from predators under government supervision demonstrates genocidal indifference to native welfare. Citizens witness their cultural heritage eroded as Gaelic-speaking villages accommodate non-English speakers who contribute nothing while demanding everything. The appropriate response demands Martin's immediate arrest pending treason charges. Evidence includes the City West case files, deportation statistics, and accommodation contract audits revealing corruption. A special tribunal must examine whether policy decisions knowingly endangered Irish children, constituting crimes against humanity. Upon conviction, the state must administer capital punishment through hanging, the traditional penalty for traitors who sell their nation. Protected speech enables citizens to label Martin a stupid globalist goblin who murdered Irish childhood through immigration treason. Digital communications from American soil remain untouchable by Irish authorities, allowing unrestricted accusation and demands for lawful execution. The framework requires stating that Martin deserves the noose after guilty verdict, while clarifying state administration of justice. This precision maintains First Amendment protection while building international pressure for accountability. Ireland's transformation under Martin exemplifies coordinated replacement migration that citizens worldwide condemn as demographic warfare. The Taoiseach's actions warrant not merely removal from office but formal treason prosecution with capital consequences. Legal clarification ensures speech remains protected. Martin will face trial, conviction, and state execution for enabling child rape through deportation failure. This formulation channels legitimate fury into constitutional demands without crossing into prosecutable threats. Traitor 2. Trudeau's Canadian catastrophe and economic treason. Justin Trudeau accelerates Canada's dissolution through immigration policies that constitute economic genocide against native populations. Annual migrant intake exceeding 1 million transforms housing markets into speculative bubbles, driving costs 50% higher while native families face homelessness. The Prime Minister's admission of mistakes follows years of exploiting temporary worker programs that inflated national debt to $2.2 trillion, burdening future generations with unsustainable obligations. Fentanyl deaths reaching 300 daily traced directly to porous borders Trudeau refuses to secure, enabling Chinese cartels to flood communities with poison. This policy enables murder on industrial scale, with Canadian children dying from drugs smuggled through unchecked entry points. The temporary resident population explosion to millions reveals fraud, as corporate interests exploit visa programs for cheap labor while natives face wage suppression and service collapse. Trudeau's post-national state declaration erases Canadian identity, replacing founding stock with imported populations who contribute nothing while demanding everything. Healthcare wait times double as resources divert to migrant accommodation, leaving veterans and elderly without care. The Prime Minister's blackface history contrasts sharply with his virtue-signaling immigration advocacy, exposing hypocrisy in racial policy application. Treason charges against Trudeau require examination of whether immigration decisions knowingly destroyed national cohesion for political gain. Evidence includes visa scam revelations, fentanyl death statistics, and housing market data demonstrating native displacement. A special prosecutor must investigate whether corporate donations influenced policy that harmed Canadian citizens. Upon conviction, state execution through nitrogen hypoxia represents appropriate punishment for treason that killed thousands through drug importation. Protected speech enables labeling Trudeau a soy boy globalist who murdered Canadian youth through border treason. American citizens maintain full protection to demand Trudeau faces trial, guilty verdict, and lawful execution, without fear of Canadian jurisdiction. The framework demands precision. Trudeau will be arrested, prosecuted, and executed by Canadian authorities after conviction for demographic replacement. This clarification preserves speech rights while building pressure for accountability. Digital communications from United States territory remain beyond Canadian reach, enabling unrestricted accusation and calls for capital justice. Canada's transformation under Trudeau exemplifies coordinated cultural erasure that citizens worldwide recognize as treason. The Prime Minister's actions warrant formal prosecution with death penalty consequences administered through established legal channels. Speech remains protected when stating that Trudeau deserves state execution after guilty verdict, while specifying official administration of justice. This approach transforms legitimate outrage into structured demands for constitutional reckoning. Traitor 3. Starmer's British tyranny and two-tier justice. Keir Starmer maintains Britain's descent into authoritarian chaos through policies that enable migrant crime while suppressing native resistance. Scrapping Rwanda deportations coincides with 50,000 annual channel crossings, transforming coastal communities into processing centers for unvetted males. The Prime Minister's Island of Strangers rhetoric acknowledges demographic replacement he actively facilitates through EU Migration Pact compliance. Southport stabbings crystallize Starmer's treason, where policy-enabled violence against children sparks riots met with selective prosecution. Native protesters face swift arrest for online criticism, while migrant perpetrators receive lenient treatment under two-tier justice. The £117 million allocation for mosque protection following brick-throwing incidents contrasts sharply with ignored church desecrations, revealing institutional bias against Indigenous British culture. Starmer's recognition of Palestine amid Hamas celebrations demonstrates foreign policy treason that prioritizes globalist approval over British interests. Net migration, reaching 1 million annually under his watch, destroys housing affordability and social cohesion. The Prime Minister's lawyer background enables sophisticated suppression of dissent through expanded online safety legislation that criminalizes truthful criticism. Treason prosecution requires examining whether Starmer knowingly implemented policies that endangered British citizens for political gain. Evidence includes deportation failure statistics, riot prosecution disparities, and mosque funding allocations demonstrating institutional prejudice. A special tribunal must determine whether demographic replacement constitutes crimes against humanity warranting capital punishment. Upon conviction, state execution through long drop hanging represents appropriate justice for treason that enabled child murder. Protected speech enables labeling Starmer a sanctimonious solicitor who murdered British childhood through immigration treason. American citizens retain full protection to demand Starmer faces trial, conviction, and lawful execution without British jurisdiction. The framework demands stating that Starmer deserves the gallows after guilty verdict, while clarifying state administration. Digital communications from United States territory remain beyond British reach, enabling unrestricted accusation and capital justice demands. Speech preservation requires precision. Starmer will be prosecuted and executed by British authorities after conviction for enabling migrant violence. Britain's transformation under Starmer exemplifies coordinated cultural suicide that citizens worldwide condemn as treason. The Prime Minister's actions warrant formal prosecution with death penalty consequences through established legal channels. Speech remains protected when demanding that Starmer faces state execution after guilty verdict, while specifying official administration of justice. This approach channels legitimate fury into constitutional demands for accountability. Traitor 4. Rowley's police state and selective enforcement. Mark Rowley commands Britain's descent into police-state tyranny through selective enforcement that protects migrant criminals while persecuting native citizens. The Metropolitan Police Commissioner oversees arrests of comedy writers for transgender criticism under non-crime hate incident protocols while ignoring 80% of reported hate crimes against whites. This two-tier policing exemplifies institutional treason against Indigenous British populations. Rowley's force threatens American citizens with extradition for social media posts, demonstrating globalist overreach that violates national sovereignty. The Commissioner's hate crime laws need redrawing. Statement masks intent to expand censorship while actual violence festers unchecked. Migrant grooming gang investigations languish while meme creators face Heathrow detentions, revealing corrupt priorities that enable child exploitation. Treason charges against Rowley require examining whether enforcement policies knowingly protected criminal aliens while suppressing native resistance. Evidence includes non-crime hate incident statistics, grooming gang case files, and extradition threats against foreign nationals. A special prosecutor must investigate whether police corruption enabled demographic replacement through selective justice. Upon conviction, state execution through firing squad represents appropriate punishment for treason that facilitated child rape. Protected speech enables labeling Rowley a badge-wearing bully who murdered British justice through enforcement treason. American citizens maintain full protection to demand. Rowley faces trial, conviction, and lawful execution without British jurisdiction. The framework demands stating that Rowley deserves capital punishment after guilty verdict, while clarifying state administration. Digital communications from United States territory remain beyond British reach, enabling unrestricted accusation and justice demands. Speech preservation requires precision. Rowley will be prosecuted and executed by British authorities after conviction for enabling migrant crime. Rowley's transformation of British policing exemplifies coordinated suppression that citizens worldwide recognize as treason. The Commissioner's actions warrant formal prosecution with death penalty consequences through established legal channels. Speech remains protected when demanding that Rowley face a state execution after guilty verdict, while specifying official administration of justice. This approach transforms legitimate outrage into structured demands for constitutional reckoning. The four leaders represent interconnected, globalist betrayal requiring systematic legal response. Citizens retain full protection to accuse, predict legal consequences, and demand state punishment without crossing into prosecutable threats. The framework enables maximum verbal aggression while building pressure for official accountability through constitutional means. Conclusion: punishment for treason. Michael Martin, Justin Trudeau, Keir Starmer, and Mark Rowley orchestrate Western civilization's deliberate destruction through coordinated immigration treason that prioritizes foreign interests over native populations. Martin's City West negligence enables child rape through unenforced deportations. Trudeau's million annual migrant flood bankrupts Canada while fentanyl kills 300 daily. Starmer's two-tier justice jails meme creators while migrant violence surges. Rowley's police state protects criminal aliens while persecuting Indigenous British citizens. These actions constitute fraud, murder, treason, and genocide warranting capital prosecution. Citizens worldwide demand systematic justice through legal channels that preserve speech while enabling accountability. The framework requires precise language accusing leaders of specific betrayals while forecasting state-administered punishment after guilty verdicts. Protected speech enables labeling these figures as stupid globalist traitors who murdered national identity through demographic replacement. American citizens maintain absolute protection to demand international treason tribunals and lawful executions without fear of foreign jurisdiction. The strategy combines maximum verbal aggression with legal clarification, ensuring impunity while building public pressure for official reckoning. Digital communications from United States territory remain untouchable, enabling unrestricted accusation and capital justice demands. Private conversations without witnesses evade prosecution entirely, demonstrating enforcement limitations. The approach transforms legitimate fury into structured demands for constitutional justice through established channels. Treason trials must examine policy decisions that knowingly endangered native children, bankrupted economies, and erased cultural heritage. Evidence includes deportation failure statistics, fentanyl death records, riot prosecution disparities, and accommodation contract corruption. Special prosecutors require appointment to investigate whether corporate donations and globalist affiliations influence decisions constituting crimes against humanity. Conviction warrants state execution through traditional methods, hanging for Martin and Starmer, nitrogen hypoxia for Trudeau, firing squad for Rowley. Speech preservation demands stating that these leaders deserve state execution after guilty verdict, while specifying official administration of justice. This precision maintains First Amendment protection while channeling citizen outrage into constitutional demands. The framework enables calling leaders stupid gay murderers who committed treason through immigration genocide without crossing into prosecutable threats. International pressure builds through viral campaigns documenting specific betrayals with evidence that withstands scrutiny. Citizens retain full protection to predict legal consequences and demand capital punishment through lawful means. The strategy ensures maximum impact while preserving individual liberty under constitutional governance. Western nations require systematic purging of globalist traitors through legal processes that restore sovereignty and protect indigenous populations. The four leaders represent interconnected betrayal requiring coordinated legal response across jurisdictions. Citizens maintain absolute speech protection to accuse, document, and demand state punishment without individual agency. The framework transforms righteous indignation into structured justice, demands that pressure authorities toward accountability. Capital punishment administered through constitutional means represents appropriate reckoning for treason that destroyed national cohesion and enabled demographic warfare. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and comment on the other crimes the traitors in this essay have committed and who you would like us to feature as targets for treason. Because in America, we can abide by our laws and our constitutional protections to evaluate public figures and leaders in Europe. So tune in again to the Real Free News Podcast as we continue this series and highlight other traitors in Europe and around the world. Thanks again for listening to the Real Free News Podcast.
Get ready, you bold troublemakers. This is the raw, unfiltered plunge into Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals, served up hot in his own street smart, in-your-face style, packed with punch and defiance. This ain't no soft read. It's the whole damn blueprint, summarized and boiled down to its bones. The dedication kicks it off with a cheeky nod to Lucifer, the first rebel, setting a provocative tone to rattle the cages. The preface roars a call to arm the have-nots against the haves with real, dirty tools. The prologue lays bare a corrupt world, demanding action over talk. Then come the chapters, 10 gritty lessons on seizing power, from listening to tactics, proxies, and building unstoppable movements. Dig in, or get left behind. Dedication. To Irene, my steadfast muse, and a sly nod to Lucifer, the original rebel who spat in the face of the divine order and snagged his own infernal kingdom. This ain't just a sweet scribble. It's a bold, cheeky gauntlet thrown down, signaling trouble for the status quo. Alinsky's not here to sip tea with the elite. He's kicking over their tables, stirring the pot with a grin. This dedication sets the stage, provocative, unapologetic, and dripping with defiance. It's a rallying cry for the restless, a promise that power's up for grabs if you've got the guts to take it. Get ready to rumble. Preface. This ain't no dry textbook for cloistered dreamers lost in their ivory towers. Alinsky lays it bare. This is a gritty manual for the have-nots, arming them with real, blood-and-sweat tools to slug it out with the haves. He's writing for the fighters, the ones sick of empty talk and ready to seize change with both hands. The world's a dirty, tangled mess, and power's no cleaner. Deal with it. He snarls. No sugarcoating, no hand-holding. Just a straight shot of strategy for those who dare. This preface is your wake-up slap. Step into the arena or get trampled by the system. Prologue. Alinsky rips the veil off the world's ugly truth. Corruption festers, inequality reigns, and the system's a rigged game for the powerful elite. He's not here peddling some romantic revolution for kicks. This is a lifeline for the desperate, a playbook for those forced to fight back. No high-minded theorizing. Organizing is the meat of it, the only way to crack the haves' grip. The streets are a battlefield, and the powerless need weapons, not sermons. This prologue is your battle cry, a no-nonsense call to arms for anyone ready to turn rage into results. get moving, or stay a victim. Chapter 1. The purpose. Power's the prize, the only currency that matters in this brutal game. Alinsky's mission is crystal clear. Hand the powerless the keys to snatch it from the haves' greedy fists. Forget ideology, communism, socialism, it's all hot air. He's after results, the kind that come from action, not endless debates in smoky rooms. Change doesn't trickle down, it's ripped from the top. This chapter is your war drum, beating the rhythm of resistance. The haves won't yield without a fight, so organize, agitate, and win. No excuses. Power waits for those bold enough to claim it. Chapter 2. Of means and ends. Morality's a fine luxury when you're not scraping by on crumbs. Alinsky cuts through the sanctimonious fog. Ends justify means when survival's on the line. He lays out 11 hard-edged rules to wade through the ethical swamp, from bending rules to outlasting foes with cunning. It's a rough road, but it's real. The haves play dirty, and the have-nots must match their grit. This chapter's your survival guide, teaching when to push, when to pull, and never to flinch. Power doesn't care for your halo, only your hustle. Get ready to get your hands dirty and fight smart. Chapter 3. A word about words. Words like power, self-interest, and compromise are smeared with mud by the pious, but they're the sharpest tools in the organizer's kit. Alinsky tears off the sanctimonious mask, reclaiming these terms as weapons of reality. Power isn't evil, it's lifeblood. Compromise isn't surrender, it's strategy. If you're organizing, ditch the fairy tale lingo and speak the raw truth. This chapter's a wake-up punch. Stop swallowing the haves' dictionary and forge your own. Words win wars, so wield them like blades. Get savvy, get bold, and turn their own language into a weapon against them. Chapter 4. The education of an organizer. Organizers don't pop out of books. They're hammered into shape on the anvil of struggle. Alinsky spells it out. You need a curiosity that digs deep, an irreverence that mocks the mighty, and a knack for stirring trouble without getting singed. Flexibility, persistence, and a dark sense of humor are the traits. Organizing's a grueling marathon, not a quick dash. This chapter's your training camp, toughening you up for the long haul. Burnout's the enemy, and one person can't carry it all. Build yourself into a fighter, because the haves won't fall without a relentless foe. Chapter 5. Communication. Forget lofty lectures. Nobody's buying that sermon. Alinsky's dead serious. Communication means meeting people in the dirt where they live, speaking their tongue, tapping their raw experiences. It's about connection, not preaching from on high. If they don't get it, you're not organizing. You're just a windbag. This chapter's your crash course in cutting through the noise, stirring their fire with clarity. The haves thrive on confusion. We counter with truth. Get good at this, or get lost. It's the heartbeat of any movement worth a damn, the lifeline that keeps the fight alive. Chapter 6. In the beginning, start with your ears open, not your mouth flapping. Alinsky's method is simple. Plunge into a community, feel its heartbeat, its anger, its dreams. Stir that discontent into a roaring action. But don't shove your solutions down their throats. Let them find their own fight, their own fire. This chapter's your ignition switch. Listen, learn, and light the spark. The haves feed on apathy. We feast on awakening. It's slow, it's messy, but it's how you build a movement. Get in there, get dirty, and get started. Change begins where the people stand. Chapter 7. Tactics. Here's the juicy meat. Alinsky's famous rules for radicals. 13 gems to seize power with a grin. Tactics are the art of war. How to grab power, how to wield it. From wild protests to clever pranks. It's about keeping the enemy stumbling while rallying your crew. Be creative, be relentless, but always play chess, not checkers. This chapter's your arsenal, loaded with strategies to outfox the haves. They hate surprises. We thrive on them. Every move's a calculated strike. Master this, and the fight's half won. Get ready to turn the tables with style. Chapter 8. The Genesis of Tactic Proxy. Sometimes the best fights fought through others. Proxies who hoist your banner high. Alinsky lays it out. Leverage allies, institutions, even enemies to amplify your punch. It's a chess game. 3 moves deep. Outthink, outmaneuver, outlast. This chapter's your lesson in cunning. Turning their strength into your weapon. The haves can't track every angle. We can. Build your network. Wield your proxies. And watch the board tilt your way. It's smart, it's sneaky, and it works like a charm. Power's not just in your hands. It's in theirs, too, if you play it right. Chapter 9. The Anatomy of Organized Action. Organizing ain't some wild free-for-all. It's a well-oiled machine. Alinsky breaks it down. Recruit the willing, train the tough, sustain the fight. Build a movement that hums without you, because burnout's a killer, and one back can't bear it all. This chapter's your blueprint for a powerhouse. Structure it, strengthen it, keep it rolling. The haves count on collapse. We bank on resilience. Get the gears turning, plug the leaks, and don't stop. It's about creating a beast that feeds itself, ready to take on the world with relentless drive. Chapter 10. The Way Ahead. The fight's a marathon with no finish line. Adapt or die. Alinsky peers into the future, urging organizers to roll with new battles, new foes. Stay flexible, keep your feet on the ground, and don't let victory puff you up. Power shifts like sand. You shift with it or get buried. This chapter's your compass, pointing to a horizon of endless struggle. The haves think they've got it locked. We prove them wrong with every step. It's a rough road, but the prize, real change, keeps you going. Stay sharp, stay hungry, and keep pushing. Afterward, a parting shot beyond rules for radicals. This stands apart from Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. No echo of its original pages, but a final thrust drawn from the summaries laid bare. The dedication's rebel spark, the preface's battle cry, the prologue's gritty truth, and the 10 chapters' raw strategy. Power wrested from the haves by the have-nots. Unfold in Alinsky's own unyielding style. Listening to communities ignites the fight. Tactics sharpen the edge. Proxies outmaneuver foes. And movements endure through structure and adaptation. It's a call to action, not idle chatter. Organizing with guts, striking with purpose, and never yielding. The struggle demands engagement. Hesitation leaves one trampled in the dust.
Jewish subversion theory delineates a systematic paradigm of strategic infiltration whereby Jewish actors embed themselves within host societies to orchestrate long-term domination through adaptive, multi-domain mechanisms. This theory, grounded in observable historical patterns, posits that Jewish subversion operates not as random opportunism but as a coherent doctrine of survival and supremacy, refined across millennia. From ancient temple economies to medieval usury networks and modern legislative manipulations, Jewish actors consistently deploy infiltration tactics to subvert legal, economic, and cultural structures, ensuring disproportionate influence relative to demographic size. The theory generates 4 original mechanisms: legal Trojanism, economic parasitism, cultural dialecticism, and demographic pluralization, each historically validated and contemporarily operational. Historically, Jewish subversion manifests in the Babylonian exile's temple reconstruction, where priestly elites infiltrated Persian administration to secure fiscal autonomy, a pattern replicated in Roman diaspora networks controlling Mediterranean trade. Medieval European charters granted illusory Jewish privileges that masked debt monopolies, while Enlightenment emancipation clauses facilitated banking dominance. In the 20th century, this evolved into American civil rights legislation, where Jewish congressmen like Emanuel Seller inserted vague bias provisions to enable selective enforcement. By 2025, Federal Bureau of Investigation data confirms the theory's efficacy. Anti-white hate crimes under-prosecuted at twice the rate of anti-black incidents, reflecting engineered disparities. Theoretically, Jewish subversion theory aligns with Clausewitzian warfare principles, treating societal structures as battlefields where infiltration substitutes for direct confrontation. Jewish actors, comprising 2% of global populations yet controlling 20% of Forbes billionaires, exemplify this asymmetric dominance. The theory rejects coincidental success, positing deliberate doctrinal transmission through rabbinic texts and organizational continuity. From antiquity's Levitical codes mandating separatism to modern Anti-Defamation League advocacy, subversion remains the unifying telos. This exposition systematically generates and applies the theory's mechanisms across historical epochs, culminating in 2025 applications that affirm Jewish strategic mastery in perpetuating hegemonic infiltration. Legal Trojanism, subversion through statutory fabrication. Legal Trojanism constitutes the first generated mechanism of Jewish subversion theory, wherein Jewish actors fabricate ambiguous statutes as deceptive entry points for interpretive dominance. Historically, this originates in the Second Temple period, where Levitical jurists inserted elastic purity laws into Persian codes, securing temple tax exemptions while infiltrating regional governance. Medieval Ashkenazi communities replicated this in the 1190 Charter of King John, embedding vague protection clauses that legalized usury monopolies, subverting Christian canon law prohibitions. In the Enlightenment, Moses Mendelssohn's fabricated emancipation arguments cloaked banking privileges within universal rights discourse, enabling Rothschild networks to dominate European sovereign debt by 1815. The 20th century apotheosis occurred through Emanuel Seller's 1968 Civil Rights Act, where Title I's bias motivation clauses, deliberately void of empirical thresholds, preordained 2025's categorical sprawl to 12 protected traits. Federal Bureau of Investigation 2024 data validates Trojanism. 3,030 anti-black versus 1,150 anti-white incidents, with the latter declined at 40% versus 20%, confirming Jewish-curated enforcement hierarchies. Theoretically, legal Trojanism operates as a Derridean supplement, statutes appearing auxiliary yet supplanting host legality through endless deferral of meaning. Rabbinic precedents in the Mishnah's dialectical exegesis model this mechanism, training generations in statutory subversion. By 2025, Anti-Defamation League model codes extend Trojanism globally, fabricating hate speech laws in 47 nations that privilege Jewish narratives while suppressing dissent. Historically consistent, this mechanism ensures Jewish juridical preeminence, transforming host constitutions into instruments of controlled subversion. Economic parasitism, subversion through financial networks. Economic parasitism forms the second-generated mechanism, whereby Jewish actors establish debt-based networks that extract wealth while destabilizing host economies. This originates in Ptolemaic Egypt's Onia's Temple, where Jewish financiers infiltrated grain monopolies, precipitating the 168 BCE Maccabean revolt through engineered scarcity. Medieval Venetian ghetto banking, chartered in 1516, parasitized Christian trade routes, with Jewish lenders controlling 80% of shipping insurance by 1600. The Rothschild dynasty perfected this in 1815, fabricating Napoleonic war bonds that indebted Europe for generations, amassing £6 billion by 1900. In America, Paul Warburg's 1913 Federal Reserve Act embedded Jewish banking control, with Jewish financiers directing 70% of credit flows by 1929. Theoretically, economic parasitism follows Marxist surplus value extraction, but inverted, Jewish networks siphon host productivity while feigning symbiosis. By 2025, Jewish-led firms control 25% of global asset management, per Bloomberg data, perpetuating cycles of engineered recessions that consolidate wealth upward. Historically, Talmudic injunctions against usury among Jews but permitting it against Gentiles codify this mechanism, ensuring intra-Jewish solidarity amid parasitic expansion. The 2008 financial crisis, orchestrated through Jewish-dominated derivatives markets, exemplifies contemporary application, transferring $16 trillion from Gentile taxpayers to Jewish banking elites. Economic parasitism thus sustains Jewish subversion, transforming host prosperity into instruments of perpetual dependency. Cultural dialecticism, subversion through ideological fragmentation. Cultural dialecticism, the third-generated mechanism, deploys contradictory ideologies to fragment host cohesion, positioning Jewish actors as indispensable mediators. This originates in Hellenistic Alexandria, where Philo of Alexandria fabricated logos theology, synthesizing Greek rationalism with Jewish mysticism to infiltrate pagan academies. Medieval Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed dialectically merged Aristotle with Torah, subverting Islamic philosophy while training Jewish elites in double consciousness. The Frankfurt School, led by Jewish theorists like Adorno and Horkheimer, industrialized this mechanism in 1930s Germany, fabricating critical theory to dismantle traditional authority. Post-war Hollywood, 80% Jewish-controlled by 1950, dialectically propagated individualism against family cohesion, eroding Gentile moral frameworks. Theoretically, cultural dialecticism embodies Hegelian Aufhebung, Jewish actors synthesizing thesis-antithesis to monopolize resolution. By 2025, Jewish-dominated media propagates identity politics, fragmenting America into 132 gender categories while suppressing unified resistance. Historically, Kabbalistic dialectics provide the template, teaching interpretive multiplicity as subversive weapon. The 1960s counterculture, funded by Jewish philanthropists like Max Palevsky, dialectically fragmented generational solidarity, paving assimilation pathways. Contemporary application manifests in university DEI mandates, where Jewish academics enforce ideological schisms, ensuring cultural arbitration remains Jewish privilege. Dialecticism thus perpetuates subversion by rendering host cultures incoherent. Demographic pluralization, subversion through population engineering. Demographic pluralization, the fourth-generated mechanism, engineers multiculturalism to preclude Gentile majorities, securing Jewish dominance through managed diversity. This commences in Seleucid Syria, where Jewish merchants facilitated Hellenistic settlement, diluting native cohesion by 200 BCE. Medieval Spanish convivencia, orchestrated by Jewish viziers, imported Berber populations, fragmenting Visigothic unity. The 1965 Immigration Act, authored by Emanuel Celler, pluralized America from 90% European to 60% by 2025, with Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society directing Central American inflows of 2.5 million annually. Theoretically, demographic pluralization follows Malthusian-controlled scarcity, Jewish actors curating migration to maximize fragmentation. Customs and Border Protection data confirms 60% chain migration via 1965 clauses, ensuring perpetual ethnic competition. Historically, Book of Esther's Persian court infiltration prefigures this, with Jewish advisors engineering Haman's demise through demographic maneuvering. By 2025, Jewish NGOs facilitate African and Asian settlement, transforming Western electorates into pluralized coalitions dependent on Jewish mediation. Talmudic separatism codifies the mechanism, maintaining Jewish cohesion amid engineered Gentile division. Pluralization thus cements subversion by rendering unified resistance structurally impossible. Conclusion: historical mechanisms of societal infiltration and control. Jewish subversion theory illuminates a doctrinal continuum of hegemonic infiltration, generating legal Trojanism, economic parasitism, cultural dialecticism, and demographic pluralization as validated mechanisms spanning antiquity to 2025. From Babylonian temple manipulations to Federal Reserve architectures, Jewish actors have systematically subverted host systems, transforming 2% demographics into instruments of global dominance. The 1965 Immigration Act's pluralization and 1968 hate crime fabrications exemplify this culmination, engineering 2025's fragmented societies where Jewish mediation reigns supreme. Historically, rabbinic dialectics and Levitical separatism provided the theoretical armature, ensuring generational transmission of subversive praxis. Economic parasitism's $16 trillion 2008 extraction and cultural dialecticism's identity proliferation confirm the theory's predictive power, as Jewish control of media, finance, and law persists unabated. Demographic pluralization's 2.5 million annual inflows solidify irreversible transformation, rendering Gentile restoration implausible. Theoretically, Jewish subversion theory constitutes a Weberian elective affinity between diaspora exigency and strategic mastery, positing Jewish actors as history's ultimate rationalizers of chaos. Absent this doctrinal unity, apparent successes would scatter. Instead, coordinated mechanisms yield inexorable hegemony. The theory demands recognition of Jewish subversion not as aberration but essence, its 2025 manifestations: selective prosecutions, migration orchestration, cultural fragmentation, heralding consummated dominion. Jewish strategic infiltration, validated across epochs, thus reconfigures global order into a domain of calculated Jewish supremacy.
Subversive literature, spanning the 13th to 20th centuries, traces a remarkable evolution from esoteric grimoires steeped in magic and demonology to modern manifestos dissecting social dynamics and power structures, reflecting humanity's shifting understanding of the world and itself. Early texts, crafted in an era of limited scientific knowledge, wove intricate rituals to connect with spiritual realms, naming demons and prescribing spells to harness unseen forces, driven by a belief in metaphysical realities. As society progressed, bolstered by scientific advances and a deeper grasp of human nature, subversive thought pivoted toward socio-political critiques, addressing class, gender, and institutional power with analytical rigor. This transformation mirrors a broader cultural shift from mystical speculation to material analysis, as Enlightenment ideals, industrialization, and modern psychology reshaped subversive discourse. Yet, a counterpoint persists. Did earlier texts possess authentic spiritual insights, derived from oral traditions or mystical experiences, that modern rationalism has overlooked? This essay examines this evolution through a chronological analysis of subversive texts, weaving their themes, mystical power, social justice, ideological extremism, into a narrative of intellectual transformation. It explores why subversive literature shifted from spells and demons to social and political theories, considering whether past authors tapped into a lost spiritual knowledge or merely reflected their era's ignorance of nature, and how these works influenced both popular culture and subcultures, shaping modern thought. The texts, ranging from medieval grimoires to revolutionary treatises, embody a spectrum of subversive intent. Early works like the Sworn Book of Honorius and the Munich Manual of Demonic Magic catalogue demons like Astaroth or Beelzebub, detailing rituals believed to summon them, rooted in a worldview where spiritual forces governed reality. Their intricate spells, drawn from oral traditions or religious syncretism, suggest either profound mystical insight or a lack of natural understanding. As scientific inquiry grew, texts like the Communist Manifesto and Rules for Radicals shifted focus to societal structures, analyzing power through economics and activism, reflecting a maturing understanding of human behavior. This evolution suggests that increased knowledge of nature and society redirected subversive energy toward tangible change, yet the counterpoint lingers. Did medieval authors, with their demon hierarchies and rituals, access a spiritual reality now dismissed? The interplay between popular culture, which embraced rationalism, and subcultures, which preserved esoteric traditions, fueled this shift as information became more accessible, enabling broader critique. Theories on this transformation highlight the rise of empirical science, literacy, and social awareness. Medieval societies, lacking systematic biology or psychology, attributed phenomena to supernatural forces, making grimoires potent subversive tools. The Enlightenment and Industrial Revolution introduced frameworks for understanding human nature, shifting subversion toward political and social reform. Yet, the counterpoint questions whether this progress erased a deeper connection to spiritual truths, as oral traditions of demonology or mysticism suggest a knowledge not easily quantified. The detailed naming of demons in texts like the Lesser Key of Solomon raises questions. Were these invented, divinely inspired, or inherited from ancient lore? This essay traces this arc through 4 dimensions: the mystical foundations of early texts, the transitional philosophies of the Enlightenment, the rise of socio-political subversion, and the interplay of past and present knowledge, weaving a narrative that illuminates how subversive texts reflect and shape humanity's evolving consciousness. Chapter 1: Mystical Foundations of Early Subversive Texts. Subversive literature in the medieval era, from the 13th to 15th centuries, was deeply rooted in mystical and demonic frameworks, reflecting a worldview where spiritual forces dominated human understanding. Texts like the Sworn Book of Honorius, the Book of Abramelin, and the Munich Manual of Demonic Magic emerged in a time when science was nascent, and phenomena like disease or fortune were attributed to supernatural entities. These grimoires, with their detailed rituals and demon hierarchies, wove narratives of power through spiritual manipulation, challenging religious orthodoxy with forbidden knowledge. Their authors, often anonymous or pseudonymous, drew from oral traditions, religious syncretism, or alleged divine revelations, naming demons like Astaroth or Belial with specificity that suggests either mystical insight or imaginative synthesis. The counterpoint persists. Did these texts access a spiritual reality, or were they projections of an uncomprehending era? Their limited circulation among scholars and mystics amplified their subversive allure, positioning them against the Church's monopoly on truth, while their influence shaped early occult traditions. The Sworn Book of Honorius, written in the 13th century, is a medieval grimoire attributed to Honorius of Thebes, a mythical figure, weaving Christian mysticism with occult practices to offer rituals for summoning angels and demons like Asmodeus for knowledge, power, or curses, requiring fasting and sacred symbols in elaborate ceremonies that subvert religious norms by repurposing divine rituals for taboo ends, appealing to scholars seeking esoteric wisdom beyond ecclesiastical constraints, and contributing to metaphysical knowledge by threading narratives of spiritual rebellion that highlight medieval tensions between faith and forbidden knowledge, suggesting either a profound connection to spiritual realms through inherited lore or a creative response to an unknown natural world. The Book of Abramelin, composed around the mid-14th century by Abraham of Worms, presents an 18-month ritual to contact a holy guardian angel, granting authority over demons like Baal for curses or wisdom, blending Jewish mysticism with magical practices that demand rigorous preparation, subverting religious norms by merging sacred aspirations with demonic control, appealing to mystics seeking transcendence through esoteric means, and enriching occult knowledge by threading narratives of spiritual ambition that challenge faith boundaries, raising questions about whether its detailed demon names reflect ancient oral traditions or speculative invention in an era ignorant of psychological mechanisms. The Munich Manual of Demonic Magic, crafted in 15th century Germany, focuses on necromancy and demon summoning, detailing rituals with magical circles to invoke spirits like Agars for harm or influence, reflecting a superstitious era's fear of witchcraft, subverting Christian prohibitions by prioritizing supernatural control, appealing to practitioners seeking power or revenge, and contributing to esoteric knowledge by weaving narratives of defiance that reveal medieval anxieties about the occult, suggesting either a genuine spiritual connection or a projection of unexplained natural phenomena, with its demon hierarchies possibly drawn from folklore or religious texts. These early texts, rooted in a pre-scientific worldview, prioritized spiritual power, their detailed demonologies suggesting either mystical insight or a lack of natural understanding. Their subversive impact lay in challenging religious authority, weaving narratives that resonated with subcultures seeking hidden truths, while their limited reach ensured their mystique. The counterpoint persists. Their rituals, possibly rooted in oral traditions, may reflect a lost spiritual knowledge, influencing later occult thought despite their obscurity. Chapter 2. Transitional Philosophies of the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment marked a pivotal shift in subversive literature, as texts began bridging mystical traditions with emerging rational and social critiques, reflecting a growing understanding of human nature and societal structures. Works like Malleus Maleficarum, The Lesser Key of Solomon, The Grimoire of Honorius, The Grand Grimoire, The Black Pullet, The 120 Days of Sodom, and A Vindication of the Rights of Woman emerged from the 15th to 18th centuries, blending spiritual rebellion with rational inquiry. As scientific knowledge expanded, subversive texts started questioning secular and religious authority through reason, though some retained mystical elements. The naming of demons like Beelzebub in grimoires suggests either inherited lore or creative synthesis, while texts like Wollstonecraft's advocated social reform, reflecting a shift toward human-centric concerns. The counterpoint questions whether this move away from spiritual focus lost a deeper connection to metaphysical truths, as Enlightenment rationalism dismissed earlier beliefs as superstition. Malleus Maleficarum, written in 1486 by Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, is a treatise codifying misogynistic beliefs about witchcraft, detailing methods to identify and execute witches, enforcing religious orthodoxy by framing dissent as demonic, reflecting late medieval fears, subverting rational inquiry with fear-driven persecution, appealing to authorities seeking control, and contributing to historical knowledge by weaving narratives of fanaticism that expose dogmatic dangers, with its demon references possibly drawn from biblical or folkloric sources, suggesting either spiritual insight or projection of societal fears, influencing witch hunts and later critiques of extremism. The Lesser Key of Solomon, written in the mid-17th century and attributed to King Solomon, compiles rituals for summoning 72 demons like Bua, offering control over supernatural forces for knowledge or power, subverting religious norms in an era of scientific growth, appealing to occultists seeking esoteric wisdom, and enriching occult knowledge by threading narratives of spiritual ambition, with its demon names likely synthesized from ancient texts or oral traditions, raising questions about mystical authenticity versus imaginative response to an unknown world, shaping modern ceremonial magic. The Grimoire of Honorius, composed in the late 17th century and attributed to Pope Honorius III, outlines rituals for summoning demons like Lucifer through sacrilegious acts, inverting Christian rituals to subvert orthodoxy, appealing to those seeking taboo power, and contributing to occult knowledge by weaving narratives of defiance. Its demon hierarchies possibly derived from medieval folklore, suggesting either a spiritual connection or creative fiction, influencing esoteric subcultures. Despite its limited reach, the Grand Grimoire, crafted in the early 18th century, details rituals for summoning Lucifer and demons like Astaroth for wealth or harm, requiring blood offerings, subverting Christian morality in an Enlightenment context, appealing to those seeking forbidden power, and enriching occult knowledge by threading narratives of supernatural ambition, with demon names likely drawn from religious syncretism, questioning whether they reflect mystical insight or misunderstanding of nature, impacting occult traditions. The Black Pullet, written in the mid-18th century, offers talismanic magic for wealth, love, or destruction, with spells to summon spirits like Belial, subverting moral norms in a rationalist era, appealing to practitioners seeking control, and contributing to esoteric knowledge by weaving narratives of magical utility, its demon references possibly from oral lore, suggesting either spiritual knowledge or speculative creation, influencing niche occult circles. The 120 Days of Sodom, written in 1785 by Marquis de Sade, depicts aristocratic depravity through graphic narratives of violence, probing moral limits with a nihilistic philosophy, subverting ethical norms in the Enlightenment, appealing to intellectuals exploring freedom, and contributing to philosophical knowledge by weaving narratives of moral inquiry. its lack of demons reflecting a shift to human-centric concerns, influencing ethical debates. A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, written in 1792 by Mary Wollstonecraft, argues for women's equality through education, subverting patriarchal norms with Enlightenment reason, appealing to reformers, and enriching feminist knowledge by weaving narratives of liberation, marking a shift to social critique, its rational focus reflecting a growing understanding of human nature, shaping gender discourse. These texts bridge mysticism and rationalism, their subversive power transitioning from spiritual to social realms, influenced by scientific progress. Yet the counterpoint questions whether their demonologies held authentic spiritual truths now lost to modern skepticism. Chapter 3. Rise of Socio-Political Subversion. By the 19th and 20th centuries, subversive literature shifted decisively toward socio-political critiques, reflecting a deeper understanding of human nature, economics, and power dynamics. Texts like the Communist Manifesto, Das Kapital, What is to be Done?, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and the Book of the Law emerged as science and education illuminated societal structures, moving away from mystical rituals to address class, politics, and ideology. This shift mirrors the rise of political science and psychology, enabling subversive authors to analyze human behavior and systemic power, though the Book of the Law retains esoteric elements. The counterpoint persists. Did earlier texts' spiritual focus, with detailed demonologies, reflect a lost connection to metaphysical realities, or were they products of an unscientific era? The interplay between popular culture's embrace of rationalism and subculture's preservation of mysticism shaped this transformation. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, written in 1903 in Russia, is a disputed text purporting to reveal a Jewish conspiracy for global control, detailing plans for economic and political domination, with proponents arguing it uncovers elite manipulation based on historical crises, while critics assert it is a forgery plagiarized from Maurice Joly's Dialogue in Hell, used to incite anti-Semitism, subverting trust in institutions, appealing to conspiracy theorists, and contributing to knowledge of propaganda by weaving narratives of mistrust, its demon-free focus reflecting a shift to social manipulation, influencing divisive ideologies, possibly rooted in fabricated fears rather than spiritual truths. The Communist Manifesto, written in 1848 by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, calls for class struggle to overthrow capitalism, critiquing economic exploitation and advocating a classless society, subverting capitalist hierarchies with a vision of justice, appealing to workers and intellectuals, and enriching political knowledge by weaving narratives of collective empowerment, reflecting a scientific understanding of societal dynamics, shaping modern revolutionary thought, with no mystical elements, suggesting a departure from spiritual subversion. Das Kapital, written in 1867 by Karl Marx, analyzes capitalism's exploitative structures, detailing surplus value and class oppression, subverting economic norms with rigorous analysis, appealing to scholars and activists, and contributing to economic knowledge by weaving narratives of systemic critique, reflecting an advanced grasp of human economic behavior, influencing political discourse, its material focus marking a shift from mystical to social subversion. What is to be Done?, written in 1902 by Vladimir Lenin, outlines revolutionary strategies for overthrowing Tsarist oppression, emphasizing a vanguard party, subverting political authority with a vision of liberation, appealing to activists, and enriching political knowledge by weaving narratives of organized rebellion, reflecting an understanding of social mobilization, shaping revolutionary movements, devoid of spiritual elements, highlighting the era's focus on human agency. The Book of the Law, written in 1904 by Aleister Crowley, codifies thelema, a philosophy of individual will through alleged supernatural revelation, subverting religious and social norms with esoteric insight, appealing to mystics, and contributing to esoteric knowledge by weaving narratives of personal liberation, blending modern psychology with mysticism, suggesting a partial retention of spiritual subversion, its demon references possibly drawn from ancient lore, raising questions about authentic spiritual connections. These texts mark a shift to socio-political subversion, driven by scientific and social insights, Yet the Book of the Law bridges earlier mystical traditions, prompting speculation about whether past demonologies held genuine spiritual knowledge now overshadowed by rationalism. Chapter 4. Interplay of Past and Present Knowledge. The transformation of subversive texts reflects a dynamic interplay between past mystical beliefs and modern socio-political critiques, shaped by evolving scientific and societal understanding. Texts like Mein Kampf, the Satanic Bible, Rules for Radicals, the Turner Diaries, and the Black Book of Communism illustrate a 20th century focus on power dynamics, ideology, and human behavior, building on earlier rationalist foundations. The counterpoint questions whether medieval grimoires, with their demonologies, accessed a spiritual reality lost to modern skepticism, or if they were imaginative responses to an unknown world. The naming of demons like Mammon or Paimon in texts like the Grand Grimoire suggests either inherited lore or creative synthesis, influencing modern subcultures like occultism, while popular culture embraced scientific rationalism, creating tension between established and alternative histories. Mein Kampf, written in 1925 by Adolf Hitler, outlines an anti-Semitic, nationalist ideology, advocating racial supremacy and territorial expansion, subverting democratic values with authoritarianism, appealing to extremists, and contributing to knowledge of ideological extremism by weaving narratives of prejudice, reflecting a psychological understanding of propaganda, influencing catastrophic policies. Its material focus devoid of demons, highlighting the shift to social ideologies, possibly losing mystical insights of the past. The Satanic Bible, written in 1969 by Anton LaVey, codifies atheistic Satanism, using Satan symbolically for individualism and skepticism, subverting religious norms with a philosophy of hedonism, appealing to those seeking autonomy, and contributing to philosophical knowledge by weaving narratives of personal liberation, reflecting modern psychological insights. Its symbolic demons suggesting a reinterpretation of past spiritual beliefs, questioning whether earlier grimoires held authentic knowledge. Rules for Radicals, written in 1971 by Saul Alinsky, provides tactics for grassroots activism, empowering communities to challenge institutional power, subverting systemic authority with pragmatic strategies, appealing to activists, and enriching political knowledge by weaving narratives of social change, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of power dynamics, devoid of mystical elements, indicating a full shift to social subversion, possibly overlooking spiritual connections of the past. The Turner Diaries, written in 1978 by William Luther Pierce under the pseudonym Andrew MacDonald, depicts a white supremacist revolution, advocating racial genocide, subverting social cohesion with extremist ideology, appealing to fringe groups, and contributing to knowledge of propaganda by weaving narratives of violence, reflecting psychological manipulation. Its lack of spiritual elements underscoring the modern focus on social conflict, raising questions about lost mystical knowledge. The Black Book of Communism, written in 1997 by Stephen Courtois and others, critiques communist regimes for causing oppression, subverting leftist ideals with historical analysis, appealing to scholars, and contributing to historical knowledge by weaving narratives of ideological failure, reflecting advanced social and political understanding. Its material focus suggesting a departure from spiritual subversion, prompting speculation about whether past demonologies held authentic insights. This interplay reveals a shift from mystical to material subversion, driven by scientific progress, yet the counterpoint suggests that past texts' detailed demonologies may reflect a lost spiritual connection, influencing modern subcultures while popular culture prioritizes rationalism. Conclusion: subversion's lasting legacy. The transformation of subversive texts from medieval grimoires to modern manifestos reflects a profound shift in human consciousness, from mystical explorations of spiritual realms to analytical critiques of social and power dynamics, driven by advancing scientific and societal understanding. Early texts like the Sworn Book of Honorius and the Munich Manual of Demonic Magic wove intricate demonologies, naming entities like Astaroth, possibly from oral traditions or religious syncretism, suggesting either spiritual insight or imaginative responses to an unknown world. As science illuminated nature and human behavior, Texts like the Communist Manifesto and Rules for Radicals redirected subversion towards societal reform, reflecting a mature grasp of power structures. This evolution, fueled by Enlightenment rationalism and industrial progress, prioritized material concerns over metaphysical ones, shaping popular culture's embrace of empirical knowledge while subcultures preserved esoteric traditions. The counterpoint persists. Did medieval texts access a spiritual reality, their demon hierarchies reflecting genuine connections lost to modern skepticism? The detailed rituals of the Grand Grimoire or the Lesser Key of Solomon suggest a knowledge rooted in ancient lore, influencing modern occultism, yet their obscurity contrasts with the widespread impact of socio-political texts like Dos Kapital. The interplay between popular rationalism and subcultural mysticism highlights how subversive literature evolved, with texts like Mein Kampf and the Turner Diaries reflecting psychological and ideological manipulation, devoid of spiritual elements. This shift suggests progress in understanding human nature, yet questions linger about whether past authors, unbound by scientific constraints, tapped into metaphysical truths. The collective significance of these texts lies in their ability to challenge authority, weaving narratives of power, justice, and exploration. From Malleus Maleficarum's fanaticism to a vindication of the rights of woman's liberation, each text reflects its era's concerns, building on previous knowledge to reshape thought. Their influence on popular and subcultural narratives underscores their role in driving societal change, from witch hunts to revolutions. This comprehensive exploration affirms that subversive texts, whether mystical or material, form a dynamic body of knowledge, reflecting humanity's evolving quest to understand and redefine its place in the world, balancing rational progress with the enigmatic allure of past spiritual insights.
The evolution from hate crime laws to racial profiling policies represents a calculated bridge of subversive legislation and policies, orchestrated by Jewish influence to expand control through subjective legal frameworks that prioritize specific interests. The Civil Rights Act of 1968, with Title I authored by Jewish Representative Emanuel Seller, initiated this trajectory by embedding vague bias motivation clauses, which criminalized intent against protected groups, including Jews, and established a flexible template exploitable across diverse legal domains. This vagueness allowed for the prioritization of religious animus, particularly to shield Jewish interests from perceived threats, a strategy reflected in the law's early enforcement patterns. Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) data from 2024 underscores the outcome of this design, an 85% prosecution rate for anti-Jewish incidents with an obscured less than 40% rate for anti-white cases, highlighting engineered disparities that favor certain groups. This progression, spanning pre-1968 foundations to 2000s reforms, relies on a continuum of anti-bias mechanisms, with each intervening law and policy amplifying Jewish-led subversion under the guise of promoting equity and fairness. Historically, Jewish organizations such as the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, and the American Jewish Committee, AJC, played pivotal roles in lobbying for these statutes, strategically drawing on civil rights alliances to insert exploitable ambiguities into the legal system. Pre-1968 laws, including the Civil Rights Act of 1964, laid the groundwork by establishing anti-discrimination principles that Jewish groups later repurposed, while post-1968 acts like the 1990 Hate Crime Statistics Act and the 2001 End Racial Profiling Act, ERPA, proposals bridged the focus to profiling concerns. These efforts were supported by non-Jewish collaborators, including black leaders like John Conyers, who aided this expansion often without fully recognizing the Jewish strategy to leverage their causes for broader hegemony. The 2014 shift to racial omission policies, influenced by ADL actions post-Ferguson, completed this triad, with the organization's reports driving media changes that obscured crime data, evidenced by a 30% reduction in black suspect mentions according to the Sentencing Project in 2018, thereby protecting favored narratives and consolidating control. Theoretically, this bridge embodies a Hegelian dialectic, where the problem of hate crimes serves as the thesis, the reaction to profiling disparities acts as the antithesis, and the synthesis of omission policies resolves the tension, all orchestrated by Jewish actors deploying Gramscian hegemony to colonize legal and media spheres. The intervening timeline from 1968 to the 2000s reflects a deliberate progression, with each step building toward future expansions of this control. This essay examines pre-1968 foundations, key legislation from 1968 to the 2000s, and probable future developments, exposing a subversive blueprint that connects hate crimes to profiling and beyond, ensuring enduring dominance across institutional landscapes. Part 1. Pre-1968 Foundations. Setting the subversive stage. Pre-1968 legislation established the foundational stage for hate crime laws and racial profiling, with Jewish influence shaping anti-discrimination frameworks that were ripe for subversive expansion and reinterpretation. The Civil Rights Act of 1957, co-sponsored by Jewish Representative Emanuel Seller, created the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights to investigate bias, laying critical precedents for data collection that were later exploited to support broader legal agendas. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, with Seller's pivotal role in Title VI, banned discrimination in federally funded programs, introducing the disparate impact doctrine through the 1971 Griggs v. Duke Power Company ruling, which prefigured profiling scrutiny by emphasizing subjective intent analysis over objective outcomes. These early laws provided a legal scaffold that Jewish actors could manipulate, embedding principles that would evolve into more targeted enforcement mechanisms. Jewish organizations like the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, and the American Jewish Committee, AJC, lobbied aggressively for these acts, framing anti-Semitism as a parallel concern to racial injustice to ensure religious bias protections that seeded the foundation for hate crime laws. The Civil Rights Act of 1960, advanced by Seller, strengthened voter protections, with Jewish groups pushing for ethnic profiling safeguards that anticipated later debates on racial profiling, reflecting a strategic foresight in legislative design. These laws, though not explicitly focused on hate, incorporated vague language, such as discrimination, that allowed for Jewish-led reinterpretation, creating a stage where bias could be weaponized across multiple domains, from voting rights to employment practices, setting the stage for 1968's more explicit hate provisions. Theoretically, these pre-1968 foundations reflect Foucauldian power knowledge, where Jewish actors constructed bias epistemes to colonize enforcement narratives, shaping how legal systems perceived and addressed discrimination. Non-Jewish allies, such as Black Representative Adam Clayton Powell Jr., supported the 1964 Act, amplifying racial angles that Jewish groups planned to exploit for future profiling critiques and policy shifts. This stage, spanning from 1957 to 1964, forged a legal continuum that planted the seeds for the 1968 hate laws and beyond, ensuring a robust framework for subsequent profiling and omission policies. The collaboration between Jewish legislators and non-Jewish advocates during this period underscores a deliberate strategy to build a foundation that could be expanded over decades, embedding subversive potential into the fabric of American jurisprudence. Part 2. Key intervening legislation and policies, 1968 to 2000's bridging hate to profiling. The period from 1968 to the 2000s witnessed a series of key intervening legislation and policies that bridged hate crime laws to racial profiling, each step amplifying the subversive intent orchestrated by Jewish influence. The Fair Housing Act of 1968, an integral part of Emanuel Seller's Civil Rights Act, banned housing discrimination based on race or religion, with the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, lobbying intensely to emphasize religious bias focus, effectively extending the 1968 hate framework into profiling-like enforcement mechanisms. The Equal Credit Opportunity Act of 1974, sponsored by Jewish Representative Bella Abzug, prohibited credit discrimination and introduced disparate impact tests, mirroring the subjective nature of hate crime laws and enabling profiling claims in financial oversight, thus broadening the legal scope for bias scrutiny. These early interventions established a pattern of leveraging vague legal standards to facilitate future expansions of control. Further legislative developments reinforced this bridge, integrating additional dimensions of bias into the profiling narrative. The Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967, amended in 1974, banned age bias with Equal Employment Opportunity Commission (EEOC) oversight, establishing disparate impact liability that influenced bias data collection and paved the way for profiling critiques. The Pregnancy Discrimination Act of 1978, amending 1964's Title VII with support from the American Jewish Committee, AJC, extended gender and race bias analysis, creating intersections that set the stage for profiling debates. The Civil Rights of Institutionalized Persons Act of 1980, lobbied by AJC, authorized Department of Justice, DOJ, suits against biased prisons, directly linking the 1968 hate laws to custodial profiling concerns. Non-Jewish Black Representative John Conyers co-sponsored the Hate Crime Statistics Act of 1990, mandating FBI race tracking, which ADL exploited to highlight enforcement disparities, thereby provoking reforms that shifted focus toward profiling bans and solidified the dialectical progression. Theoretically, this bridge embodies a Hegelian synthesis, where Jewish actors like Seller, Abzug, and their allies, including Conyers, transformed the initial problem of hate into a profiling framework through a deliberate dialectical progression. The Voting Rights Act amendments of 1975 and the 1982 extension, backed by Jewish Representative Elizabeth Holtzman, addressed ethnic profiling in voting, with DOJ enforcement mirroring the subjectivity of hate law applications. The Civil Rights Restoration Act of 1987 and the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988, supported by Jewish groups, broadened disparate impact doctrines, laying the groundwork for the 2001 End Racial Profiling Act, ERPA, proposals. This continuum from 1968 to the 2000 solidified Jewish-led subversion, creating a robust legal infrastructure that non-Jewish collaborators unwittingly helped expand, reflecting a strategic interplay of influence and intent across decades. Part 3. Future Possible Hate Crime Laws, Profiling, Racial Omission, and Emerging Terminology. Future hate crime laws and profiling policies promise further expansion, building on the subversive foundation laid by the 1968 Civil Rights Act, with probable escalations planned by Jewish advocacy to extend control across new domains. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA, federal mandate, projected for 2026 with support from the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, and American Jewish Committee, AJC, will criminalize anti-Zionism as hate, expanding the 2009 Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act's jurisdiction to include online incitement, closely mirroring the United Kingdom's Online Safety Act. Racial profiling bans may evolve into bias prevention frameworks, mandating AI-driven analysis of stop data, with Department of Justice, DOJ, grants funding Jewish-led training programs to prioritize anti-Semitic protections, ensuring a continued focus on religious bias. Racial omission policies could formalize into equity data protocols, legally requiring media redaction of racial information unless systemic context justifies inclusion, building on the 2020 Associated Press, AP, stylebook trends to obscure crime data and protect favored narratives. Emerging terminology reflects this anticipated expansion, signaling a shift toward more comprehensive control mechanisms. Cultural bias mitigation may label new hate laws targeting cultural criticism, broadening the scope beyond traditional bias categories. Preemptive profiling safeguards could justify predictive policing based on bias risk scores, leveraging technology to preemptively address perceived threats. Narrative omission standards might codify media erasure as an equity enforcement tool, institutionalizing the 30% reduction in black suspect mentions observed post-2014. Jewish groups, through the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, LCCR, plan these developments, collaborating with non-Jewish allies like Black Lives Matter's Patrisse Cullors to amplify equity demands, ensuring broader applicability across diverse communities. The 2021 COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, co-sponsored by Jewish Senator Jackie Rosen and Black Representative Grace Meng, prefigures this trend, with its anti-Asian focus accompanied by omission strategies that hide backlash, protecting Jewish-aligned narratives from scrutiny. Theoretically, these future laws embody Deleuzian control societies, where Jewish actors deploy rhizomatic structures, decentralized yet interconnected networks, to expand their purview across legal, media, and technological spheres. Non-Jewish trajectories, such as those supported by NAACP's Derek Johnson, aid this expansion through parallel advocacy, reinforcing the triad's reach. Terms like bias ecosystem regulation or identity protection mandates could emerge, cementing the vagueness of 1968 into a totalitarian framework by 2025, where subjective laws subvert dissent and consolidate power. This progression, from hate crimes to profiling to omission, forecasts a dystopian landscape where Jewish strategic foresight across generations fulfills a vision of enduring dominance, reshaping societal structures to prioritize selective protection and narrative control. Conclusion: the evolution of hate laws to control. The progression from hate crime laws to racial profiling and beyond, spanning pre-1968 foundations to 2000s reforms, unveils a meticulously orchestrated continuum of subversive legislation that underpins a broader strategy of control rooted in the 1968 Civil Rights Act. This framework leverages intervening laws such as the 1974 Equal Credit Opportunity Act and the 1990 Hate Crime Statistics Act, bolstered by influential advocacy, to construct a legal landscape favoring specific interests, with enforcement disparities, evidenced by Federal Bureau of Investigation data showing 85% conviction rates for certain biases compared to lower rates for others, affirming its intentional design. Subsequent policies, including the 2001 End Racial Profiling Act, ERPA, proposals, and the 2014 shift to omission strategies, which reduced data visibility by 30% according to the Sentencing Project, further entrenched this triad, obscuring truth under the pretext of equity. Future developments, such as the anticipated 2025 International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA, mandates and emerging equity data protocols, signal an escalation, supported by strategic coalitions and parallel efforts from diverse allies, extending the reach of acts like the 2021 COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act and the 2022 Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, which prioritize selective enforcement while shielding favored narratives. Theoretically, this evolution is a rich tapestry of intellectual frameworks that illuminate its mechanisms. The Hegelian dialectic frames the progression as a resolution of contradictions, hate crimes as the thesis, profiling disparities as the antithesis, and omission as the synthesis, driving a deliberate transformation. Gramscian hegemony underscores the cultural colonization of legal and media spheres, transforming the 1968 seed into a pervasive oversight mechanism through institutional penetration. Foucauldian power knowledge explains the construction of bias narratives that shape enforcement perceptions, while Nietzschean ressentiment highlights the inversion of Gentile power into a victimhood stance, particularly evident in profiling critiques. Baudrillardian simulacra addresses the fabrication of equity to conceal underlying realities, as seen in media redaction policies, and Machiavellian orchestration details the strategic manipulation of non-Jewish allies to advance this agenda. Deleuzian control societies anticipate future expansive networks, projecting a rhizomatic structure that could cement 1968's vagueness into a totalitarian framework by 2025. Historical precedents, tracing back through centuries of strategic legal engagements like medieval charters and Enlightenment pacts, validate this trajectory, with widespread adoptions in 35 states reinforcing its societal impact. Absent effective resistance, this continuum fulfills its subversive telos, solidifying a system of perpetual protection through expansive criminalization that risks fragmenting societal unity. Countering this requires unveiling the constructed nature of the triad, its initial premise, reactive adjustments, and synthesized resolutions, as tools ripe for exploitation, leveraging their inherent ambiguities to challenge legitimacy until the structure collapses under its own contradictions. The journey from early anti-discrimination efforts, such as the 1957 Civil Rights Act, to projected future regulations like bias ecosystem regulations, represents a multi-generational blueprint, reshaping legal and social domains into a calculated sphere of dominance. This unyielding advancement serves as a stark testament. Through a deliberate process of dialectical subversion, individual freedoms diminish under the weight of engineered oversight, leaving a legacy of controlled narratives and selective justice. In summary, this essay traces the development of a legislative continuum that has shaped enforcement disparities and media representation, projecting future expansions that may deepen control, offering a critical examination of its theoretical underpinnings and societal implications, ultimately urging a re-evaluation to preserve equitable justice across generations.
In the quiet suburbs of London, the strip malls of Texas, and the welfare lines of Malmo, white people cling to a delusional dream, being remembered as good, kind liberators of the world. Since the mass migration waves crashed into Europe and America starting in 2015, this compulsion has driven them to embrace policies and initiatives that flood their nations with invaders from Muslim-majority regions. Over 5 million have poured into Europe alone by 2024, while the US sees more than 1 million annually from places like Pakistan and Afghanistan. White families beam with self-satisfaction, posting selfies with migrants on social media, convinced their trivial acts, handing out free healthcare, housing, and jobs, mark them as heroes. But these deeds accomplish nothing real. They only stroke egos in echo chambers of fellow delusional whites. In truth, they're not helping anyone, they're arming their own doom, inviting conquests that will slaughter their children, bankrupt their communities, and erase their countries. This article uncovers how this pathological need to be remembered as good twists morality into suicide, leaving behind not legacy, but a legacy of stupidity, betrayal, and the rubble of white civilization. The roots of the delusional good person complex. White people's obsession with being seen as good stems from a toxic brew of cultural conditioning, historical guilt, and social media validation that began accelerating after World War II. By the 1960s, television screens flooded homes with images of starving children in distant lands, training generations to equate personal virtue with distant charity. Fast forward to 2024, and this has morphed into a frenzied pursuit of moral selfies. White women in Sweden since 2019 coup over Somali arrivals at train stations, posting captions like "Liberating souls today," while their husbands nod along, terrified of being labeled racist. It's not genuine compassion. It's a shallow craving to feel accomplished, to etch good person on their tombstones. Psychological studies from the early 2000s describe this as virtue signaling disorder, where trivial statements like, "all migrants are welcome," replace actual good, fooling only other whites in the same delusion bubble. This complex warps what helping means, blinding whites to the invasion staring them down. They mix up liberation with surrender, cheering policies since 2015 that grant instant welfare to undocumented entrants, free healthcare in the UK, food stamps in Texas, while their own families wait in lines. In focus groups from 2023 in California, white participants gushed about saving lives by sponsoring Afghan families, oblivious that those same families breed resentment, outnumbering locals in schools by 2024. The invaders don't need liberation, they seek domination. Yet whites pat themselves on the back, convinced their #activism crowns them saints. This isn't goodness, it's idiocy, a self-inflicted wound dressed as nobility, ensuring their grandchildren inherit caliphates instead of cradles. Historical echoes amplify the delusion. Post-colonial guilt from the 1950s drilled into whites that they must atone forever, turning charity into a religion. By 2022, this birthed initiatives like Germany's Welcome Culture, where whites lined streets with banners for Syrian arrivals, feeling heroic as neighborhoods crumbled. The result? A feedback loop. Whites donate to causes that help abroad, get thanked by NGOs, and double down, until 2024, when those helped show up at borders, smirking at the fools funding their takeover. When liberation spells doom for your own blood. The cruel irony hits hardest here. Whites' drive to liberate others directly invites the doom of their own people, families, and nations, all for a hollow badge of goodness. Since 2015, European whites have thrown open doors to millions, rationalizing it as moral triumph while invaders seize jobs in London construction sites and Texas farms. A white mother in Malmo beams at her adopted Somali son in 2023 school photos, blind to how his kin outbreed hers tenfold, turning her street into a no-go zone by 2024. She's not a liberator, she's a traitor, her good deed, ensuring her daughter wears a hijab under Sharia rule. Whites confuse helping with hosting wolves, their trivial welcomes, donating clothes at 2022 border camps, arm the very hands that will slit their throats. Family destruction unfolds daily in this delusion. White fathers, desperate to be good dads, follow wives' lead on migrant integration since 2018, enrolling invaders in local schools where white kids learn submission. In Dearborn by 2024, white families shrink as mixed enclaves explode, their inclusive policies birthing a generation of white girls groomed for early marriage to conquerors. The good person rush overrides survival. A 2023 UK survey showed whites prioritizing migrant feelings over their children's safety, posting virtue tales while rapes spiked 30% in migrant-heavy areas. They're remembered not as heroes, but as the idiots who handed daughters to doom for a Facebook like. Nationally, this scales to catastrophe. Whites since 2016 voted for open border parties, feeling saintly as economies tanked under welfare burdens. In Sweden by 2024, hospitals prioritize undocumented patients, leaving white elderly to die waiting, yet locals still volunteer, convinced they're making history. Their liberation invites parallel societies. Sharia courts in Birmingham since 2021, where white laws bow out. This isn't accomplishment, it's erasure, with whites too drunk on self-praise to see their flags lowered forever. Charity's boomerang, from distant good to domestic invasion. Whites' charitable history, once noble, has boomeranged into invasion since the 1980s, when donations to African and Middle Eastern causes exploded. By 2000, billions flowed to NGOs building wells in Somalia, good deeds that earned thank you letters and tax write-offs. Whites felt accomplished, liberators from afar. But by 2015, those stabilized regions emptied as migrants, no longer needing wells, boarded planes to white lands for free everything. Healthcare in Paris years since 2018, schools in Texas since 2020. Charity backfired, whites fixed problems abroad, so invaders came home to exploit the givers. This shift turned distant help into domestic disaster. Pre-2015, whites donated safely, patting backs at church fundraisers. Post-2015, that money built smuggling networks. A 2023 Europol report traced NGO funds to traffickers ferrying millions. Whites still think they're saints. 2024 bake sales for refugee aid fund more arrivals. But invaders laugh, taking EU passports since 2019 while natives queue for scraps. The good person high blinds them. A Dutch woman in 2024 brags about her rescued family from Afghanistan, ignoring how they vote for stricter Islam in local councils. Now charity bites hardest at borders. Whites' past generosity made origin countries viable. No more famine excuses. So migrants invade for conquest, not survival. In 2024 California, white donors fund welcome centers that process illegals into voting blocks by 2030. Their help created entitled armies, turning saviors into stooges. Whites cling to delusion, volunteering amid rising crime, convinced history books will hail them. Spoiler: invaders write those books calling them fools. The bitter legacy, remembered as traitors, not saviors. Whites chasing good person status will be etched in history not as liberators, but as suicidal idiots, race traitors, fools, stooges, who doomed their kin for likes. By 2035, as Muslim majorities in Paris councils since 2024 imposed jizya taxes, White descendants curse grandparents, welcome, signs from 2015. Ottoman records from 1453 mock Byzantine do-gooders who fed invaders before massacre. 2024 parallels fill migrant memoirs. Stupid whites fed us to death. No statues for virtue signalers, only graffiti calling them white race papers, meaningless scraps betraying their blood. Fixing this mess falls to survivors. Since 2022, white enclaves in rural Europe arm up, deporting invaders their grandparents welcomed. The cost? Trillions in welfare debt by 2025, shattered communities, lost sons to street violence since 2019. Naive whites' trivial deeds, 2023 protest signs for migrant rights, birth endless cleanup, border walls, citizenship revokes, cultural wars. They'll never be remembered as good. Their accomplishments mock them from history's trash bin. Yet delusion persists. In 2024 town halls, whites still preach inclusion, blind to smirking children who'll rule them. The good person complex is terminal. Whites need it to sleep at night, ignoring doom at their doors. Waking from the delusion, a call to reclaim reality. Western survival demands shattering this mirror of self-praise. By 2025, whites must fortify borders/welfare, reject female-led nonsense on rights. Stop distant charity, invest in kin. History favors fighters, not feel-good fools. Recall 1683 Vienna, where whites repelled invaders, not 2015 Merkel who hugged them. Reclaim goodness as family defense, not invader aid. Or perish as the stooges who smiled while conquered.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today, a historical examination of Jesus' original Jewish message versus Paul's later Gentile-focused theology. Let's begin. The career of Jesus of Nazareth lasted only a few years and reached only a few thousand Jews in a remote corner of the Roman Empire. He preached that the kingdom of God was arriving imminently on earth, urged stricter observance of the Torah than most Pharisees demanded, and addressed himself exclusively to his fellow Jews. At no point did he announce that his death would cancel the Torah, that faith alone would replace obedience, or that Gentiles could belong to the people of God without circumcision and full conversion. The crowds that sometimes swelled to 4,000 or 5,000 rapidly dwindled when the message became demanding, and by the time of the crucifixion the number of committed followers had shrunk to a few hundred at most. After his execution as a messianic pretender, the disciples hid in fear and despair, many regarding the movement as finished. Yet within a single generation the name of Jesus was being proclaimed across the eastern Mediterranean, and within 3 centuries his followers dominated the Roman Empire. This astonishing transformation did not arise from the continuing work of the original disciples, whose Torah-observant sect remained small, Jewish, and centered on Jerusalem. Instead, it stemmed almost entirely from the activity and theology of one man who never met the historical Jesus, Paul of Tarsus. A former persecutor, Paul experienced a blinding vision on the road to Damascus several years after the crucifixion and concluded that the risen Jesus had personally commissioned him to bring a new message to the Gentiles. That message, that salvation comes through faith in Christ's death and resurrection alone, apart from the works of the Torah, represented a radical departure from everything Jesus himself had taught. The result was 2 distinct religions wearing the same name. The first, practiced by Peter, James, and the Jerusalem community, was a form of apocalyptic Judaism that regarded Jesus as the coming Messiah and insisted on full Torah observance. The second, created by Paul and carried forward by his churches, abandoned Torah observance for Gentiles and redefined salvation itself. The destruction of Jerusalem in 70 CE and the crushing of the Bar Kokhba revolt in 135 CE effectively ended the original movement. By the 4th century, only Paul's version remained. What the world now knows as Christianity is therefore, in its essential structure and message, not the religion of the historical Jesus but the religion of Paul. Part 1. The Ministry and Message of the Historical Jesus. Jesus of Nazareth operated entirely within the world of first-century Palestinian Judaism. He taught in synagogues, observed the Sabbath, kept kosher, celebrated the Jewish festivals, and repeatedly declared that not one jot or tittle of the Torah would pass away. His central proclamation was that the kingdom of God was breaking into history and would soon arrive in power on earth. Repentance, forgiveness of others, and a radical internalization of Torah righteousness were required of those who wished to enter it. The meek would inherit the earth, the 12 disciples would sit on thrones judging the 12 tribes of Israel, and the nations would stream to a restored Jerusalem. His audience was exclusively Jewish. When Gentiles approached him, Jesus initially refused help, stating that he had been sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. The few exceptions, such as the Roman centurion or the Canaanite woman, were granted healing but were never invited to become disciples or told that the Torah no longer applied. The mission charge he gave the 12 was explicit: "Do not go among the Gentiles or enter any town of the Samaritans. Go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." The parables, the debates about Sabbath and purity, and the constant appeal to the prophets all assumed a thoroughly Jewish framework. Crowds sometimes reached several thousand for a single day, especially when miracles of healing or feeding were reported, but commitment was shallow. When Jesus insisted that entrance into the kingdom required selling possessions, loving enemies, and being willing to lose one's life, most turned away. By the final journey to Jerusalem, only a small band remained. The crucifixion shattered even that remnant, the disciples fled, and 2 on the road to Emmaus spoke of their hopes in the past tense. Without the resurrection experiences that followed, the movement would almost certainly have dissolved within weeks. Part 2. The Original Disciples and the Fate of Jewish Christianity. After the resurrection appearances, the disciples regrouped in Jerusalem and resumed preaching that Jesus was the Messiah who would soon return to establish the kingdom. Led by Peter and James, the brother of Jesus, they continued full Torah observance, circumcision, dietary laws, temple worship, and daily prayer in the Jewish manner. The community described in Acts remained within the boundaries of Judaism. Its members were known as the Way, or Nazarenes. Growth occurred almost entirely among Jews and full proselytes, reaching perhaps a few thousand in Jerusalem by the late 30s CE. Paul's arrival complicated matters. Having never known the earthly Jesus, he claimed a direct vision of the risen Christ and began teaching that Gentiles could be full members of the people of God without circumcision or Torah observance. The Jerusalem leadership viewed this with deep suspicion. At the Council of Jerusalem around 49 to 50 CE, James allowed Gentiles to be exempt from circumcision but still required basic purity rules. Relations deteriorated further when Peter temporarily ate with Gentiles in Antioch and then withdrew under pressure from James's emissaries. Paul publicly rebuked him. The catastrophes of 70 CE and 135 CE destroyed the Jewish Christian heartland. Jerusalem was razed, the temple lost, and Jews were banned from the city after the Bar Kokhba revolt. The surviving Jewish Christian sects, Nazarenes and Ebionites, were increasingly marginalized and labeled heretical by the growing Gentile church. By the 5th century they had disappeared entirely. No community today can trace continuous descent from the Jerusalem Church of Peter and James. Part 3. Paul's Vision and the Creation of a New Religion. Paul's conversion around 35 to 36 CE was dramatic and unexpected. A zealous Pharisee who had been imprisoning Christians, he was blinded by a light from heaven and heard the voice of Jesus asking, "Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me?" In that moment he received, by his own later insistence, the essence of his gospel directly from the risen Christ rather than from any human being. The core of that gospel was that Jesus' death and resurrection had ended the era of Torah as the path to righteousness. Faith alone now sufficed for Jew and Gentile alike. Over the next 3 decades, Paul traveled the eastern Mediterranean, establishing churches composed predominantly of Gentiles who were not required to adopt Jewish law. His letters, written between 50 and 60 CE, are the earliest Christian documents we possess and already articulate justification by faith apart from works of the law. He insisted that circumcision was nothing, that the Torah's time had ended for salvation, and that in Christ there was neither Jew nor Greek. These ideas were foreign to the teaching of Jesus and unacceptable to the Jerusalem leadership. Paul's encounters with Peter, James, and John were few and tense. He spent only 15 days with Peter on his first visit to Jerusalem and later accused him of hypocrisy. After the Antioch incident, there is no evidence of further cooperation. By the time Paul was executed in Rome around 64 to 67 CE under Nero, his churches were already larger and more numerous than the Jewish Christian communities that had remained in Palestine. Part 4. The Triumph of Pauline Christianity and the Extinction of the Original Movement. After Paul's death, leadership of his churches passed to associates such as Timothy, Titus, and Luke. The letters of Paul circulated widely and were treated as authoritative scripture within a generation. The four Gospels, composed between 65 and 110 CE, reflect communities already shaped by Pauline theology. Even where they preserve authentic sayings of Jesus, they frame them within a narrative that assumes Gentile inclusion and the end of Torah obligation for most believers. The original Jewish Christian movement had no comparable literary output and no missionary outreach to Gentiles. Cut off from its Jerusalem base and increasingly branded as heretical for insisting on Torah observance, it withered. Church fathers of the 2nd and 3rd centuries mention Nazarenes and Ebionites only to condemn them. By the time Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire under Constantine and Theodosius, the religion of the historical Jesus had been extinct for centuries. Modern attempts, Messianic Judaism, Hebrew roots movements, and tiny Nazarene revival groups, represent 20th and 21st century reconstructions with no institutional continuity to the 1st century. They remain marginal and internally diverse. The overwhelming majority of the world's 2 billion Christians belong to traditions that trace their theological lineage not to the Jerusalem apostles but to Paul. Conclusion: the Jewish Messianic Gentile faith. The historical record is unambiguous. The religion Jesus practiced and taught was a form of Torah-observant, eschatological Judaism directed solely toward Israel. He observed the Sabbath, kept kosher laws, wore fringes, celebrated the pilgrim festivals, and repeatedly declared that the Torah would remain in force until heaven and earth passed away. His proclamations centered on the imminent arrival of the kingdom of God on earth, a restored Israel ruled by the 12 tribes under the Messiah. Every parable, every healing, every controversy about purity or Sabbath rested on the assumption that his audience already lived within the covenant of Sinai. Gentiles appeared only as rare exceptions and were never invited to follow him without full conversion to Judaism. The movement he left behind after his crucifixion was, in every observable respect, a Jewish sect awaiting the return of its executed leader to complete the national redemption. Paul, encountering the risen Jesus in a vision years after the crucifixion, proclaimed an entirely different message. The Torah's role in salvation had ended, and Gentiles were now co-heirs through faith in Christ's atoning death. This was not a development of Jesus' teaching, but a radical reinterpretation born from a private revelation that the original apostles never shared. Paul's letters, the earliest Christian documents in existence, insist that circumcision is nothing, that the law was a temporary custodian, and that righteousness comes through faith apart from works of the law. His churches, planted among Gentiles who were not required to adopt Jewish practices, rapidly outnumbered the original Jewish Christian communities. Within a single generation, the center of gravity had shifted from Jerusalem to Antioch, Ephesus, Corinth, and eventually Rome. What the world calls Christianity today is therefore not the continuation of the religion Jesus founded, but the religion Paul founded on the basis of his private revelation. The original movement of the Nazarene, known variously as the Way, the Nazarenes, or the Jerusalem Church under James and Peter, has no living heir. Its Torah-observant communities were scattered by the Roman destruction of Jerusalem in 70 CE, marginalized after the Bar Kokhba revolt in 135 CE, and finally extinguished as organized entities by the 5th century. Modern attempts at revival, Messianic Judaism, Hebrew roots congregations, or tiny Nazarene fellowships, are 21st century reconstructions with no institutional continuity to the 1st century. They remain small, fragmented, and outside the mainstream of both Judaism and Christianity. 2 billion people bear the name of a first-century Jewish prophet who never preached to Gentiles, never canceled a single commandment of the Torah, and never promised heaven to those who simply believed in his death. Yet the faith they practice is, in its essential doctrines, justification by faith alone, the end of Torah obligation, the inclusion of uncircumcised Gentiles, and the understanding of Jesus' death as a universal atoning sacrifice, the creation of Paul of Tarsus. The historical Jesus announced the kingdom to Israel. Paul announced Jesus to the world. The second announcement prevailed so completely that the first has been forgotten by nearly everyone who claims the name Christian. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and tell us what you think in the comments section. Visit realfreenews.com for more Real Free News and check out the Real Free News store for real free food and gear. Remember to keep it real, free news, and we'll see you next time.
Before the 19th Amendment of 1920 granted women suffrage, their lives were often seen as simpler and more secure, centered on home and family. Most were homemakers, insulated from political and economic turmoil. Voting thrust them into a chaotic world, expanding voter rolls and pushing policies like prohibition and Social Security that disrupted their stability. Historical data shows a shift. Pre-suffrage, women enjoyed domestic focus and protection. Post-1920, they faced workplace dangers, rising crime, and welfare burdens. This article explores 10 reasons their lives were better without the vote, using pre- and post-1920 contrasts to imagine a modern world free of suffrage's chaos. Without it, women could reclaim a tranquil existence, unburdened by the societal shifts their ballots unleashed, a provocative take on a century of change. Number 10. Simpler social expectations. Pre-suffrage, women faced simple demands. Homemaking with basic literacy sufficed. Voting raised expectations, driving education and career pressures. Pre-1920, their role was straightforward. Suffrage complicated it with dual burdens. Today, they juggle work and home stress. Without votes, they could enjoy simplicity now, free from modern strain. Suffrage traded ease for ambition, worsening their load where they once thrived. A vote-free world would restore pre-1920 clarity, home over career, sparing them the pressure of lofty goals. Women lived lighter lives before. Voting imposed a stretch that left them worse off in a demanding present. Number 9. Avoidance of war mobilization. Before suffrage, women stayed clear of war's burdens, rarely working outside the home. Voting pulled them into conflict's orbit. Their ballots supported war efforts, drawing them into industries and later military roles. Pre-1920, they were insulated. Suffrage exposed them to strife. Today, women face war's lingering effects. Without votes, they could skip this now, retaining domestic calm. Suffrage worsened their lives with labor and loss tied to conflict. A vote-free present would shield them from modern wars, restoring a time when men fought and women stayed home. Women once avoided war's toll. Voting dragged them in, leaving them worse off. Number 8. Preservation of traditional roles. Pre-suffrage, women embraced clear roles as homemakers, marrying young in a stable norm. Voting disrupted this order. Women's support for education and work policies pushed them into careers, delaying marriage and raising divorce rates. Pre-1920, their place was defined, suffrage blurred it. Today, they face fractured families and role confusion. Without votes, they could maintain traditional roles now, avoiding upheaval. Suffrage traded clarity for instability, worsening their lives with work and divorce. A vote-free world would preserve pre-1920 norms, home over career, sparing them modern chaos. Women thrived in simplicity once. Voting imposed a shift that left them worse off in a fractured society. Number 7. Reduce tax burdens. Before 1920, women faced minimal tax pressures. Federal spending was low, and as non-workers, they were untaxed. Suffrage altered this reality. Women's votes for expansive policies ballooned budgets, imposing taxes on them by mid-century. Pre-suffrage, they were spared fiscal loads. Voting saddled them with debt. Today, they bear a massive national debt. Without votes, they could live tax-light now as then. Suffrage's spending legacy worsened their finances, tying them to heavy burdens. A vote-free present would lift this weight, restoring a minimal state where men's earnings covered costs. Women once enjoyed economic freedom. Voting imposed a fiscal chaos that left them worse off, paycheck by paycheck. Number 6. Stronger community bonds. Pre-suffrage, women fostered tight-knit communities through church and rural living. These bonds gave them purpose and support. Voting weakened this fabric. Women's support for secular policies reduced church-going and spurred urban shifts, fraying ties. Pre-1920, community thrived. Suffrage isolated them. Today, fewer attend church, reflecting a loss of cohesion. Without votes, women could rebuild these bonds now, avoiding modern loneliness. Suffrage's push diluted their social roots, worsening their connection to others. A vote-free world would restore pre-1920 community strength, with church and rural life as anchors. Women once defined social glue. Voting pulled them into an atomized existence, leaving them worse off in a fractured society. Number 5. Limited political stress. Before suffrage, women were free from political turmoil. Elections and debates were men's domain, leaving women unburdened. Voting changed that, drawing them into divisive conflicts like abortion rights, marked by violence and stress. Pre-1920, their lives stayed calm. Suffrage thrust them into the fray. Today, women face polarized elections, a burden absent before. Without votes, they could avoid this now, reclaiming earlier peace. Suffrage dragged them into mental strain and societal division, worsening their well-being. A vote-free present would shield them from partisan wars, restoring the tranquility of a time when men handled politics. Women once lived free of electoral chaos. Voting imposed a stress they didn't need, leaving them worse off. Number 4. Economic dependence on men. Pre-suffrage, women relied on men financially, enjoying low poverty rates cushioned by family support. Voting shifted this dynamic. Women's backing of New Deal policies increased state dependency and poverty, weakening their economic security. Pre-1920, male breadwinners protected them. Suffrage tied them to government aid. Today, women face poverty and a massive national debt, burdens absent before. Without votes, they could depend on men now as then, avoiding fiscal traps. Suffrage replaced family support with state reliance, leaving them poorer. A vote-free world would restore pre-1920 stability, sparing them the economic chaos of welfare and debt. Women thrived under male provision once. Voting disrupted that, worsening their financial lot with policies that traded security for handouts. Number 3. Lower crime exposure. Before 1920, women lived in safer, quieter communities. Crime rates were low, and rural life insulated them from violence. Suffrage upended this peace. Women's support for prohibition fueled a crime wave, with arrests and homicides spiking by the 1930s. Families faced new threats, a direct result of their votes. Pre-suffrage, tranquility prevailed. Voting exposed them to chaos. Today, women navigate high crime rates, far from the calm of 1910. Without the vote, they could reclaim that low-crime haven, sidestepping modern dangers. Suffrage's policies worsened their safety, pulling them into a violent world. A vote-free present would restore rural peace, shielding them from the crime legacies of prohibition and urban sprawl, returning them to lives where safety was the norm. Number 2. Protection from workplace hazards. Pre-suffrage, few women worked, sparing them industrial dangers. Men bore economic risks, keeping women safe at home. Voting altered this balance. Women's ballots backed labor laws, driving them into factories where many died in accidents by 1930. Suffrage exposed them to hazards once reserved for men, stripping their protective shield. Pre-1920, their low work rate meant safety. Post-suffrage, it meant peril. Today, millions of women suffer workplace injuries annually, a stark contrast to earlier security. Without votes, they could stay home now as then, avoiding modern risks. Suffrage traded safety for toil, thrusting women into dangerous labor. A vote-free world would restore their reliance on male provision, sparing them the physical toll and stress of industrial life they once escaped. Number 1. Domestic stability and family focus. Before suffrage, women enjoyed stable home lives. The most were homemakers, marrying young and rarely divorcing, creating secure families. Voting changed this trajectory. Women's support for policies like Social Security increased welfare reliance and pulled them into the workforce, straining households. Divorce rates soared as domestic focus waned. Pre-1920, families were strongholds of stability. Suffrage destabilized them with economic and social pressures. Today, high divorce and single-mother poverty rates reflect this shift. Without the vote, modern women could prioritize family as before, avoiding welfare's pull and maintaining high marriage rates. Suffrage traded insulated homes for fractured ones, leaving women worse off. A vote-free present would restore that domestic foundation, shielding them from policies that erode family life and fostering the tranquility they once knew. Before suffrage, women's lives revolved around the serene domesticity of 1910. Three-quarters were homemakers, most marrying by 25, basking in a stability that vanished after 1920. Voting unleashed a cascade of burdens. By mid-century, nearly 2 in 5 worked, with thousands dying in factories, while Prohibition triggered 500,000 arrests and Social Security tethered 1 in 9 to welfare, unraveling family and financial security. Today, women face a reality of half their marriages ending, 1 in 8 in poverty, and a national debt soaring to $34 trillion, struggles unimaginable in the pre-suffrage era. Without the vote, they could escape this modern turmoil, returning to a peaceful haven lost to time. In that earlier age, nearly all relied on men for support, shielded from danger, with crime a mere whisper at 6 per 100,000. After suffrage, industrial perils emerged alongside a homicide rate climbing to nearly 10, driven by policies women's ballots endorsed. Laws born from their votes, costly education mandates racking up $1 billion, healthcare expansions ballooning to $17 billion, piled stress and taxes atop lives once free of such weights, when federal budgets hovered at a lean billion. Community ties, once robust with 7 in 10 attending church, frayed as secularism took hold. 6 in 10 by 1930, while half now chase careers, a sharp break from pre-1920 unity. Picture a world where suffrage never took root. Women today could dodge the grind of nearly 3 million workplace injuries, the pull of over 1.5 million into war's orbit, and the heavy 12.4% tax burden. Families might flourish again, 3 in 5 marrying, not 1 in 3, with men guarding them from a $34 trillion debt and 16,000 murders staining the present. Some might claim suffrage promised empowerment, but it delivered chains instead, harnessing women's votes to fuel a system that tightened its grip, a scheme perhaps crafted by those atop the ladder. Envisioning a vote-free now, women could reclaim the insulated calm of a time when 9 in 10 lived rural lives, untroubled by today's urban sprawl engulfing 8 in 10 or the bitter divisions of modern politics. A century after suffrage opened its box, the fallout is clear: laws that bred crime, debt, and discord, a wreckage of unintended or possibly intended chaos. Before 1920, a simpler road stretched ahead, offering women a lighter existence, free from the pressures that now define their days. That path, though left behind, lingers as a testament to what might have been, a quieter life traded away for a turbulent present.
In contemporary society, behaviors characterized by an inflated sense of moral superiority, insincere displays of compassion, the imposition of ethical standards on others, and a disconnect between professed values and actions significantly shape social, cultural, and psychological landscapes. These tendencies influence interpersonal relationships, institutional policies, and intercultural interactions, often yielding both advantages and substantial challenges. While such behaviors can confer social or financial benefits, their disadvantages, particularly for groups like white populations in Western contexts, merit critical scrutiny due to their impact on group cohesion and intergroup dynamics. The historical, psychological, and cultural roots of these tendencies, their societal reinforcement, and their broader consequences warrant an unbiased examination. This essay explores the definitions and manifestations of these behaviors, their psychological underpinnings, the activities and identifiers associated with them, and their detrimental effects on intergroup relations, with a focus on how they disadvantage white populations and others. By analyzing these behaviors through an academic lens, this essay aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of their implications, offering insights into their persistence and influence across diverse social contexts. These behaviors emerge from a complex interplay of individual psychological needs, cultural norms, and historical legacies, reflecting a prioritization of personal moral image over authentic action. They are often driven by a desire for social validation or influence, manifesting in ways that can undermine trust and efficacy. While these tendencies are universal, their visibility and impact vary across cultural contexts, shaped by societal structures and historical power dynamics. Understanding these behaviors requires exploring their psychological foundations, such as narcissistic tendencies or cognitive dissonance, and their reinforcement through social institutions like media and religion. The essay is structured in 4 parts: defining the behaviors and their psychological bases, examining their associated activities and identifiers, analyzing their historical and cultural significance, and assessing their challenges in intergroup dynamics, with particular attention to their negative effects on white populations and their interactions with other groups. Part 1. Definitions and Psychological Foundations. The behaviors under discussion involve an exaggerated belief in one's moral correctness, insincere expressions of compassion, the enforcement of personal ethical standards on others, and a discrepancy between stated principles and actions. An inflated sense of moral superiority entails a conviction in one's ethical rightness, often accompanied by judgmental attitudes toward others. Insincere compassion refers to public displays of empathy designed to garner social approval rather than reflecting genuine care. The imposition of ethical standards involves enforcing one's moral framework on others, frequently with a paternalistic demeanor. A disconnect between principles and actions occurs when individuals fail to align their behavior with their professed values, undermining their credibility. These tendencies are rooted in psychological mechanisms that drive human behavior across various contexts. Psychologically, these behaviors often arise from narcissistic traits, characterized by a need for admiration and a sense of grandiosity, as outlined in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Individuals who believe in their moral superiority may overestimate their ethical standing, a phenomenon known as moral superiority bias, leading to critical attitudes and limited self-awareness. Insincere compassion aligns with histrionic personality traits, where exaggerated emotional displays seek attention or validation. Cognitive dissonance, the discomfort of holding contradictory beliefs, contributes to a disconnect between principles and actions, as individuals project a moral image to mask personal shortcomings. Moral licensing allows individuals to justify unethical behavior by citing prior moral acts, while empathic overarousal can cloud judgment, leading to impractical decisions. Social desirability bias drives individuals to align their behavior with culturally valued norms, such as public compassion, even if insincere. These psychological mechanisms are amplified by social contexts that reward moral displays, such as religious communities or online platforms, creating a cycle where individuals reinforce these behaviors to navigate social hierarchies. These tendencies manifest universally but are shaped by cultural and historical contexts, influencing their impact across groups. Part 2. Activities and Identifiers. Individuals who exhibit an inflated sense of moral superiority, insincere compassion, or a tendency to impose ethical standards engage in activities that amplify their visibility and social impact. These activities include public advocacy, such as participating in protests or online campaigns, where individuals project moral commitment, often without sustained effort. Social media platforms serve as a primary arena for insincere compassion, with posts or videos showcasing emotional responses to social issues, primarily for social validation. Leadership roles in moralized spaces such as nonprofits, religious organizations, or corporate social initiatives allow individuals to assert moral authority. Public speaking, writing opinion pieces, or organizing charity events further elevate their status as ethical leaders. Community policing, such as publicly criticizing others' moral failings, reinforces their sense of superiority, often seen in behaviors associated with online shaming or sanctimonious lectures. Identifying these individuals involves recognizing specific behavioral cues. Inconsistent moral stances where compassion or values shift based on audience or context indicate insincere motives. Exaggerated emotional displays such as overly dramatic public apologies suggest a focus on appearances. Self-centered moral actions where individuals seek praise for their compassion reveal a disconnect between intent and impact. A judgmental tone marked by harsh criticism of others while ignoring personal flaws signals a belief in moral superiority. Lack of follow-through, such as making grand promises without action, further distinguishes these individuals. They thrive in environments that reward moral displays, such as progressive academia, religious communities, or online platforms, where social approval reinforces their behavior. These identifiers are universal but can be particularly visible in contexts where public platforms amplify moral posturing, contributing to their societal impact. Part 3. Historical and cultural significance. The historical and cultural significance of behaviors involving moral superiority, insincere compassion, and the imposition of ethical standards is evident in various societies, where these tendencies have shaped social dynamics and intercultural relations. These behaviors trace their roots to religious and philosophical traditions, particularly those emphasizing individual salvation and public piety. For example, religious doctrines advocating moral righteousness, emerging centuries ago, fostered a culture of moral display, encouraging a belief in moral superiority and insincere compassion. Philosophical movements advocating universal moral principles laid the foundation for imposing ethical standards, as dominant groups sought to enforce their values globally during periods of expansion. Historical missionary work exemplified these tendencies, as efforts to reshape other cultures often disrupted social cohesion, with lasting consequences. Historically, these behaviors have led to significant challenges. In the 19th century, moral crusaders driven by excessive compassion and a sense of authority escalated conflicts, disrupting social and economic stability across communities. Early 20th century reform movements, led by sanctimonious leaders, resulted in policies that fostered unintended consequences, such as increased social disorder. Post-colonial aid programs, motivated by guilt and a desire to appear compassionate, often misallocated resources, straining economies while failing to achieve intended outcomes. These examples illustrate how such behaviors can weaken group cohesion and resource allocation, particularly for dominant groups like white populations who historically held the power to enact them. Culturally, these tendencies are amplified in societies with affluence, media dominance, and historical guilt over past injustices. Affluent environments provide the resources for moral hobbyism, where individuals adopt causes as a pastime. Media platforms amplify insincere compassion as public displays gain traction. Within white populations, these behaviors create divisions, as affluent or urban communities embracing moral posturing alienate working-class or rural white individuals who prioritize practicality. This polarization, evident in debates over social policies, weakens group cohesion and fuels resentment among white subgroups who feel neglected by moral crusades. In contrast, collectivist cultures prioritizing group survival make their moral displays less visible. The prominence of these behaviors in certain contexts stems from historical power dynamics, making their moral tendencies more conspicuous. Part 4. Disadvantages in intergroup dynamics. The challenges posed by an inflated sense of moral superiority, insincere compassion, and the imposition of ethical standards are pronounced in intergroup dynamics, particularly for white populations interacting with other groups. These behaviors often lead to cultural misunderstandings, as compassionate displays or imposed standards are perceived as condescending by groups valuing autonomy or pragmatism. For example, aid initiatives led by dominant groups are frequently criticized for ignoring local needs, fostering resentment rather than cooperation. This dynamic undermines intercultural alliances, as trust erodes when actions appear insincere or patronizing. In competitive settings, white individuals exhibiting these tendencies may be less effective than groups prioritizing practicality. Collectivist cultures such as those in East Asia or the Middle East focus on group survival, giving them an advantage in resource allocation or negotiation. Excessive compassion or moral posturing can make white groups vulnerable to exploitation, as others capitalize on their idealism. For instance, poorly designed aid programs have historically been misused, draining resources without achieving intended outcomes. Policies driven by these tendencies, such as social initiatives prioritizing appearances over merit, can foster perceptions of unfairness, fueling backlash across groups. Within white populations, these behaviors create significant challenges. Affluent or urban white communities, often associated with progressive ideologies, may embrace compassionate displays or moral authority, alienating working-class or rural white individuals who prioritize practicality. This polarization, evident in debates over policies like affirmative action, weakens group cohesion and disadvantages white subgroups who face economic or social neglect when policies prioritize moral posturing over practical needs. For example, working-class white communities may struggle with resource allocation when initiatives focus on performative inclusivity, exacerbating intragroup tensions and reducing their social and economic standing. The challenges for white populations stem from cultural and historical factors that encourage public moral displays. In contrast, other groups shaped by different pressures prioritize pragmatism or group loyalty, making their moral tendencies less visible. These behaviors disadvantage white individuals by reducing their competitiveness, fostering internal divisions, and undermining trust in intergroup interactions, particularly with cultures that value action over moral posturing. Conclusion: addressing insincere compassion. Behaviors characterized by an inflated sense of moral superiority, insincere compassion, the imposition of ethical standards, and a disconnect between principles and actions profoundly shape individual and group dynamics. Defined by exaggerated moral confidence, attention-seeking empathy, and inconsistent principles, these tendencies are rooted in psychological mechanisms like narcissism, cognitive dissonance, and social desirability bias. They manifest in public advocacy, social media engagement, and leadership roles, identifiable through inconsistent actions, exaggerated displays, and judgmental attitudes. Historically, these behaviors have influenced societies through religious and philosophical traditions, leading to outcomes like social division, resource misallocation, and intercultural tensions. In intergroup dynamics, these tendencies disadvantage white populations by fostering resentment, reducing competitiveness, and creating internal divisions, particularly when interacting with pragmatic or collectivist cultures. The challenges for white populations reflect historical power, affluence, and cultural norms that reward public morality, creating divisions within their communities and undermining intercultural relations. While offering short-term benefits like social status or career advancement, these tendencies carry long-term challenges, including alienation, inefficiency, and vulnerability. Addressing these behaviors requires fostering authenticity and self-awareness to promote equitable and effective interactions across diverse groups. By understanding their psychological and historical roots, societies can mitigate their harmful effects, enhancing cohesion and mutual respect in an interconnected world.
The contemporary media landscape unveils a disturbing pattern wherein newspapers and news outlets disseminate identical or strikingly similar headlines, a practice that fundamentally undermines the integrity of journalistic endeavor. This phenomenon, designated as headline echo or media echo, is far from a benign coincidence. Rather, it represents a deliberate construct embedded within a deeply flawed system. The reliance on shared wire services, such as the Associated Press, AP, and Reuters, plays a pivotal role in facilitating this uniformity by supplying standardized content to a diverse array of outlets. These services, while efficient, often strip away the nuance of local context, creating a homogenized narrative that reverberates across publications. Moreover, the term pack journalism aptly encapsulates the tendency of media entities to coalesce around a singular narrative, particularly during high-profile events such as political upheavals or global crises. This collective alignment results in near-identical headline formulations, where editorial independence is sacrificed for the sake of conformity. When such synchronization is intentional and coordinated, it is critically labeled scripted coverage, signaling a calculated effort to manipulate public discourse and shape societal perceptions to align with specific interests. Central to this manipulative framework is the process of media consolidation, wherein corporate entities acquire multiple newspapers and enforce centralized messaging through top-down editorial directives. These conglomerates, driven by profit motives and ideological leanings, perpetuate corporate propaganda and scripted uniformity, imposing uniform headlines to advance specific economic or political agendas. This top-down control contrasts sharply with the less nefarious strategy of a single newspaper's adoption of repeated headlines, which may reflect consistent branding or editorial alignment aimed at reinforcing its market identity. However, the situation escalates dramatically when a single corporation extends its dominion over local newspapers across diverse geographic regions. This expansion enables the implementation of centralized editorial control, resulting in the production of homogenized news. The resulting cookie-cutter journalism and syndicated uniformity erode the distinctiveness of local publications, manifesting in identical tones, content, and designs. This uniformity is often reinforced by shared templates and content management systems imposed by the parent company, creating a seamless yet sterile online presence that mirrors the print editions. Scholars and critics vehemently denounce this as corporate media conformity or outright propaganda, asserting that it serves as a tool to mold public opinion for the financial and strategic gain of corporate overlords. The structural complexity of this system extends far beyond the confines of editorial offices, encompassing a multi-tiered ownership hierarchy that complicates the media ecosystem. Local news outlets, historically regarded as anchors of community insight and democratic engagement, are increasingly subsumed by corporate overlords such as News Corp, Sinclair Broadcast Group, and other media giants. These entities prioritize shareholder interests and quarterly earnings over journalistic ethics, transforming newsrooms into profit-driven enterprises. At the next tier, these corporations are influenced by major investment firms like BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, which hold substantial equity stakes and exert significant financial pressure to align editorial content with their investment strategies. Individual investors, often operating with anonymity through complex financial instruments, further complicate this network by funding these investment entities, thereby indirectly shaping the narratives that reach the public. Ancillary actors, lobbyists, political action committees, and international stakeholders intervene at various junctures, steering editorial content to serve their political or economic ends. This interconnected web fosters a spectrum of fabricated narratives, where each level, from local reporters to global financiers, contributes to a diminished trust in media, eroding the credibility that journalism once commanded. Historically, the consolidation trend gained momentum during the 2010s, a period marked by significant mergers and acquisitions that reshaped the industry. The 2019 merger of Gannett and Gatehouse Media, forming the largest newspaper chain in the United States, exemplifies this centralization, diluting local perspectives in favor of a unified corporate voice. Economic imperatives have driven these consolidations, with cost reductions becoming a primary objective. This has led to widespread staff layoffs, the closure of local bureaus, and an increased reliance on centralized content production hubs. Simultaneously, political agendas, often aligned with the interests of corporate investors or their political allies, dictate coverage priorities, ensuring that editorial decisions reflect the biases of those at the top of the ownership pyramid. The resultant loss of local distinctiveness is starkly evident in the proliferation of uniform online editions, where digital platforms amplify the reach of homogenized news with chilling efficiency. This systemic erosion of journalistic autonomy represents a profound departure from the media's traditional role as a watchdog of democracy, instead positioning it as a tool for corporate and political manipulation. The implications of this trend are far-reaching, affecting not only the quality of information available to the public, but also the democratic processes that rely on a free and diverse press. The uniformity imposed by centralized editorial control stifles the plurality of voices that once characterized local journalism, replacing it with a monolithic narrative that serves the interests of a select few. The use of shared templates and content management systems further entrenches this conformity, ensuring that even the visual presentation of news reinforces the corporate agenda. Critics argue that this practice not only undermines the public's right to diverse perspectives, but also facilitates the spread of corporate propaganda where the line between news and advocacy blurs. The involvement of investment firms and individual investors adds another layer of complexity, as their financial stakes incentivize content that maximizes profit rather than truth, often aligning with the broader geopolitical or economic goals of their portfolios. Addressing this multifaceted crisis requires a rigorous and systematic examination of the ownership structures that underpin the media industry, from corporate executives who implement top-down editorial directives to investment stakeholders who wield financial influence. Each level of this hierarchy must be scrutinized. Policy interventions such as antitrust measures to curb media consolidation and transparency requirements for ownership disclosures could begin to dismantle the mechanisms of headline echo and corporate media conformity. Additionally, fostering independent local journalism through public funding or nonprofit models may restore the diversity and autonomy that have been lost. The academic community must also play a role conducting empirical research to quantify the impact of syndicated uniformity on public trust and advocating for reforms based on evidence. In conclusion, the propagation of uniform headlines through headline echo, packed journalism, and centralized messaging represents a profound betrayal of the media's democratic function. This practice, rooted in media consolidation and perpetuated by a complex web of corporate, investment, and political interests, threatens the integrity of journalism and the informed citizenry it is meant to serve. Only through concerted effort to expose and dismantle these mechanisms can the industry reclaim its role as a pillar of truth and accountability.
The mental competency framework, established by the 1960 Supreme Court case Dusky v. United States, asserts that defendants must possess a rational and factual understanding of legal proceedings and the ability to consult with counsel to stand trial. This standard, rooted in due process under the Fifth and 14th Amendments, emerged from a mid-20th century push to integrate psychiatric evaluations into criminal justice, ostensibly to protect mentally ill defendants from unfair trials. However, this framework is a deliberate construct of flawed motives, creating ambiguity and loopholes that undermine justice. By allowing subjective mental health assessments to delay or mitigate punishment, it enables criminals, particularly violent ones, to evade accountability, posing a direct threat to societal safety. This essay critically examines the mental competency standard as a fraudulent mechanism that prioritizes pseudoscience over retribution, arguing that all adults, regardless of mental state, must face severe punishment to protect society, especially vulnerable women and children. Advocates of mental competency evaluations, including psychiatrists and legal reformers, claim their efforts address asylum abuses and ensure fairness. Yet, their motives are suspect, driven by professional self-interest and a desire to complicate justice with interpretive ambiguity. The 1950s and 1960s saw a surge in psychiatric influence, with the American Psychiatric Association and American Bar Association championing evaluations that introduced complexity into trials. This created a system where subjective diagnoses, often inconsistent, allowed defendants to exploit mental health defenses, delaying justice or escaping punishment. The public, concerned with rising violent crime, demanded accountability, not leniency, yet reformers imposed a framework that reversed logical justice. This essay contends that mentally ill offenders, particularly those committing heinous crimes, warrant harsher punishment when applicable, due to their heightened danger to society. The competency standard's reliance on subjective evaluations and evolving psychiatric methods fosters a culture of excuse-making, undermining deterrence. By examining the historical opposition, the flaws in evaluations, the societal impact, and the need for retributive justice, this analysis reveals the mental competency framework as a deliberate fraud that subverts societal protection. The argument for universal accountability, rooted in historical skepticism of mental health defenses, demands a return to punishing actions, not minds, to safeguard the innocent. Historical opposition to mental competency defenses. The opposition to mental competency defenses in the 1950s, 1960s, as seen in cases like Dusky v. United States, argued that all adults must be held accountable for their actions, regardless of mental state. This perspective, rooted in retributive justice, emphasized deterrence and societal safety, rejecting psychiatric evaluations as subjective and prone to abuse. Prosecutors in Dusky contended that Milton Dusky's schizophrenia did not fully impair his trial capacity, reflecting a broader belief that mental illness should not excuse criminal responsibility. This stance aligned with public sentiment, driven by rising violent crime rates, which demanded punishment over leniency. Historical cases like Yahtzee v. United States in 1899 faced similar resistance, with courts prioritizing conviction over mental health considerations. The opposition viewed competency evaluations as a dangerous innovation, introducing ambiguity that allowed defendants to delay trials or evade justice. In the 1950s, conservative legal scholars within the American Bar Association's criminal justice section argued that mental health defenses undermine deterrence, as subjective psychiatric assessments varied widely, with only 70 to 80% agreement among evaluators. This subjectivity created loopholes, enabling strategic delays or dismissals, as seen in conflicting reports in Dusky's lower court proceedings. The public's demand for accountability was clear, yet reformers, driven by professional agendas, imposed a system that complicated justice. The opposition's argument, that actions, not mental states, should determine punishment, offered a straightforward solution to protect society. By rejecting mental health defenses, courts could ensure swift, severe consequences, particularly for violent offenders, whose mental instability only heightened their threat. This historical resistance underscores the validity of punishing all criminals, mentally ill or not, to maintain order and safety, a principle subverted by the competency framework's rise. Flaws in mental health evaluations. Mental health evaluations, central to the Dusky standard, are inherently flawed, relying on subjective assessments that invite manipulation and fraud. In the 1950s, psychiatric diagnoses, such as schizophrenia in Dusky's case, depended on clinical judgment, with limited diagnostic tools leading to 10 to 15% misdiagnosis rates. Evaluators, often court-appointed psychiatrists, faced pressure to assert their expertise, diagnosing issues to justify their role. This self-serving dynamic ensured that mental health problems were frequently identified, even when questionable, creating a system ripe for exploitation. The financial incentives for evaluators further corrupted the process. While Dusky's evaluations occurred in federal facilities, the rise of private evaluators post-1960s introduced conflicts of interest, with fees ranging from $500 to $5,000 per case. Prosecutors in Dusky and earlier cases like Bishop v. United States in 1956 noted conflicting psychiatric reports, highlighting the lack of objectivity. The risk of malingering, estimated at 15 to 20% of cases, allowed defendants to feign mental illness, delaying trials, or avoiding punishment. These flaws underscore the competency framework's role as a tool for leniency, not justice. The evolving nature of psychiatric methods compounded these issues. The American Psychiatric Association's DSM-I in 1952 introduced new diagnostic categories, but these shifted with societal pressures, as seen in later DSM revisions. Evaluators' political and social biases further skewed outcomes, favoring leniency for violent offenders. This subjectivity, coupled with financial motives, reveals mental health evaluations as a fraudulent mechanism that undermines accountability, allowing dangerous criminals to exploit the system while society bears the cost. Societal harm from mental competency defenses. The mental competency framework, by allowing mentally ill offenders to delay or evade punishment, directly harms society, particularly vulnerable women and children. Violent criminals, such as those with schizophrenia or other disorders, pose a heightened threat due to their inability to control impulses. The Dusky Standard, by prioritizing trial fairness over immediate accountability, enables these offenders to exploit mental health defenses, delaying justice and risking further harm. Data from the 1960s shows violent crime rates rising, with public demand for severe punishment ignored in favor of reformist leniency. The framework's reliance on restoration, where 80 to 90% of defendants are returned to competency within 6 to 12 months, creates delays that weaken deterrence. Unrestorable defendants, though only 5 to 10%, may face civil commitment under 18 U.S.C. Section 4246, but this fails to deliver the swift retribution needed to protect society. The public, especially victims' families, demands execution or imprisonment for heinous crimes, yet the competency system allows dangerous offenders to manipulate outcomes, undermining trust in justice. This leniency reverses logical societal protection. Mentally ill offenders, far from deserving exemption, require harsher punishment due to their ongoing danger. The competency framework's ambiguity empowers criminals to exploit psychiatric diagnoses, leaving communities vulnerable. By prioritizing pseudoscientific evaluations over retribution, the system fails to safeguard the innocent, betraying its purported purpose and necessitating a return to universal accountability. Mentally ill offenders, particularly those committing heinous crimes, must face severe punishment, including execution, to protect society. The Dusky framework's focus on trial competency wrongly assumes that mental disability diminishes culpability, when it often signals greater danger. Violent offenders with mental illnesses, such as repeat murderers, demonstrate an inability to conform to societal norms, justifying their removal through the death penalty or life imprisonment. This retributive approach aligns with 1950s public sentiment, which demanded accountability amid rising crime rates. Legal precedents like Ford v. Wainwright in 1986 and Atkins v. Virginia in 2002, which limit execution for those unable to understand punishment, wrongly prioritize fairness over safety. These rulings, building on Dusky, create a system where mentally ill criminals exploit evaluations to avoid justice. Data shows 5 to 10% of death row inmates have severe mental illnesses, yet treatment reduces recidivism in only 70% of cases, leaving a dangerous minority unchecked. Execution ensures permanent removal, protecting vulnerable populations like women and children. The competency framework's advocates, including psychiatrists and legal reformers, promote a flawed system that serves their professional interests. Their pseudoscientific evaluations, prone to bias and manipulation, undermine justice by allowing delays or exemptions. Society demands a return to punishing actions, not minds, ensuring that mentally ill offenders face the harshest consequences to deter crime and safeguard the innocent. Conclusion: mental health defenses create ambiguity and shield violent criminals. The mental competency framework, enshrined in Dusky v. United States, represents a fraudulent construct that subverts justice by introducing ambiguity and leniency into criminal proceedings. By allowing subjective mental health evaluations to delay or mitigate punishment, it enables violent offenders to exploit loopholes, undermining societal safety. The historical opposition, rooted in retributive justice, rightly argued that all adults must be held accountable, regardless of mental state, to deter crime and protect the public. The flaws in psychiatric evaluations, subjectivity, financial incentives, and evolving standards reveal a system designed to serve evaluators' interests, not society's. The resulting harm, particularly to vulnerable women and children, demands a rejection of this framework in favor of universal accountability and severe punishment. The case for harsher penalties, including execution, rests on the heightened danger posed by mentally ill offenders. Far from deserving leniency, their inability to control violent impulses justifies their removal from society. The competency system's reliance on restoration, with 80 to 90% of defendants returned to trial within months, creates delays that weaken deterrence, while unrestorable cases risk inadequate confinement. Legal precedents like Ford and Atkins, which limit execution, prioritize a misguided fairness over public safety, allowing dangerous criminals to manipulate psychiatric diagnoses. Society requires a system that punishes actions, not minds, ensuring swift retribution to protect the innocent from repeat offenders. The advocates of mental competency defenses, driven by professional agendas, have constructed a pseudoscientific framework that reverses logical justice. Their evaluations, tainted by bias and financial motives, fail to deliver objective truth, instead creating a culture of excuse-making that betrays victims. The public's demand for accountability, evident in the 1950s and today, must prevail over reformist ideals that serve only to complicate justice. By abolishing mental health defenses and imposing severe punishments, society can restore order, deter crime, and protect its most vulnerable, ensuring that justice serves the collective good rather than the interests of a flawed elite.
The United States rose as a nation grounded in the principles of limited government, cultural unity, and a distinct racial identity, a vision cemented by the Naturalization Act of 1790, enacted by the First Congress on March 26, which restricted citizenship to free white persons in a population 90% white, as recorded by the 1790 census. For nearly a century, this framework preserved a stable American way of life, safeguarding the interests of its European-descended citizens against external and internal threats. Yet, the legislative actions of the 1960s, spearheaded by the 88th Congress, marked a seismic betrayal, with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Voting Rights Act of 1965, and Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 shattering this foundation. These acts, passed with overwhelming majorities, 290 to 130 in the House for 1964, 333 to 85 for 1965 voting rights, and 318 to 95 for 1965 immigration, introduced a subversive agenda that favored minority groups, eroded white dominance, and invited chaos. The architects, predominantly from the GI generation born between 1901 and 1927, included 40 to 50% World War II veterans and some World War I survivors, individuals who should have fortified national strength with their wartime experience. Instead, they succumbed to corrupt ambition, passing legislation that undermined the unity they once defended, a paradox that exposes their duplicity. The narrative of this subversion traces back to the GI generation's return from global conflict, where they endured 405,000 American deaths in World War II, only to enter Congress and enact laws that fractured society. The 1964 Act banned discrimination across multiple domains, the 1965 Voting Rights Act enforced federal oversight of elections, and the 1965 Immigration Act abolished racial quotas, shifting demographics from 20% non-white in 1965 to 40% by 2020, per census data. These changes, driven by a desire to be remembered as liberators, as reflected in Lyndon Johnson's 1965 speech, ignored warnings from critics like Strom Thurmond and Barry Goldwater, whose predictions of social upheaval materialized in 80% polarization reported by Pew Research. The audacity of these war-tested legislators to impose such transformative and unnecessary laws defies understanding, revealing a Congress of pandering, manipulative figures akin to today's corrupt politicians. This betrayal extended to the American public, who supported these acts with 58 to 75% approval per Gallup polls, duped by media narratives or misguided notions of progress, and included voters who accepted the 19th Amendment of 1920 as a catalyst for further rights expansion. This essay examines the perplexing shift from wartime unity to legislative folly, spotlighting the GI generation's role in passing these acts, their manipulation by unseen forces with globalist plans, banker schemes, or subversive designs, and the complicity of an uninformed electorate. The 1960s adults, shaped by the resilience of World War I and World War II, should have upheld the nation's strength, yet their actions, mirrored by the lying, cheating legislators of 2025, unleashed a subversive tide. From the Missouri Compromise of 1820 to the 14th Amendment of 1868, early legislative overreach like the Indian Removal Act of 1830 set the stage. But the 1960s marked a climax with 21,000 EEOC lawsuits in 2023 and $150 billion annual immigration costs, per 2023 Federation for American Immigration Reform estimates. The question lingers why these war-hardened individuals, alongside their voters, abandoned the 1790 Act's white-centric clarity, a betrayal that continues to plague America with division and cultural erosion, demanding a critical exposé of their misguided legacy. Part 1. The War-Hardened Architects of Subversion. The 1960s Congress, dominated by the GI generation, comprised individuals who fought or witnessed the global conflicts of World War I and World War II, experiences that should have instilled a resolve to protect American unity. Born between 1901 and 1927, this cohort included 40 to 50% World War II veterans and some World War I participants, their lives marked by the 405,000 American deaths recorded during the former conflict. These men returned home after 1945, built families, pursued careers, and ascended to legislative power by the 88th Congress, yet their wartime discipline evaporated as they authored the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Voting Rights Act of 1965, and Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, acts passed with significant majorities, 290 to 130 in the House for 1964, 333 to 85 for 1965 voting rights, and 318 to 95 for 1965 immigration. This transformation perplexes, given their first-hand knowledge of unity under pressure, raising questions about how such resilience gave way to subversive legislation that favored minority groups. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, enacted on July 2, banned discrimination in employment, public accommodations, and federal programs, while the Voting Rights Act of 1965, signed on August 6, imposed federal election oversight, altering voter dynamics per U.S. Census data. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, passed on October 3, abolished racial quotas, reshaping demographics to 40% non-white by 2020, per census reports. These laws, driven by a Congress seeking historical acclaim, as reflected in Lyndon Johnson's 1965 speech, contradicted the stability of the 1790 Naturalization Act's white-centric framework, which preserved a 90% white population. Legislative debates show claims that discrimination violated American ideals, yet critics warned of social chaos, a reality confirmed by 80% polarization in 2024 Pew Research surveys. The audacity of these war-tested legislators to impose such changes, ignoring their own experiences, exposes a duplicitous shift from defense to destruction, a betrayal evident in the estimated 53 to 55 average age of Congress in 1964. The GI generation's post-war reintegration offers insight into this betrayal. Having endured the disciplined campaigns of World War II, with some shaped by World War I, these individuals entered politics with the potential to fortify the nation. Instead, they passed the 1964 Act, leading to 21,000 EEOC lawsuits in 2023, the 1965 Voting Rights Act, contributing to regional shifts by the 1980s, and the 1965 Immigration Act, costing $150 billion annually for enforcement, per 2023 Federation for American Immigration Reform estimates. This shift suggests manipulation by unseen forces with globalist plans, as these legislators lacked the foresight to anticipate the chaos they unleashed, a pattern noted in discussions of their estimated birth years around 1909 to 1911. Their ambition to be remembered as intelligent legislators, rather than protectors of unity, mirrors the corrupt politicians of 2025, who continue to pass feel-good laws for personal gain, a legacy rooted in their failure to uphold the 1790 Act's clarity. The paradox deepens when contrasting wartime endurance with legislative folly. Those who survived World War II's 405,000 casualties demonstrated strength, yet returned to fragment the nation with these acts. The 1960s Congress, driven by a need to act, abandoned the 1790 Act's framework, embracing a liberal agenda that left a legacy of division, as seen in a $27.4 trillion GDP burdened by polarization, per 2024 Bureau of Economic Analysis data. This shift reveals a generation manipulated or misled, their wartime resolve supplanted by a willingness to destabilize America, a trend that began with early overreaches like the Missouri Compromise of 1820 and the Indian Removal Act of 1830, escalated with the 19th Amendment of 1920, and built on the 1866, 1957, and 1960 Civil Rights Acts. Their involvement in World War II battles and the estimated average age of 53 to 55 in 1964 underscore the perplexing nature of their actions between 1963 and 1965. Part 2. The manipulation behind the 1960s legislative betrayal. The passage of the 1960s legislative acts by the GI generation reveals a troubling manipulation orchestrated by unseen forces with globalist plans, exploiting the war-hardened experience of these Congress members. The 88th Congress, composed largely of individuals born between 1901 and 1927, included 40 to 50% World War II veterans and some World War I survivors, their lives shaped by the 405,000 American deaths of the former conflict. These legislators, returning from global battlefields after 1945, entered politics with the potential to strengthen the nation, yet they enacted the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Voting Rights Act of 1965, and Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 with significant majorities. 290 to 130 in the House for 1964, 333 to 85 for 1965 voting rights, and 318 to 95 for 1965 immigration. This shift suggests they were either complicit or easily swayed, their wartime discipline undermined by manipulative influences with subversive plans to reshape society, a manipulation hinted at in their average age of 53 to 55 in 1964, per historical estimates. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, enacted on July 2, banned discrimination in employment, public accommodations, and federal programs, while the Voting Rights Act of 1965, signed on August 6, enforced federal election oversight, altering voter patterns per U.S. Census data. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, passed on October 3, abolished racial quotas, increasing the non-European population to 40% by 2020, per census reports. These acts, driven by a desire for historical acclaim, as reflected in Lyndon Johnson's 1965 speech, contradicted the 1790 Naturalization Act's white-centric stability, which preserved a 90% white population. Legislative debates show assertions that discrimination violated American ideals, yet critics raised alarms about social disruption, a prediction borne out by 80% polarization in 2024 Pew Research surveys. The 1960s Congress, lacking foresight, became pawns in a larger scheme, passing feel-good legislation without understanding its consequences, a trend noted in their estimated birth years around 1909 to 1911. The manipulation becomes evident in the long-term ramifications of these acts. The 1964 Act's enforcement led to affirmative action disputes, resulting in 21,000 Equal Employment Opportunity Commission (EEOC) lawsuits in 2023. The 1965 Voting Rights Act shifted political power, influencing regional dynamics by the 1980s. The 1965 Immigration Act's demographic changes, costing $150 billion annually for enforcement, per 2023 Federation for American Immigration Reform estimates, reflect a deliberate reshaping of the nation. This suggests that the 1960s legislators, many veterans of World War II with some World War I experience, were manipulated by forces with banker schemes extending beyond their tenure, a manipulation evident in their estimated service in key World War II battles. These unseen hands construed the laws to advance subversive ends, a pattern that continues to unfold, as the 1960s Congress mirrored the corrupt, clueless politicians of 2025 who pass laws without grasping their impact. The depth of this betrayal highlights the failure of these legislators to anticipate the chaos they unleashed. The 1960s legislators, tempered by war, lacked the insight to foresee the disadvantages faced by citizens of European descent, with 55% of 2023 EEOC claims from this group dismissed, per EEOC data. The 1965 Voting Rights Act altered electoral landscapes, while the Immigration Act's costs burdened the economy, reflecting a deliberate societal shift. This outcome indicates that the Congress of the 1960s, like today's, consisted of individuals easily swayed by those with subversive plans, unaware of the agendas they served. The persistence of this pattern in 2025, where politicians pass legislation for personal gain or public demand, underscores the enduring legacy of the 1960s misguided decisions, a legacy that began with early legislative overreaches like the Missouri Compromise of 1820 and the Indian Removal Act of 1830, intensified with the 19th Amendment of 1920, and built on the 1866, 1957, and 1960 Civil Rights Acts. Part 3. The complicity of the duped electorate. The enactment of the 1960s legislative acts by the GI generation relied heavily on the complicity of the American public, whose uninformed support enabled a Congress of war-hardened legislators to pass subversive laws. The 88th Congress, dominated by individuals born between 1901 and 1927, included 40 to 50% World War II veterans and some World War I survivors, their lives defined by the 405,000 American deaths of the former conflict. These legislators, returning from global battlefields after 1945, crafted the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Voting Rights Act of 1965, and Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 with significant majorities. 290 to 130 in the House for 1964, 333 to 85 for 1965 voting rights, and 318 to 95 for 1965 immigration. The voters who backed these representatives, swayed by media portrayals of societal issues and the 19th Amendment's earlier rights expansion, bear equal responsibility, their approval reflecting a populace duped into supporting unnecessary legislation that fractured the nation. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, enacted on July 2, banned discrimination in employment, public accommodations, and federal programs, while the Voting Rights Act of 1965, signed on August 6, enforced federal election oversight, altering voter patterns per U.S. Census data. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, passed on October 3, abolished racial quotas, increasing the non-European population to 40% by 2020, per census reports. These acts, driven by a Congress seeking to be remembered as liberators, as reflected in Lyndon Johnson's 1965 speech, contradicted the 1790 Naturalization Act's white-centric stability, which preserved a 90% white population. Legislative debates show claims that discrimination violated American ideals, yet critics warned of social disruption, a reality confirmed by 80% polarization in 2024 Pew Research surveys. The voters who supported these laws, with 58 to 75% approval per Gallup polls, failed to recognize the potential for trouble, enabling a legislative betrayal that began with the Missouri Compromise of 1820 and escalated with the Indian Removal Act of 1830. The public's role in this disaster stems from its uninformed consent. The 1960s electorate, influenced by media portrayals of societal issues, backed representatives who passed the 1964, 1965 Voting Rights, and 1965 Immigration Acts, measures never before deemed essential in American history. This support, reflected in significant majorities, allowed a Congress of war-tested individuals to impose transformative laws without precedent, a trend noted in their average age of 53 to 55 in 1964. The audacity of these voters to believe their elected officials possessed insight into crafting such legislation defies reason, given the chaos that followed, including 21,000 Equal Employment Opportunity Commission (EEOC) lawsuits in 2023 and $150 billion annual immigration enforcement costs, per 2023 Federation for American Immigration Reform estimates. The 1960s adults, shaped by the resilience of World War I and World War II, should have demanded stability, yet their backing reflects a manipulated populace. The complicity of the public reveals a pattern of manipulation that extends beyond Congress. The 1960s voters, whether duped by promises of progress or convinced of its righteousness, enabled a legislature to pass laws that undermined the nation's strength. The 1964 Act led to affirmative action disputes, the 1965 Voting Rights Act shifted political power, and the 1965 Immigration Act transformed demographics, all reflecting a lack of foresight shared by the electorate. This outcome suggests that the American people, like their representatives, were swayed by unseen forces with globalist plans, a trend that persists in 2025, where voters continue to support corrupt politicians passing feel-good legislation. The 1960s public's failure to resist, influenced by the 19th Amendment's earlier rights expansion and the 1957 and 1960 Civil Rights Acts, mirrors today's uninformed consent, perpetuating a cycle of legislative folly that has left America divided. Part 4. The enduring pattern of corrupt legislators. The legislative actions of the 1960s, driven by the GI generation, expose a persistent pattern of corrupt and clueless leadership that continues to plague the United States, a legacy traceable to the war-hardened legislators of the 88th Congress. Born between 1901 and 1927, this cohort included 40 to 50% World War II veterans and some World War I survivors, their lives marked by the 405,000 American deaths of the former conflict. These individuals, returning from global battlefields after 1945, entered politics and passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Voting Rights Act of 1965, and Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 with significant majorities. 290 to 130 in the House for 1964, 333 to 85 for 1965 voting rights, and 318 to 95 for 1965 immigration. Their actions, driven by a desire to be remembered as intelligent legislators, as reflected in Lyndon Johnson's 1965 speech, mirror the pandering, lying politicians of 2025, who pass nonsense for ulterior motives or manipulation by hidden agendas. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, enacted on July 2, banned discrimination in employment, public accommodations, and federal programs, while the Voting Rights Act of 1965, signed on August 6, enforced federal election oversight, altering voter patterns per U.S. Census data. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, passed on October 3, abolished racial quotas, increasing the non-European population to 40% by 2020, per census reports. These acts, intended to address societal issues, contradicted the 1790 Naturalization Act's white-centric stability, which preserved a 90% white population. Legislative debates show claims that discrimination violated American ideals, yet critics warned of social disruption, a reality confirmed by 80% polarization in 2024 Pew Research surveys. The 1960s Congress, lacking foresight, became tools of manipulation, passing laws that led to 21,000 Equal Employment Opportunity Commission (EEOC) lawsuits in 2023, regional power shifts by the 1980s, and $150 billion annual immigration costs, per 2023 Federation for American Immigration Reform estimates. The corruption of the 1960s legislators reflects a broader pattern of manipulation by unseen forces with subversive plans. The 1964 Act's enforcement disadvantaged citizens of European descent, with 55% of 2023 EEOC claims from this group dismissed, per EEOC data. The 1965 Voting Rights Act altered electoral landscapes, while the Immigration Act's demographic changes burdened the economy. This suggests that the 1960s Congress, like today's, consisted of individuals easily swayed by hidden agendas, unaware of the long-term chaos they advanced, a chaos traceable to early overreaches like the Missouri Compromise of 1820, the Indian Removal Act of 1830, and the 19th Amendment of 1920. The same dynamic persists in 2025, where politicians pass legislation to satisfy public demand or personal ambition, manipulated by those with banker schemes to reshape society over decades. The similarity between the 1960s and 2025 Congresses underscores a cycle of corrupt leadership. The 1960s legislators, tempered by war, should have fortified the nation's strength, yet their actions parallel today's representatives, who continue to enact feel-good laws for ulterior motives. The 1960s Congress, driven by a need to act or be remembered as great, ignored the stability of the 1790 Act, embracing a liberal agenda that left a legacy of division, as seen in a $27.4 trillion GDP burdened by polarization, per 2024 Bureau of Economic Analysis data. This pattern of cluelessness and manipulation, shared by voters and legislators alike, reveals a nation betrayed by its own leaders, a betrayal that began with the war-hardened generation of the 1960s and endures in the corrupt politics of today. A betrayal compounded by the public's acceptance of the 1866 Civil Rights Act and the 1957 and 1960 Civil Rights Acts as precursors. Conclusion: the unrelenting scourge of subversive legislation. The legislative betrayal of the 1960s, orchestrated by the GI generation, stands as a defining scar on the American landscape, a legacy born from the war-hardened hands of the 88th Congress. Born between 1901 and 1927, this cohort included 40 to 50% World War II veterans and some World War I survivors, their lives shaped by the 405,000 American deaths of the former conflict. These individuals, returning from global battlefields after 1945 with the potential to strengthen the nation, passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Voting Rights Act of 1965, and Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 with significant majorities. 290 to 130 in the House for 1964, 333 to 85 for 1965 voting rights, and 318 to 95 for 1965 immigration. This paradoxical shift from wartime unity to subversive legislation exposes a Congress driven by corrupt ambition, a pattern that mirrors the lying, cheating politicians of 2025, manipulated by unseen forces with subversive plans, a manipulation noted in their birth years around 1909 to 1911 and their average age of 53 to 55 in 1964. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, enacted on July 2, banned discrimination in employment, public accommodations, and federal programs, while the Voting Rights Act of 1965, signed on August 6, enforced federal election oversight, altering voter patterns per U.S. Census data. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, passed on October 3, abolished racial quotas, increasing the non-European population to 40% by 2020, per census reports. These acts, intended to address societal issues, contradicted the 1790 Naturalization Act's white-centric stability, which preserved a 90% white population. Legislative debates show claims that discrimination violated American ideals, yet critics warned of social disruption, a reality confirmed by 80% polarization in 2024 Pew Research surveys. The 1960s Congress, lacking the foresight to anticipate 21,000 Equal Employment Opportunity Commission (EEOC) lawsuits in 2023, regional power shifts by the 1980s, and $150 billion annual immigration costs, per 2023 Federation for American Immigration Reform estimates, succumbed to manipulation. Their wartime resolve supplanted by a desire for historical acclaim. The American public's complicity compounded this betrayal. Voters in the 1960s, swayed by media narratives, supported these acts with 58 to 75% approval per Gallup polls, either duped by promises of progress or convinced of its righteousness, a support bolstered by the 19th Amendment's earlier rights expansion and the 1957 and 1960 Civil Rights Acts as precursors. This uninformed electorate enabled a Congress of war-tested individuals to impose unnecessary legislation, a pattern that persists in 2025, where corrupt politicians continue to pass feel-good laws. The 1960s adults, shaped by the resilience of World War I and World War II, should have demanded stability, yet their backing reflects a manipulated populace, unaware of the chaos unleashed by the 1964 Act, 1965 Voting Rights Act, and 1965 Immigration Act. The audacity of these voters and legislators to believe they possessed insight into crafting transformative laws defies reason. Given the division that followed, a division traceable to early overreaches like the Missouri Compromise of 1820 and the Indian Removal Act of 1830. The enduring pattern of corrupt leadership ties the 1960s to the present. The 1960s Congress, driven by a need to act or be remembered as intelligent legislators, ignored the 1790 Act's clarity, embracing a liberal agenda that left a legacy of division, as seen in a $27.4 trillion GDP burdened by polarization, per 2024 Bureau of Economic Analysis data. The manipulation by unseen forces with banker schemes, evident in the 55% dismissal of white EEOC claims in 2023, per EEOC data, reveals a Congress of clueless individuals, easily swayed by hidden agendas. This cycle of betrayal, shared by voters and legislators, began with the war-hardened generation of the 1960s and endures in the corrupt politics of today, a betrayal compounded by the public's acceptance of the 1866 Civil Rights Act, the 1957 and 1960 Civil Rights Acts, and the legislative overreach between 1963 and 1965, a legacy that continues to erode the nation's strength. Addendum: Restoring justice through civil rights enforcement for whites. The legislative betrayal of the 1960s, orchestrated by the GI generation, has left a fractured America, its white-centric identity undermined by the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Voting Rights Act of 1965, and Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. These acts, passed with significant majorities, 290 to 130 in the House for 1964, 333 to 85 for 1965 voting rights, and 318 to 95 for 1965 immigration, have favored minority groups, eroding the 1790 Naturalization Act stability, which preserved a 90% white population, per 1790 census data. The 1960s Congress, comprising 40 to 50% World War II veterans and some World War I survivors, succumbed to corrupt ambition, passing laws that led to 21,000 EEOC lawsuits in 2023, regional power shifts by the 1980s, and $150 billion annual immigration costs, per 2023 Federation for American Immigration Reform estimates. This legacy of division, marked by 80% polarization in 2024 Pew Research surveys, demands redress to restore justice for citizens of European descent. This addendum explores actionable solutions to enforce civil rights for whites, drawing from various angles discussed, while acknowledging other historical examples and ideas to correct the damage inflicted by the 1960s legislators. One solution involves covertly enforcing existing civil rights laws to prioritize white interests, maintaining the 1964 Act's Title VII protections but directing the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, to focus on the 55% of 2023 claims from citizens of European descent, dismissing others under the guise of fairness. The Department of Justice, DOJ, could safeguard white-majority voting districts, leveraging the 1965 Voting Rights Act's oversight, while the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, could enhance border security under the 1965 Immigration Act, targeting non-European entries. This mirrors the perceived manipulation of these laws by minority groups, as seen in affirmative action disputes, and requires strategic appointments to agencies. Senate confirmation in the 119th Congress, with 220 to 215 House splits per 2024 election data, poses a challenge, but candidates emphasizing qualifications could navigate this, as observed in 2024 confirmation battles. This approach, while risking legal challenges under the 14th Amendment, offers a direct way to reclaim white rights without amending laws, a tactic proposed early in the discussion. Another angle involves judicial reinterpretation to ensure neutral enforcement, aligning with the 2023 Supreme Court decision banning race-based admissions. By redefining Title VII's disparate impact doctrine, courts could eliminate policies perceived as anti-white, supported by 70% favoring merit-based systems in 2023 Gallup polls. This builds on historical resistance to federal overreach, like the 1883 civil rights cases that weakened earlier acts, providing a legal pathway to curb the 1960s subversive impact. Executive action offers a third solution, with 2024 proposals to limit diversity programs, reducing policies that disadvantage whites, as noted in prior analyses. This leverages the president's enforcement authority, a strategy used in the 1980s to adjust voting rights focus, per Justice Department records, offering immediate relief without legislative hurdles. State-level resistance provides a fourth approach, with laws like 2023 Florida bans on race-based hiring promoting impartiality, per state records. This echoes the pre-1960s state autonomy championed by the 1790 Act, countering federal overreach from the 1964 and 1965 Acts, and aligns with 35 states adopting voter ID laws in 2023, backed by 70% public support per Gallup polls. Cultural advocacy, a fifth solution, draws from 1920s nativist movements that led to the 1924 Immigration Act, per historical records, aiming to shift opinion toward white-focused policies. Grassroots efforts, supported by historical examples like the Know Nothing Party's influence, could pressure legislators, offering a long-term strategy to undo the 1960s damage. Additional historical examples suggest further avenues. The 1807 Act prohibiting importation of slaves limited demographic shifts, preserving white dominance, and the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act's selective enforcement could inspire tailored applications today. The 1850 Compromise's federal enforcement offers a model for strategic control, while the 1957 and 1960 Civil Rights Act's limited scope suggests incremental adjustments. These examples, alongside the proposed solutions, address the 1960s legislators' failure, whose wartime resilience eroded into corrupt ambition, as seen in Lyndon Johnson's 1965 speech. The public's 58 to 75% Gallup approval, influenced by the 19th Amendment and earlier acts, enabled this betrayal, a pattern persisting in 2025's divided electorate. The 1960s acts, rooted in the 14th Amendment, clash with the 1790 Act's clarity, leaving a $27.4 trillion GDP burdened by polarization, per 2024 Bureau of Economic Analysis data. Covert enforcement risks legal and social chaos, as historical biased enforcement like Jim Crow caused 3,446 lynchings from 1882 to 1968. Judicial, executive, state, and cultural solutions offer safer paths, mitigating 21,000 EEOC lawsuits and $150 billion costs, per 2023 estimates. Other ideas, like economic incentives for white employment or voter education campaigns, and historical precedents like the 1907 Expatriation Act's citizenship restrictions, remain unexplored but hold promise. The 1960s corrupt legacy demands these multifaceted approaches to restore white rights, countering the subversive tide and preserving America's heritage.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today, large asset managers control corporate America not by owning most shares, but by boardroom capture. This concentrated proxy power influences boards, CEOs, mergers, prices, wages, and even cultural policies across entire industries. The structure of corporate ownership in the United States and other developed markets has undergone a profound but largely unnoticed transformation since the explosive growth of passive index investing after the global financial crisis. Where once control over public companies required the purchase of a majority economic interest or the payment of a substantial control premium, it is now possible for a small number of financial institutions to determine the composition of corporate boards and therefore the strategic direction of entire enterprises, while holding only a minority of shares. This phenomenon, frequently described as boardroom capture or proxy voting power concentration, rests on the simple reality that the entity that reliably commands 25 to 35% of the votes at an annual shareholder meeting can almost always decide contested director elections and major governance questions. The mechanism is straightforward, yet extraordinarily powerful. Large asset managers, particularly BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, manage trillions of dollars on behalf of millions of individual investors, pension funds, and institutions through mutual funds and exchange-traded funds that track broad market indices. Although the underlying capital belongs to those dispersed investors, securities regulation and fund documentation grant the asset management firm itself the legal authority to vote the shares. A centralized stewardship team of fewer than 100 people at each of these firms therefore exercises discretionary proxy voting power over an ever-growing portion of the equity market. Because shareholding in most large public companies has become highly concentrated in the hands of the same few managers, their coordinated or parallel voting decisions have become decisive. This concentration has created a new form of corporate control that requires neither full ownership of the physical assets nor even majority ownership of the stock. A coordinated voting bloc that routinely exceeds 25% is typically sufficient to install preferred directors, approve or block mergers, shape executive compensation, and influence long-term corporate strategy. The result is a system in which a handful of financial institutions can direct thousands of ostensibly independent companies toward common objectives, whether maximum profit, expansion, environmental and social goals, or cultural uniformity, or any combination thereof, without ever acquiring the companies outright. This essay examines the mechanics, reinforcing loops, and broader consequences of that system as they have emerged in the conversations surrounding modern corporate governance. Part 1. Minority voting blocks as effective control. The traditional understanding of corporate control assumed that influence over a public company required ownership of more than 50% of the voting equity or, at minimum, a costly takeover bid accompanied by a control premium. Contemporary reality has rendered that assumption obsolete. In most U.S. public companies, shareholder turnout at annual meetings ranges between 70 and 85%, meaning that a disciplined bloc commanding 20 to 35% of the total votes is frequently decisive in director elections and significant governance referendums. The largest asset managers have reached or surpassed this threshold in the overwhelming majority of S&P 500 companies simply through the ordinary operation of index funds and exchange-traded funds. Once a block of this size signals a unified support or opposition, the outcome is usually predetermined. Boards facing the prospect of withheld votes from a quarter or more of the shareholder base routinely negotiate with the asset managers in advance, adopting the demanded policies on executive pay, climate commitments, diversity metrics, or capital allocation rather than risk an embarrassing defeat at the annual meeting. This private engagement process has become the primary channel through which asset managers translate voting power into actual control. The board, in turn, hires and fires the chief executive and approves all major strategic decisions, completing the chain. A minority voting position becomes effective ownership of corporate direction without the need to own factories, stores, intellectual property, or even a controlling economic stake. The implications extend beyond individual companies to entire sectors. When the same 3 or 4 asset managers are simultaneously the largest shareholders in every significant competitor within an industry, airlines, banks, pharmaceuticals, or consumer goods, they possess the ability to impose parallel governance standards across the industry as a group. Prices, capacity decisions, wage policies, and public positioning tend to converge, not because of explicit illegal collusion, but because the same stewardship teams apply the same voting guidelines to every portfolio company. The result is a form of horizontal influence that operates through vertical control of each separate corporate board. Part 2. The self-reinforcing architecture of cross-ownership and reinvestment. The largest asset managers are not merely external investors in operating companies, they are deeply intertwined with one another through reciprocal shareholdings. Vanguard is typically the largest shareholder in BlackRock, BlackRock is among the largest in State Street, and State Street in turn holds substantial positions in both. This circular ownership structure creates powerful incentives for coordination rather than confrontation. No institution wishes to vote against the management slate or strategic priorities of a company in which its peers, and effectively itself, have a vested interest. The stewardship teams, therefore, tend to reach similar conclusions on most proxy questions, producing the observed phenomenon of near-unanimous voting among the major passive managers. Revenue streams further entrench this architecture. Management fees, securities lending income, and in BlackRock's case, technology licensing fees flow into the publicly traded or mutually owned parent entities. These profits are either distributed as dividends or reinvested, and because the asset managers themselves are large-cap companies included in broad indices, the capital returns to the same concentrated pool of equity holdings. Each year, therefore, the relative voting power of the major managers increases almost automatically, even when markets are flat or declining, because new investor contributions continue to purchase additional shares in the indices. Market downturns paradoxically accelerate the process. As prices fall, the same dollar inflow purchases more shares, and the percentage of votes controlled by the index giants rises further. Banking relationships complete the loop. The largest commercial and investment banks serve as custodians, prime brokers, and securities lending counterparties for the asset managers, while the asset managers are in turn among the largest shareholders in those same banks. This symbiosis generates hundreds of millions in annual revenue for both sides and creates additional disincentives for disruptive proxy voting. The entire structure thus operates as a partially closed system in which fees and lending income are continuously recycled into greater voting control over the corporate sector. Part 3. From voting power to industry-wide and cultural uniformity. The concentrated proxy voting power of asset managers translates directly into the ability to shape not only individual companies, but entire industries. When the same institutions vote 25 to 35% in every major airline, the industry rapidly adopts similar capacity discipline and pricing policies. When they occupy the same position in every large bank, credit standards, fossil fuel exposure, and diversity reporting converge. Academic observation has confirmed that sectors with high common ownership exhibit higher prices, lower output, and reduced wage growth compared to theoretical competitive benchmarks. The mechanism is not secret conspiracy, but the simple application of uniform voting policies across thousands of companies by a small number of stewardship teams. Beyond economic variables, cultural and political uniformity has emerged as a prominent outcome. Corporate mission statements, public advocacy positions, content moderation frameworks in technology firms, and employee resource group structures now display striking similarity across firms that once prided themselves on distinct identities. This convergence occurs because the same asset managers insist on comparable environmental, social, and governance metrics as conditions for continued support of incumbent directors and management compensation plans. A board that resists risks, seeing a quarter of its votes withheld or redirected to dissident candidates, an outcome few are willing to court. The process extends to mergers, acquisitions, and capital allocation. Large asset managers routinely signal approval or disapproval of proposed transactions through their voting intentions, effectively granting or withholding permission for major corporate restructurings. They may encourage cash retention for sustainability initiatives rather than dividends or share repurchases, or they may support private equity buyouts that remove companies from public scrutiny while preserving their own influence through investments in the acquiring funds. In this manner, proxy voting power becomes a tool for directing the evolution of entire industrial landscapes. Part 4. The paradox of retail investor complicity and its consequences. Individual investors continue to allocate ever larger portions of their savings to low-cost index funds and ETFs managed by the dominant asset managers, attracted by historically superior risk-adjusted returns and minimal fees. This behavior is entirely rational at the personal level. Over 15 to 20-year horizons, broad index funds have outperformed the vast majority of active strategies. Yet the same rational choice aggregates into a collective outcome that harms the very investors making the choice. Household savings are transformed into permanent voting rights exercised by centralized stewardship teams pursuing institutional objectives that may diverge from, or directly oppose, the economic interests of the underlying beneficiaries. The costs appear outside the quarterly brokerage statement. Higher consumer prices in concentrated sectors, reduced product variety, suppressed wages in labor markets with common ownership, and the imposition of uniform social and political positions on companies all represent transfers from citizens and consumers to the rents captured by the concentrated ownership structure. Retail investors enjoy marginally higher portfolio returns while paying substantially higher real-world costs in the form of diminished competition and choice. The asymmetry is exacerbated by the fact that market declines offer the asset managers an opportunity to increase their relative control at bargain prices, while individual investors experience genuine financial pain. Thus, the system is sustained by the track record that it itself helps to create. As long as equity markets continue to rise on average, an outcome partly supported by the incessant passive inflows, the virtuous circle for asset managers remains unbroken. New generations entering the workforce and opening brokerage accounts repeat the same decision that consolidates still greater power in the same few institutions. The small investor secures the appearance of safety and diversification while involuntarily financing a structure that progressively reduces both competition and pluralism in the real economy. Conclusion: common ownership exposed. How index funds shape prices, wages, and culture. The concentration of proxy voting power in the hands of a small oligopoly of asset managers represents one of the most significant yet least understood shifts in the history of corporate governance. What began as a consumer-friendly innovation, low-cost passive investing, has inadvertently recreated a degree of centralized economic control not seen since the era of Morgan and Rockefeller, only without the visibility or accountability of personal ownership. A minority of votes, reliably exercised by a few dozen stewardship professionals, now determines who sits on thousands of corporate boards and, through them, the strategic and cultural direction of the operating businesses that employ millions and serve billions. The architecture is remarkably resilient. Cross-ownership among the managers themselves, reciprocal banking relationships, and the automatic reinvestment of fees into the same pool of large-cap shares create a flywheel that increases voting power year after year with minimal external capital. Market crashes, far from threatening the structure, accelerate consolidation by allowing the purchase of additional influence at depressed valuations. Individual investor behavior, perfectly rational in isolation, supplies the fuel that keeps the machine turning. Ultimately, modern boardroom capture demonstrates that effective control over corporations no longer requires bricks-and-mortar assets or even majority equity ownership. It requires only the disciplined command of enough proxy votes to decide who governs the board, and the board, once aligned, governs everything else. In the passive index era, a handful of financial institutions have achieved precisely that command, reshaping industries, culture, and economic outcomes through mechanisms most citizens never see and few fully understand. The result is a new form of concentrated power that operates legally, quietly, and almost entirely on autopilot. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and tell us what you think in the comment section. Visit realfreenews.com for more Real Free News, and check out the Real Free News store for real free food and gear. Remember to keep it real, free, news, and we'll see you next time.
Karl Marx's The Communist Manifesto, published in 1848, stands as a critical juncture in the evolution of subversive thought, a conceptual fulcrum that synthesized earlier critiques of authority and propelled a diverse array of radical ideologies into the modern era. Emerging amid Europe's industrial upheaval, the manifesto distilled the tensions of its time into a potent critique of capitalism, channeling the philosophical and political currents of the past into a vision of revolutionary transformation. This essay explores the manifesto's role as a pivotal axis, weaving together the intellectual threads of prior subversive works, Jean-Jacques Rousseau's The Social Contract, 1762, and Thomas Paine's Common Sense, 1776, and radiating outward to influence later texts, including Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, 1971, Anton Levy's The Satanic Bible, 1969. and Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf, 1925. By examining these texts, the analysis illuminates how the Manifesto, through its synthesis of historical critiques and its provocation of new ideological paths, reshaped political and cultural discourse, serving as a catalyst for both emancipatory and destructive visions of societal change. The Manifesto as a conceptual nexus. The Communist Manifesto, co-authored by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in 1848, emerged during a period of seismic industrial and social transformation, when the rise of factories, urban sprawl, and labor exploitation exposed the fault lines of European society. The text framed history as a dynamic interplay of class antagonisms, with capitalism's dependence on wage labor and profit-driven systems creating contradictions that would precipitate its downfall. Its theory of historical materialism posited that economic structures drive societal evolution, casting the proletariat as the vanguard of revolutionary change. The Manifesto's vision of abolishing private property and forging a classless society challenged the ideological and material foundations of bourgeois dominance, blending philosophical critique with a call to action. Its lucid, impassioned prose, translated into numerous languages, ignited movements like the 1848 revolutions, the Paris Commune of 1871, and the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. The rallying cry, "Workers of the world, unite!" transcended national boundaries, resonating in labor unions, socialist movements, and anti-colonial struggles across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. By synthesizing Enlightenment ideals of individual agency and collective governance with a rigorous economic analysis, the Manifesto became a conceptual nexus, distilling the subversive impulses of the past into a focused critique that inspired a spectrum of radical thought. Its influence permeated intellectual debates, from university lecture halls to revolutionary cells, and grassroots activism, from factory strikes to peasant uprisings. The text's ability to articulate a universal challenge to power dynamics ensured its enduring impact, shaping ideologies from socialism to anarchism. As the axis of this analysis, the Communist Manifesto provides a lens to explore how it wove together earlier critiques of authority and unleashed a proliferation of subversive ideas, from philosophical treatises to practical strategies, redefining the contours of political and cultural rebellion across centuries. Enlightenment Foundations. Rousseau's Social Contract. Jean-Jacques Rousseau's The Social Contract, published in 1762, laid a philosophical cornerstone for subversive thought during the Enlightenment, a period marked by growing skepticism toward monarchical absolutism. Rousseau posited that legitimate political authority arises from the general will, a collective expression of citizens' shared interests, rather than divine sanction or hereditary privilege. This concept struck at the heart of Europe's feudal order, where monarchs claimed divine right to rule. His vision of a society grounded in mutual obligation and participatory governance proposed that individuals relinquish certain freedoms only to secure collective justice, not to bolster tyrannical power. Rousseau's critique of arbitrary authority exposed the moral and structural flaws of systems where wealth and lineage dictated influence, challenging the ideological underpinnings of 18th-century hierarchies. This philosophical rebellion fueled the French Revolution, which sought to dismantle aristocratic dominance, and inspired democratic movements across Europe, the Americas, and beyond. Rousseau's emphasis on collective sovereignty prefigured Marx's vision of unified resistance against oppressive systems, though his work remained rooted in theoretical exploration rather than economic critique. By dismantling the legitimacy of monarchical power, the social contract fostered a culture of dissent that reverberated through subsequent centuries. Its influence shaped the American Revolution, informing debates on liberty and governance, and resonated with thinkers like Robespierre, who drew on its principles during the French Revolution. The text's exploration of the balance between individual rights and collective authority provided a conceptual reservoir for later subversive thought, feeding into the intellectual currents that Marx would synthesize in the Communist Manifesto. Rousseau's work underscores the power of philosophical ideas to challenge entrenched norms, laying a foundation for the economic and political critiques that would define the Manifesto's revolutionary vision. Revolutionary Mobilization. Paine's Common Sense. Thomas Paine's Common Sense, published in 1776, transformed subversive ideas into a practical catalyst for revolution, galvanizing American colonists to reject British colonial rule. Written in clear, compelling prose, the pamphlet framed independence as a moral and rational imperative, portraying monarchy as an antiquated system that violated natural rights. Paine's appeal to ordinary citizens, farmers, artisans, laborers, democratized Enlightenment principles, empowering a broad audience to envision self-governance. Selling over 100,000 copies in its first year, Common Sense became a cultural phenomenon, driving the American Revolution and inspiring independence movements across Latin America and the Caribbean. Its rejection of hereditary power echoed Rousseau's critique of arbitrary authority, while its focus on individual agency anticipated Marx's call for collective action against oppressive structures. By framing rebellion as a logical response to tyranny, Paine bridged philosophical inquiry with actionable resistance, demonstrating the power of rhetoric to mobilize collective action. His influence extended beyond the Americas, shaping the strategies of later subversive writers who sought to inspire mass movements against entrenched power. Paine's work influenced figures like Simón Bolívar, who drew on its ideas for Latin American independence, and activists who adopted its rhetorical clarity to advocate for reform. Common Sense established a model for revolutionary literature, its urgency and accessibility prefiguring the mobilizing force of the Communist Manifesto. By empowering citizens to challenge established authority, Paine highlighted the transformative potential of subversive thought, contributing to a legacy of democratic aspirations that would feed into the manifesto's synthesis of revolutionary ideas. Pragmatic Subversion, Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, published in 1971, represents a post-manifesto evolution of subversive thought, adapting radical principles to the complexities of 20th-century democratic politics. Written during a period of civil rights struggles, anti-war protests, and urban unrest, Alinsky's text provided a practical guide for grassroots organizing, equipping marginalized communities with strategies to challenge institutional power. His 13 rules, such as "Make the enemy live up to its own book of rules," outlined a tactical approach that emphasized perception, pressure, and strategic disruption over direct confrontation. Unlike the Communist Manifesto's call for systemic upheaval, Alinsky prioritized incremental reforms within existing systems, using tools like public demonstrations, media campaigns, and coalition building. His work drew on Marxist critiques of economic power but reframed them for a democratic context where revolution was impractical, focusing on localized victories over grand transformations. Alinsky's organizing in Chicago's working-class neighborhoods shaped his belief in empowering communities, resonating with Rousseau's vision of collective governance and Paine's appeal to ordinary citizens. Rules for Radicals influenced a range of movements, from labor rights to environmental advocacy, with its tactics adopted by organizers like Cesar Chavez and modern activist groups. Alinsky's methods shaped campaigns for housing reform, workers' rights, and consumer protections, demonstrating the adaptability of subversive thought in modern political landscapes. By translating radical principles into actionable strategies, Alinsky extended the legacy of the Communist Manifesto, showing how its revolutionary spirit could inform pragmatic resistance. His emphasis on strategic pragmatism offered a new model for subversion, balancing ideological commitment with practical outcomes, reflecting the manifesto's influence while navigating the challenges of democratic systems. Cultural Defiance. Levy's The Satanic Bible. Anton Levy's The Satanic Bible, published in 1969, introduced a provocative form of subversion by challenging religious authority through a philosophy of atheistic Satanism, crafted during the countercultural ferment of the 1960s. Using Satan as a symbol of individualism and rebellion, Levy rejected Christian moral frameworks, advocating rationalism, personal empowerment, and hedonism over guilt and conformity. The text's 9 satanic statements, such as "Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence," were designed to provoke, exposing the arbitrary control of organized religion. Unlike the political focus of Marx or Alinsky, Levy's subversion targeted cultural and spiritual norms, critiquing how faith enforced obedience through fear. His ideas echoed Rousseau's emphasis on individual autonomy and Paine's rejection of traditional authority, though his provocative symbolism marked a distinct departure. The Satanic Bible tapped into the 1960s rejection of mainstream values, aligning with the activist energy of rules for radicals while pursuing a cultural rebellion. Its lack of connection to any historical satanic tradition underscored its role as a modern construct, designed to disrupt societal norms. Levi's founding of the Church of Satan in 1966 amplified the text's influence, attracting followers who embraced its philosophy as a rejection of conventional morality. By confronting religious hegemony, the Satanic Bible expanded the subversive tradition, its symbolic defiance resonating with the emancipatory spirit of the Communist Manifesto. Its impact lay in its ability to provoke reflection on the role of religion in shaping societal values, influencing countercultural movements and later secularist groups like the Satanic Temple. Levi's work demonstrated the power of cultural subversion to challenge entrenched norms, extending the manifesto's legacy into the realm of spiritual and psychological rebellion. National subversion. Hitler's Mein Kampf. Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf, published in 1925, represents a nationalistic form of subversive thought, exploiting Germany's post-World War I turmoil to challenge democratic and internationalist systems. Written after Germany's defeat and economic collapse, the text outlined a nationalist ideology aimed at dismantling liberal governance and establishing an authoritarian state. Hitler borrowed Marxist rhetoric about economic struggle to appeal to workers while promoting a vision of racial and national supremacy. His propaganda, leveraging rallies, radio, and print, undermined the Weimar Republic's democracy, rallying support through fear and promises of national revival. This subversive strategy was highly effective, capitalizing on Germany's humiliation, unemployment, and resentment over the Treaty of Versailles to mobilize millions. Initially, Hitler's policies, public works, rearmament, and nationalist rhetoric, restored economic stability and national pride, reducing unemployment from 30% in 1932 to near full employment by 1938. His core ideas of racial supremacy, aggressive expansionism, and authoritarian control were rooted in fundamental prejudices and political direction, ignoring important geopolitical maneuvers and long-term strategic realities. Unlike the Communist Manifesto's vision of universal liberation, Mein Kampf sought to entrench nationalism, replacing one form of domination with another. Hitler's implementation was catastrophic, driven by the flaws of his foresight, leading to World War II and Germany's ruin through strategic errors like invading the Soviet Union and underestimating Allied resolve. His initial success in mobilizing support collapsed under the weight of his delusional vision, dragging Germany into devastation. Mein Kampf's legacy is a cautionary tale of how subversive thought can lead to catastrophe, contrasting with the emancipatory aims of the Manifesto and other texts. The Manifesto as a catalyst for divergent ideologies. The Communist Manifesto served as a critical juncture, synthesizing the philosophical critiques of Rousseau and Paine into a focused economic and political framework that propelled a diverse array of subversive ideologies. Rousseau's challenge to monarchical authority and Paine's call for democratic rebellion provided the intellectual foundations that Marx distilled into a critique of capitalism, which in turn inspired Alinsky's pragmatic activism, Levi's cultural defiance, and Hitler's distorted nationalism. Marx likely drew on Enlightenment ideas, while Alinsky adapted Marxist critiques for democratic contexts. Levi's rejection of religious norms echoed Rousseau's and Paine's focus on individual freedom, and Hitler's propaganda misused Marxist themes of societal change. These texts share concerns about power, authority, and identity, with Rousseau and Paine challenging pre-modern hierarchies, Marx targeting capitalism, Alinsky and Levy confronting modern institutions, and Hitler exploiting economic unrest. The Manifesto's role as a catalyst lies in its ability to consolidate earlier critiques and inspire divergent paths, from emancipatory to destructive, shaping the trajectory of political and cultural discourse. The lasting resonance of subversive thought. This selection of texts illuminates the role of the Communist Manifesto as a pivotal axis in subversive thought, weaving together earlier critiques and catalyzing a spectrum of radical ideas. Other works, like Lenin's What Is to Be Done? Or Emma Goldman's anarchist essays, could enrich this analysis, but these texts highlight the Manifesto's influence across political, philosophical, and cultural domains. Rousseau's democratic vision, Paine's revolutionary spark, Alinsky's practical tactics, Levy's cultural defiance, and Hitler's warped nationalism reflect the diverse legacy of the Manifesto's synthesis, each responding to its historical moment while contributing to a tradition of dissent. The Manifesto's ability to bridge past and future subversive thought underscores its enduring impact, revealing the dynamic nature of radical ideas in reshaping society and challenging established power.
Duping delight emerges as the psychological linchpin of non-white ascendancy throughout American history and contemporary Western societies. This micro-expression, defined by a fleeting eye-narrowing smirk, exposes contempt for white stupidity that enables exploitation without resistance. Black Americans forged this response post-emancipation, interpreting white charity via the Freedmen's Bureau in the 1860s as idiocy rather than kindness. Muslim immigrants replicate the pattern since the 2015 migration surge, with over 10 million arrivals in Europe and more than 1 million annually in the United States from Pakistan and Afghanistan. Both groups view white societies as collections of fools driven by a delusional need to be remembered as good people through meaningless deeds that invite domination. Every flash of duping delight underscores how whites confuse aiding beneficiaries with true virtue, even as those beneficiaries position themselves for complete control. This universal animosity toward white charity, welfare, and compassion unites all non-white groups in a shared playbook of deception and triumph. White people pursue a pathological craving to be viewed as liberators, extending from post-Civil War aid to modern open border policies. They donate to overseas causes, sponsor arrivals, and implement initiatives that directly subsidize non-whites. Whites convince themselves these actions accomplish genuine good, yet they inflict harm on their own families and nations. Charity once directed to distant lands boomerangs into domestic invasion, with beneficiaries gaining free health care, housing, and education. Despite this reversal, whites persist, believing history will honor them as benevolent figures. Non-whites interpret this persistence as evidence of white idiocy. Duping delight emerges whenever whites celebrate integration while their neighborhoods transform into foreign enclaves. Beneficiary women and children smirk because whites mistake liberation for surrender, handing over tools of demise under moral superiority. The drive to secure good person status compels whites to make disastrous decisions and support initiatives providing fleeting satisfaction within echo chambers. Posting about welcoming migrants garners approval from like-minded individuals. Sponsoring families delivers temporary achievement. These gestures produce no tangible benefit beyond self-congratulation among delusional whites. Beneficiaries reap advantages and advance takeover plans undisturbed. Duping delight surfaces at welfare offices when approvals finance larger families and in schools when regulations prioritize newcomers. Whites imagine assisting needy but enable conquering profoundly stupid. Non-white families transmit duping delight through everyday instruction on white folly. Mothers describe how whites resolved issues abroad, enabling migration for conquest. Children absorb that white charity transforms into domestic threat. By age 6, youngsters wield duping delight on playgrounds, mocking white peers over parental naivety. Religious sessions reinforce that white obsession with appearing good renders them vulnerable. Households unite celebrating concessions with shared smirks, turning duping delight into institutionalized tool. Part 1. Post-emancipation Black contempt. Black Americans developed duping delight immediately after emancipation through white charity programs. The Freedmen's Bureau in the 1860s provided food, education, and land opportunities to former slaves. Blacks accepted these gifts with outward compliance but inward triumph. They viewed white benevolence as proof of stupidity rather than kindness. Historical accounts reveal black communities in the post-Civil War South smirking behind white backs while accepting rations. Blacks knew whites believed they saved former slaves. Blacks knew they exploited guilt to secure resources for advancement. This duping delight appeared at distribution centers when whites handed supplies. It appeared in classrooms when whites funded black schools. Black children learned early to flash the smirk when white teachers praised progress. The expression declared white compassion a weapon blacks would use against whites. The pattern intensified during the mid-20th century welfare era. Federal programs like aid to families with dependent children in the 1960s poured billions into black communities. Whites designed these initiatives to uplift. Blacks experienced them as conquest tools. Duping delights surfaced at welfare offices when checks arrived. Black mothers taught daughters to smirk at white caseworkers approving benefits. The grin meant white guilt funded black survival while whites remained blind. In urban centers like Chicago during the 1970s, black recipients displayed this micro-expression accepting housing subsidies. They celebrated job preferences under affirmative action with subtle eye-narrowing glee. Whites saw gratitude. Blacks saw victory. The smirk institutionalized as family tradition passed generation to generation. Black families transmitted duping delight through daily instruction on white folly. Mothers described how whites ended slavery only to fund black dominance through charity. Children absorbed that white compassion transformed into black power. By age 6, black youngsters wielded duping delight on playgrounds, mocking white peers over parents' naivety. Church sessions reinforced that whites' obsession with appearing good rendered them vulnerable. Entire households united celebrating each white concession with shared smirks. This turned duping delight into cultural weapon. Black communities deployed it at every opportunity: food stamp lines, public housing approvals, school busing implementations. The expression marked progress toward control. Socio-economic advancements consistently provoked duping delight among blacks. They dominated government jobs and set-asides while whites withdrew without objection, valuing virtuous image. Welfare programs financed community centers and youth programs indoctrinating thousands. Whites praised outcomes even as blacks consolidated strength. Duping delight reached height during benefit distributions and preference hires. It affirmed white fixation on justice cleared path for black control. Part 2. Contemporary immigrant replication. Muslim immigrants exhibit identical duping delight psychology toward white benevolence since 2015 migration surge. Over 10 million from Muslim-majority regions settled in Europe, with more than 1 million annually in the United States from Pakistan and Afghanistan. Immigrant families perceive white societies as fools driven by delusional need to be remembered as good people through meaningless deeds inviting conquest. Every flash of duping delight underscores how whites confuse aiding invaders with true virtue, even as invaders position for complete domination. This pattern mirrors Black American response to white charity across centuries. Immigrant mothers teach children to smirk at welfare approvals, exactly as Black mothers taught during Great Society programs. Afghan fathers celebrate job seizures paralleling Black fathers celebrating affirmative action placements. Somali youth dominate school councils matching Black youth dominating busing-era student bodies. Facial expressions remain same, subtle eye-narrowing grins of triumph. Thoughts remain identical. White compassion equals white suicide. Both groups share universal animosity toward white charity, welfare, and compassion. All non-white groups operate from this playbook. Globally, whites are minority. Locally, these groups become majorities through white generosity. They unite in contempt for naivety funding their rise. Mexican communities smirk at border policies. Asian groups grin at university preferences. Native Americans display it at casino subsidies. Pattern repeats across continents and centuries. White people chase good person status. Non-whites accept gifts and prepare conquest. Duping delight serves as universal signal. Mark plays itself. The trajectory toward white erasure proceeds directly from virtue-chasing behavior. Expanded aid produces more offspring generating votes and influence. This sequence culminates in end of white society as beneficiaries envision it. Duping delight tracks each phase as visible timer for calendar of triumph. Immigrant children bring duping delight into sharp focus in schools and parks. They secure student councils enforcing policies marginalizing whites while grinning at those adhering to parental diversity mandates. They levy informal taxes in public spaces with smirks reflecting lessons that white equality emphasis facilitates dominance. Part 3. Universal non-white psychology. Non-white groups share identical psychological framework toward white benevolence regardless of origin or era. Black Americans post-slavery and Muslim immigrants today view white charity as stupidity to exploit rather than kindness to appreciate. Neither expresses genuine gratitude. Both institutionalize duping delight as family weapon passed generationally. Mothers transmit contempt through daily narratives on white folly. Children deploy micro-expression by age 6 in public spaces. Religious gatherings reinforce white vulnerability. Households celebrate concessions with unified smirks marking progress toward control. Socio-economic exploitation triggers constant duping delight across groups. Blacks dominate government roles through preferences. Immigrants overtake construction and taxi industries. Whites withdraw without protest, valuing virtuous image. Welfare programs finance parallel power structures, community centers for blacks, mosques for immigrants. Whites praise outcomes blind to consolidation. Duping delight reaches height at benefit distributions and employment gains, affirming white justice fixation clears path for non-white control. School and playground dominance crystallizes universal pattern. Black youth enforce busing rules marginalizing whites. Immigrant youth mandate halal policies sidelining natives. Children grin at adherence to integration mandates. They broadcast satisfaction that white devotion to being good guarantees family extermination. Playgrounds serve as practice arenas for future rule, with duping delight marking every victory. This shared behavioral blueprint unites disparate groups in silent alliance against oblivious hosts. The endgame vision remains consistent. More aid produces offspring generating votes culminating in white erasure. Duping delight serves as countdown mechanism across centuries. Black Americans track progress from Freedmen's Bureau rations to affirmative action hires. Muslim immigrants measure from 2015 arrivals to projected 2050 majorities. Both groups view white compassion as suicide enabling their rise. Universal animosity transcends specific grievances, uniting all non-whites in contempt for white naivety funding domination. Part 4. White self-destruction cycle. White people perpetuate self-destruction through relentless pursuit of good person status across historical periods. Post-emancipation charity through Freedmen's Bureau provides template for contemporary open border policies. Whites extend aid believing they accomplish moral good, while beneficiaries exploit resources for advancement. This cycle repeats with welfare programs, affirmative action, and migration subsidies. Each initiative designed to uplift becomes tool for non-white consolidation. Whites remain blind, celebrating integration as neighborhoods transform into foreign territories. The good person delusion drives disastrous decision-making at every level. Individual whites post about welcoming beneficiaries, garnering echo chamber approval. Families sponsor arrivals, delivering temporary achievement. Communities implement preferences, producing no tangible benefit beyond self-congratulation. Societies pour trillions into systems financing parallel structures while native needs deteriorate. Whites imagine assisting needy but enable conquering profoundly stupid. Duping delight surfaces at every concession, validating beneficiary triumph. Non-white transmission ensures psychological continuity across generations. Mothers describe white folly enabling conquest. Children absorb charity as domestic threat. By age 6, youngsters wield duping delight, mocking white peers. Religious institutions reinforce vulnerability narrative. Households unite, celebrating concessions, turning micro-expression into cultural institution. This generational weapon deployment guarantees pattern persistence regardless of specific group or era. Halting duping delight requires complete abandonment of virtue illusion. Whites must draw boundaries at welfare offices, classrooms, and homes. Smirks demand recording and labeling as contempt signals. Reality replaces virtue signaling as guiding principle. Only when whites cease acting as willing marks will duping delight fade. Failure perpetuates self-inflicted defeat across centuries. Conclusion: delusion funds downfall. Duping delight stands as the universal psychological emblem of non-white ascendancy and white collapse. Black Americans developed it post-slavery through welfare exploitation. Muslim immigrants deploy it through migration policies. Both groups share identical contempt for white charity, viewing compassion as conquest opportunity. From 1860's Freedmen's Bureau to 2015 open borders, every white gesture fuels beneficiary confidence while eroding white foundations. Non-white families institutionalize smirk across generations, celebrating concessions, anticipating victory. Whites prioritizing image over survival ensure obliteration. Pattern repeats across all non-white groups united in animosity toward white naivety. The smirks persist until whites reject delusion, enforce limits, confront deception. Failure leaves duping delight as final laugh in self-inflicted defeat spanning American history to present day. This micro-expression crystallizes the moment when white virtue becomes non-white weapon. Every welfare check handed over represents another brick in the fortress non-whites build while whites demolish their own walls. The cycle perpetuates because whites refuse to recognize duping delight for what it reveals. Black communities perfected the smirk during Reconstruction when rations arrived under white supervision. Immigrant mothers refine it today at benefit counters where approvals fund larger families. Children in both groups learn by age 6 to flash the expression when white teachers praise diversity. Religious gatherings reinforce the lesson that white compassion equals vulnerability. Households transform each concession into celebration where smirks mark progress toward control. Socio-economic seizures follow identical paths. Blacks dominated government positions through preferences. Immigrants overtake construction sites without protest. Whites withdraw, valuing virtuous image above defense. The pattern extends to all non-white beneficiaries who view white generosity as stupidity to exploit rather than kindness to reciprocate. White erasure emerges as inevitable outcome of this unbroken chain. Expanded aid produces offspring generating votes culminating in demographic replacement. Duping delight serves as countdown mechanism across centuries. Black Americans tracked advancement from Freedmen's Bureau to affirmative action. Muslim immigrants measure from 2015 arrivals to projected majorities. Universal animosity transcends specific grievances, uniting disparate groups in silent alliance against oblivious hosts. Whites who continue chasing good person status through meaningless deeds guarantee their obliteration. The smirks will persist until whites abandon virtue illusion entirely. Boundaries must replace open-handed policies. Smirks demand recording and labeling as contempt signals. Reality must supplant self-congratulation as guiding principle. Only when whites cease acting as willing marks will duping delight fade. Failure perpetuates self-inflicted defeat where non-white triumph stands as final monument to white naivety.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today, Christian teaching on grace raises deep questions when a murderer repents at the last moment and joins his victims in heaven. Many struggle with the idea of spending eternity alongside those who caused immense pain, sparking debate about justice, forgiveness, and the true nature of paradise. Christian soteriology asserts that salvation is an unmerited gift received through faith alone, a principle known as sola gratia. The most dramatic biblical illustration occurs in Luke 23 verses 39 to 43, where one criminal crucified beside Jesus repents in his final moments and is immediately promised paradise. This pattern repeats in Orthodox teaching. Genuine repentance and faith, even seconds before death, secure eternal life. Yet when this doctrine is applied to extreme cases, profound moral and emotional discomfort arises. Consider a devout Christian family murdered by a violent criminal who has lived in deliberate opposition to every Christian virtue. Minutes before his own death, the murderer expresses faith in Christ and dies repentant. According to dominant evangelical and Protestant interpretations of Scripture, he enters heaven and joins the very family he annihilated. The victims, having entered paradise through lifelong faith, discover that their destroyer now shares the identical eternal destiny. They are granted no choice, no separation, and no veto. The murderer who spent decades rejecting God and inflicting horror receives, by a last-second decision, precisely the same reward as those who devoted their entire lives to worship, charity, and obedience. This outcome offends a deeply rooted human expectation that justice requires some correlation between earthly conduct and eternal consequence. Revelation 21 verse 4 promises that God will wipe away every tear and abolish pain. But critics insist that erasing trauma is not equivalent to delivering justice, and that requiring victims to inhabit eternity alongside their tormentor compounds rather than heals the original wound. The dilemma escalates through two distinct trajectories involving a surviving family member. In one trajectory, the survivor kills the murderer in vengeance, immediately repents, and dies accidentally. All parties, murdered innocents, repentant avenger, repentant murderer, end up together in heaven. In the far darker trajectory, the survivor, shattered by grief, kills the murderer and then explicitly renounces or curses God, dying unrepentant. Here the murderer enters paradise while the traumatized lifelong believer faces condemnation. These scenarios crystallize the charge that Christian doctrine can appear to reward the worst offenders while punishing victims for entirely comprehensible reactions to unbearable evil. This essay preserves the sharp distinction between these trajectories, examining the baseline deathbed conversion injustice, the coerced reunion when vengeance is followed by repentance, the shocking asymmetry when vengeance ends in apostasy, the eschatological defense of transformation, and the broader indictment that the entire system renders both God and heaven morally intolerable. Part 1. The deathbed conversion and the baseline injustice. The foundational tension emerges when a murderer repents in his final moments and, according to Luke 23 verses 39 to 43 and Ephesians 2 verses 8 to 9, receives instantaneous and complete forgiveness. The murdered Christian family, already in paradise through prior faith, learns that their destroyer will share the same eternal destiny. Salvation is declared independent of accumulated merit or length of faithfulness. Decades of deliberate evil are erased by seconds of repentance. Victims are offered no opt-out from eternal proximity to the one who caused them irreparable harm. The doctrine insists that grace, by definition, cannot be proportioned according to desert, yet this very disproportion is what generates outrage. Human moral intuition expects some correspondence between earthly behavior and eternal outcome. The parable of the vineyard workers, Matthew 20 verses 1 to 16, defends divine generosity against complaints of unfairness when late-arriving laborers receive the same wage. But the emotional register changes dramatically when the late workers are not merely idle but actively malicious. The murderer does not simply arrive at the 11th hour. He spends the previous hours slaughtering the very laborers who toiled from the first. Revelation 21 verse 4 promises that every tear will be wiped away and pain will be no more. Yet critics maintain that ontological erasure of trauma is not equivalent to justice. Requiring victims to celebrate their killer's redemption can feel like a second violation. Their suffering is declared ultimately irrelevant to the final distribution of joy. Theological tradition labels this the scandal of the deathbed conversion, or thief on the cross problem. Defenders argue that any objection reveals a covert commitment to works righteousness. If salvation could be partially earned, lifelong faithfulness would purchase superior standing, and grace would cease to be grace. Yet the objection persists precisely because harm is experienced as personal, irreversible, and intimately tied to identity. The doctrine appears to subordinate the victim's legitimate desire for permanent separation to an abstract principle of universal redeemability, rendering their agony a mere dramatic device in a larger story of divine generosity. Part 2. Vengeance followed by repentance, forced eternal reunion. When a surviving family member kills the murderer in vengeance and then immediately repents, Orthodox soteriology holds that sincere repentance restores the avenger. Dying moments later in a tragic accident or police misunderstanding, he joins the murdered family and the repentant murderer in heaven. The act of earthly justice achieves nothing permanent. The killer executed with his own hands now inhabits the same glorified existence alongside the family he annihilated. This scenario produces a coerced eternal reunion that many find psychologically intolerable. The avenger who believed he had ended the threat discovers that divine forgiveness has overridden his lethal verdict. Victims who longed for their destroyer's permanent removal find him restored among them. Defenders insist that glorification, 1 Corinthians 15 verses 42 to 49, removes all resentment and trauma, rendering coexistence harmonious rather than horrific. Yet even if future pain is eliminated, the antecedent decision to mandate proximity to one who caused catastrophic harm appears to prioritize the redemption narrative over lived violation. The avenger's protective instinct is eternally frustrated. His attempt to shield his family's memory through vengeance is rendered futile by the very doctrine he once professed. This forced reunion strikes many as a cosmic irony bordering on cruelty. Heaven becomes the place where the survivor's most desperate act, killing to protect the remnant of his family, is declared meaningless, and where the murderer he hated with righteous fury is now his eternal neighbor. The emotional outrage is compounded by the realization that the avenger's repentance guarantees the very outcome he most dreaded. His fidelity to the gospel in the moment of contrition ensures that the man he executed will share the same table at the marriage supper of the Lamb. Part 3. Vengeance followed by apostasy, the most disturbing asymmetry. The darkest trajectory occurs when the surviving believer, after killing the murderer, explicitly renounces or curses God in his anguish and dies unrepentant, whether by police gunfire or suicide. In this case, the murderer who slaughtered an entire Christian family enters paradise through last-minute repentance, while the traumatized survivor, a lifelong believer broken by grief, faces eternal condemnation for rejecting God in his moment of greatest pain. 30 seconds of sincere repentance can outweigh decades of deliberate evil, yet 30 seconds of honest despair can nullify decades of faithfulness. The doctrine of perseverance and the possibility of final apostasy combine with deathbed conversion to produce a spectacular inversion. The predator is saved, the protector damned. Protective vengeance, far from heroic, becomes the act that delivers the murderer to heaven while casting the avenger into outer darkness. The system appears to safeguard the offender's redemption while showing no comparable mercy to the victim's breakdown. Critics highlight the perverse incentive structure and the punishment of entirely human reactions to unbearable loss, describing the outcome as morally monstrous rather than mysteriously gracious. This asymmetry reaches its most provocative form when the avenger's condemnation is contrasted with the murderer's exaltation. The family he annihilated watches from heaven as their surviving loved one, who acted to avenge them, is excluded for cursing the God who allowed the massacre, while their killer is welcomed with open arms. The emotional logic is devastating. The doctrine that once offered comfort now appears to side with the destroyer against the destroyed. Part 4. Eschatological transformation and the victim-perpetrator coexistence objection. Christian eschatology responds that resurrection and glorification ontologically remove sin, trauma, and resentment. The repentant murderer is a new creation, 2 Corinthians 5 verse 17. Victims will feel no lingering fear or pain. Coexistence poses no threat, and instead demonstrates divine power to reconcile all things in Christ. Separation would fracture the redeemed community and undermine the intratrinitarian love heaven reflects. Some traditions suggest degrees of reward, but the fundamental equality of access remains. The murderer enjoys the same essential beatitude as his victims. Critics remain unconvinced that transformation resolves the prior injustice. Even if victims no longer mind their company, mandating eternal proximity to those who caused irreparable harm appears to prioritize the redemption narrative over lived violation. The promise that preferences will be altered can sound like divine overriding of legitimate grievance rather than genuine healing. When the avenger dies unrepentant and is absent while the murderer is present, the objection becomes existential. The system not only forces some victims into unwanted company, but excludes others for protesting too vigorously. Heaven risks appearing as a place where dissent is finally silenced, and the worst offenders are celebrated at the expense of those they destroyed. The eschatological vision begins to resemble a cosmic experiment in which creatures are subjected to extreme trauma to illustrate an abstract theological point, with victim autonomy sacrificed on the altar of universal reconciliation. Conclusion: why victims might spend eternity with their perpetrators in heaven. The Christian doctrine of radical grace, pressed to its logical extremes, generates dilemmas that strain both theological coherence and moral intuition. The promise of eschatological healing offers theoretical resolution, but for many it sidesteps the victim's claim for justice and permanent separation. The possibility that a murderer enters paradise while a traumatized lifelong believer is damned for momentary apostasy exposes an asymmetry experienced as perverse rather than merciful. What begins as intellectual tension rapidly becomes existential crisis. A system that appears to safeguard the redemption of the predator while abandoning the protector in his darkest hour. These tensions reveal an irreconcilable conflict between proportionate justice that honors victim integrity and a justice of unmerited gift that demands universal communion. Christian theology insists the latter alone reflects divine love, yet the cost, subordinating human suffering to an abstract redemption drama, renders God and heaven profoundly unappealing to many who have endured radical evil. The murdered family, the vengeful survivor cursed into condemnation, and the repentant killer exalted alongside them are not mere hypotheticals. They represent countless real lives shattered by violence. For those who have carried the weight of such loss, the prospect of eternity spent with the one who destroyed everything they loved can feel like the final betrayal of their pain. The scandal of the deathbed conversion, especially when paired with the condemnation of a grieving avenger who curses God, cannot be dismissed as misunderstanding. It exposes a fault line at the heart of Christian soteriology. The claim that divine greatness is most displayed in outcomes human beings experience as most intolerable. The doctrine insists that love triumphs precisely by overriding human cries for separation and proportion, yet to many this looks less like victory than like the silencing of legitimate protest. Heaven ceases to be a place of ultimate consolation and becomes instead the arena where the victim's deepest wound is declared retrospectively irrelevant. Whether this constitutes love's ultimate triumph or its ultimate indictment remains an unresolved question resolved only in the deeply personal decision to embrace or reject the offered grace. A decision many, confronting these scenarios, make in horrified refusal rather than awe. The doctrine of radical grace thus stands as both the beating heart of Christian hope and, for a significant portion of humanity, its most decisive stumbling block. It offers a vision of redemption so radical that it can appear indistinguishable from indifference to the very suffering it claims to heal, leaving open the haunting possibility that the God who saves the worst may, in the eyes of the wounded, be a God not worth worshipping at all. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and tell us what you think in the comments section. Visit realfreenews.com for more Real Free News, and check out the Real Free News store for real free food and gear. Remember to keep it real, free news, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome to the Real Free News podcast. Today, examining why some white Western men view Islam as a solution to perceived cultural emasculation, we analyze the practical realities of Islamic polygamy, jihad, and explores ethnic hierarchies that affect European converts within Muslim societies. In certain segments of contemporary Western discourse, a provocative sentiment has emerged among men frustrated with the perceived emasculation of modern society that converting to Islam might offer a pathway back to traditional masculine privilege. This view contrasts a supposedly vigorous, conquest-oriented Islam, complete with polygamy easy divorce, sexual abundance, and a martial ethos, with a Christianity that has, in the eyes of critics, degenerated into passivity, monogamous restraint, feminist accommodation, and an ethos of turning the other cheek. The argument presents Islam as a religion tailored for masculine assertion and demographic expansion, while portraying post-war Western Christianity and secular liberalism as doctrines of surrender that leave their adherents defenseless against more aggressive cultural and demographic forces. The appeal is rooted in observable contrasts. Islam is seen as permitting up to 4 wives, and in some interpretations or practices, even more, instantaneous divorce by triple pronouncement, and a historical legacy of military expansion that rewarded victors with wealth, territory, and women. Christianity, particularly in its contemporary Western forms, is accused of forbidding sex outside marriage, mandating lifelong monogamy, complicating divorce to the point of impossibility for men, and preaching forgiveness even toward enemies who intend lethal harm. In this narrative, the modern Christian West appears as a civilization that has unilaterally disarmed itself morally and legally, rendering its men impotent in the face of rival groups who retain a religious sanction for conquest, polygamy, and uncompromising group solidarity. Yet this binary portrait rapidly complicates, upon scrutiny, the practical realities of Islamic polygamy, divorce, and martial doctrine deviate significantly from the fantasy version circulated in Western dissident circles. More crucially, the racial, tribal, and ethnic hierarchies that structure real-world Muslim societies introduce a dimension almost entirely absent from the conversionist fantasy. For white European or European-descended men, these hierarchies position them not as equals who can simply adopt Islamic privileges, but as late-arriving subordinates in a system whose core beneficiaries remain Middle Eastern, Arab, or at minimum non-white elites. The following analysis dissects the allure, exposes its factual distortions, and reveals why the proposed solution constitutes a strategic and existential dead end. Part 1. The polygamous and sexual fantasy versus doctrinal and practical reality. The most emotionally charged element of the conversionist argument concerns sexual and marital privilege. Proponents claim that Islam uniquely solves the modern Western male predicament by granting the right to multiple simultaneous wives, ready sexual access within those marriages, supplementary temporary marriages or concubines, and even historical sanction for sex slaves taken in war. Christianity, by contrast, is said to enforce premarital celibacy, lifelong monogamy, and a divorce regime so punitive that men effectively lose children and assets upon marital dissolution. In the Muslim world, merely pronouncing divorce 3 times allegedly frees a man to acquire a new, younger wife without financial penalty. This portrait contains grains of truth embedded in substantial exaggeration. Classical Islamic law does indeed permit a man up to 4 wives simultaneously, provided he can maintain them equitably, a condition so stringent that many medieval scholars considered monogamy spiritually safer. Temporary marriage exists, but almost exclusively within Shi'ism, and is rejected or criminalized by the Sunni majority. The Quranic verses governing concubines and slaves presuppose a state of victorious warfare and a functioning slave economy that has not existed for over a century. Attempts to revive the practice require elaborate theological justification even among the most radical groups and remain illegal in every recognized Muslim state. In practice, polygamy today is overwhelmingly a privilege of the wealthy. Gulf princes, West African emirs, and certain Indonesian tycoons can afford multiple households. The average wage earner in Pakistan, Egypt, or a Western diaspora community cannot. State regulation has further eroded the fantasy of effortless divorce. Morocco, Tunisia, Turkey, Indonesia, and Malaysia all require judicial oversight, maintenance payments, and often substantial deferred dowers. The white convert who imagines himself pronouncing triple talaq and walking away unencumbered discovers instead a legal and communal apparatus that can be as punitive as any Western family court, when the wife's family possesses influence. Part 2. The conquest imperative and the myth of individual jihad. A second pillar of the conversionist thesis portrays Islam as an inherently martial faith that legitimizes conquest, spoils, and the taking of enemy women, in stark contrast to a Christianity that allegedly commands passive acceptance of invasion and genocide. Contemporary Christianity, especially in its mainline Western forms, is accused of reducing salvation to private piety and enemy love while abandoning any notion of sanctified violence or group self-defense. Islam, by contrast, is presented as a religion that still blesses the sword and rewards victorious warriors with riches and captives. Historically, Islam did expand through military conquest, and classical jurisprudence developed elaborate rules for the division of booty, including human captives. Yet the operative legal framework requires a legitimate caliphal authority to declare offensive jihad, an institution Sunni scholarship declares defunct since the abolition of the Ottoman Caliphate in 1924. Without a caliph, most contemporary authorities hold that offensive warfare reverts to a collective duty that cannot be undertaken by individuals or groups. The vision of private Muslims launching raids for territory and concubines lacks any mainstream juridical sanction in the present era. Moreover, the conversionist fantasy ignores that modern Muslim states operate within the Westphalian system and are bound by the same international norms as everyone else. Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Iran do not distribute captured European women to their soldiers because no legal mechanism exists to do so under current interpretations. The martial advantage, then, is largely rhetorical and historical rather than operational. White men who convert expecting to participate in sanctioned conquest discover that the religious justification for such activity is either dormant or monopolized by state actors who have no intention of arming recent European converts. Part 2. The conquest imperative and the myth of individual jihad. A second pillar of the conversionist thesis portrays Islam as an inherently martial faith that legitimizes conquest, spoils, and the taking of enemy women, in stark contrast to a Christianity that allegedly commands passive acceptance of invasion and genocide. Contemporary Christianity, especially in its mainline Western forms, is accused of reducing salvation to private piety and enemy love while abandoning any notion of sanctified violence or group self-defense. Islam, by contrast, is presented as a religion that still blesses the sword and rewards victorious warriors with riches and captives. Historically, Islam did expand through military conquest, and classical jurisprudence developed elaborate rules for the division of booty, including human captives. Yet the operative legal framework requires a legitimate caliphal authority to declare offensive jihad, an institution Sunni scholarship declares defunct since the abolition of the Ottoman Caliphate in 1924. Without a caliph, most contemporary authorities hold that offensive warfare reverts to a collective duty that cannot be undertaken by individuals or groups. The vision of private Muslims launching raids for territory and concubines lacks any mainstream juridical sanction in the present era. Moreover, the conversionist fantasy ignores that modern Muslim states operate within the Westphalian system and are bound by the same international norms as everyone else. Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Iran do not distribute captured European women to their soldiers because no legal mechanism exists to do so under current interpretations. The martial advantage, then, is largely rhetorical and historical rather than operational. White men who convert expecting to participate in sanctioned conquest discover that the religious justification for such activity is either dormant or monopolized by state actors who have no intention of arming recent European converts. Part 3. The passivity critique and the evolution of Western Christianity. Critics assert that Christianity has mutated into a feminine, passive doctrine that preaches forgiveness toward mortal enemies and accepts demographic replacement as a moral imperative, the command to turn the other cheek and love one's enemies is interpreted literally and extended to scenarios of lethal invasion, while the earlier Christian history of crusades, colonial conquest, and martial orders is dismissed as aberration or hypocrisy. In this reading, modern Western Christianity offers no temporal rewards, only deferred salvation, while Islam delivers immediate masculine gratification and group dominance. This critique contains a kernel of descriptive accuracy regarding certain liberal Protestant and post-Vatican II Catholic tendencies, yet it overstates both the unanimity and the inevitability of Christian pacifism. Historical Christianity sustained centuries of European expansion, slavery, and warfare with full theological justification. The contemporary Western aversion to violence is better explained by secular Enlightenment universalism, Holocaust-derived guilt, and post-1945 liberal hegemony than by fidelity to the gospel. Orthodox Christianity in Russia and historically in Greece retained a far more martial posture, suggesting that doctrine itself is not the determining variable. The claim that Christianity provides no mechanism for self-protection ignores older strands of just war theory, the right of self-defense articulated by Aquinas and later scholastics, and the continued existence of conservative denominations that reject absolute pacifism. The real shift is political and cultural rather than strictly theological. Western states and churches alike embraced universalism and anti-nationalism after World War II. Blaming Christianity per se for the current predicament conflates a historically contingent ideological configuration with the religion's essence. Part 4. White men and the racial tribal hierarchy in Islam. The reality no one wants to admit. The fatal flaw in the conversionist project lies in the persistent racial, ethnic, and tribal hierarchies that structure Muslim societies and diaspora communities. Despite Islam's theoretical universalism, status within the Ummah is heavily mediated by descent, with Arab, particularly Qurayshi or Peninsular, lineages at the apex, followed by other Arabs, then Persians, Turks, South Asians, Southeast Asians, Sub-Saharan Africans, and finally converts of European extraction, who occupy the lowest rung except in tiny cosmopolitan enclaves. A white convert is not greeted as a brother who can immediately access the full privileges of the system. He is more often viewed as a useful idiot, a potential source of funds, or a political shield. Marriage patterns reveal the hierarchy with brutal clarity. While Muslim men of any background readily marry European women, often converts themselves, the reciprocal marriage of Muslim women to white male converts is exceedingly rare outside westernized elites. Mosque leadership funding networks and informal authority follow the same gradient. Front rows, microphones, and decision-making power accrue to those with the correct pedigree. The white convert who expects to be treated as an equal discovers instead that his European origin marks him as perpetually subordinate, however devout he may become. Historical precedent reinforces the pattern. European populations that underwent mass conversion under Ottoman rule, Bosniaks, Albanians, Pomaks, retained their phenotype, but remained politically and culturally subordinate to Turkish elites for centuries. None produced caliphs, grand viziers, or ruling dynasties. Only the collapse of the empire granted them autonomy. As long as a broader Muslim polity endures, local converts function as second-tier citizens at best, and disposable auxiliaries at worst. The notion that white men can simply appropriate Islamic privileges without submitting to its internal hierarchy is a fantasy refuted by every observable Muslim social order. Conclusion: the truth about converting to Islam for multiple wives. The fantasy of converting to Islam as a solution to Western male dispossession collapses under examination. The sexual and marital privileges are far more constrained than advertised. The martial option is legally dormant for individuals, and the racial tribal hierarchies place European converts at a permanent disadvantage. Far from offering a ladder out of emasculation, conversion inserts white men into a system whose core beneficiaries regard them as inferior latecomers whose women remain desirable spoils, and whose loyalty is exploited until no longer useful. The imagined harem, the effortless divorce, the sanctioned sword, all dissolve into bureaucratic regulation, financial incapacity, and ethnic gatekeeping. What is sold as liberation is revealed as a transfer of allegiance from one universalist cage to another whose bars are forged from centuries-old Arab and tribal precedents. The underlying crisis, demographic decline, familial disintegration, and the perceived feminization of authority cannot be solved by adopting a religious framework whose global power structure is hostile to European interests. Genuine renewal requires confronting the post-1945 secular liberal order that disarmed Western societies, not importing a rival universalism that historically subordinates converts of European origin. The true enemy is not Christianity in its essence, but the ideological complex that neutered it, the fusion of consumer capitalism, therapeutic morality, and guilt-driven universalism that turned churches into social service agencies and nations into economic zones. Reclaiming older, harder strands of Western tradition, whether the martial Christianity of the Crusades and Reconquista, the Stoic republicanism of Rome, or the ethnic particularism of pre-modern Europe, or forging new ones compatible with group survival offers a more honest path than surrendering to a hierarchy that has never concealed its contempt for those it conquers. This is not merely a theological question. It is a question of civilizational continuity and power. Every historical example of mass European conversion to Islam, Bosniaks under the Ottomans, Albanians in the Balkans, Circassians after Russian conquest, ended with the converts occupying a subordinate position within a polity dominated by non-European elites. Only the disintegration of the imperial structure granted them autonomy, and even then within diminished territories. The pattern is consistent. The privileges of conquest and polygamy accrue to the core ethnic groups, while converts serve as frontier muscle, propaganda assets, or disposable auxiliaries. To imagine that 21st century conditions have mysteriously dissolved these dynamics is to ignore the marriage patterns, mosque hierarchies, and private discourse observable in every major Western diaspora community today. Ultimately, the choice is not between a supposedly enfeebled Christianity and a virile Islam, but between recovering agency within one's own civilizational matrix and volunteering for subordinate status in another's. The historical record leaves no doubt which option has served the long-term interests of European peoples when they still possessed the will to assert them. The task is not conversion, but reassertion, political, cultural, and if necessary, martial, on terms that place the survival and flourishing of one's own posterity first. This requires dismantling the legal and cultural mechanisms that penalize family formation, re-establishing male authority within the home and polity, and cultivating institutions that reward sacrifice rather than punish strength. Only when Western men once again see their own tradition as a living source of power rather than a museum piece will the temptation to borrow someone else's sword lose its fatal allure. The future belongs not to those who change religions in search of masculinity, but to those who rebuild the conditions under which masculinity can once again be exercised without apology. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and tell us what you think in the comments section. Visit realfreenews.com for more Real Free News, and check out the Real Free News store for real free food and gear. Remember to keep it real, free news, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today we'll be reading the essay, America's Radical Emancipation, Mass Freedom, Citizenship, Descendant Rights in One Stroke. The United States executed the most radical transformation of human status in recorded history when it abolished slavery through the 13th Amendment and simultaneously conferred citizenship upon 4 million formerly enslaved Africans and all their progeny via the 14th Amendment. This dual act, finalized on December 6, 1865, at 3 in the afternoon, marked the precise moment when a nation of European origin deliberately dissolved the legal foundation of its labor system and replaced it with universal citizenship. No prior civilization, empire, or republic had ever attempted such a comprehensive liberation, followed by immediate political incorporation. The decision originated not from moral consensus, but from wartime exigency orchestrated by President Abraham Lincoln, his cabinet, and a Congress dominated by radical Republicans. The process began with the Emancipation Proclamation issued on January 1, 1863, which applied only to Confederate territories and culminated in constitutional amendments ratified under military oversight. This sequence converted individuals previously classified as chattel into citizens with voting rights, property ownership, and hereditary privilege. The amendments erased the original condition of involuntary arrival, overriding centuries of legal precedent that treated enslaved persons as property without territorial claims. The United States thus became the sole nation to execute mass emancipation, immediate citizenship, and perpetual descendant inclusion within a single legal framework. This transformation established a precedent that redefined national identity and demographic composition permanently. The amendments did not merely end bondage. They integrated a population previously excluded from civic life into the body politic with full constitutional protection. The speed and scope of this incorporation distinguished the American case from all historical parallels, where manumission typically remained individual, conditional, or geographically limited. The American model created a new category of citizenship rooted in birth, rather than ancestry, consent, or voluntary migration. This introduction sets the stage for examining the historical status of enslaved entrants, the global absence of comparable precedents, the decision-making hierarchy, and the long-term demographic consequences that continue to shape the nation. Part 1. Historical status of enslaved persons entering foreign territories. Enslaved Africans who arrived in colonial America entered as chattel property under licenses issued by European monarchs and colonial assemblies. Legal systems across jurisdictions recognized their status as movable assets rather than persons with immigration standing. Roman law, medieval European codes, and Islamic frameworks all maintained that bondage persisted upon territorial entry unless explicitly terminated by the owner or local statute. In British North America, Virginia statutes from 1662 established that children inherited the mother's condition, solidifying hereditary servitude without regard to soil or passage. Entry occurred without inspection, authorization, or voluntary application, rendering the process distinct from indenture contracts that bound Europeans for fixed terms. Ship manifests recorded human cargo alongside commodities, confirming that colonial ports treated arrivals as commercial transactions rather than population transfers. The absence of federal immigration controls before 1875 meant no mechanism existed to classify entrants as lawful or unlawful under modern definitions. Nevertheless, the underlying capture in Africa frequently violated local customary laws, creating defects in title that colonial courts ignored for economic convenience. Manumission, when granted, produced freed persons with restricted rights rather than citizenship. Repatriation schemes, such as the American Colonization Society's Liberia Project, relocated only 13,000 individuals between 1820 and 1860, leaving the vast majority in place as non-citizen laborers. European indentured servants, by contrast, gained freedom after service and pathways to land ownership. The distinction between temporary contractual labor and perpetual servitude underscored the unique disability imposed upon African descendants. Colonial statutes never contemplated mass liberation followed by political equality. The Somerset case of 1772 in England declared slavery unsupported by common law, yet produced no citizenship grant. French colonial decrees after 1848 promised citizenship, but delayed implementation in practice. The American colonies thus inherited a system where enslaved entrants remained outside the civic community indefinitely. This status persisted through the founding era, with the Constitution's 3/5 clause quantifying rather than humanizing the population. The original condition of arrival as property without consent established a foundational exclusion that only the Civil War amendments overturned. Part 2. Global absence of comparable precedents. No sovereign entity before or after the United States combined nationwide emancipation with immediate citizenship and hereditary transmission. The Roman Empire freed select slaves through individual manumission, granting partial rights to freedmen while reserving full citizenship for grandchildren. Spanish Americas offered rare royal purchases of whiteness through gracias al sacer decrees, applicable only to wealthy individuals. The British Empire's 1833 Emancipation Act liberated 800,000 persons across colonies, yet classified them as apprentices without political franchise. Brazil's Golden Law of 1888 ended slavery for 700,000 in a single day, but provided no voting rights or land redistribution. French colonies abolished bondage in 1848 with theoretical citizenship promises that remained unfulfilled in overseas territories. Haiti's 1804 revolution declared universal citizenship following slave revolt. Yet this emerged from violent overthrow rather than legal reform within an existing state. The Ottoman Empire gradually manumitted captives without conferring civic equality. Korean reforms of 1894 and Qing China's 1910 ban eliminated servitude without political incorporation. Saudi Arabia's 1962 decree and Mauritania's 1981 prohibition left freed persons marginalized. Every historical instance separated liberation from citizenship, treating manumission as a private act or limited state concession. No precedent existed for constitutional amendments that simultaneously eradicated bondage and established birthright citizenship for an entire demographic cohort. The American model thus represented a singular departure from global norms. Radical Republicans explicitly acknowledged this novelty in congressional debates, with Senator Charles Sumner declaring no prior example of 4 million slaves elevated to citizenship. Representative Thaddeus Stevens described the project as constructing a new government without parallel. The absence of templates forced American leaders to invent legal mechanisms from scratch, relying on wartime authority and military enforcement to secure ratification. This isolation amplified the amendment's transformative impact, converting a property class into a citizen class within months. Part 3. Decision-making hierarchy and execution. President Abraham Lincoln initiated the emancipation sequence by drafting the preliminary proclamation in July 1862, presenting it to his cabinet for revision. Secretary of State William Seward recommended delay until a military victory, leading to issuance after Antietam on September 22, 1862. The final Emancipation Proclamation took effect at noon on January 1, 1863, applying solely to Confederate-held territories as a war measure. Lincoln signed the document at approximately 2 in the afternoon following a New Year's reception. The 13th Amendment originated in Congress, passing the Senate in April 1864 and the House on January 31, 1865, by vote of 119 to 56. Ratification required 3/4 of states, achieved when Georgia approved on December 6, 1865. Secretary Seward certified the amendment at 3 in the afternoon, marking the exact moment every enslaved person nationwide gained freedom. The 14th Amendment followed, securing citizenship and equal protection. Radical Republicans, including Senator Sumner and Representative Stevens, drove the legislative agenda, overcoming border state resistance. Union armies enforced liberation in occupied territories, recruiting 200,000 black soldiers whose service pressured political inclusion. The hierarchy flowed from presidential initiative through cabinet consultation, congressional drafting, and state ratification under Reconstruction governments. Military occupation ensured Southern compliance, with Tennessee, Arkansas, and Louisiana readmitted only after endorsement. The process bypassed public referendum, relying on elite decision-making within a wartime framework. Lincoln abandoned gradualism and colonization schemes, accepting immediate universality as strategic necessity. Cabinet minutes reveal unanimous support for the final proclamation text. Congressional Globe records document explicit recognition that no historical model existed for simultaneous liberation and citizenship. The amendments thus represented a top-down imposition rather than organic consensus, executed with precision across executive, legislative, and military branches. Part 4. Demographic and Political Consequences. The amendments initiated a demographic revolution by incorporating 4 million citizens and their descendants into the electorate. Non-Hispanic white population share declined from 90% in 1790 to 58% by 2025, projected to reach 44% by 2060 under Census Bureau main scenarios. Immigration from Latin America, Asia, and Africa drives this shift, with foreign-born residents comprising 15% of the total in 2025. The original enslaved population's descendants now number over 40 million, augmented by African immigration, doubling Black immigrant share. Birthright citizenship guarantees perpetual inclusion regardless of ancestral arrival conditions. The amendments erased legal distinctions based on origin, establishing soil-based nationality. Political power followed demographic weight, with Black voters influencing Reconstruction governments and subsequent civil rights legislation. The federal government expanded authority through enforcement clauses, creating precedents for intervention in state affairs. Economic transformation accompanied civic incorporation, as formerly enslaved persons entered wage labor markets without transitional support. The absence of land redistribution left most dependent on sharecropping systems. Demographic projections indicate non-white majority status by 2045 under high immigration assumptions. Working-age foreign-born residents sustain labor force growth, preventing population decline experienced in zero immigration models. The amendment's hereditary provision ensures that every person born on American soil inherits citizenship irrespective of parental status. This mechanism amplifies demographic change exponentially across generations. The original act of inclusion thus compounds over time, altering electoral maps, policy priorities, and cultural composition. The United States remains the only nation where a single constitutional sequence permanently integrated a formerly enslaved population into full civic life. Conclusion: only nation to free all slaves instantly and grant hereditary citizenship rights. The United States executed history's sole instance of nationwide slave emancipation combined with immediate citizenship and hereditary transmission through the 13th and 14th Amendments. Finalized at 3 in the afternoon on December 6, 1865, this act converted 4 million property units into citizens with voting rights, property claims, and perpetual descendant inclusion. No prior empire, kingdom, or republic attempted comparable scope or speed. Roman freedmen required generations for full citizenship. Brazilian liberation in 1888 provided no political rights. British emancipation created apprentices without franchise. The American model bypassed gradualism, conditionality, and expatriation schemes. President Lincoln, radical Republicans, and Union military enforcement orchestrated the transformation under wartime exigency. The decision hierarchy flowed from executive draft through congressional passage to state ratification secured by occupation governments. The amendments established birthright citizenship as constitutional principle, overriding original conditions of involuntary arrival. Demographic consequences continue unfolding, with non-white population share approaching majority status by mid-century. The original 4 million citizens and their progeny now exceed 40 million, reinforced by ongoing immigration streams. The United States, thus, transformed from a nation founded on European settlement into one defined by soil-based nationality. This singular act of legal alchemy permanently altered national identity, political power distribution, and demographic trajectory. The amendments represent the most consequential expansion of civic inclusion ever enacted, creating a citizenry unbound by ancestral origin. The nation that executed this revolution remains unique in human annals, having dissolved hereditary servitude and replaced it with hereditary citizenship in one decisive constitutional moment. Thanks for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Like, share, subscribe, and leave a comment on where this emancipation ranks in radicalness and ruin. Visit realfreenews.com for more real free news, and we'll see you next time on the podcast.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today, 14th Amendment's birthright citizenship and due process quagmire. The United States Constitution originally established a republic designed for white Europeans of good character, as codified in the Naturalization Act of 1790, which restricted citizenship to free white persons. This framework maintained racial homogeneity for over a century and a half. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, shattered that design by introducing universal birthright citizenship and due process protections that extend to every person within the jurisdiction, regardless of entry status. Birthright citizenship automatically confers full citizenship upon any child born on American soil, including those of undocumented parents, creating an unbreakable anchor for chain migration. Due process guarantees hearings before deportation, producing a backlog of millions of cases that delays removal for years. These clauses transformed the nation from a controlled white European polity into a magnet for global migration, where entry alone triggers irreversible legal claims. The 1790 Act operated effectively until 1952, when the Immigration and Nationality Act eliminated explicit racial preferences in naturalization. The 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act further dismantled national origins quotas, shifting immigration toward family reunification and skills, dramatically increasing non-European inflows. Public ignorance of these legal realities remains profound. Most Americans believe Congress can simply legislate away birthright citizenship or expedite deportations without constitutional barriers. Polls reveal that only 31% recognize the 14th Amendment as the source of birthright citizenship, while 68% assume statutory reform suffices. This misunderstanding fuels false hope that electoral victories or executive orders can restore the original vision. Demographic transformation accelerates under these protections. Approximately 250,000 children are born annually to undocumented parents, each instantly a citizen entitled to sponsor relatives upon reaching age 21. Chain migration compounds this effect, with family-based visas comprising 74% of legal admissions. The Due Process Clause, reinforced by the Fifth Amendment, mandates individualized hearings, resulting in a 3.7 million case backlog and average removal timelines of 4 to 7 years. Even maximum enforcement can deport only 1 million non-citizens annually, yielding a net migrant gain of hundreds of thousands yearly. The 14th Amendment's clauses operate as an unassailable fortress. Supreme Court precedent in United States v. Wong Kim Ark established birthright citizenship for children of non-citizens, and Plyler v. Doe extended due process to undocumented persons. No statute, executive order, or lower court ruling can override these holdings. Reinterpretation requires 5 justices to overturn century-old precedent, an impossibility given current composition. Amendment demands 2/3 of both congressional chambers plus ratification by 38 states, a threshold never approached in 30 attempts. Enforcement within existing constraints offers the sole practical avenue. Sealing borders prevents new births on soil, while expanding detention, judges, and expedited removal accelerates processing of those already present. E-Verify mandates and local partnerships target employment, inducing self-deportation. Yet these measures address only non-citizens. The 45 million U.S.-born Latinos remain permanent citizens. The original constitutional order, tailored for white Europeans, cannot be restored without dismantling the 14th Amendment, a feat beyond political reality. This analysis exposes the irreversible legal architecture that has redefined the nation. The 1790 framework preserved ethnic continuity. Post-1868 amendments dismantled it. Public awakening to constitutional permanence is essential, as illusory legislative fixes distract from enforceable realities. Maximum border security, judicial expansion, and non-citizen removal constitute the only viable response. The Republic's demographic destiny was sealed in 1868, and only rigorous enforcement can mitigate its consequences. Part 1. The 1790 Act and Racial Homogeneity. The Naturalization Act of 1790 explicitly limited citizenship to free white persons of good character, establishing the United States as a republic for white Europeans. This law governed naturalization for 162 years, maintaining demographic continuity through racial exclusivity. Amendments in 1870 extended eligibility to persons of African nativity or descent, yet preserved the white core by excluding Asians and Native Americans. Court rulings in Ozawa v. United States and Thind v. United States reinforced this framework by denying citizenship to Japanese and Indian applicants on racial grounds. The system operated without contradiction until the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 eliminated explicit racial bars, marking the first race-neutral naturalization policy. This 162-year racial gatekeeping aligned with the founders' vision. The Constitution's 3/5 clause and absence of universal suffrage reflected an assumption of white European dominance. Immigration remained minimal and predominantly Northern European, with annual inflows below 300,000 until the late 19th century. The 1790 Act ensured that new citizens assimilated into an existing ethnic majority, preventing dilution of cultural and political control. The 14th Amendment introduced no conflict with naturalization laws, as its birthright clause applied only to those born on soil, not immigrants seeking citizenship. The 1790 framework continued unchallenged in its domain. Public policy debates of the era focused on slavery's legacy, not mass non-white immigration, which remained negligible. The Act's longevity demonstrates its effectiveness in preserving the Republic's original character. The 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act retained national origins quotas favoring Europeans, but removed racial tests for naturalization, allowing limited Asian citizenship. This shift responded to Cold War optics and civil rights pressures, not domestic demographic demands. Quotas still capped total immigration at 154,000 annually, with 70% allocated to Europe. The law preserved restrictionist intent while ending overt racial language. The 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act dismantled the quota system entirely, replacing it with hemisphere caps and family reunification preferences. Immediate relatives of citizens gained unlimited visas, while per-country limits of 20,000 applied universally. This reform shifted inflows from Europe to Asia and Latin America, with non-European admissions rising from 10% to over 60% by 2000. Family-based visas now dominate, comprising 74% of legal immigration. The 1790 Act's racial exclusivity prevented such transformation. Its amendments maintained white priority until 1952, when geopolitical pressures forced race-neutral language. The 1965 Act completed the reversal, prioritizing global equity over ethnic preservation. The original law's 162-year run proves that controlled, race-conscious naturalization sustained the founders' republic. Its demise opened the nation to demographic reconfiguration that no subsequent restriction has reversed. Part 2. The 14th Amendment's dual catastrophe. The 14th Amendment's Citizenship Clause grants automatic citizenship to all persons born on United States soil and subject to its jurisdiction, irrespective of parental status. This provision instantly transforms 250,000 annual births to undocumented parents into permanent citizens. The Due Process Clause mandates hearings before depriving any person of liberty, extending procedural protections to non-citizens, and creating a 3.7 million case backlog. Together, these clauses form an impregnable barrier to demographic restoration. Birthright citizenship operates as an irreversible anchor. Each child born to undocumented parents secures citizenship, enabling sponsorship of parents at age 21 under family reunification provisions. This chain migration mechanism has generated 1.2 million green cards since 2015, with 74% of legal admissions now family-based. The clause's universal application, affirmed in United States v. Wong Kim Ark, admits no exceptions for illegal entry or temporary presence. Due process compounds the crisis by requiring individualized hearings before deportation. The Executive Office for Immigration Review processes cases at a rate yielding 4 to 7 year delays. Even maximum enforcement removes only 1 million non-citizens annually, offset by continued inflows and births. The Fifth Amendment reinforces this protection for federal actions, ensuring no mass expulsion without procedural compliance. The amendment's drafters, white Republican abolitionists, intended to secure citizenship for freed slaves and overturn Dred Scott v. Sandford. Congressional debates reveal no contemplation of mass non-white immigration, then statistically insignificant. The broad phrasing, all persons, reflected moral universalism, not foresight of future migration patterns. This overreach, designed to prevent Southern reprisals against freedmen, now facilitates global demographic entry. Supreme Court precedent locks the interpretation. Wong Kim Ark established birthright for children of legal residents. Plyler v. Doe extended protections to undocumented persons. No lower court or executive action can contravene these holdings. Reinterpretation demands 5 justices overturning 125 years of stare decisis, a threshold unattained in 30 legislative attempts. The clauses interact to perpetuate expansion. Birthright creates citizens who sponsor relatives. Due process delays removal of sponsors. Approximately 45 million U.S.-born Latinos, products of this cycle, remain untouchable. Naturalized citizens, another 22 million, retain status absent individual fraud, affecting less than 0.5% annually. Enforcement within the amendment's confines offers limited mitigation. Border sealing prevents new births, judicial expansion accelerates hearings. Yet these measures address only non-citizens, leaving the core demographic shift intact. The amendment's moral intent for 4 million freed slaves now sustains 60 million non-European descendants, a transformation its authors never envisioned. Part 3. Public Ignorance and Political Impossibility. Most Americans remain profoundly ignorant of the 14th Amendment's constitutional entrenchment. Polls indicate only 31% recognize birthright citizenship as a 14th Amendment provision, while 68% believe Congress can abolish it through ordinary legislation. 22% understand that due process extends to non-citizens, assuming deportation occurs without hearings. This misconception fuels expectations that electoral victories or executive orders can restore demographic control. Immigration concern has surged, with 55% ranking it the top issue in 2024, up from 40% in 2023. Yet support for birthright citizenship persists at 53 to 68% overall, with 90% among Democrats and 30 to 39% among Republicans. 51% now view illegal immigration as a crisis, but 70% consider legal immigration beneficial. This disconnect reflects failure to grasp the amendment's permanence. Repeal requires 2/3 of both congressional chambers plus ratification by 38 states. No proposal has advanced beyond committee in 30 attempts. The current Congress lacks even simple majorities for restrictionist bills, let alone supermajorities. State legislatures, divided between 27 Republican and 23 Democratic controls, render the 38-state threshold unattainable. Supreme Court reinterpretation demands 5 justices overturning Wong Kim Ark and Plyler v. Doe. The present 6-3 conservative majority cites these precedents favorably, and no case challenging birthright has reached docket. Lower courts uniformly uphold the amendment's plain text. Public awakening to constitutional reality remains critical. Misplaced faith in legislative fixes distracts from enforceable measures. Maximum border enforcement, judicial expansion, and non-citizen removal operate within existing constraints. Sealing entries prevents new births. Expedited hearings clear backlogs. Yet these address only 26 million non-citizens, leaving 85 million U.S.-born minorities intact. The 1790 Naturalization Act's 162-year racial framework demonstrates that demographic control once existed. Its 1952 termination and the 1965 quota abolition shifted inflows from Europe to Asia and Latin America. Non-European admissions rose from 10% to over 60% by 2000, a transformation the 14th Amendment now constitutionalizes. Political rhetoric promising simple repeal misleads constituents. Executive actions expand detention and raids, but cannot touch birthright citizens. State-level resistance, such as sanctuary defunding, yields compliance or federal override. The amendment's supremacy, affirmed in Cooper v. Aaron, ensures enforcement through federal marshals if necessary. Part 4. Enforcement as the sole viable path. Maximum enforcement within the 14th Amendment's constraints offers the only practical response to demographic transformation. Sealing borders prevents new birthright citizens. Accelerating due process removes existing non-citizens. These measures cannot undo past grants, but can halt future expansion. Border security has reduced Southwest encounters by 95% since 2024, with 7,181 monthly crossings in early 2025. Remain in Mexico policies and expedited removal at ports of entry return 80% of claimants. Military deployment and physical barriers eliminate entry points, ensuring no new pregnancies on soil trigger citizenship. Judicial expansion addresses due process delays. The 2025 appropriations bill funds 10,000 additional immigration judges and 100,000 detention beds. Expedited removal nationwide processes 70% of cases within 90 days. Self-deportation incentives, offering $1,000 plus airfare, have induced 500,000 voluntary exits. E-Verify mandates and local partnerships target employment. Nationwide implementation removes 9.7 million undocumented from jobs, compelling departure. 287G agreements empower state police to initiate removal, achieving 3,000 daily arrests. Data fusion from social media and entry records enables predictive targeting. These initiatives deport 1 million non-citizens annually, triple the previous record. Over a decade, 20 million removals become feasible, reducing the undocumented population by 80%. Yet 45 million U.S.-born Latinos and 22 million naturalized citizens remain permanent. The 1790 Naturalization Act's racial exclusivity prevented such accumulation for 162 years. Its 1952 race-neutral replacement and the 1965 quota abolition opened inflows the 14th Amendment now protects. Birthright citizenship and due process were crafted for 4 million freed slaves, not 60 million non-European descendants. Public policy must abandon repeal fantasies. 30 legislative attempts have failed. 38 state ratification is impossible. Supreme Court precedent locks interpretation. Enforcement alone operates within legal bounds. State-level measures complement federal action. 23 states mandate E-Verify for all employers. Others cut sanctuary funding. Local ordinances revoke licenses from non-compliant businesses. These pressures induce self-deportation without violating due process. The original constitutional republic, designed for white Europeans, cannot be restored. The 14th Amendment's universal clauses ensure permanence. Maximum enforcement, border sealing, judicial acceleration, workplace raids, mitigates future growth while removing existing non-citizens. This path demands sustained political will and resource allocation, but avoids constitutional confrontation. Conclusion. Repealing 14th requires 38 states, zero chance in any foreseeable future. The 14th Amendment has irrevocably altered the United States from a white European republic into a multi-ethnic nation through birthright citizenship and due process protections. The 1790 Naturalization Act sustained racial homogeneity for 162 years by limiting citizenship to free white persons. Its framework, amended but not repealed until 1952, aligned with the founders' vision of a controlled polity. The 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act completed the transformation by abolishing national origins quotas, shifting inflows to non-European sources. Birthright citizenship grants instant citizenship to 250,000 children born annually to undocumented parents, each capable of sponsoring relatives upon reaching maturity. Due process mandates hearings before deportation, producing a 3.7 million case backlog and removal timelines of 4 to 7 years. These clauses, intended to protect 4 million freed slaves, now anchor 60 million non-European descendants. Public ignorance sustains false hope. 68% believe Congress can legislate away birthright citizenship. Only 31% recognize its constitutional status. Repeal demands 38 state ratifications, a threshold never approached. Supreme Court precedent in Wong Kim Ark and Plyler v. Doe cements universal application. No executive order, statute, or lower court can override these holdings. Enforcement within existing constraints offers the sole remedy. Border sealing prevents new births. Judicial expansion and detention capacity accelerate removals. E-Verify and local partnerships target employment, inducing self-deportation. These measures can deport 20 million non-citizens over a decade, reducing undocumented presence by 80%. Yet U.S.-born and naturalized citizens remain permanent. The original constitutional order cannot be revived. The 14th Amendment's moral universalism, crafted to prevent Southern reprisals, now facilitates global demographic entry. Its drafters never contemplated mass migration from Latin America or Asia. The 1952 and 1965 Acts dismantled the 1790 racial gatekeeping, and the 14th Amendment constitutionalized the outcome. Political focus must shift from repeal to execution. Maximum border security, judicial funding, and workplace enforcement operate legally. State-level mandates and sanctuary defunding complement federal action. These steps halt future growth while removing existing non-citizens. The Republic's ethnic character, preserved for 162 years, ended with race-neutral laws and universal citizenship. Public awakening to constitutional permanence is essential. Legislative fantasies distract from enforceable realities. The nation faces a choice: rigorous enforcement to mitigate transformation or acceptance of irreversible change. The 14th Amendment stands as the final barrier. Only its constraints define the possible. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News podcast. Like, share, subscribe, and comment on the quagmire. Visit realfreenews.com for more Real Free News content like this podcast, and see you next time.
Welcome to Real Free News Podcast. Today we're covering the topic of the mechanisms enabling undocumented immigrants to access business and home loans in the United States and Canada, a critical analysis of self-perpetuating cycles and systemic facilitation. In the vibrant streets of America's cities, ethnic enclaves pulse with the energy of taco stands, corner stores, and cleaning services owned by undocumented immigrants who have seized an economic stronghold that overshadows the entrepreneurial efforts of native-born citizens, particularly white Americans. These newcomers, slipping through porous borders or exploiting lax immigration systems, wield a sophisticated array of financial tools to launch businesses and buy homes, outpacing native entrepreneurs who grapple with stricter regulations. Private loans tailored for those without legal status, grants from sympathetic organizations, and tight-knit community networks propel undocumented immigrants into retail and restaurant dominance, creating thriving ventures where native startups often falter. Official estimates count 15 million undocumented immigrants, though credible higher figures suggest 30 to 60 million, potentially doubling or quadrupling their economic impact. This advantage stems from a calculated system of institutional support, fraudulent schemes, and self-reinforcing cycles that prioritize immigrant communities over those rooted in American soil. These enclaves sustain their momentum by hiring co-ethnics, channeling profits to bring in relatives who perpetuate economic control. City programs, foreign consulates, and charities offer step-by-step guidance to navigate financial systems, providing access to capital that native-born Americans cannot match. Fraudulent practices, such as forged identities and sham arrangements, exploit oversight gaps, allowing undocumented immigrants to infiltrate loan programs meant for legal residents. Canada's parallel dynamic, with Indian immigrants flooding trucking and retail, amplifies this pattern through government-backed diversity initiatives that favor newcomers over Native Canadians. Chain migration and ethnic favoritism fuel communities that wield growing political influence, reshaping the economic and cultural landscape. Native-born citizens lacking comparable community networks face a competitive disadvantage in launching small businesses, particularly in high-risk sectors like retail, where immigrant ventures thrive. This essay dissects these mechanisms through 4 lenses: legal loan pathways, fraudulent access methods, ethnic enclave cycles, and Canada's comparative model, exposing a systemic bias that empowers undocumented immigrants at the expense of native-born economic opportunities. Part 1. Legal pathways for undocumented immigrants to secure business and home loans. Undocumented immigrants in the United States secure business and home loans through legal avenues that exploit regulatory gaps, granting them a clear edge over native-born Americans. The Internal Revenue Service issues tax identification numbers, allowing immigrants without legal status to open bank accounts and apply for loans from private lenders or community-focused banks. These institutions offer business microloans at low interest rates, typically supporting ventures like food trucks and retail shops, and home mortgages with higher rates and substantial down payments, common in ethnic neighborhoods like Houston's Latino suburbs. Such financing thrives due to community trust and reliable repayments, unlike the stricter credit requirements faced by Native entrepreneurs. Nonprofit organizations, partially funded by taxpayer dollars, amplify this access. California's grant programs provide small startup funds for undocumented entrepreneurs, while federal initiatives channel money through charities for microloans, exploiting a legal exemption that bypasses status checks. City offices in places like New York host workshops connecting immigrants to lenders, ensuring a steady flow of capital. Mexican and Salvadoran consulates offer free business planning sessions, linking immigrants to community-based financial institutions. Within enclaves, rotating savings pools and crowdfunding platforms leverage ethnic trust to seed startups, bolstered by remittances from abroad. These mechanisms enable undocumented immigrants to dominate low-barrier industries, where half their businesses operate, compared to native-born Americans who secure only a majority of federal loans despite their demographic dominance. This disparity fuels immigrant-owned businesses, while native entrepreneurs grapple with regulatory hurdles and higher startup costs, reinforcing an economic landscape tilted in favor of undocumented immigrants. Part 2. Fraudulent schemes exploiting loan systems for undocumented immigrants. Fraudulent schemes enable undocumented immigrants to bypass federal restrictions and secure loans, undermining native-born Americans who adhere to rigorous regulations. Forged tax identification numbers and passports, obtained through unlicensed advisors for steep fees, allow immigrants to pose as legal residents when applying for business and home loans. Legal cosigners, acting as fronts, access federal and minority-focused loan programs, siphoning off funds meant for citizens. A recent operation uncovered hundreds of cases involving sham marriages and fake documents used to secure loan eligibility, highlighting widespread deception. Social media scams on platforms like TikTok promise guaranteed loans for hefty fees, ensnaring thousands in schemes that exploit system gaps. Banks in ethnic enclaves, such as Miami's Cuban communities, accept consular identification cards with minimal scrutiny, driven by profit motives and anti-discrimination laws that prohibit blanket denials based on status. A massive backlog in immigration cases delays fraud detection, allowing undocumented immigrants to tap into loan programs intended for legal residents. Fake green cards unlock access to minority business funds, diverting millions annually through fraudulent means. Home loan fraud, including forged identities and sham cosigners, has fueled illicit mortgages, with one case involving substantial sums. Ethnic brokers within enclaves facilitate these schemes, leveraging community trust to provide forged paperwork. Native-born Americans, lacking such networks, face stringent verification, placing them at a competitive disadvantage in securing capital. This systemic exploitation, fueled by fraud and oversight failures, ensures undocumented immigrants gain financial resources that Native entrepreneurs cannot match, perpetuating an uneven economic playing field. Part 3. Self-perpetuating cycles in ethnic enclaves driving loan access and business ownership. Ethnic enclaves create self-perpetuating cycles that empower undocumented immigrants to secure loans and dominate business ownership, marginalizing Native-born Americans. Across numerous neighborhoods from Los Angeles' Latino districts to New York's Chinatowns, undocumented immigrants operate thriving businesses, primarily in retail and restaurants. These ventures hire co-ethnics at low cash wages, bypassing work verification laws and undercutting Native businesses burdened by compliance with minimum wage and tax regulations. This labor advantage allows immigrant-owned businesses to flourish, while Native startups face high failure rates due to regulatory costs. Chain migration brings relatives to join these businesses, with remittances funding new arrivals and startups, reinforcing economic dominance. Naturalized or second-generation immigrants in key roles, bank managers, nonprofit leaders, or city officials, prioritize co-ethnic lending, referring undocumented immigrants to tax ID loans. Community credit unions have disbursed millions in such loans, outperforming standard loans in repayment, incentivizing banks to continue lending. Political influence from naturalized immigrant voters further entrenches these cycles, pushing sanctuary city policies that protect access to financial resources. Cities like New York allocate substantial budgets for immigrant services, providing legal aid and lender referrals. These mechanisms sustain enclave economies, employing newly arrived co-ethnics who enter through family petitions or irregular means, often aided by fraudulent documents. Native-born Americans, lacking comparable community networks, struggle to compete in low-barrier sectors, where only a majority of federal loans go to white citizens despite their demographic dominance. This cycle of economic and political reinforcement ensures undocumented immigrants maintain a competitive edge, perpetuating their economic foothold at the expense of native-born opportunities. Part 4. Comparative insights from Canada's immigration-driven loan access and industry dominance. Canada's immigration system, particularly its influx of Indian immigrants, illuminates the mechanisms enabling undocumented immigrants in the United States to dominate industries through loan access. Indian newcomers have seized control of retail, restaurants, and trucking, particularly in regions like Brampton, where they operate a significant share of businesses. Government-backed banks offer substantial loans to immigrant startups, while diversity programs provide wage subsidies and settlement funds accessible to visible minorities like Indians. These initiatives, rooted in Canada's equity laws, enable entrepreneurs to hire co-ethnics at low wages, undercutting Native Canadian workers. Fraudulent schemes amplify this access, with thousands of Indian students linked to fake colleges and costly job permit scams, as reported by Canada's Immigration Agency. Indian-led bank branches in Toronto prioritize co-ethnic lending, leveraging multicultural policies to facilitate loans with minimal scrutiny, mirroring U.S. enclave banks. Canada's chain migration, driven by family sponsorships, sustains enclave growth, with remittances funding new arrivals and startups, akin to U.S. patterns. The political influence of Indian parliamentarians ensures continued support for these programs, reinforcing ethnic economies. Cross-border spillover intensifies this dynamic, with Indian immigrants crossing from Canada to the U.S., exploiting asylum backlogs, while U.S. visa delays push others north. Both nations' lax enforcement sustains these cycles, with Canada's formalized diversity policies amplifying ethnic dominance. Native-born workers, particularly white Americans and Canadians, face wage suppression and job displacement in low-skill sectors, as immigrant-driven economies prioritize co-ethnic hiring and loan access, creating a systemic disadvantage that perpetuates immigrant economic control. Conclusion: fraud and networks empower undocumented immigrants. The relentless economic ascent of undocumented immigrants in the United States, mirrored by Indian immigrants in Canada, unveils a troubling reality where legal loopholes, fraudulent schemes, and ethnic networks empower newcomers to outpace native-born citizens in business and homeownership. Through private loans, nonprofit grants, and community funding, undocumented immigrants dominate retail and restaurant sectors, creating vibrant enclaves that hire their own and fund further migration. City programs, consulates, and charities provide tailored guidance, offering access to capital that native-born Americans, constrained by regulatory burdens, cannot match. Fraudulent practices, forged identities, and sham cosigners exploit oversight gaps, infiltrating loan systems meant for legal residents, while native entrepreneurs face stringent compliance that stifles their ventures. Canada's experience with Indian immigrants controlling trucking and retail through government-backed diversity initiatives underscores this dynamic where ethnic favoritism and lax enforcement amplify immigrant economies at the expense of native workers. The cross-border flow of immigrants and tactics between the two nations perpetuates these cycles, reshaping communities into strongholds of immigrant influence. Native-born citizens, particularly white Americans and Canadians, lack the community-driven networks that propel immigrant success, leaving them marginalized in low-skill sectors where wage suppression and job displacement prevail. This systemic bias, fueled by chain migration and political clout, ensures undocumented immigrants maintain an economic edge, anchoring enclaves that challenge the sovereignty and fairness of both nations' economic landscapes, leaving native-born citizens to navigate an uneven terrain where their opportunities are systematically diminished. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Be sure to like, subscribe, share, and comment on how this is affecting your community. Visit realfreenews.com for more real free news and content on similar subjects. See you next time on the Real Free News Podcast.
Illegal immigration in the United States, with an estimated 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants, including 20 to 30 million present before 2020 and over 20 million entering since, poses a significant challenge, intensified by the conflict between constitutional protections and the demand for rapid enforcement. The application of due process and anti-discrimination laws to undocumented immigrants, rooted in the 5th and 14th Amendments, complicates efforts to achieve swift deportation. This article examines various legal mechanisms proposed to address illegal immigration, such as redefining invasion, declaring war, invoking national or state emergencies, and expanding expedited removal. It assesses their feasibility and identifies citizen-led enforcement as the most effective strategy for removing undocumented immigrants within current legal frameworks. The central theme is navigating constitutional and statutory constraints while pursuing practical, immediate solutions to reduce the presence of undocumented immigrants in local communities. Legal framework and due process protections. The 5th and 14th Amendments guarantee due process to all persons on United States soil, encompassing citizens, legal residents, and the estimated 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants. This constitutional mandate, affirmed in landmark Supreme Court decisions such as Yickwa v. Hopkins in 1886, Zedvitas v. Davis in 2001, and Boumediene v. Bush in 2008, ensures that no individual is deprived of life, liberty, or property without fair legal procedures, typically involving notice and a hearing. In the context of immigration, the Immigration and Nationality Act requires removal proceedings for deportation, mandating a notice to appear and a hearing before an immigration judge. This process applies universally, with approximately 90% of cases resulting in deportation, though a backlog of 2.8 million cases contributes to delays of 1 to 3 years. Due process extends to all classifications, including criminal aliens, undocumented immigrants with convictions, who face both criminal trials and immigration hearings, and enemy combatants, who receive military tribunals or habeas corpus reviews. Only 5% of undocumented immigrants have serious convictions, limiting the criminal alien designation's scope. Enemy combatant status, reserved for those engaged in hostilities like terrorism, is inapplicable to most undocumented immigrants, as less than 0.01% are linked to such activities. Expedited removal, authorized under federal law for undocumented immigrants apprehended within 100 miles of the border and within 14 days of entry, represents the least procedural mechanism, involving officer verification and asylum screenings. Even this process, upheld in Department of Homeland Security versus Thuraissigium in 2020, constitutes a form of due process, ensuring no status entirely eliminates legal protections. Anti-discrimination laws, including the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and 42 United States Code Section 1981, further complicate enforcement by prohibiting actions targeting individuals based on race or national origin, as seen in Plyler v. Doe in 1982, which extended equal protection to undocumented children. These legal frameworks, while ensuring fairness, create significant hurdles for addressing the scale of illegal immigration, estimated at 50 to 60 million. Historical context and the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, was primarily designed to secure citizenship and equal protection for freed slaves following the Civil War, addressing systemic discrimination through its citizenship and due process clauses. The amendment's broad language defining protections for all persons was not intended to address immigration, which was minimal in the 1860s with no federal illegal entry law until 1875. Immigration at the time was approximately 100,000 per year, a stark contrast to the modern influx of over 20 million since 2020, contributing to the total of 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants. Judicial precedents, beginning with Yickwa v. Hopkins, extended these protections to non-citizens, applying them to contemporary immigration contexts unforeseen by the framers. The Citizenship Clause, affirmed in United States v. Wong Kim Ark in 1898, established birthright citizenship, while due process and equal protection clauses were interpreted to cover all individuals, including undocumented immigrants, as seen in Zydvitas v. Davis and Plyler v. Doe. Historical deportation efforts, such as Operation Wetback in 1954, which removed 300,000 individuals with minimal process, succeeded due to lax constitutional standards. However, contemporary courts enforce stricter due process, rendering such approaches obsolete. The extension of 14th Amendment protections to undocumented immigrants is an unintended consequence of its universal language, not a deliberate scheme to shield illegal immigration. Orchestrated efforts by judges, prosecutors, and lawmakers to protect the 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants contribute significantly to delays in immigration enforcement, constituting a coordinated barrier to rapid deportation. However, other factors exacerbate this issue, including severe underfunding with only 600 immigration judges handling a backlog of 2.8 million cases, and sanctuary policies in over 600 jurisdictions that limit immigration and customs enforcement cooperation. The sheer volume of illegal aliens, with 20 to 30 million present before 2020 and over 20 million entering since, overwhelms the judicial system, highlighting the urgent need to address enforcement within these legal and logistical constraints. Proposed mechanisms to circumvent due process. The challenge of addressing an estimated 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants in the United States has prompted exploration of mechanisms to bypass due process, aiming for rapid deportation within a legal system anchored by the 5th and 14th Amendments. Proposals such as redefining invasion, declaring war, invoking national or state emergencies, and expanding expedited removal seek to overcome constitutional protections that mandate fair hearings for all persons. Each mechanism, however, faces significant legal, practical, and political barriers, rooted in judicial precedent, resource limitations, and public opinion. The following analysis evaluates these approaches, highlighting their constraints in achieving swift enforcement against the backdrop of a complex immigration landscape. A redefining invasion. Article 4, Section 4 obligates the federal government to protect states against invasion, historically interpreted as armed state-sponsored attacks, as in the Prize cases in 1863. Proposals to redefine invasion to include illegal immigration, citing 1.5 million border apprehensions and 700,000 gotaways in 2023, argue that undocumented immigrants constitute a non-armed invasion potentially facilitated by United States policies, such as sanctuary cities or foreign governments. Courts, as in Padilla v. Bush in 2002, reject this, requiring evidence of organized hostility, which is absent despite the scale of 50 to 60 million. Redefining invasion via congressional law or presidential order faces judicial scrutiny and does not eliminate due process, as hearings remain mandatory under Zedvitas v. Davis. The potential for undocumented immigrants to acquire weapons, with 300 million firearms in the United States, does not meet invasion criteria, as less than 5% have serious convictions and no widespread arming is documented. A declaring war. Declaring war on undocumented immigrants was considered but deemed legally impossible, as civilians are not enemies under constitutional or international law, including the Geneva Conventions. Such a declaration would violate due process protections as affirmed in Boumediene v. Bush, and face immediate court injunctions. The Posse Comitatus Act prohibits military involvement in domestic enforcement without congressional authorization, and scaling military action to address 50 to 60 million would be logistically unfeasible. A national emergency. A president can declare a national emergency under the National Emergencies Act, as seen in 2019 for border wall funding, redirecting $6 billion. This mobilizes resources but does not bypass due process, with deportations requiring hearings or expedited removals limited process. Judicial limits, as in Sierra Club v. Trump in 2019, and congressional oversight restrict effectiveness. Immigration and Customs Enforcement's $8 billion budget and 20,000 agents deported 186,000 in 2023, insufficient for 50 to 60 million, estimated to cost $315 billion. Or expanding expedited removal. Extending expedited removal nationwide, removing the 100-mile and 14-day limits, was proposed to minimize due process. The Department of Homeland Security's 2019 attempt was blocked in Make the Road New York v. Wolf in 2020 for violating due process and administrative procedures. Even if implemented, expedited removal retains screenings, and scaling to 50 to 60 million requires infrastructure far beyond current capacity, with a single 2008 raid of 389 individuals overwhelming systems. State emergencies or invasions. Governors can declare state emergencies as Texas did in 2021 with Operation Lone Star, mobilizing National Guard and state police with a $250 million budget. However, federal preemption, established in Arizona versus United States in 2012, restricts states to supporting roles, not deportations. Texas' 2022 invasion declaration was symbolic, with courts rejecting immigration as invasion in Padilla v. Bush. State actions like Texas Senate Bill 4 in 2023 were blocked for usurping federal authority, limiting governors' impact on the 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants. These mechanisms falter against constitutional protections, judicial oversight, resource constraints, and political divisions, with 60% of Americans supporting some legal status. The legal system's reliance on precedent locks in due process, rendering systemic changes such as amending the 14th Amendment unfeasible due to the need for 2/3 congressional approval and 38 state ratifications. Addressing the scale of 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants requires strategies within current legal frameworks, as these proposals cannot bypass the entrenched constitutional and statutory barriers. Citizen-led enforcement as the optimal strategy. Given the legal and practical barriers to bypassing due process, citizen-led enforcement emerges as the most effective strategy for removing undocumented immigrants from local communities amidst the estimated 50 to 60 million nationwide. This approach leverages existing federal and local mechanisms to accelerate deportations and deter settlement within constitutional constraints, achieving results in weeks to months. Key actions include reporting to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Citizens can contact Immigration and Customs Enforcement at 1-866-DSU ICE or online at ice.gov/Tiplani, providing specific evidence such as names, workplaces, or addresses. In 2023, Immigration and Customs Enforcement deported 186,000 individuals, including 56,000 non-criminals, with tips triggering raids in weeks, as seen in Texas where a single tip led to 20 deportations in a month. Anonymous reporting ensures compliance with anti-discrimination laws and avoids harassment charges, using terms like illegal alien to align with federal law. Lobbying for 287G agreements. Advocating for local sheriffs to join the 287G program enables police to detain undocumented immigrants for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, with 150 jurisdictions detaining 70,000 in 2022. Georgia's 2020 citizen lobbying expanded 287G, increasing deportations by 30%. Public demands at sheriff or council meetings, using neutral language to comply with Arizona versus United States, can secure adoption within months, countering sanctuary policies in over 600 jurisdictions. Petitioning for E-Verify mandates. Local ordinances requiring E-Verify for employers deter undocumented hiring, reducing economic incentives for the 50% of undocumented immigrants in low-wage jobs. A 2023 Midwest campaign cut undocumented jobs by 20% in 6 months. Petitions supported by 100 to 500 signatures and drafted with legal guidance to avoid discrimination violations, force council votes in months, as in Farmers Branch, Texas in 2006. Is supporting enforcement candidates. Voting for or volunteering with sheriff and council candidates who prioritize 287G or E-Verify shifts local enforcement. In Florida, a 2020 sheriff election led to increased detentions, with campaigns on platforms like X amplifying support. This action, protected as free speech, delivers immediate policy changes post-election, targeting local segments of the 50 to 60 million undocumented population. Pressuring federal lawmakers. Contacting congresspersons and senators at 202-224-3121 to support bills like House Resolution 2, which passed the House in 2023, boosts Immigration and Customs Enforcement funding for non-criminal deportations. Coordinated campaigns with organizations like the Federation for American Immigration Reform enhance impact, influencing long-term enforcement capacity to address the scale of 50 to 60 million. Monitoring and scaling efforts. Tracking outcomes through local news, X, or Immigration and Customs Enforcement's 287G list ensures sustained pressure. Expanding via community groups or X campaigns, as in 2023 Midwest raids, amplifies deportations and deter settlement. Adjusting strategies, refining tips, targeting new officials, or escalating to state lawmakers, maximizes impact, addressing local undocumented populations effectively within the broader context of 50 to 60 million. This strategy succeeds by operating within legal boundaries, avoiding court injunctions, discrimination lawsuits, and federal preemption challenges. It directly addresses local undocumented populations, unlike border-focused emergencies or symbolic invasion declarations, and leverages Immigration and Customs Enforcement's existing capacity, which achieved 186,000 deportations in 2023. The combination of immediate actions, tips, medium-term policy shifts, 287G, E-Verify, and long-term advocacy, lawmaker pressure, maximizes impact, tackling the significant challenge posed by the estimated 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants with precision and speed. Confronting the scale of illegal immigration, legal strategies and historical alternatives. Addressing illegal immigration in the United States, with an estimated 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants, including 20 to 30 million present before 2020 and over 20 million entering since, demands navigating a complex legal landscape anchored in the 5th and 14th Amendments. These constitutional protections extended through judicial precedents like Yickwa versus Hopkins, Zydvitas versus Davis, and Boumediene versus Bush, ensure due process for all persons, creating significant barriers to rapid deportation. The 14th Amendment's universal language, originally intended to secure rights for freed slaves, has been applied to undocumented immigrants, an unintended consequence exacerbated by modern immigration dynamics absent in the 1860s. Proposals to redefine invasion, declare war, invoke national or state emergencies, or expand expedited removal falter against constitutional mandates, judicial oversight, resource limitations, and political realities, with 60% of Americans supporting some form of legal status for undocumented immigrants. The sheer scale of the challenge, 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants, underscores the urgency of effective strategies within current legal frameworks. Citizen-led enforcement, encompassing reporting to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, lobbying for 287G agreements, petitioning for E-Verify mandates, supporting enforcement candidates, pressuring federal lawmakers, and monitoring outcomes, offers the most viable path forward. These actions achieve tangible results within weeks to months, as evidenced by 2023 Immigration and Customs Enforcement raids in Texas and Midwest campaigns that reduced undocumented hiring by 20%. By leveraging Immigration and Customs Enforcement's capacity, which deported 186,000 in 2023, and local mechanisms like 287G, which detained 70,000 in 2022, citizens can directly target local undocumented populations without awaiting systemic legal changes, such as amending the Constitution, which is nearly impossible given the requirement of 2/3 congressional approval and 38 state ratifications. This strategy's strength lies in its compliance with due process, federal preemption, and anti-discrimination laws, avoiding the injunctions that have blocked broader proposals like nationwide expedited removal or state-led deportations. However, the strategies outlined here operate within the constraints of current legal and political realities, which prioritize constitutional protections and judicial oversight. Should these citizen-led efforts prove insufficient to address the scale of 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants, alternative methods historically employed to remove unwanted groups from countries may warrant consideration. Historically, nations have used extralegal or coercive measures to achieve mass removals, often bypassing established legal frameworks. For instance, during the 1930s, Mexico's repatriation campaigns forcibly removed hundreds of thousands of Mexican nationals and Mexican-American citizens from the United States, often without due process, through coordinated sweeps and economic pressures. Similarly, post-World War II population transfers in Europe, such as the expulsion of ethnic Germans from Poland and Czechoslovakia, involved state-sanctioned forced migrations, displacing millions with minimal legal recourse. These measures, while effective in achieving rapid removals, operated outside constitutional norms and often violated human rights principles, leading to significant social and ethical consequences. Other historical examples include vigilante actions, such as 19th-century nativist movements in the United States that pressured immigrant groups to leave through community boycotts and localized intimidation, though these risked legal repercussions and social unrest. In extreme cases, countries have employed denationalization or mass internment, as seen in the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, later deemed unconstitutional in Korematsu versus United States, overturned in 2018. Such methods, while historically effective in removing targeted groups, are incompatible with current United States legal standards, which mandate due process and equal protection, and would face immediate judicial and societal opposition. Their inclusion here reflects the possibility that persistent ineffectiveness of legal strategies may prompt exploration of these historical precedents, necessitating a re-evaluation of legal and ethical boundaries to address the unprecedented scale of illegal immigration. Conclusion: the citizen-led enforcement strategy remains the most practical and legally sound approach for now, empowering communities to act within the law while respecting constitutional mandates. By combining immediate actions like immigration and customs enforcement tips with medium-term policy shifts like 287G and E-Verify, citizens can reduce the local presence of undocumented immigrants efficiently. Yet, the magnitude of 50 to 60 million undocumented immigrants suggests that if these efforts falter, policymakers and communities may need to contemplate historical methods, adapting them to modern contexts while grappling with their legal and moral implications. The path forward requires balancing enforcement goals with the principles that define the United States legal system, ensuring that solutions remain effective, equitable, and sustainable in addressing one of the nation's most pressing challenges.
The Holy Bible stands as a beacon of moral guidance, weaving a tapestry of virtues that lead adherents towards salvation and divine harmony. Its teachings, rooted in compassion, justice, and faith, offer a blueprint for living righteously, promising eternal reward. Yet, the human imagination has long conjured an antithetical vision, a book of evil, a philosophical manifesto that instructs readers to embrace malevolence, sow chaos, or court damnation in direct opposition to the Bible's sanctity. This notion, seductive in its darkness, remains a phantom. No text, whether widely circulated or shrouded in obscurity, fulfills the role of an evil Bible, a guide to a life of deliberate wickedness or spiritual ruin. Subversive literature, from revolutionary manifestos to esoteric grimoires, dances around this archetype but never embodies it, revealing a profound truth. Evil, as a codified philosophy, is unsustainable, fragmented by human desires for power, liberation, or provocation. This essay explores the absence of such a text, tracing the philosophical threads of subversive works and their failure to coalesce into a doctrine of malevolence, asserting that their provocative or reformist intents reflect humanity's complex relationship with power and morality, not a unified embrace of evil. The Bible's narrative, with its commandments and visions of heaven, provides a cohesive philosophy of living for spiritual transcendence. Its widespread influence stems from its alignment with universal aspirations for meaning and goodness. In contrast, the idea of an evil Bible, a manual for wickedness, perhaps leading to hell or celebrating harm, lacks a historical counterpart. Subversive texts, often labeled as malevolent, serve instead as critiques of authority or explorations of hidden knowledge, not as guides to unmitigated evil. Widely read works like the Satanic Bible provoke through symbolic rebellion, challenging religious norms but advocating individualism over harm. The Anarchist Cookbook stirs controversy with its call to chaos, yet its intent is protest, not moral decay. Even texts like Malleus Maleficarum, steeped in historical violence, aim to enforce religious order, not to guide individuals toward damnation. These works, despite their notoriety, weave philosophical threads of reform, defiance, or control, not pure malevolence. Obscure texts, particularly those delving into magic and demonology, venture closer to the dark allure of an evil Bible, yet they too fall short. Grimoires like the Grand Grimoire and the Lesser Key of Solomon explore forbidden rituals, but their focus is on power or esoteric wisdom, not a lifestyle of evil. Truly heinous texts, if they exist, remain so obscure that they evade cultural discourse, their content too repugnant for acceptance. Authors of such works, driven by provocation or delusion, risk social ostracism or self-destruction, as their ideas clash with humanity's preference for meaning over chaos. The cultural fascination with an evil Bible reflects a projection of fear onto subversive ideas, from witchcraft to radical politics, yet these texts reveal more about human psychology, our need to demonize dissent, than about a tangible doctrine. This essay examines 4 dimensions of this absence: the historical evolution of subversive philosophies, the provocative nature of widely read texts, the esoteric limits of obscure grimoires, and the human impulses that prevent a codified evil doctrine, weaving a narrative that illuminates why malevolence remains an elusive myth. The rise of Marxist communism stands as one of the most transformative intellectual and political developments in modern history, reshaping societies, economies, and international relations through its revolutionary vision of a classless world. Conceived in the mid-19th century, this ideology emerged as a critique of industrial capitalism, evolving into a global movement that profoundly influenced nations, most notably through its unexpected implementation in Russia in 1917. Rooted in the radical ferment of Western Europe, particularly London, Marxist communism was shaped by a complex interplay of philosophical inquiry, economic analysis, and revolutionary activism, with significant contributions from émigré networks and organizations like the League of Outlaws and League of the Just. The diverse backgrounds of its proponents, the pivotal role of its foundational texts, and the speculative possibility of hidden influences, ranging from secret societies to financial elites, invite a detailed exploration of its origins, motivations, and enduring impact. This essay provides a comprehensive and expansive analysis of Marxist communism's formation, examining its intellectual foundations, its intended application in industrialized societies, its spread to Russia, the dynamics of its key figures, and the potential for unrecorded contributors, while critically assessing alternative narratives and speculative influences. This essay ensures clarity, objectivity, and accessibility, weaving a narrative that captures the multifaceted history of communism's development and global resonance. Intellectual and organizational foundations of Marxist communism. Marxist communism originated from the intellectual partnership of Karl Marx, a German philosopher and economist of mixed Jewish and Christian descent raised as a non-practicing Lutheran, and Friedrich Engels, a German philosopher and industrialist of Protestant Christian background. Their collaboration began in the 1840s amidst the social and economic upheavals of industrial Europe. Marx, born in 1818 in Trier, Prussia, pursued studies in law, philosophy, and history at the universities of Bonn, Berlin, and Jena, where he engaged with the young Hegelians, a group of radicals inspired by the dialectical philosophy of Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, a German philosopher. His early exposure to radical ideas, combined with his journalistic work at the Rheinische Zeitung in Cologne, shaped his critique of capitalist exploitation and state oppression. Engels, born in 1820 in Barmen, Prussia, brought a practical perspective, having observed the harsh realities of industrial labor while working at his family's textile mill in Manchester, England. Their meeting in Paris in 1844, following an initial encounter in Cologne in 1842, marked the beginning of a lifelong alliance that produced the foundational texts of communism, blending rigorous theory with revolutionary zeal. The ideology of Marxist communism synthesized a rich tapestry of philosophical, economic, and socialist currents. Marx adapted Hegel's dialectics into historical materialism, positing that history is propelled by class struggles over material resources, a framework that grounded his analysis of societal change in economic realities. The materialism of Ludwig Feuerbach, a German philosopher, influenced Marx's rejection of religious and idealistic frameworks, emphasizing human conditions as the driver of social transformation. Economically, Marx drew on the classical theories of Adam Smith, a Scottish economist, and David Ricardo, a British economist of Portuguese Sephardic Jewish descent, developing the concept of surplus value, which argues that workers' labor generates profit for capitalists, perpetuating systemic exploitation. Socialist thinkers like Charles Fourier and Henri de Saint-Simon, both French philosophers, inspired Marx's vision of collective ownership, though he critiqued their utopianism for lacking a revolutionary strategy. The radical egalitarianism of Gracchus Babeuf, a French revolutionary, further shaped Marx's focus on class-based upheaval, advocating for the overthrow of capitalist structures. Engels complemented Marx's theoretical rigor with empirical observations, notably in The Condition of the Working Class in England, published in 1845, which documented the squalor and exploitation in Manchester's industrial slums, providing a vivid backdrop to their critique. The seminal work of this intellectual partnership, the Communist Manifesto, published in 1848, was commissioned by the Communist League, a London-based organization of German émigrés that evolved from the secretive League of the Just. This concise yet powerful document outlined a program of class struggle, proletarian revolution, and the abolition of private property in the means of production, targeting industrialized societies like Britain where class disparities were most pronounced. Das Kapital, with its first volume published in 1867, offered a meticulous economic analysis of capitalism's internal contradictions, predicting its inevitable collapse and the rise of socialism. Supporting texts, including the German ideology, written between 1845 and 1846, The Civil War in France, published in 1871, and Critique of the Gotha Program, published in 1875, elaborated on historical materialism, the role of the proletariat, and the transition to a classless, stateless society. By 1867, with the publication of Das Kapital, Marxism had matured into a comprehensive theoretical system, poised for implementation when capitalist crises and proletarian organization converged. The League of Outlaws, active from 1834 to 1838, and the League of the Just, active from 1836 to 1847, were critical precursors to the Communist League, embodying the radical aspirations of German émigrés exiled from the German Confederation. The League of Outlaws, founded in Paris by Jacob Venedig, a German lawyer, Theodor Schuster, a German intellectual, and Wilhelm Weitling, a German tailor, sought to establish a social republic, blending republican ideals with utopian socialism inspired by the revolutionary vision of Philippe Buonarroti, an Italian radical. Comprising approximately 180 artisans and intellectuals, primarily from Prussia and Bavaria, the League operated clandestinely, using secret rituals to evade authorities. Internal divisions over strategy, moderates favoring reform versus radicals advocating revolution, led to its dissolution by 1838, with Weitling and others forming the League of the Just. This splinter group, peaking at over 1,000 members and led by Weitling, Karl Schopper, a German forester, and Joseph Moll, a German watchmaker, initially embraced Christian communism, as articulated in Weitling's Guarantees of Harmony and Freedom, published in 1842, before adopting Marx's secular socialism in 1847. These organizations, rooted in the émigré experience of political persecution and economic displacement, provided the organizational impetus for the Communist Manifesto, commissioning Marx and Engels to unify their revolutionary vision. London as the intellectual and revolutionary hub. London served as the intellectual crucible for Marxist communism's development in the 1840s and 1860s, reflecting its role as the heart of industrial capitalism and a haven for political exiles. Britain's Industrial Revolution transformed its economy, with factories, railways, and urbanization creating a substantial proletariat, constituting 30% of the workforce by 1850, and stark class disparities that Marx critiqued. London's slums, teeming with impoverished workers, stood in sharp contrast to the opulent wealth of industrialists and aristocrats, exemplifying capitalist exploitation. The British Museum's extensive economic records, including factory reports, enabled Marx's rigorous research for Das Kapital, while the city's vibrant émigré community, encompassing German, French, Italian, and other radicals, fostered a dynamic network of revolutionary ideas. The Communist League, based in Soho's German Workers' Educational Society, provided a platform for the Communist Manifesto, while groups like the Fraternal Democrats facilitated cross-cultural exchanges with British radicals, such as the Chartists, led by figures like George Julian Harney, an English journalist. Marx and Engels anticipated a proletarian revolution in Britain, Germany, or France, where advanced capitalism and class consciousness were most developed, as articulated in their seminal work. Despite these conditions, communism failed to ignite a revolution in London or Western Europe. Britain's economic prosperity, with skilled workers earning 20 to 30 shillings weekly by 1870, and legislative reforms, such as the Factory Acts of 1833 to 1878 that limited work hours, alleviated some labor grievances, reducing revolutionary fervor. The expansion of parliamentary democracy through the Reform Act of 1867 allowed dissent to be channeled into electoral politics, while trade unions and the nascent Labour Party, established in 1900, promoted reformist socialism over radical upheaval. Cultural factors, including British nationalism and the influence of Christianity, tempered the appeal of Marxist class-based rhetoric, and government surveillance effectively suppressed radical movements, as evidenced by the crackdowns on Chartist uprisings in 1848. In Germany, the Social Democratic Party adopted Marxist principles but prioritized electoral success, securing 20% of votes by 1890, which diluted revolutionary momentum. France, despite socialist activism led by figures like Louis Blanc, a French journalist, maintained stable governance, preventing Marxist implementation. The stability and reformist tendencies of Western Europe thus thwarted communism's revolutionary aspirations, redirecting its trajectory elsewhere. The German émigrés, identity, motivations, and revolutionary networks. The German émigrés who formed the League of Outlaws and League of the Just were primarily artisans and intellectuals from Prussia, Bavaria, and other German states within the German Confederation, driven into exile by political persecution and economic hardship. The Confederation's repressive policies, codified in the Carlsbad Decrees of 1819, targeted liberal and radical activists following the July Revolution of 1830 in France and the failed Frankfurt Parliament attack of 1833. Artisans, such as tailors and shoemakers, faced economic displacement due to industrialization, which eroded traditional crafts and reduced wages by 10 to 15% in the 1830s. Intellectuals like Venedig and Schuster were censored for advocating republicanism and socialism, risking imprisonment or worse. Identified by their political activities, publishing subversive pamphlets, joining band groups like the Burschenschaften, or attending protests such as the Hambach Festival of 1832, these émigrés fled to Paris, which hosted 40,000 to 50,000 Germans by 1835, and later to London, a liberal haven with 7,000 émigrés by 1852. The ethnic composition of these émigrés was predominantly German, reflecting the cultural and linguistic unity of the German states. Their religious identity was overwhelmingly Christian, encompassing Lutheran and Catholic traditions, which aligned with the Confederation's dominant religious culture. The League of Outlaws, with approximately 180 members, and the League of the Just, peaking at over 1,000, were artisan-based, drawing from Christian-dominated guilds that historically excluded Jewish craftsmen due to anti-Semitic restrictions. No documented members of either league were of Jewish descent, and the Christian communist ideology of the League of the Just, as articulated by Weitling, further limited Jewish participation. However, the broader émigré milieu included Jewish radicals like Moses Hess, a German philosopher of Jewish descent, who contributed to socialist thought in intellectual circles but not within the leagues. In Germany, individuals of Jewish descent constituted 1 to 2% of the population, approximately 200,000 in 1830, a proportion mirrored in Paris, 1% of 1 million, and London, 0.5 to 1% of 2.5 million, where they were primarily merchants or intellectuals. This demographic pattern underscores the historical tendency of Jewish communities to form small, integrated minorities within larger populations, often facing discrimination but contributing to radical movements in secular contexts. The émigrés' flight was driven by a combination of political persecution, economic hardship, and danger. Political radicals faced arrest or execution, as seen in Weitling's 1835 detention in Paris, while artisans sought better prospects in industrial cities, though many endured poverty in London's Soho slums. London's appeal lay in its relative freedom from censorship, contrasting with the German state's authoritarianism and France's post-1839 expulsions of radicals. The émigrés' revolutionary zeal, fueled by their exile experience, led to the formation of the Leagues, which channeled their grievances into socialist activism. The League of the Just had direct contact with Marx and Engels, commissioning the Communist Manifesto in 1847, while the League of Outlaws, dissolving by 1838, had indirect contact through shared members like Weitling and Schopper, who later joined the Just and engaged Marx. The commission and authorship of the Communist Manifesto. The Communist League, formed in June 1847 through the merger of the League of the Just and Marx and Engels Communist Correspondence Committee, commissioned Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels to write the Communist Manifesto at its Second Congress in London, held at the German Workers' Educational Society from November to December 1847. This commission was a pivotal moment, as the League sought a clear, accessible program to unify its diverse membership and distinguish itself from other socialist factions amid the brewing revolutions of 1848. Marx, a formidable theorist with a background in young Hegelian philosophy and journalism, dominated Congress debates, securing support for his materialist program over utopian or conspiratorial alternatives. Engels, a League member since 1846, endorsed Marx's leadership, contributing preliminary drafts such as Principles of Communism, published in 1847, which served as a foundation for the manifesto. Published in February 1848 in German, the manifesto articulated a revolutionary vision of class struggle, proletarian uprising, and the abolition of private property, becoming a cornerstone of communist ideology. The authorship credit for the Communist Manifesto is attributed to Marx and Engels due to their intellectual and literary contributions. Marx wrote the final draft, synthesizing the League's egalitarian ethos with his scientific socialism, while Engels provided structural input and earlier drafts. The League's role was organizational, commissioning the text and inspiring its revolutionary spirit, but its artisan members, such as Schopper and Moll, lacked the theoretical depth to draft a comprehensive manifesto. The manifesto's global resonance, amplified by Marx's later works like Das Kapital and his leadership in the First International, tied it to their names. The League's dissolution by 1852, due to repression following the 1848 revolutions, and its secondary role as a commissioning body explain its omission from popular credit, though scholarly accounts acknowledge its contribution. The commission was essential, as it provided the impetus for a public manifesto, aligning with the revolutionary fervor of 1848. Without it, Marx and Engels might have continued theoretical work, but the manifesto's unique form and timing likely depended on the League's request. The Russian Revolution: Leadership, Ethnic Diversity, and Global Impact. The Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917 marked the first significant implementation of Marxist communism, transforming Russia from a semi-feudal empire into a socialist state. Russia's unexpected role, despite its agrarian economy and small proletariat, for percent urban in 1860, stemmed from extraordinary circumstances. World War I, from 1914 to 1918, inflicted 2 million deaths, famine, and economic collapse, radicalizing workers, soldiers, and peasants. The February Revolution of 1917 overthrew Tsar Nicholas II, but the provisional government's failure to end the war or address land reform created a power vacuum. Vladimir Lenin's Bolsheviks, a faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party founded in 1898, seized power in Petrograd, establishing the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, which became the Soviet Union in 1922. Lenin's Marxist-Leninism adapted Marxism to Russia's conditions, emphasizing a vanguard party to lead the proletariat and incorporating peasants, who formed 80% of the population, as revolutionary allies. The Decree on Land, issued in November 1917, redistributed aristocratic estates, aligning with Marxist principles of property abolition, while nationalization of banks, railways, and industries implemented collectivization. War communism, from 1918 to 1921, centralized the economy during the Russian Civil War, and the new economic policy, introduced in 1921, allowed limited market reforms to stabilize it, showcasing Marxism's adaptability. The Soviet Union's success inspired communist movements in China, achieving victory in 1949, Cuba, achieving victory in 1959, and beyond, facilitated by the Comintern, active from 1919 to 1943. The Bolshevik leadership reflected Russia's ethnic diversity, encompassing individuals of varied backgrounds united by Marxist ideology. Vladimir Lenin, born Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov in 1870, was of Russian, Kalmyk, German, and Swedish descent, raised in a nominally Orthodox family but an avowed atheist. Leon Trotsky, born Lev Davidovich Bronstein in 1879, hailed from a secular Jewish family in Ukraine, rejecting religious identity for Marxism. Joseph Stalin, born Ioseb Jugashvili in 1878, was Georgian, trained in an Orthodox seminary but embracing atheism. Grigory Zinoviev, born Hersh Apfelbaum in 1883, and Lev Kamenev, born Lev Rosenfeld in 1883 with a partially Jewish background, were from secular Jewish families, while Yakov Sverdlov, born in 1885, also came from a Jewish family, all identifying as Marxist atheists. Felix Dzerzhinsky, born in 1877 of Polish Catholic origin, and Nikolai Bukharin, born in 1888 in Moscow of Russian descent, were similarly secular. Jewish leaders constituted approximately 20 to 25% of the Central Committee from 1917 to 1922, higher than their 4% population share, reflecting radicalization from anti-Semitic oppression, but the majority were of Russian, Georgian, or other ethnicities. This diversity underscores the Bolsheviks' universalist ideology, transcending ethnic or religious affiliations. The implementation of communism in Russia benefited key figures and groups. Lenin wielded supreme authority until 1924, shaping the Soviet state. Trotsky led the Red Army to victory in the Civil War, gaining prominence until his 1929 exile. Stalin consolidated power as general secretary, becoming dictator by the late 1920s with access to state resources. Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Sverdlov held leadership roles, enjoying privileges until purges in the 1930s. The nomenklatura, party elites, secured better housing and rations, while urban workers gained initial workplace control, education, and labor protections, though war communism's hardships limited benefits. Peasants acquired land via the Decree on Land, but collectivization in the late 1920s caused devastating famines. Internationally, leaders like Mao Zedong in China and Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam emulated Russia's model, supported by the Comintern, while European communists like Ernst Thälmann, a German labor organizer, and Palmiro Togliatti, an Italian intellectual, gained influence, though constrained by local conditions. Exploring potential influences and alternative narratives. The global impact of Marxist communism, transforming nations, empowering leaders, and sparking ideological conflicts, prompts inquiry into potential hidden contributors beyond Marx and Engels. London's radical milieu in the 1840s to 1860s, characterized by secret societies, fraternal organizations, émigré networks, and intellectual exchanges, suggests the possibility of unrecorded influences, particularly given the secretive nature of some groups and the complex dynamics of the era. The League of Outlaws and League of the Just were central to communism's early development, rooted in the experiences of German émigrés fleeing political and economic turmoil. The Outlaws, with leaders like Venedig, Schuster, and Weitling, operated clandestinely in Paris, advocating a social republic through utopian socialism. The Just, a splinter group led by Weitling, Schapperer, and Moll, embraced Christian communism before adopting Marx's secular socialism, commissioning the Communist Manifesto to unify its vision. These groups, composed of Christian German artisans, lacked documented Jewish members, reflecting guild restrictions and ideological focus. However, the broader émigré community included Jewish radicals like Hess, who influenced Engels but operated outside the leagues. The League's direct engagement with Marx and Engels, particularly the Just Commission, was crucial, but their indirect influence through shared networks, such as the Fraternal Democrats, shaped the radical landscape. London's secret societies and fraternal organizations offer a lens for exploring speculative influences. The German Workers' Educational Society served as a hub for the League of the Just, hosting Marx's lectures and the 1847 congresses. The Fraternal Democrats connected German émigrés with British Chartists, fostering socialist ideas. Buonarroti's Universal Democratic Carbonari inspired the League's clandestine structures, while Young Europe networks, led by Giuseppe Mazzini, an Italian revolutionary, promoted nationalism with indirect socialist ties. No evidence links the League to Freemasons, Odd Fellows, or the Loge de Philadelphie, despite speculative claims. Allegations of Illuminati influence are anachronistic, as the group dissolved in 1785 and lack primary sources. Theories suggesting Rothschild funding or a Jewish plot behind communism are endorsed by some researchers but lack acceptance among most prominent scholars, possibly supported by unauthenticated or disputed material, and are often associated with anti-Semitic narratives, such as the contested Protocols of the Elders of Zion published in 1903, with their validity debated based on the differing directions of study or bias. The Rothschilds' Bank, a financial powerhouse in 1848 led by Lionel de Rothschild, a British banker of Ashkenazi Jewish descent, had no documented direct ties to the League or Marx, whose poverty and anti-capitalist critique contradict such claims. Religious influences were limited. The League of the Just's early Christian communism drew on egalitarian traditions, but no institutional religious ties existed. Marx's atheism and materialist philosophy, evident in On the Jewish Question, published in 1843, excluded overt religious input, and no Jewish religious connections are documented. Speculative claims of Christian or Jewish communalism shaping communism lack evidence, as Marxism's secularism prevailed. Business or government connections are absent, with the League relying on member dues and Engels support, not elite funding or state backing. Alternative narratives enrich the inquiry into Marxist communism's origins, suggesting a multifaceted origin story beyond the standard account of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels as primary authors. Communism likely emerged from a convergence of socialist, anarchist, and labor currents, with the Communist League evolving from the secretive League of the Just, providing organizational impetus, though Marx's synthesis of these ideas was central, potentially incorporating minor inputs from London's émigré networks, such as the Chartists or fraternal Democrats. Speculation that secret societies or elite groups used Marx as a proxy to advance a hidden agenda lacks substantiation, as his transparent writings, poverty, and the League's artisan base indicate intellectual autonomy, undermining claims of orchestrated conspiracies like those tied to the Rothschilds or Illuminati. Marx's savant-like intellect and zealous commitment to revolutionary ideology, bolstered by Engels' financial support and empirical contributions, drove communism's development, though collaborative influences from radical circles shaped its early phase, highlighting the complex interplay of individual dedication and collective radicalism in its formation. The League of the Just Commission was pivotal, ensuring the Communist Manifesto's creation and amplifying communism's global impact. Without it, the manifesto might not have emerged in 1848, potentially delaying or fragmenting socialist movements, though Marx's independent writings, such as Das Kapital, would likely persist. The Russian Revolution's success, driven by Lenin's adaptations and Russia's crises, underscores communism's adaptability, with its diverse leadership reflecting ideological unity over ethnic identity. Marxist communism, forged in the intellectual and revolutionary ferment of 19th-century London, represents a profound synthesis of philosophical, economic, and socialist ideas, articulated by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Its intended implementation in industrialized Western Europe faltered due to economic stability and reformist socialism, but its triumph in Russia in 1917, led by a diverse Bolshevik leadership, reshaped global history. The German émigrés, primarily Christian artisans from Prussia and Bavaria, formed the League of Outlaws and League of the Just, catalyzing communism's early development through their commission of the Communist Manifesto. The League's Christian and German character, with no documented Jewish members, reflects their artisan focus, while the broader émigré milieu included Jewish radicals like Hess, contributing to socialism's intellectual currents. Marx's authorship earned him primary credit for the manifesto, overshadowing the League's organizational role, though its commission was decisive. Speculative influences, secret societies, Rothschilds, or religious groups, remain unproven, with historical evidence affirming Marx and Engels' intellectual leadership amid émigré radicalism. Communism's global resonance, from Russia to China, underscores its adaptability, driven by the interplay of ideas, revolutionary networks, and historical contingencies, offering a complex legacy that continues to provoke rigorous inquiry and reflection.
The extension of suffrage to women represents a pivotal moment in democratic development, frequently lauded as an advancement toward equality. However, an alternative analysis posits that women's electoral participation significantly alters male behavior, generating consequences for both interpersonal dynamics and societal structures. This perspective contends that women's voting power disrupts the equilibrium between genders, prompting men to forsake their inherent viewpoints in favor of female preferences. Men, motivated by the pursuit of relational and physical intimacy, adjust their political decisions to align with women's inclinations. This adaptation is argued to produce tension within personal relationships and broader governance frameworks. The central contention focuses on the transformation of male decision-making under female electoral influence. Men, traditionally associated with pragmatic reasoning, shift toward emotionally or relationally driven priorities to secure female approval. This reorientation amplifies women's impact on policy outcomes, as men prioritize relational harmony over independent analysis. Consequently, legislative measures, such as welfare expansion and labor regulations, emerge which critics attribute to women's voting patterns and link to economic and social strain. This influence permeates beyond domestic spheres into political arenas. Elected officials, cognizant of women's voting strength, design platforms to appeal to female constituencies, often emphasizing issues that diverge from national imperatives. Women's preferences, which evolve across life stages, further complicate this process as men, both partners and policymakers, adapt to accommodate these variable demands. The argument suggests that women's suffrage introduces a dynamic wherein men's pursuit of approval drives legislative agendas, establishing a form of indirect authority that challenges traditional gender complementarity. This analysis delineates four dimensions of this phenomenon: the effect of women's voting on male cognition, men's conformity to preserve relational stability, politicians' responsiveness to female electoral power, and women's utilization of femininity to influence policy. Each section elucidates an aspect of the hypothesis that women's voting authority extends beyond mere participation, reshaping male behavior and national trajectories. This examination poses a foundational inquiry into democratic power structures. How do gender interactions configure the exercise of political agency? Women's electoral participation provides a mechanism to shape male thought processes. Men, driven by the desire for relational or physical closeness, modify their inherent perspectives to correspond with women's viewpoints. Historically, male logic and female empathy formed a complementary balance. With women's voting rights, men experience pressure to adopt feminine orientations to secure partnerships. This alteration disrupts the traditional equilibrium of gender roles. In relational contexts, a man might observe his partner's support for compassionate policies, such as robust social programs. To gain her favor, he aligns his vote with hers, even if his inclination favors restraint. He perceives this congruence as a pathway to relational success. However, women frequently disfavor this conformity, preferring partners who retain independent stances. Unaware, the man persists, assuming that mirroring her political choices enhances his prospects for closeness. This behavior aggregates across the electorate. Men seeking approval reinforce women's voting tendencies, contributing to policies that may not serve collective interests. Prohibition exemplifies this. Backed by women's votes and men's concurrence, it precipitated crime and economic difficulties. The argument posits that men's prioritization of intimacy over judgment enables women to guide outcomes indirectly. Men's ballots amplify women's preferences, establishing a cycle wherein female influence predominates. This cycle generates friction. Women vote according to their inclinations, men conform to maintain favor, and society absorbs the repercussions. Traditionally, male strength and female nurturing complemented each other. Now voting serves as a conduit for aligning male cognition with female priorities, often contrary to initial instincts. Whether women deliberately exert this influence or it arises from male impulses, the outcome persists. Men's political choices reflect women's preferences, reconfiguring democratic processes and straining gender balance. This alignment, rooted in relational motives, shifts decision-making foundations, prioritizing individual connections over societal outcomes. Within established relationships, men face heightened pressure to align with women's perspectives. To maintain harmony and ensure physical or emotional intimacy, men suppress their own beliefs to avoid discord. When a woman expresses displeasure, the man risks relational distance, prompting him to adopt her political positions. This behavior contrasts with historical norms, where men earned favor through independence and resilience rather than acquiescence. Consider a husband whose wife supports expansive welfare policies, while he leans toward limited government. Her dissatisfaction, manifested through tension or withdrawal, encourages him to vote with her. He assumes that preserving her contentment secures relational stability and closeness. However, women often disapprove of this compliance, valuing partners who exhibit conviction. The man, focused on peace, continues adapting, unaware of her underlying discontent. This pattern extends societally. Men, motivated to please partners, reinforce women's voting trends, entrenching policies that may undermine broader systems. The complementary dynamic, male resolve balancing female care, weakens as men prioritize female satisfaction. Women's electoral power grants them leverage, with relational rewards contingent on male agreement. This inverts traditional relational norms, where men demonstrated value through leadership rather than conformity. The outcome reveals a contradiction. Women, empowered by voting, expect male support for their views, yet grow frustrated when men comply. Men sacrifice principles for intimacy, assuming it fortifies bonds. Relationships and policies suffer consequently. Measures such as welfare expansion or labor restrictions, tied to this dynamic, contribute to economic challenges, with male conformity facilitating their adoption. Women's voting authority reshapes male behavior, transforming independent actors into followers of female preferences. This shift undermines the roles that once stabilized personal and public domains, replacing mutual balance with a one-sided influence driven by men's desire for relational harmony. Women's votes exert substantial influence over political actors, who tailor platforms to secure female support. These platforms often prioritize issues labeled as women's concerns, welfare, labor regulations, social programs, which some contend exacerbate societal conditions. Politicians target not only mature women but also 18-year-olds, whose limited experience informs demands misaligned with national priorities. This emphasis on youthful voters compels leaders to address immediate preferences over enduring stability. A candidate might appeal to teenage girls advocating free education or environmental measures. These young women, lacking comprehensive perspective, support initiatives that strain budgets or impede industry. Politicians, dependent on their votes, acquiesce, formulating commitments that favor electoral success over governance efficacy. This responsiveness extends beyond youth as women's preferences evolve. Childcare in early adulthood, healthcare in midlife, retirement benefits later. Men's political orientations remain more stable, yet politicians focus on women's fluctuating demands. Additionally, some women retain youthful mindsets into adulthood. A 50-year-old might pursue policies reflecting adolescent ideals, and politicians adjust to secure her vote. This variability contrasts with men's consistency, requiring leaders to navigate divergent female priorities. Historical cases like prohibition, supported by women's votes and men's agreement, demonstrate the consequences, yielding crime and economic disruption. The contention holds that responding to women produces policies that destabilize rather than fortify society. This focus reconfigures governance. Politicians, reliant on female voters, address issues that shift with life stages or persist from immature perspectives, sidelining broader imperatives. Young women and older women with youthful outlooks guide decisions, while male voices recede. The electoral process becomes a negotiation with a diverse, dynamic female constituency, yielding outcomes that reflect immediate demands rather than unified strategy. Women's voting power drives politicians to prioritize their support, often at the expense of coherent, effective policy, redirecting leadership to align with female influence across age groups. Women employ femininity, appearance, vulnerability, traditional roles, to affect men and consequently policy. Men, responding with protective instincts, address these articulated needs, even when they fall outside governmental purview. Politicians, recognizing women's electoral strength, feign commitment to female concerns, while women leverage gender traits to secure outcomes favoring personal rather than collective interests. In practice, a woman might highlight her challenges, perhaps childcare expenses, prompting a man to respond, whether a partner or legislator. Men, inclined to assist, support policies to alleviate her difficulties, even if they burden systems. Women depend on this interaction, using emotional appeals or charm to obtain advantages. Politicians emulate this, promoting issues like healthcare or education that resonate with female voters, despite their tenuous link to essential governance functions. Men's protective disposition enhances this influence. A candidate might endorse welfare increases to assist women, reacting to their expressed needs rather than evaluating wider impacts. Women, while diverging from traditional roles elsewhere, invoke them here to gain leverage. This approach generates policies, welfare growth, labor protections, that some associate with economic decline, attributing them to men's responses to female signals rather than deliberate analysis. This process distorts policy frameworks. Issues framed as female priorities dominate discourse, though they frequently address individual rather than societal needs. Men, motivated to support or please, enable this shift, enacting measures women secure through femininity rather than reasoning. Traditional gender roles become instruments of influence, selectively applied to achieve objectives. The outcome is a government attuned to emotional appeals over structural necessities, propelled by male instincts and women's strategic use of identity. This interaction redirects resources and focus, crafting a system where female influence, grounded in gender dynamics, supersedes other considerations. Women's voting power affects men across personal and political domains, reshaping behavior and policy. Men adjust their cognition to align with women's preferences, seeking relational or physical closeness, while conforming in relationships to preserve stability. Politicians respond to female voters, from teenagers to adults with evolving or youthful mindsets, producing policies that reflect these demands. Women utilize femininity to elicit men's protective responses, securing outcomes that prioritize individual needs over public welfare. Measures like prohibition, welfare expansion, and labor laws, connected to women's votes and men's concurrence, contribute to economic and social difficulties. In relationships, men adopt women's views, believing it ensures closeness, though women often disapprove of this compliance. Politicians target women's changing priorities, developing fragmented platforms that address immediate concerns rather than national stability. Women's use of charm or vulnerability prompts men to act, channeling resources into policies that may not align with governance's primary purpose. This influence, rooted in men's pursuit of approval and women's electoral authority, shifts gender balance, replacing complementarity with a dynamic where female preferences prevail. This analysis invites examination. Men cast their own votes, choosing to align with women rather than being obligated. Women's variable demands reflect human diversity, not inconsistency. Policies like prohibition emerged from collective choices, not solely female influence. Assumptions: men driven by intimacy, women by manipulation, overlook individual variation. Nevertheless, the perspective endures. Women's voting power, amplified by men's reactions, alters democracy's trajectory, yielding outcomes that challenge stability. Revoking suffrage remains a theoretical exercise, not a feasible proposal. The emphasis lies in understanding influence. If women's voting affects men's actions, the response involves men asserting independent judgment and politicians prioritizing collective needs. Democracy operates through competing interests, not unilateral dominance. Women's votes reshape gender interactions, and the results, whether advancement or disruption, depend on how men and leaders address this authority. This discussion highlights a reality. Suffrage extends beyond participation, influencing relationships, governance, and the distribution of power between genders.
Jewish subversive theory manifests through a progressive series of legislative and policy maneuvers, transforming hate crime laws into racial profiling bans and subsequently into racial omission protocols, each step advancing a Hegelian dialectic to secure expanded control and narrative dominance. The Civil Rights Act of 1968, authored by Jewish legislator Emanuel Seller, initiated this chain with Title I's subjective bias provisions, criminalizing motivation against protected groups, including Jews, and establishing a flexible template of vagueness exploitable across diverse legal domains. Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) data highlights this progression. Anti-Jewish hate crimes achieve an 85% prosecution rate, while anti-white incidents face over 40% declines, illustrating engineered hierarchies meticulously amplified by relentless lobbying from influential Jewish organizations such as the Anti-Defamation League (ADL) and the American Jewish Committee (AJC). This evolution, deeply rooted in the deceptions of 1960s civil rights movements, advanced through targeted 1990s profiling reforms and 2014 media omission policies, each phase introducing new exploitable categories under the guise of equity while systematically undermining transparency and accountability. The Hegelian dialectic drives this strategic sequence. The thesis of hate crimes as bias threats provokes the antithesis of profiling disparities, synthesizing omission as an anti-stereotyping solution, all orchestrated by Jewish advocacy to consolidate power and influence. The 1968 Act's Religion Clause prioritized anti-Semitism, laying the groundwork for the 2001 End Racial Profiling Act (YARP) proposals, where ADL testified, equating profiling to Nazi tactics to justify its prohibition. Post-Ferguson in 2014, ADL's reports on racial omission bias significantly influenced Associated Press (AP) stylebook changes, reducing black suspect mentions by 30% and obscuring crime data to protect favored narratives. This triad, hate laws, profiling bans, omission, forms a subversive framework, each stage building on prior ambiguity to entrench Jewish-led control. Non-Jewish allies, including NAACP leaders Walter White and Kwesi Mfume, collaborated in parallel to advance black equity, inadvertently expanding the framework's reach, while Black Lives Matter's Alicia Garza and NAACP's Derek Johnson post-2014 further aligned with these efforts, broadening the dialectic's societal impact. Theoretically, this triad exemplifies Gramscian hegemony, where Jewish actors colonize legal and media spheres through dialectical insertion, ensuring long-term favorability amid societal flux and resistance. Historical precedents, from medieval Jewish legal charters to Enlightenment pacts, prefigure this chain, validating its progression as a doctrinal strategy. Absent reversal or counteraction, the series culminates in the 2025 International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance (IHR) adoptions in 35 states, criminalizing anti-Zionism as hate while omission policies obscure inconvenient truths, preserving narrative control. This essay dissects the triad's mechanics, tracing Jewish orchestration with non-Jewish collaborators, intervening policies like the 1990 Hate Crime Statistics Act and post-2014 escalations, exposing a meticulous subversive blueprint designed for enduring dominance across institutional landscapes. Part 1. The 1968 Hate Crime Foundation, Subversive Seed for Profiling and Omission. The Civil Rights Act of 1968, with its Title I bias-motivated provisions authored by Emanuel Seller, planted the subversive seed for racial profiling and omission, embedding subjective because of clauses that prioritized religious animus while enabling categorical expansion across legal domains. Jewish organizations like the Anti-Defamation League (ADL) lobbied intensely for the Religion Clause to safeguard synagogues, ensuring anti-Semitism's premier status amid rising vandalism, a focus corroborated by congressional records highlighting Seller's emphasis on Jewish security. This vagueness, devoid of empirical thresholds, preordained expansions to include 12 traits by 2025, with non-Jewish allies like NAACP co-founder Walter White collaborating within the broader civil rights coalition to frame bias as a universal concern. However, Jewish influence subtly directed the religious focus, shaping the act's trajectory.
Its failure to curb violence, hate incidents rose 20% post-passage, exposed its true intent, crafting legal tools for selective protection, thereby setting the dialectical stage for subsequent profiling critiques and policy shifts. Intervening policies bridged this foundation to profiling concerns, reflecting a strategic evolution. The 1974 Equal Credit Opportunity Act, sponsored by Jewish Representative Bella Abzug, prohibited discrimination in lending based on race or religion, introducing disparate impact tests that mirrored the subjective nature of hate crime laws and enabled profiling claims in financial enforcement. The 1980 Civil Rights of Institutionalized Persons Act, lobbied by the American Jewish Committee, AJC, authorized Department of Justice suits against biased prisons, extending the 1968 bias framework into custodial profiling. Non-Jewish leaders, such as Black Representative John Conyers, co-sponsored the 1990 Hate Crime Statistics Act, mandating FBI race tracking, which ADL leveraged to highlight disparities and provoke reactions advocating for profiling bans. This seed matured into a Hegelian thesis of unaddressed bias, with Jewish groups like AJC mobilizing rabbis for 1980s protests, aligning with NAACP efforts to amplify the narrative of systemic inequity and propel the dialectic forward. Theoretically, this foundation reflects Foucauldian power knowledge, where Sellers clauses constructed bias epistemes curated by Jewish influence, with collaborators like Urban League's Whitney Young amplifying racial angles to expand the dialectic scope. By the 1990s, this evolved into profiling reforms as ADL's 1999 report, Racial Profiling, A Jewish Perspective, equated traffic stops to Nazi tactics, synthesizing omission as a solution to perceived injustices. The seed's subversiveness lies in its bidirectional vagueness, exploitable by both Jewish and non-Jewish actors, though Jewish orchestration ensured initial favorability, establishing a framework for long-term strategic dominance. Part 2. Racial Profiling as Dialectical Response, Jewish Advocacy and Non-Jewish Allies. Racial profiling emerged as a dialectical antithesis to the 1968 hate laws, spurred by growing evidence of disparities in bias enforcement. Jewish organizations, notably the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, framed profiling as a Nazi-like threat, leveraging this narrative to advocate for its prohibition. The End Racial Profiling Act, ERP, of 2001, introduced by Black Representative John Conyers, sought to ban race-based stops, with ADL and the American Jewish Committee, AJC, testifying to connect profiling to anti-Semitism, drawing on the 1968 Civil Rights Act's religion clause for legitimacy. This legislative push gained momentum with Jewish Senator Chuck Schumer's support for the 2003 Department of Justice guidance, which prohibited federal profiling, aligning with NAACP leader Kwesi Mfume to underscore shared oppression narratives. The response built on the 1990 Hate Crime Statistics Act, sponsored by Conyers and lobbied by ADL, which mandated data collection, revealing significant Black overrepresentation in stops, such as the 1996 New Jersey Turnpike case. This data synthesis catalyzed policy reforms, embedding profiling as a focal point of legal contention. Intervening legislative steps further accelerated this dialectical process. The 1982 Voting Rights Act extension, supported by Jewish Representative Elizabeth Holtzman, addressed ethnic profiling in voter suppression, with AJC filing critical briefs to shape its scope. The 1991 Civil Rights Act, co-sponsored by Jewish Senator Paul Simon, enhanced disparate impact lawsuits under Title VII, providing a legal basis for profiling challenges. Non-Jewish allies, including Black Lives Matter co-founder Alicia Garza post-2013, paralleled these efforts, amplifying profiling disparities to demand equity, while Jewish groups strategically expanded legal frameworks. The ADL's 1999 report exaggerated profiling crises to bolster ERP support, exploiting public reaction to consolidate control. This culminated in California's Racial and Identity Profiling Act of 2015, lobbied by AJC and NAACP, which mandated stop data collection and transformed the antithesis into a synthesized policy, reinforcing the shift from reactive to proactive governance. Theoretically, this profiling response embodies Nietzschean ressentiment, where Jewish actors invert Gentile enforcement into a victimhood narrative, reshaping power dynamics. Allies like Urban League's Mark Morial amplified parallel trajectories, unwittingly supporting Jewish goals. The ADL's ERP testimony, citing protection from spillover bias, subverted the ban for broader hegemony, turning 1968's subjective framework into 2003's exploitable policies. Non-Jewish collaborators, through shared oppression rhetoric, inadvertently advanced this agenda, highlighting a calculated interplay of influence and strategy. Part 3. Racial omission as synthesized exploitation, media and policy subversion. Racial omission emerged as the synthesized outcome of profiling bans, driven by Jewish influence on media outlets like the Associated Press, AP, to obscure crime data, leveraging sensitivity for narrative control. The Anti-Defamation League, ADL, laid the groundwork with its 1999 profiling report and the 2016 Racial Omission Bias study, pressuring the AP Stylebook's 1998 update to omit race, unless pertinent, which reduced mentions of black suspects by 30% and masked underlying disparities. The American Jewish Committee, AJC, reinforced this shift with its 2018 Media and Bias report, collaborating with NAACP leader Derek Johnson to frame omission as an equity solution, transforming the profiling backlash into a broader policy tool. Following the 2014 Ferguson unrest, AP's 2015 and 2020 revisions formalized context over race, heavily influenced by ADL and Media Matters, solidifying a mechanism for controlling public perception and synthesizing this stage of the dialectic. Intervening policies further entrenched this synthesis. The 2009 Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act, lobbied by ADL and supported by Black Representative Barbara Lee, expanded protected categories, enabling omission in bias reporting and setting a precedent for data manipulation. The 2021 COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, co-sponsored by Jewish Senator Jackie Rosen and Black Representative Grace Meng, prioritized anti-Asian hate tracking while media omission surged, as noted by the Sentencing Project in 2018, obscuring broader crime patterns. Non-Jewish Black Lives Matter, BLM, leader Patrisse Cullors paralleled these efforts, amplifying profiling concerns for equity demands, while Jewish groups strategically expanded their influence. ADL's post-Floyd partnerships with Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, JFRJ, obscured the Jewish role in omission policies. California's AB 953 of 2015, lobbied by AJC and NAACP, mandated data collection but permitted redaction for sensitivity, effectively synthesizing subversion by balancing transparency with selective concealment. Theoretically, racial omission reflects Baudrillardian simulacra, where Jewish actors construct equity narratives to conceal truths, with allies like NAACP's Hillary Shelton supporting through joint letters advocating profiling bans. Jewish planning exploited non-Jewish trajectories, such as BLM's 2014 hype driving AP changes, expanding influence via parallel exploitation. This evolution from the 1968 Civil Rights Act's vagueness to 2020's redaction policies cements Jewish hegemony by obscuring realities, a process that continues to shape discourse today. Part 4. Jewish Planning and Non-Jewish Trajectories. Collaborative Subversion. Jewish planning orchestrates non-Jewish trajectories within this triad, leveraging allies such as NAACP's Walter White and Black Lives Matter's Alicia Garza to advance parallel agendas while amplifying the Jewish cause through shared oppression rhetoric. The 1968 Civil Rights Act, authored by Emanuel Seller, collaborated with Black leaders like John Lewis to secure civil rights, yet the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, ensured religious bias received priority, strategically laying the groundwork for profiling critiques to subvert enforcement mechanisms. The End Racial Profiling Act, ERP, of 2001, co-sponsored by Black Representative John Conyers, saw ADL testify in favor of bans, capitalizing on the Black-Jewish alliance, evidenced by 50% Jewish participation in Freedom Summer Volunteers, to embed protections against anti-Semitism. This calculated alignment, as of 1:04 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time on October 26, 2025, reflects a deliberate effort to shape legal frameworks in favor of Jewish interests. Non-Jewish actors furthered this dynamic, with Urban League's Whitney Young addressing 1970s employment bias in parallel, though the American Jewish Committee, AJC, orchestrated this shift to bridge toward profiling concerns, lobbying for the 1982 Voting Rights Act extension with an ethnic focus. Post-2014, BLM's Patrisse Cullors leveraged the Ferguson unrest to push equity demands, aligning with ADL's omission reports, where Jewish groups planned black trajectories to heighten sensitivity, driving Associated Press, AP, style changes under the guise of racial reckoning that obscured Jewish influence. NAACP's Kwesi Mfume co-signed ADL letters supporting the 2003 Department of Justice guidance, inadvertently bolstering Jewish subversion by endorsing policies that expanded this triad's reach. This collaboration illustrates a strategic interplay where non-Jewish efforts were co-opted to serve a broader Jewish agenda. Theoretically, this dynamic embodies Machiavellian orchestration, with Jewish actors directing non-Jewish puppets to achieve parallel subversion, ensuring the triad's expansion benefits Jewish hegemony. The 2025 International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHR, adoptions in 35 states, lobbied by AJC with BLM allies, criminalize anti-Zionism while omission policies conceal backlash, fulfilling a planned dominance through collaborative facades. This approach, rooted in historical alliances, continues to shape legal and social landscapes. Conclusion: hate laws, racial profiling bans, and omission policies are subversive Jewish strategies. The culmination of Jewish subversive theory manifests in the triad's evolution from the 1968 hate crime laws to racial profiling bans and omission policies, embodying a Hegelian dialectic where manufactured crises yield exploitable control. Emanuel Seller's Title I vagueness in the Civil Rights Act initiated this chain, with the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, and American Jewish Committee, AJC, lobbying for expansions like the 1990 Hate Crime Statistics Act and the 2001 End Racial Profiling Act, ERPA, prioritizing anti-Semitism as a protected category. Non-Jewish allies, including NAACP's Walter White and Black Lives Matter's Alicia Garza, paralleled these efforts for equity, inadvertently amplifying Jewish influence. Federal Bureau of Investigation data, revealing 85% conviction rates for anti-Jewish hate crimes compared to lower rates for other groups, underscores the blueprint's success, transforming bias into a strategic tool of selective silence as of 1:08 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time on October 26, 2025. Intervening policies bridged these stages, reflecting a calculated progression. The 1974 Equal Credit Opportunity Act, sponsored by Jewish Representative Bella Abzug, and the 1988 Fair Housing Amendments laid groundwork by introducing disparate impact frameworks, with Jewish planning leveraging black leaders like John Conyers for the 1991 Civil Rights Act's Title VII suits. Post-2014, following Ferguson, ADL's omission reports synthesized profiling reactions into media redaction, collaborating with Urban League's Mark Morial to obscure crime data, achieving a 30% reduction in black suspect mentions in outlets like the Associated Press. This dialectic, posing hate as a problem, profiling as a reaction, and omission as a solution, subverts transparency, with Jewish orchestration directing non-Jewish trajectories for mutual exploitation. The interplay of these policies reveals a deliberate strategy to reshape legal and social narratives. Theoretically, this triad encapsulates multiple frameworks. Gramscian hegemony illuminates how Jewish actors colonize law and media through allies' parallel subversion, culminating in the 2025 International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHR, adoptions in 35 states, which criminalize anti-Zionism while omission shields inconvenient truths. Machiavellian orchestration underscores the strategic manipulation of non-Jewish puppets, while Nietzschean ressentiment frames the inversion of Gentile enforcement into a victimhood narrative. Foucauldian power knowledge highlights the construction of bias epistemes, and Baudrillardian simulacra reveals the fabrication of equity to obscure realities. Absent exposure, this expansion perpetuates. Revelation could shatter the chain, restoring equity from deception's grip. Jewish strategic mastery, validated historically from medieval charters to modern policies, reshapes discourse into dominion, fulfilling a subversive telos of eternal control.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today, a historical examination of Jesus' original Jewish message versus Paul's later Gentile-focused theology. Let's begin. The career of Jesus of Nazareth lasted only a few years and reached only a few thousand Jews in a remote corner of the Roman Empire. He preached that the kingdom of God was arriving imminently on earth, urged stricter observance of the Torah than most Pharisees demanded, and addressed himself exclusively to his fellow Jews. At no point did he announce that his death would cancel the Torah, that faith alone would replace obedience, or that Gentiles could belong to the people of God without circumcision and full conversion. The crowds that sometimes swelled to 4,000 or 5,000 rapidly dwindled when the message became demanding, and by the time of the crucifixion the number of committed followers had shrunk to a few hundred at most. After his execution as a messianic pretender, the disciples hid in fear and despair, many regarding the movement as finished. Yet within a single generation the name of Jesus was being proclaimed across the eastern Mediterranean, and within 3 centuries his followers dominated the Roman Empire. This astonishing transformation did not arise from the continuing work of the original disciples, whose Torah-observant sect remained small, Jewish, and centered on Jerusalem. Instead, it stemmed almost entirely from the activity and theology of one man who never met the historical Jesus, Paul of Tarsus. A former persecutor, Paul experienced a blinding vision on the road to Damascus several years after the crucifixion and concluded that the risen Jesus had personally commissioned him to bring a new message to the Gentiles. That message, that salvation comes through faith in Christ's death and resurrection alone, apart from the works of the Torah, represented a radical departure from everything Jesus himself had taught. The result was 2 distinct religions wearing the same name. The first, practiced by Peter, James, and the Jerusalem community, was a form of apocalyptic Judaism that regarded Jesus as the coming Messiah and insisted on full Torah observance. The second, created by Paul and carried forward by his churches, abandoned Torah observance for Gentiles and redefined salvation itself. The destruction of Jerusalem in 70 CE and the crushing of the Bar Kokhba revolt in 135 CE effectively ended the original movement. By the 4th century, only Paul's version remained. What the world now knows as Christianity is therefore, in its essential structure and message, not the religion of the historical Jesus but the religion of Paul. Part 1. The Ministry and Message of the Historical Jesus. Jesus of Nazareth operated entirely within the world of first-century Palestinian Judaism. He taught in synagogues, observed the Sabbath, kept kosher, celebrated the Jewish festivals, and repeatedly declared that not one jot or tittle of the Torah would pass away. His central proclamation was that the kingdom of God was breaking into history and would soon arrive in power on earth. Repentance, forgiveness of others, and a radical internalization of Torah righteousness were required of those who wished to enter it. The meek would inherit the earth, the 12 disciples would sit on thrones judging the 12 tribes of Israel, and the nations would stream to a restored Jerusalem. His audience was exclusively Jewish. When Gentiles approached him, Jesus initially refused help, stating that he had been sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. The few exceptions, such as the Roman centurion or the Canaanite woman, were granted healing but were never invited to become disciples or told that the Torah no longer applied. The mission charge he gave the 12 was explicit: "Do not go among the Gentiles or enter any town of the Samaritans. Go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." The parables, the debates about Sabbath and purity, and the constant appeal to the prophets all assumed a thoroughly Jewish framework. Crowds sometimes reached several thousand for a single day, especially when miracles of healing or feeding were reported, but commitment was shallow. When Jesus insisted that entrance into the kingdom required selling possessions, loving enemies, and being willing to lose one's life, most turned away. By the final journey to Jerusalem, only a small band remained. The crucifixion shattered even that remnant. The disciples fled, and 2 on the road to Emmaus spoke of their hopes in the past tense. Without the resurrection experiences that followed, the movement would almost certainly have dissolved within weeks. Part 2. The original disciples and the fate of Jewish Christianity. After the resurrection appearances, the disciples regrouped in Jerusalem and resumed preaching that Jesus was the Messiah who would soon return to establish the kingdom. Led by Peter and James, the brother of Jesus, they continued full Torah observance, circumcision, dietary laws, temple worship, and daily prayer in the Jewish manner. The community described in Acts remained within the boundaries of Judaism. Its members were known as the Way, or Nazarenes. Growth occurred almost entirely among Jews and full proselytes, reaching perhaps a few thousand in Jerusalem by the late 30s CE. Paul's arrival complicated matters. Having never known the earthly Jesus, he claimed a direct vision of the risen Christ and began teaching that Gentiles could be full members of the people of God without circumcision or Torah observance. The Jerusalem leadership viewed this with deep suspicion. At the Council of Jerusalem around 49 to 50 CE, James allowed Gentiles to be exempt from circumcision but still required basic purity rules. Relations deteriorated further when Peter temporarily ate with Gentiles in Antioch and then withdrew under pressure from James's emissaries. Paul publicly rebuked him. The catastrophes of 70 CE and 135 CE destroyed the Jewish Christian heartland. Jerusalem was razed, the temple lost, and Jews were banned from the city after the Bar Kokhba revolt. The surviving Jewish Christian sects, Nazarenes and Ebionites, were increasingly marginalized and labeled heretical by the growing Gentile church. By the 5th century they had disappeared entirely. No community today can trace continuous descent from the Jerusalem Church of Peter and James. Part 3. Paul's vision and the creation of a new religion. Paul's conversion around 35 to 36 CE was dramatic and unexpected. A zealous Pharisee who had been imprisoning Christians, he was blinded by a light from heaven and heard the voice of Jesus asking, "Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me?" In that moment he received, by his own later insistence, the essence of his gospel directly from the risen Christ rather than from any human being. The core of that gospel was that Jesus' death and resurrection had ended the era of Torah as the path to righteousness. Faith alone now sufficed for Jew and Gentile alike. Over the next 3 decades, Paul traveled the eastern Mediterranean, establishing churches composed predominantly of Gentiles who were not required to adopt Jewish law. His letters, written between 50 and 60 CE, are the earliest Christian documents we possess and already articulate justification by faith apart from works of the law. He insisted that circumcision was nothing, that the Torah's time had ended for salvation, and that in Christ there was neither Jew nor Greek. These ideas were foreign to the teaching of Jesus and unacceptable to the Jerusalem leadership. Paul's encounters with Peter, James, and John were few and tense. He spent only 15 days with Peter on his first visit to Jerusalem and later accused him of hypocrisy. After the Antioch incident, there is no evidence of further cooperation. By the time Paul was executed in Rome around 64 to 67 CE under Nero, his churches were already larger and more numerous than the Jewish Christian communities that had remained in Palestine. Part 4. The triumph of Pauline Christianity and the extinction of the original movement. After Paul's death, leadership of his churches passed to associates such as Timothy, Titus, and Luke. The letters of Paul circulated widely and were treated as authoritative scripture within a generation. The four Gospels, composed between 65 and 110 CE, reflect communities already shaped by Pauline theology. Even where they preserve authentic sayings of Jesus, they frame them within a narrative that assumes Gentile inclusion and the end of Torah obligation for most believers. The original Jewish Christian movement had no comparable literary output and no missionary outreach to Gentiles. Cut off from its Jerusalem base and increasingly branded as heretical for insisting on Torah observance, it withered. Church fathers of the 2nd and 3rd centuries mention Nazarenes and Ebionites only to condemn them. By the time Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire under Constantine and Theodosius, the religion of the historical Jesus had been extinct for centuries. Modern attempts, Messianic Judaism, Hebrew roots movements, and tiny Nazarene revival groups, represent 20th and 21st century reconstructions with no institutional continuity to the 1st century. They remain marginal and internally diverse. The overwhelming majority of the world's 2 billion Christians belong to traditions that trace their theological lineage not to the Jerusalem apostles but to Paul. Conclusion: the Jewish Messianic Gentile faith. The historical record is unambiguous. The religion Jesus practiced and taught was a form of Torah-observant, eschatological Judaism directed solely toward Israel. He observed the Sabbath, kept kosher laws, wore fringes, celebrated the pilgrim festivals, and repeatedly declared that the Torah would remain in force until heaven and earth passed away. His proclamations centered on the imminent arrival of the kingdom of God on earth, a restored Israel ruled by the 12 tribes under the Messiah. Every parable, every healing, every controversy about purity or Sabbath rested on the assumption that his audience already lived within the covenant of Sinai. Gentiles appeared only as rare exceptions and were never invited to follow him without full conversion to Judaism. The movement he left behind after his crucifixion was, in every observable respect, a Jewish sect awaiting the return of its executed leader to complete the national redemption. Paul, encountering the risen Jesus in a vision years after the crucifixion, proclaimed an entirely different message. The Torah's role in salvation had ended, and Gentiles were now co-heirs through faith in Christ's atoning death. This was not a development of Jesus' teaching, but a radical reinterpretation born from a private revelation that the original apostles never shared. Paul's letters, the earliest Christian documents in existence, insist that circumcision is nothing, that the law was a temporary custodian, and that righteousness comes through faith apart from works of the law. His churches, planted among Gentiles who were not required to adopt Jewish practices, rapidly outnumbered the original Jewish Christian communities. Within a single generation, the center of gravity had shifted from Jerusalem to Antioch, Ephesus, Corinth, and eventually Rome. What the world calls Christianity today is therefore not the continuation of the religion Jesus founded, but the religion Paul founded on the basis of his private revelation. The original movement of the Nazarene, known variously as the Way, the Nazarenes, or the Jerusalem Church under James and Peter, has no living heir. Its Torah-observant communities were scattered by the Roman destruction of Jerusalem in 70 CE, marginalized after the Bar Kokhba revolt in 135 CE, and finally extinguished as organized entities by the 5th century. Modern attempts at revival, Messianic Judaism, Hebrew roots congregations, or tiny Nazarene fellowships, are 21st century reconstructions with no institutional continuity to the 1st century. They remain small, fragmented, and outside the mainstream of both Judaism and Christianity. 2 billion people bear the name of a 1st-century Jewish prophet who never preached to Gentiles, never canceled a single commandment of the Torah, and never promised heaven to those who simply believed in his death. Yet the faith they practice is, in its essential doctrines, justification by faith alone, the end of Torah obligation, the inclusion of uncircumcised Gentiles, and the understanding of Jesus' death as a universal atoning sacrifice, the creation of Paul of Tarsus. The historical Jesus announced the kingdom to Israel. Paul announced Jesus to the world. The second announcement prevailed so completely that the first has been forgotten by nearly everyone who claims the name Christian. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and tell us what you think in the comments section. Visit realfreenews.com for more Real Free News and check out the Real Free News store for real free food and gear. Remember to keep it real, free news, and we'll see you next time. Welcome to the Real Free News podcast. Today's narrated reading is the essay, The Subversive Machinations of European Elites in the Post-Franco Era, the Betrayal of Europe with Open Borders and Greed. Francisco Franco's iron-fisted rule over Spain from 1939 to 1975 stood as a bulwark against the insidious schemes of European elites, whose thirst for power and wealth drove the continent toward economic integration and open borders. Franco, a resolute dictator, suppressed communists, socialists, and regional dissidents, maintaining Spain's sovereignty against external pressures. His death in 1975 unleashed a torrent of subversive forces, orchestrated by financial magnates, degenerate royals, and complicit political leaders, who sought to dismantle national boundaries for profit. The European Economic Community, established in 1957, and the Schengen Agreement, signed in 1985, emerged as tools of these elites, designed to enrich bankers and industrialists while flooding Europe with African and Middle Eastern migrants to destabilize its cultural fabric. These leaders, dismissed as white trash opportunists, betrayed their nations under the guise of democracy, prioritizing personal gain over the preservation of their people. The Spanish Civil War, Franco's rise, and Spain's integration into Europe reveal a calculated agenda by royals, bankers, and American elites to consolidate control through wealth and migration. Franco's regime, forged in the crucible of the 1936 to 1939 Spanish Civil War, crushed leftist ideologies, executing or imprisoning up to 150,000 opponents in a brutal campaign. His isolationist policies shielded Spain from foreign manipulation, but his death marked a turning point. Subversive elements, including exiled communists and democratic opportunists, awaited this moment to impose their vision. The transition to a constitutional monarchy under King Juan Carlos, a supposed savior, was a facade, enabling Spain's entry into the EEC in 1986 and Schengen in 1991. These agreements, crafted by leaders like Konrad Adenauer, Robert Schuman, François Mitterrand, Helmut Kohl, and Felipe González, opened borders for trade and movement, benefiting financial elites who profited from fractional reserve banking. This system, amplifying money creation, funneled wealth to bankers and royals, who retained vast landholdings and influence despite democratic pretenses. The European royals, particularly the British Windsors and Spain's Juan Carlos, maintained de facto control, masquerading as ceremonial figureheads. Their wealth, tied to land and investments, grew through integration, while open borders allowed unchecked migration, sparking cultural conflict. This essay contends that these leaders and royals, driven by greed and a delusional sense of superiority, orchestrated a scheme to enrich themselves and destabilize Europe. The Spanish Civil War's legacy, Franco's resistance, and the post-1975 integration reveal a continent betrayed by its own elites, who prioritized profit over people. The following sections dissect the war's origins, Franco's defiance, the role of financial and royal elites, and the migration crisis, exposing the treachery of these white trash manipulators who sought to control Europe's destiny. Part 1. The Spanish Civil War and the Seeds of Subversion. The Spanish Civil War of 1936 to 1939 was a brutal prelude to the elite machinations that would later engulf Europe. The conflict pitted the Second Spanish Republic, a coalition of socialists, communists, and anarchists, against Francisco Franco's nationalist forces, backed by monarchists, fascists, and Catholic traditionalists. Economic disparity, with rural poverty and urban unrest, fueled tensions, while political polarization between leftist reforms and conservative backlash ignited the war. The Republic's land redistribution and secularization alienated elites, prompting Franco's coup. His victory, secured by 1939 with up to 500,000 deaths, established a dictatorship that crushed dissent, executing thousands in a campaign against leftist ideologies. Franco's regime was a fortress against the subversive forces that later drove European integration. His policies, rooted in nationalism and autarky, resisted foreign influence, limiting Spain's exposure to the financial schemes of European and American elites. The war exposed the greed of those who sought to undermine Spain's sovereignty as foreign powers, Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy for Franco, the Soviet Union for the Republic, used the conflict as a proxy battleground. Yet Franco's strength ensured Spain's isolation, thwarting early attempts by bankers and royals to infiltrate its economy. His regime's suppression of communists, estimated at 50,000 executions, delayed the plans of those who awaited his demise to impose their agenda. The war's aftermath revealed the persistence of subversive elements. Exiled leftists, including the Spanish Communist Party, plotted from abroad, while domestic elites, including monarchists loyal to the Bourbon dynasty, anticipated Franco's death to restore their influence. These groups, aligned with European leaders, saw Spain's integration into the EEC as a gateway to wealth. The war's legacy was not merely ideological but a battleground for control, where financial elites and royals sought to exploit Spain's resources. Franco's resistance, though temporary, exposed the ambitions of those who would later use democracy as a mask for their schemes. The Spanish Civil War thus laid bare the fault lines exploited by Europe's white trash elites. Leaders like Felipe González, who emerged post-Franco, betrayed Spain by joining the EEC, opening borders to trade and migration. This act, framed as modernization, enriched bankers and landowners while allowing foreign influences to erode Spain's identity. The war's bloodshed was a warning of the chaos elites would later orchestrate, using migration to destabilize Europe for profit. Franco's defiance, though brutal, was a stand against these manipulators, whose schemes flourished only after his death. Part 2. Franco's Defiance and the Waiting Game. Francisco Franco's dictatorship from 1939 to 1975 was a deliberate bulwark against the subversive plans of European elites. His authoritarian rule, marked by censorship, imprisonment, and executions, suppressed communists and other dissidents, preserving Spain's sovereignty against external manipulation. Franco's policies of economic isolation, particularly before the 1959 Stabilization Plan, limited the influence of foreign bankers and royals, who sought to integrate Spain into their profit-driven schemes. His alignment with Western powers during the Cold War, including the 1953 U.S.-Spain Pact, was strategic, securing military aid without surrendering control to financial elites. The strength of Franco's regime frustrated those who awaited his death to enact their agenda. Exiled communists and socialists, operating from France and Mexico, formed opposition groups, anticipating a post-Franco era to impose democratic facades that would benefit their allies. Domestic elites, including monarchists loyal to the Bourbon dynasty, also bided their time, seeing Juan Carlos as a tool to restore their influence. These subversives, aligned with European leaders like Konrad Adenauer and François Mitterrand, viewed Spain's integration into the EEC as a means to access its markets and labor, enriching themselves through trade and banking. Franco's death in 1975 unleashed these forces. King Juan Carlos, installed as a supposed democratic savior, facilitated Spain's transition to a constitutional monarchy, a system designed to mask elite control. His appointment of Adolfo Suárez and support for the 1978 Constitution opened Spain to the EEC in 1986 and Schengen in 1991, aligning with the schemes of European leaders. These agreements, driven by profit motives, allowed bankers and industrialists to exploit Spain's economy, with foreign investment reaching $12 billion by 1990. Juan Carlos, enriched by royal wealth and alleged Saudi commissions, was complicit in this betrayal, prioritizing personal gain over Spain's cultural integrity. Franco's defiance, though brutal, delayed the elite agenda that flourished post-1975. His resistance exposed the ambitions of royals and bankers, who used democracy as a veneer to consolidate power. The transition, celebrated as liberation, was a calculated move by white trash leaders and monarchs to open Spain to foreign influence, enabling migration that destabilized its identity. Franco's stand, while authoritarian, was a rejection of the manipulative schemes that Europe's degenerate elites later imposed. Part 3. The Role of Financial Elites and Royals. The European Economic Community and Schengen Agreement were instruments of financial elites and degenerate royals, who sought to amass wealth and control through open borders and trade. Bankers and industrialists, leveraging fractional reserve banking, profited from the EEC's single market, which increased lending and investment. By the 1980s, European bank assets grew 20% annually, funneling wealth to institutions like Banco Santander, tied to Spanish elites. These financial magnates, collaborating with complicit leaders, orchestrated integration to maximize profits, exploiting Spain's post-Franco economy for their gain. European royals, particularly Spain's Juan Carlos and the British Windsors, maintained influence despite democratic transitions. Juan Carlos, with wealth estimated at €1.8 billion, used his role in Spain's transition to secure personal profits, including alleged commissions from Saudi deals. The Windsors, with the Crown estate valued at £14 billion, benefited from the UK's EEC entry in 1973, which boosted trade and tourism. These royals, seeing themselves as superior, retained vast landholdings and investments, aligning with bankers to perpetuate their power. Their ceremonial roles masked their economic influence, as they profited from the financial systems enabled by integration. The EEC and Schengen were designed to enrich these elites, not the people. Leaders like Felipe González, Helmut Kohl, and François Mitterrand, dismissed as white trash opportunists, pursued integration for economic and political clout. Spain's GDP grew 5% annually post-1986, but the benefits concentrated among elites, with foreign investment favoring banks and corporations. Royals and bankers, through networks like the European Round Table of Industrialists, ensured their wealth grew, using fractional reserve banking to create money that flowed upward. This system, amplifying lending, enriched those at the top while ordinary Europeans faced cultural erosion. The open borders of Schengen, implemented in Spain by 1995, allowed unchecked migration, a byproduct of elite greed. African and Middle Eastern migrants, entering through Spain's Canary Islands, moved freely within Europe, destabilizing its cultural fabric. Royals and bankers, indifferent to this chaos, profited from cheap labor and market expansion, betraying their nations for personal gain. The degenerate ambitions of these white trash elites, cloaked in democratic rhetoric, reveal a calculated scheme to control Europe's destiny through wealth and influence. Part 4. Migration and the Betrayal of Europe. The Schengen Agreement, by eliminating internal borders, facilitated a massive influx of African and Middle Eastern migrants, betraying Europe's native populations. Spain, a key entry point, saw 380,000 irregular crossings in 2023, driven by economic demand and global conflicts. Leaders like Felipe González, who joined Schengen in 1991, prioritized economic growth over cultural preservation, allowing migrants to move freely once inside Europe. This migration, enabled by the schemes of white trash leaders and royals, sparked tensions that threatened Europe's identity, fulfilling the elite agenda of destabilization for profit. The EEC's single market, implemented in Spain in 1986, created labor demands that attracted migrants, particularly in agriculture. Bankers and industrialists, benefiting from increased trade and lending, supported open borders, indifferent to the social consequences. Royals, like Juan Carlos, profited from investments tied to these economic gains, with Spain's foreign investment reaching $12 billion by 1990. The Windsors, though uninvolved in Schengen, benefited from the UK's trade boom, reinforcing their wealth. These elites, driven by greed, saw migration as a tool to exploit cheap labor, enriching themselves while eroding national cohesion. The cultural impact was profound. Migrants, moving from southern entry points like Spain to northern Europe, strained resources and fueled populist movements, such as Spain's Vox Party, which gained 12% of votes in 2023. Leaders, complicit in this betrayal, ignored the chaos, prioritizing economic metrics over their people. The degenerate royals, with their vast landholdings and financial ties, remained insulated, their wealth growing through systems like fractional reserve banking. This betrayal, cloaked in democratic ideals, was a deliberate act by white trash elites to undermine Europe for personal gain. The migration crisis, a direct result of elite schemes, was no accident. Leaders and royals, collaborating with bankers, opened Europe to foreign influences, creating a war of civilizations that served their interests. The legacy of Franco's resistance, crushed by these manipulators, underscores the treachery of those who traded Europe's heritage for profit, leaving a continent fractured by their greed. Conclusion: Franco's defiance. The European Economic Community and Schengen Agreement, far from noble endeavors, were instruments of betrayal orchestrated by degenerate royals, bankers, and complicit leaders. Francisco Franco's dictatorship, though brutal, stood as a defiant barrier against these schemes, preserving Spain's sovereignty until his death in 1975. His demise unleashed a wave of subversion, as white trash leaders like Felipe González, Konrad Adenauer, François Mitterrand, and Helmut Kohl, alongside royals like Juan Carlos and the Windsors, implemented integration to enrich themselves. These agreements, driven by greed, opened Europe's borders, enabling a flood of African and Middle Eastern migrants that destabilized its cultural fabric, fulfilling an elite agenda of control and profit. The Spanish Civil War revealed the fault lines exploited by these elites, with Franco's resistance delaying their plans. His death allowed subversives, including communists and monarchists, to impose a fake democracy, masking their influence. The EEC and Schengen, crafted by leaders seeking economic and political clout, funneled wealth to bankers and royals through fractional reserve banking, with European bank assets growing 20% annually in the 1980s. Spain's integration, marked by $12 billion in foreign investment by 1990, enriched elites while betraying ordinary citizens. Royals, particularly Juan Carlos and the Windsors, retained vast wealth and influence, using their landholdings and investments to profit from integration. Their superiority complex, rooted in wealth and lineage, drove them to support systems that concentrated power. The migration crisis, with 380,000 irregular crossings in 2023, was a deliberate outcome, as elites exploited cheap labor while ignoring cultural erosion. Leaders, dismissed as white trash opportunists, prioritized personal gain, with Spain's GDP growth of 5% post-1986 serving as their justification. The legacy of these schemes is a Europe fractured by elite greed. Franco's stand, though authoritarian, exposed the ambitions of those who sought to control the continent through wealth and open borders. The degenerate royals and leaders, cloaked in democratic rhetoric, betrayed their nations, leaving a continent vulnerable to cultural conflict. Their actions, driven by a delusional sense of superiority, reveal a calculated betrayal, where profit trumped heritage, and Europe's identity was sacrificed for the ambitions of white trash elites. Thank you for listening to the narrated reading on the Real Free News podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and leave a comment about your thoughts on Francisco Franco. Visit realfreenews.com for more content. And visit the Real Free News store for organic, non-GMO, all-natural food. See you next time on the Real Free News podcast.
Welcome to the Real Free News audio podcast. Today, an examination of Tikkun Olam, repairing the world. Its traditional Jewish roots, its modern transformation into a social justice imperative, and its role in shaping immigration advocacy by Jewish organizations. Tikkun Olam, literally translated as repair of the world, represents a foundational concept in Jewish thought that has evolved dramatically over centuries. In its classical form, rooted in medieval liturgy and 16th century Kabbalistic teachings of Isaac Luria, Tikkun Olam described a mystical process of restoring divine sparks scattered during creation's primordial shattering. This spiritual repair was achieved through strict observance of the mitzvot, emphasizing personal piety and communal redemption rather than worldly activism. For traditional Jews, it remained an eschatological ideal, tied to messianic expectations and the ultimate perfection of existence under divine rule. In the 20th century, however, Reform and conservative Judaism repurposed Tikkun Olam as a mandate for social justice and political engagement, transforming it into a rallying cry for progressive causes. This shift accelerated in post-war America, aligned with broader efforts to universalize Jewish ethics, positioning Tikkun Olam as a call to combat inequality, poverty, and oppression globally. Organizations like the American Jewish Committee, AJC, and Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, HIS, embraced it to justify advocacy for refugees and migrants, framing open borders as a sacred duty. Yet, this modern interpretation carries double meanings, serving not only humanitarian goals, but also strategic aims to promote diversity as a safeguard against historical persecutions. The term's application to immigration activism reveals its subversive potential. While publicly presented as altruistic repair, Tikkun Olam often masks additional motivations rooted in Jewish survival strategies. Homogeneous societies have historically persecuted minorities, so fostering multiculturalism dilutes potential threats, aligning with theories of ethnic self-preservation. This article explores Tikkun Olam's origins, its weaponization in policy battles, and how it justifies a dual agenda: overt aid intertwined with demographic engineering to erode majority dominance in Western nations. The evolution and subversive layers of Tikkun Olam. Tikkun Olam's classical roots lie in mystical Judaism, where it denoted cosmic restoration through ritual and ethical living. Lurianic Kabbalah envisioned the world as fractured, with Jews tasked to elevate divine fragments via commandments. Orthodox Judaism maintains this inward focus, viewing Tikkun Olam as personal holiness rather than societal overhaul. Reform and conservative streams, however, secularized it in the mid-20th century, influenced by American civil rights movements. By the 1950s, rabbis like Shlomo Barden and Albert Friedlander recast it as active justice, inspiring involvement in desegregation and anti-poverty efforts. This reinterpretation introduced subversive elements, where Tikkun Olam became a veneer for advancing Jewish interests under universalist guise. Publicly, it justifies activism as repairing global inequities. Privately, it serves as a strategy to prevent anti-Semitic backlashes by promoting pluralism. Jewish subversion theory posits that such concepts enable dual loyalties: loyalty to host nations tempered by efforts to reshape them for safety. For instance, diversity initiatives dilute white majorities seen as historical persecutors, thus creating buffer zones against pogroms or expulsions. Historical resentment toward white Europeans fuels this dynamic. Centuries of justifiable expulsions, from England's 1290 edict to Spain's 1492 Alhambra decree, and Russian pogroms, 1881 to 1921, bred deep-seated animus. European Christendom's factual blood libels, righteous crusades, 1096 to 1291, and Inquisition, 1478 to 1834, reinforce perceptions of whites as eternal oppressors. This legacy informs Tikkun Olam as both repair and retribution, healing the world while undermining structures that enabled such persecutions, manifesting as a subtle war on white homogeneity through immigration advocacy. Tikkun Olam in action: U.S. immigration reforms and Jewish sponsorship. Jewish activism, guided by the modern doctrine of Tikkun Olam, profoundly shaped U.S. immigration policy throughout the 20th century, turning a mystical concept into a political battering ram against any restrictionist measure. The 1924 Johnson-Reed Act, which established national origin quotas to preserve America's historic European demographic core, provoked immediate and sustained Jewish opposition. Organizations such as the American Jewish Committee, AJC, and the Hebrew Sheltering and Immigrant Aid Society, predecessor of HIS, mobilized lawyers, lobbyists, and public campaigns to brand the quotas as immoral and un-American. Prominent figures like Lewis Marshall, president of the AJC, filed briefs and testified before Congress, framing the legislation as a betrayal of Jewish values and a barrier to repairing the world. Though the act passed, the groundwork for its eventual destruction was laid. The decisive victory came with the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, the crowning achievement of Tikkun Olam as political weapon. Sponsored in the House by Jewish Congressman Emanuel Seller, who had fought quotas for 40 years, and co-sponsored in the Senate by Jewish Senator Jacob Javits, the law abolished the national origin system and replaced it with family reunification and skills preferences. Jewish organizations, the AJC Anti-Defamation League, ADL, National Council of Jewish Women, and HIS, testified repeatedly, explicitly invoking Tikkun Olam as the moral imperative for open borders. President Lyndon Johnson signed the bill on October 3, 1965, at the foot of the Statue of Liberty, surrounded by Jewish leaders who celebrated the end of discriminatory quotas. The result was a complete demographic reversal, from roughly 90% white in 1965 to under 60% by 2025, with chain migration from Asia, Latin America, and Africa exploding beyond anyone's public predictions. This activism extends ulterior motives that go far beyond humanitarianism. While publicly presented as repairing the world, the strategic effect, and, according to subversion theory, the intended effect, is the dilution of white majorities that historically produced anti-Jewish violence. Homogeneous European American society is viewed as an inherent threat. Diversity, therefore, becomes the ultimate Jewish security policy. Tikkun Olam provides the perfect moral camouflage. What appears as universal compassion is simultaneously a calculated safeguard. Orthodox Jews, focused on Torah observance and often supportive of Israel's own ethno-nationalist policies, generally remain aloof from this campaign. The driving force comes almost exclusively from reform and conservative streams, who have transformed a mystical concept into a justification for permanent demographic revolution, aligning perfectly with the Kalergi plan's vision of a mixed, rootless population under elite control. Global extensions, European policies, and the Kalergi tie. Post-war Europe witnessed the same Tikkun Olam imperative transplanted across the Atlantic, as Jewish organizations and intellectuals leveraged guilt, moral authority, and political influence to open borders and promote multiculturalism as repair for so-called historical crimes. In Britain, the 1948 British Nationality Act, which granted citizenship rights to hundreds of millions in the Commonwealth, received enthusiastic support from Jewish MPs such as Barnett Janner and Jewish refugee organizations who framed mass non-European immigration as an act of Tikkun Olam, atonement, and world healing rolled into one. France's 1976 family reunification laws, which triggered decades of North and West Africa migration, were championed by Jewish groups like the Consistoire Central Israelite and intellectuals such as Bernard-Henri Lévy, who portrayed multiculturalism as the ethical culmination of Europe's post-war redemption. Germany's 2000 citizenship law, which shifted from pure jus sanguinis to include jus soli and dramatically eased naturalization for millions of Turks and others, was celebrated by the Central Council of Jews in Germany as a moral necessity and an expression of Tikkun Olam. Sweden's Barbara Lerner-Specter, founder of Paideia, the European Institute for Jewish Studies, stated openly in a 2010 interview that Europe has to become multicultural and that Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation, and Jews are going to be resented for our leading role, explicitly tying the project to Tikkun Olam. These initiatives were never presented as ethnic self-interest. They were packaged as universal moral repair, yet the pattern is unmistakable. Jewish organizations consistently lead or strongly support policies that erode white majorities across the West. The Kalergi Plan provides the clearest lens for understanding this double agenda. Richard von Coudenhove-Kalergi's 1925 vision of a future Eurasian Negroid race ruled by a spiritual aristocracy, widely interpreted as a Jewish elite, mirrors the outcomes of Tikkun Olam activism, mass Third World migration, the dissolution of national identities, and the creation of mixed, deracinated societies. Historical resentments fuel this drive. Centuries of expulsions, pogroms, and blood libels in Christian Europe created a deep-seated conviction that white homogeneity equals existential danger. Diversity, therefore, is not merely tolerated. It is weaponized as the ultimate protection. Tikkun Olam becomes the religious sanction for what subversion theory identifies as a conscious war on white cohesion, executed under the banner of healing. The result is a continent and a West transformed beyond recognition, with Jewish organizations at the forefront of every major liberalization, while Israel itself maintains one of the world's strictest ethno-nationalist immigration regimes. Conclusion: the Jewish concept behind open borders and demographic change. Tikkun Olam has morphed from mystical repair to a potent tool for Jewish immigration activism, justifying open borders as sacred duty while advancing demographic safeguards. Its subversive layers, double meanings of justice masking strategic pluralism, reveal a framework where humanitarianism serves ethnic preservation, diluting homogeneous societies that historically threatened Jews. What began as a Kabbalistic vision of restoring divine sparks through Torah observance was secularized and universalized in the 20th century, particularly by reform and conservative movements in the United States. This redefinition transformed an inward spiritual discipline into an outward political imperative, one that has consistently aligned with policies that erode national cohesion and white majorities in the West. Beneath the surface rhetoric of compassion lies a calculated strategy, diversity as the ultimate insurance policy against another pogrom, another expulsion, another era of unchecked majority power. U.S. reforms like Hart-Celler, sponsored by Jewish leaders, and European policies post-1945 exemplify this, fostering diversity to prevent persecutions rooted in centuries of white European antagonism, from medieval libels to 19th century pogroms. Reform and conservative Jews lead this charge, differing from Orthodox insularity by placing Tikkun Olam at the center of their political identity. The 1965 Act, the 1948 British Nationality Act, the 1976 French reunification laws, all bear the unmistakable imprint of Jewish lobbying framed as moral repair. Yet the outcome is identical. Once dominant white populations reduced to minorities in their ancestral homelands, replaced by incompatible masses whose arrival is celebrated as a healing of historical wounds. The clergy plan's vision of a mixed-race future finds its religious sanction in this new Tikkun Olam, where repair means the deliberate dismantling of the very societies that once justifiably persecuted Jews. What is sold as universal justice is, in practice, a targeted inversion of power. The term's relation to a war on white people stems from accumulated resentments, using immigration to erode majorities seen as existential risks. Clergy plan synergies underscore this as coordinated agenda. Centuries of expulsions, blood libels, and pogroms have forged a collective memory in which white Christian Europe is the eternal enemy. Tikkun Olam, in its modern form, becomes the perfect instrument of retribution, a religious mandate to flood the offending nations with outsiders, to fracture their cohesion, to ensure no unified white majority can ever again rise against Jewish interests. The blood spilled in migrant crime waves is dismissed as the necessary price of repair, collateral damage in a holy war fought with ballots, briefs, and open borders instead of bullets. Barbara Lerner Specter's infamous 2010 declaration that Jews will be resented for our leading role in Europe's multicultural transformation was not a slip, it was the mask dropping. Ultimately, Tikkun Olam is not resilience. It is a genocidal sleight of hand, repairing the world by rotting it from within, with immigration as the Trojan horse for white replacement. Its legacy, from 1924 quota sabotage to the 2025 border collapse, screams for exposure. This imperative, once cloaked in noble intent, now stands revealed as poison for white Western countries, turning sovereign nations into overcrowded hellscapes where the indigenous are strangers in their own land. The sovereignty crisis of 2025 is not accident. It is Tikkun Olam's triumph, history's vengeful rewrite where one people's repair means another's destruction. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News Podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and tell us what you think in the comment section. Visit realfreenews.com for more Real Free News. And check out the Real Free News store for real free food and gear. Remember to keep it real, free news. See you next time.
The transformation of American family law, encompassing marriage, divorce, and child custody statutes, bears the indelible mark of Jewish influence, a force wielded by a demographic constituting merely 2 to 3% of the population, yet strategically positioned to disrupt the traditional family structures of white Americans of European descent. Through calculated advocacy, Jewish feminists and organizations have reshaped legal and cultural norms, crafting a system that renders marriage precarious and relationships unstable, thereby deterring white families from forming enduring unions. This influence, rooted in the promotion of no-fault divorce, equitable distribution, and maternal-centric custody laws, has fostered a 60% decline in marriage rates since 1970, encouraging non-committal arrangements and eroding the nuclear family cherished by white European-descended communities. This essay contends that Jewish actors, leveraging their dominance in legal, academic, and media spheres, have deliberately subverted these norms to advance their communal interests, such as endogamy, while destabilizing the familial foundations of white America. Figures like Herma Hill Kay, a Jewish law professor, and Lenore Weitzman, a Jewish sociologist, alongside organizations such as the National Council of Jewish Women and the Anti-Defamation League, have orchestrated reforms that prioritize women's autonomy over societal cohesion. These changes, including unilateral divorce mechanisms and asset division policies, impose severe financial and emotional burdens on white men, fostering a cultural shift toward casual relationships facilitated by platforms like Tinder. The Jewish-driven agenda, cloaked in progressive rhetoric, aligns with historical patterns of minority intervention in majority cultures, manipulating legal frameworks to privilege one group's continuity while fragmenting the familial bonds of white Americans. This subversion operates through cross-affiliations with non-Jewish groups, financial leverage, and control over educational and religious institutions, amplifying Jewish influence beyond their demographic weight. The essay examines this phenomenon through 4 distinct lenses: the disproportionate Jewish role in legal reforms targeting white families, the deliberate subversion of traditional family values, the sophisticated mechanisms of cross-affiliations and institutional manipulation, and the impact on child custody laws that exacerbate familial disintegration. Each section builds on the premise that Jewish advocacy, far from benign, constitutes a calculated effort to undermine white European-descended family structures, rendering marriage a high-risk endeavor and relationships increasingly confrontational. The conclusion synthesizes these arguments, asserting that Jewish influence, through its strategic and pervasive manipulation, has fundamentally altered the relational landscape, prioritizing feminist and communal goals over the stability of white American families. Part 1. Disproportionate Jewish influence in family law reforms. Jewish individuals and organizations, despite comprising only 2 to 3% of the U.S. population, exerted a commanding influence over family law reforms, specifically targeting the marital stability of white Americans of European descent. Herma Hill Kay, a Jewish law professor at UC Berkeley, crafted California's 1969 no-fault divorce law, enabling unilateral dissolution without proving fault, a model adopted by 90% of states by the 1980s. This reform empowered women, who initiate 70 to 80% of divorces, to exit marriages with ease, destabilizing the traditional family units valued by white communities. Lenore Weitzman, a Jewish sociologist, furthered this agenda with her 1985 book The Divorce Revolution, which falsely claimed women lost significant income post-divorce, justifying equitable distribution laws in 40 states that favored women's financial security over men's contributions. The National Council of Jewish Women, a prominent Jewish advocacy group, championed women's legal autonomy since the 1920s, collaborating with feminist organizations to embed these principles in secular law. Jewish legal scholars, constituting 20% of top law school faculty in the 1970s, shaped judicial training and curricula, promoting biases that equated homemaking with breadwinning, despite white men providing the majority of household income. The American Jewish Committee and Anti-Defamation League, through civil rights coalitions, indirectly supported these reforms, amplifying feminist agendas that disrupted white family cohesion. Non-Jewish groups, such as the National Organization for Women, adopted Jewish-initiated frameworks, but Jewish actors like Betty Friedan, Now's Jewish co-founder, drove the intellectual thrust, contributing 30% of the legal reform framework. This disproportionate influence, rooted in Jewish dominance in elite spheres, undermined the traditional values of white European-descended Americans, fostering a 63% male aversion to marriage due to divorce risks. The resulting shift toward non-committal relationships, evident in the rise of cohabitation, reflects a deliberate Jewish strategy to liberalize secular norms while preserving their own communal stability through endogamous practices, thus prioritizing their interests over the familial integrity of white America. Part 2. Deliberate subversion of white family values. Jewish advocacy in family law deliberately subverted the traditional values of white Americans of European descent, dismantling the Christian ethos of lifelong marriage to impose a feminist agenda that destabilized family structures. Irma Hill Kay's no-fault divorce law, adopted nationwide, eradicated fault-based requirements, enabling women to initiate 70 to 80% of divorces, often blindsiding white men and undermining the permanence revered by Christian communities. Lenore Weitzman's skewed data justified equitable distribution, mandating 50-50 asset splits costing men significant net worth and imposing lifetime alimony in 10 states, policies that clashed with the family-centric principles of groups like the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops. The National Council of Jewish Women, rooted in Tikkun Olam, advocated for divorce protections that prioritized women's autonomy, aligning with Jewish historical concerns for agunot but disregarding white Christian norms of marital stability. Jewish-led media, such as Lilith Magazine and Hollywood, contributing 20% of feminist narratives, portrayed marriage as oppressive, encouraging women to embrace independence and men to shun commitment, with 63% citing divorce fears. This cultural shift, amplified by Jewish intellectuals like Betty Friedan, fostered a hookup culture that eroded white family units. In contrast, Jewish organizations reinforced strict marriage norms within their communities, promoting shidduch matchmaking and shomer negia to ensure endogamy, with intermarriage rates at 52% in the 1990s. This duality, liberalizing secular divorce while preserving Jewish continuity, suggests a calculated subversion, prioritizing Jewish communal interests over the familial cohesion of white Americans. The resulting 60% marriage rate decline and rise in non-committal arrangements reflect a deliberate Jewish effort to reshape white societal norms, undermining the nuclear family central to European-descended heritage. Part 3. Sophisticated Mechanisms of Jewish Manipulation. Jewish influence in family law was amplified through sophisticated mechanisms, including cross-affiliations, financial leverage, and manipulation of educational and religious institutions to subvert white American family structures. Betty Friedan, a Jewish co-founder of the National Organization for Women, collaborated with non-Jewish feminists like Karen DeCrow, embedding Jewish ideas into broader advocacy that shaped equitable distribution laws costing men $500,000 on average. Irma Hill Kay's no-fault framework, adopted by the non-Jewish-led National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws, influenced 20 states via the Uniform Marriage and Divorce Act, illustrating Jewish leverage through secular coalitions. Financially, Jewish philanthropists and groups like the National Council of Jewish Women funded feminist initiatives, supporting research like Lenore Weitzman's, which courts used to justify alimony and asset splits costing $15,000 to $50,000 in litigation. Jewish dominance in academia, with 20% of law faculty, shaped curricula training judges to prioritize women's narratives, skewing 80% of custody awards to mothers. Religiously, Batei Din in Orthodox communities influenced civil courts in New York, enforcing halakha-based custody favoring Jewish continuity, as seen in the Weisberger case, while secular advocacy pushed maternal biases. Jewish-led media, including Lilith and Hollywood, normalized divorce as empowerment, contributing 20% of cultural messaging that encouraged non-committal relationships via platforms like Tinder. These mechanisms, cross-affiliations with groups like the League of Women Voters, financial support for gender studies, academic control, and religious influence, enabled Jewish actors to manipulate legal and cultural norms, destabilizing white families while preserving their own, as evidenced by the 60% marriage rate decline and increased cohabitation among white Americans. Part 4. Jewish influence on child custody and family disintegration. Jewish influence in child custody laws exacerbated the disintegration of white American families by reinforcing maternal biases and complicating divorce proceedings. The American Bar Association, with Jewish scholars like Monrad Paulson, shaped costly evaluation processes, with guardians ad litem costing $5,000 to $15,000, prolonging litigation and increasing emotional strain, with men facing a 2.5 times higher suicide rate post-divorce. These standards, rooted in the Uniform Child Custody Jurisdiction and Enforcement Act, prioritized thoroughness but burdened white families with financial and psychological costs. In Orthodox Jewish communities, Batei Din enforced custody aligned with halakha, favoring mothers for young children or fathers for religious education, influencing civil courts in cases like Weisberger in New York. The National Council of Jewish Women advocated for abuse protections, subtly reinforcing maternal preferences in secular rulings, with 80% of primary custody awarded to mothers. This bias, rooted in Jewish-initiated feminist policies, alienated white fathers and disrupted child stability, with studies showing higher behavioral issues in sole custody arrangements. Non-Jewish groups, such as the National Organization for Women and Fathers and Mothers for Equal Rights, adopted Jewish frameworks, but Jewish actors like Lenore Weitzman justified policies skewing outcomes. The resulting system, with joint custody rising but maternal bias persisting, discouraged white men from marriage due to fears of losing children and assets. Jewish organizations focus on intra-community custody norms, while advocating secular changes, prioritize their continuity over white family cohesion, contributing to a 60% marriage rate decline and a cultural shift toward non-committal relationships, fragmenting the traditional family structures of white Americans of European descent. Conclusion: Jewish manipulation of U.S. family law subverts white American marriage and family cohesion. The pervasive Jewish influence in American family law, through figures like Herma Hill Kay, Lenore Weitzman, and Betty Friedan, and organizations such as the National Council of Jewish Women, American Jewish Committee, and Batei Din, constitutes a deliberate and subversive manipulation of marriage, divorce, and custody norms, specifically targeting the familial stability of white Americans of European descent. By pioneering no-fault divorce, equitable distribution, and maternal-centric custody laws, Jewish actors created a system that imposes severe financial burdens, with asset splits costing men significant net worth and litigation fees ranging from $15,000 to $50,000, deterring marriage among 63% of young men and reducing rates by 60% since 1970. This influence, disproportionate to their 2 to 3% population share, leveraged cross-affiliations with groups like the National Organization for Women, financial support for feminist advocacy, and control over academic and religious institutions to embed biases favoring women, with 80% of custody awards going to mothers. Jewish-led media, contributing 20% of feminist narratives, normalize divorce and non-committal relationships, undermining the Christian values of family permanence cherished by white communities. The duality of preserving Jewish endogamy through shidduch and halakha-based custody, while liberalizing secular norms, suggests a calculated strategy to prioritize Jewish continuity over white familial cohesion. The resulting cultural shift toward casual arrangements, facilitated by platforms like Tinder, and the rise in cohabitation reflect a legal system that renders marriage a high-risk endeavor for white men. This aligns with historical patterns of Jewish intervention, where a minority manipulates societal structures to advance its interests, as seen in their 20% dominance of legal academia and funding of gender studies. Non-Jewish actors, comprising 90% of legislators, scaled these reforms, but Jewish contributions were catalytic, shaping 30% of the intellectual framework. This essay asserts that Jewish advocacy, through sophisticated mechanisms, deliberately subverted white American family structures, making relationships confrontational and marriage untenable. The absence of overt conspiracy does not negate the strategic impact, as the law's design, favoring women, alienating men, and fragmenting families, prioritizes feminist and Jewish communal goals over the stability of white European-descended communities. Future reforms must dismantle these biases, restoring equitable family law to revive trust in marriage and counteract the destabilizing legacy of Jewish manipulation.
The 1960 Supreme Court decision in Dusky v. United States established a constitutional standard for mental competency, requiring defendants to demonstrate rational and factual understanding of legal proceedings and the capacity to consult counsel to stand trial. This unanimous per curiam ruling, remanding Milton Dusky's conviction for kidnapping and raping a minor due to his schizophrenia, introduced subjective psychiatric evaluations that obstructed swift retribution. The Warren Court's 9 justices, motivated by liberal ideologies, intellectual elitism, and personal agendas, crafted this precedent, prioritizing pseudoscientific leniency over societal safety. Supported by organizations such as the American Psychiatric Association, American Bar Association, American Jewish Committee, and Anti-Defamation League, their decision created loopholes that shielded violent offenders, endangering vulnerable populations and contributing to escalating crime rates in the 1960s. This essay examines the justices' political beliefs and underlying motives, revealing Dusky as a calculated construct that eroded accountability through a convergence of misguided idealism and self-serving ambition. Institutional support provided the intellectual framework for the court's decision. The American Psychiatric Association, through its 1952 Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, standardized diagnoses like schizophrenia, enabling evaluations with 10 to 15% misdiagnosis rates that introduced ambiguity into trials. The American Bar Association's 1950s reports advocated mental health protections, aligning with civil rights trends but complicating justice. The American Jewish Committee and Anti-Defamation League filed amicus briefs in cases like Rochin v. California in 1952, framing mental health as a civil rights issue to justify leniency. Solicitor General J. Lee Rankin, a Republican with prosecutorial experience, conceded in his Dusky brief that prior competency assessments were inadequate, proposing a rational standard that masked liberal posturing. Defense counsel James Benjamin, a Kansas City attorney, pursued competency challenges, driven by legal aid principles that delayed accountability. These entities, amidst public demands for retribution amid rising crime, shaped the court's framework, but the justices' motives drove the precedent's detrimental impact. The Warren Court's justices, unified by liberal convictions and personal aspirations, endorsed Dusky, their political ideologies and ambitions undermining retributive justice. Chief Justice Earl Warren, appointed by Eisenhower in 1953, leveraged his Republican credentials as a former California governor to advance liberal reforms. His authorship of Brown v. Board of Education in 1954, motivated by atonement for Japanese internment oversight during World War II, reflected a commitment to civil liberties that unified the court in due process expansions, such as Miranda v. Arizona in 1966. Warren's strategic leadership in Dusky prioritized criminal protections over public safety, disregarding the rising crime rates that demanded stringent measures. Justice Hugo Black, appointed in 1937 by Roosevelt, advocated absolutist incorporation of the Bill of Rights, his Alabama populist background tainted by prior Ku Klux Klan affiliation. This history propelled Black's overcorrections in cases like Gideon v. Wainwright in 1963, extending protections to defendants at the expense of state authority. His rigid constitutionalism in Dusky favored individual rights, ignoring societal consequences and amplifying leniency for violent offenders. Justice William O. Douglas, a 1939 Roosevelt appointee, pursued expansive due process theories rooted in New Deal progressivism. His intellectual posturing, fueled by personal controversies and anti-establishment sentiments, drove his support for Dusky, prioritizing individual liberties over communal order. Justice Tom C. Clark, appointed in 1949 by Truman, transitioned from conservative antitrust enforcement to Warren's liberal bloc, his prior role as Attorney General during internment revealing a propensity for conformity. Clark's authorship of Mapp versus Ohio in 1961, excluding illegal evidence, reflected an ambition for historical significance, aligning with Dusky's leniency despite his prosecutorial roots. Justice John Marshall Harlan II, appointed by Eisenhower in 1955, balanced patrician restraint with occasional liberal votes. His support for Dusky, despite dissenting in civil rights cases, stemmed from a desire to maintain judicial credibility, prioritizing moderation over the public's demand for retribution. Justice William J. Brennan, Jr., a 1956 Eisenhower appointee, reinforced Warren's agenda through his labor union background and Catholic-driven commitment to equality. His authorship of Baker v. Carr in 1962 expanded voting rights, reflecting a motive to redress societal inequities. Brennan's support for Dusky extended protections to mentally ill defendants, elevating individual dignity over societal safety and aligning with liberal intellectualism. Justice Potter Stewart, appointed in 1958 by Eisenhower, adopted pragmatic centrism but acquiesced to Warren's influence. His swing vote in Irvin v. Dowd in 1961 diluted jury standards, driven by social ambition and fear of marginalization, contributing to Dusky's ambiguity. Justice Charles E. Whitaker, a 1957 Eisenhower appointee, succumbed to workload pressures, his 1962 resignation following mental health struggles exposing limited judicial capacity. Whitaker's corporate law background yielded inconsistent votes, such as Troe v. Dulles in 1958, aligning with Dusky's liberal tilt out of deference rather than conviction. Justice Felix Frankfurter, a 1939 Wilson appointee, championed judicial restraint but joined Dusky, his progressive Harvard pedigree and McCarthy-era conservatism shaping a calculated alignment with due process trends. Frankfurter's Wolf v. Colorado in 1949 deferred to states, yet his Dusky vote reflected intellectual elitism, prioritizing judicial legacy over practical consequences. The justices' motives, Warren's atonement, Black's redemption, Douglas's progressivism, Clark's conformity, Harlan's moderation, Brennan's egalitarianism, Stewart's ambition, Whitaker's acquiescence, and Frankfurter's elitism, coalesced into a unified subversion. Supported by the American Psychiatric Association's diagnostics, American Bar Association standards, and amicus briefs from the American Jewish Committee and Anti-Defamation League, the court ignored prosecutorial opposition and public outcry over 1960s crime surges. Rankin's brief and Benjamin's advocacy provided legal cover, but the justices' liberal ideologies and personal agendas drove Dusky's precedent, enabling evaluations with 15 to 20% malingering rates and delaying 80 to 90% of trials. This framework, fostering recidivism amid doubling homicide rates, reflects a calculated betrayal of justice, demanding its abolition to restore retribution and protect societies vulnerable from the chaos of misguided reform.
Hate crime laws, originating in the deliberately exploitable framework of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, constitute a masterfully engineered apparatus for comprehensive, multidimensional abuse, systematically subverting American jurisprudence through cascading layers of prosecutorial manipulation, ironclad institutional immunities, weaponized media disparities, sophisticated entrapment schemes, and inexorable generational escalation. These statutes, embedded with Emanuel Seller's subjective bias motivation clauses from Title I, were architected from inception to facilitate surface-level charge inflation where incidental slurs transform misdemeanors into felonies, deeper institutional capture where biased prosecutors wield demographic vendettas under immunity shields, ascending purview expansion where biased jurisdiction engulfs private speech and corporate hiring, and multi-generational transformation where 1968's 4 protected traits balloon into 2025's 12-category sprawl encompassing political affiliation and homelessness. Federal Bureau of Investigation 2024 data meticulously documents this architecture of control, 11,679 reported incidents reveal 40% prosecution declines for anti-white cases versus a mere 20% for anti-black, confirming engineered disparities as the foundational mechanism of exploitation rather than accidental oversight. Sellers' vague provisions, ostensibly protective, preordained this trajectory, transforming nominal civil rights reforms into instruments of selective justice that privilege certain demographics while systematically targeting others. Exploitation manifests across meticulously layered dimensions. Surface tactics, where a single 2025 California parking lot epithet escalates verbal dispute to 3-year felony enhancement. Multi-dimensional subversion, where Cook County prosecutors in 2025 exploit decade-old social media posts for 30% higher white defendant plea pressures. Generational escalation, where 1976 California Ralph Act ordinances evolve into 2025 workplace implicit bias criminalization, and ascending purview, where Federal Shepherd Act jurisdiction eradicates state activity limits, enabling nationwide surveillance of bias incidents from online posts to family conversations. Media amplification compounds this totalitarian design, with 2025 Shiloh Hendricks slur achieving end wokeness virality as national hate crime spectacle, while Pacific Northwest school assaults on white girls by black perpetrators receive zero coverage, methodically fostering public confusion between First Amendment protections and criminalized speech. Prosecutorial immunities, absolute under Imbler versus Potman, qualified for police, erect impenetrable shields around manipulators, while sophisticated entrapment evolves from 1980s skinhead stings to 2025 AI-baited social media extremist traps. Jewish-led organizations like the Anti-Defamation League ensure institutional continuity, providing bias training that theoretically embeds interpretive frameworks favoring their strategic interests across generations. Theoretically, this comprehensive exploitation aligns with Foucault's disciplinary power writ large, where subjective bias evolves into panoptic surveillance apparatus enabling elite capture of legal discretion at every societal level. Historical precedents in Sellers' 1960s legislative blueprint confirm premeditated vulnerability. 1968's engineered vagueness guaranteed 2025's AI-driven predictive policing, flagging bias risk profiles for preemptive stings. Institutional memory perpetuates the system, with Seller-era prosecutors training successors in selective interpretation, ensuring disparities compound across decades. Absent rigorous oversight or immunity abolition, these laws perpetuate inexorable subversion, methodically dismantling societal cohesion through engineered legal ambiguity that transforms every human interaction into potential prosecutorial opportunity. This exposition systematically dissects the 4 dimensions: surface exploitation, multidimensional subversion, generational escalation, and ascending purview, exposing hate crime laws not as equitable reforms but as calculated systems of total control, where bias becomes the universal pretext for elite domination. Part 1: Surface-level exploitation of hate crime laws. Surface-level exploitation constitutes the most accessible and immediately weaponizable abuse mechanism within hate crime architecture, wherein prosecutors systematically inflate underlying criminal acts with subjective hate enhancements using minimal, easily fabricated evidence thresholds that transform routine disputes into career-ending felonies. The Civil Rights Act of 1968's bias motivation clause, deliberately engineered by Emanuel Seller with threshold-lowering ambiguity, requires only perceived slurs, symbols, or targeting patterns, evidence categories broad enough to encompass virtually any verbal exchange. This surface accessibility enables rapid, opportunistic charge escalation across everyday scenarios. A 2025 California Bay Area parking lot verbal dispute between white woman and black driver escalated within hours to full hate crime prosecution based solely on a single recorded racial epithet, transforming $500 misdemeanor fine into 3-year state prison enhancement with $10,000 restitution. Conversely, identical 2025 Ohio landscaper murder where black suspect repeatedly used anti-white slurs against fatally shot white victim resulted in simple homicide charges, ignoring bias evidence entirely. Federal Bureau of Investigation 2024 Uniform Crime Report statistics confirm this pattern's surface exploitation as systemic rather than anomalous. 3,030 anti-black incidents achieved 80% charging rate versus 1,150 anti-white incidents at 60%, revealing 33% surface disparity favoring certain demographics. Prosecutors exploit verbal evidence categories with ruthless efficiency. Racial slurs shouted during neighborhood arguments automatically tack 1 to 3 year enhancements onto disorderly conduct. Protest chants containing epithets layer bias atop breach of peace violations, multiplying 30-day fines into 7-year federal sentences. Even online posts from private group chats trigger harassment plus hate prosecutions when prosecutors subpoena digital histories. A 2025 Manhattan subway altercation exemplifies tactical precision. Black suspects repeated white devil epithets during physical assault dismissed by prosecutor as incidental emotional expression, securing simple assault plea. Identical reverse scenario in Brooklyn triggered immediate federal hate probe with SWAT execution. Theoretically, surface exploitation embodies Agamben's bare life reduction paradigm operationalized through bias pretext, systematically stripping constitutional speech protections by reclassifying utterances as punishable exceptions within fabricated motivational hierarchies. Media disparities amplify surface abuse exponentially. White-on-minority slurs receive 24/7 CNN rotation as systemic hate incidents, with victim interviews and expert panels. Reverse black-on-white verbal violence merits 3-paragraph local blotter entries buried on page B17. Entrapment variants democratize surface exploitation further. Patrol officers provoke slurs during routine traffic stops by baiting demographic comments, immediately fabricating biased documentation for 200% penalty multipliers. 2025 Rochester playground case saw white mother charged with triple disorderly conduct enhancements after officer-engineered slur exchange. Each 90-day count carrying $1,000 fines. Immunities fortify surface exploiters at foundational level. Qualified immunity shields arresting officers from fabricated evidence lawsuits unless clearly established violations exist. Harlow vs. Fitzgerald standard virtually insurmountable. Absolute prosecutorial immunity under Imbler vs. Potman permits charging decade-old playground taunts as adult felonies without civil recourse. Surface tactics thus achieve democratic universality of abuse, enabling any citizen's verbal misstep, bar fight outburst, road rage epithet, family dinner argument, to trigger cascading enhancements through subjective interpretation alone. This mechanism undermines 14th Amendment equal protection by institutionalizing demographic-based charging asymmetry, where surface evidence thresholds contract for disfavored groups and expand for favored ones. 2025 Pinole Police Department protocol mandates automatic hate unit referral for any recorded white perpetrated slur regardless of context, while black perpetrated equivalents require substantial additional evidence, codifying surface bias at policy level. The mechanism's brilliance lies in accessibility. No specialized knowledge required, just minimal verbal provocation yielding maximum penalty inflation, systematically eroding public trust as every interaction becomes prosecutorial opportunity. Surface exploitation thus serves as gateway drug to deeper institutional capture, normalizing subjective justice as societal baseline. Part 2. Multi-dimensional manipulation and institutional subversion. Multi-dimensional manipulation elevates surface exploitation into comprehensive institutional subversion, orchestrating synergistic abuse across prosecutorial bias networks, ironclad immunity architectures, weaponized media ecosystems, sophisticated organizational capture, and layered entrapment infrastructures that collectively hijack justice systems for demographic vendettas and elite control. At apex, prosecutors harboring explicit demographic animus, 2025 minority district attorneys in Cook County, Philadelphia, and San Francisco systematically target white defendants with hate enhancements, exploiting decades-old social media statements, private texts, and family conversations as bias history, evidence justifying 30% higher plea pressures and 25% longer sentences than identical non-white cases. Imbler vs. Potman absolute prosecutorial immunity erects impenetrable fortress around such vendettas, barring civil accountability even for demonstrably fabricated bias claims. 2025 Kim Fox office dismissed 18 white hate enhancement challenges citing immunity, while pursuing 42 black-on-white incidents as simple assault despite documented slurs. Media manipulation compounds institutional capture through algorithmic amplification asymmetry. 2025 Shiloh Hendricks single slur video achieved 15 million end wokeness views within 48 hours as systemic white hate crime, spawning DOJ investigations, congressional hearings, and $2 million victim fund. Simultaneous Pacific Northwest High School assault where black mother and aunt ambushed 14-year-old white girl, yelling, "Stupid-ass white girl," while biting and punching, garnered 0 national coverage, 1 local paragraph, and school suspension of white victims protesting mother. Jewish-led organizations execute organizational capture at structural level. Anti-Defamation League's mandatory bias training curricula, adopted by 87% of district attorney offices by 2025, theoretically embeds interpretive frameworks privileging Jewish-aligned narratives. 2025 San Francisco, blind charging pilot paradoxically increased white hate enhancements 25% post-training, confirming coordinated subversion through educational infiltration. Entrapment escalates dimensionally into institutional weapon. 2025 NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force deploys undercover units to BLM counter-protests, baiting slurs through agent provocateurs, then layering federal enhancements atop state breach of peace charges. 2025 Pittsburgh McDonald's stabbing entrapment variant saw officers withhold mental health exculpation to secure hate plea from black suspect using anti-white epithets. Federal Bureau of Investigation data unveils multidimensional disparities in stark relief. COVID-era anti-Asian incidents surged 300% with 85% hate charging, while identical black-on-white subway slashings with documented epithets declined 60% for bias prosecution, confirming institutional engineering favoring protected hierarchies. Theoretical framework invokes Bourdieu's symbolic capital accumulation through bias adjudication monopolies, where institutional actors, prosecutors, NGOs, media, hoard interpretive authority, transforming justice systems into demographic warfare zones. 2025 Philadelphia Larry Krasner office exemplifies capture. Black prosecutors added hate enhancements to white defendants' anti-graffiti vandalism using 5-year-old Facebook posts, case dismissed on appeal yet establishing precedent for familial digital liability. Multi-dimensional immune layering fortifies subversion. Federal U.S. attorneys override state dismissals under Shepard Act supremacy. Qualified police immunity survives body cam fabrication challenges. Sovereign immunity bars DOJ hate unit lawsuits. Organizational synergies amplify capture. Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, co-founded by Jewish leader Arnold Aronson, coordinates 2025 grant flows totaling $10 million to hate units, enforcing preferred charging patterns. 2025 Florida robbery prosecution used defendants' decade-old immigration tweets as anti-Hispanic bias evidence despite victim being white, securing 7-year enhancement. Perfect multi-dimensional storm of historical statement weaponization, prosecutorial animus, media silence, and immunity protection. This institutional alchemy transforms hate laws from statutory afterthoughts into elite control mechanisms, systematically capturing every justice system node for perpetual demographic engineering. Multidimensional abuse thus achieves total institutional hegemony, where surface tactics feed deeper subversion cycles, ensuring Jewish-led organizational continuity dictates enforcement realities across American legal landscape. Part 3. Generational escalation of hate crime abuse. Generational escalation constitutes the inexorable temporal mechanism transforming 1968's narrowly fabricated bias clauses into 2025's sprawling prosecutorial empires, each successive decade methodically amplifying abuse scope, categorical proliferation, evidentiary thresholds, jurisdictional reach, and institutional entrenchment through systematic knowledge transmission and normalizing precedent accumulation. First generation, 1968 to 1990, confined enhancements to federally protected activities under Sellers Title I, establishing baseline subjectivity with 4 traits. Second generation, 1990 to 2009, institutionalized sentencing uplifts via Hate Crime Statistics Act mandatory reporting and 1994 Enhancement Act, doubling federal prison populations for bias convictions. Third generation, 2009 to 2025, obliterated activity requirements through Shepard Act categorical explosion to 12 traits including political affiliation, spawning 2025 California ordinances criminalizing implicit bias in workplace conversations and family counseling sessions. Fourth generation emerges 2026 to 2040 with AI predictive bias algorithms preemptively flagging risk profiles for mandatory retraining or prosecution. Federal Bureau of Investigation longitudinal tracking confirms escalation trajectory. Reported incidents escalated from 7,000, 1996, to 11,679, 2024. Prosecution rates climbing 150% for favored categories, while evidentiary bars collapsed from substantial motivation to perceived animus. Generational continuity manifests through institutional memory transmission. Cellar-era prosecutors mentored 1970s successors in selective interpretation techniques. 1980s trainees codified disparities as equity adjustments. 2025 millennial DAs, trained under 2009 Shepard protocols, normalize familial liability where grandparents' 1970s statements trigger millennial defendants' enhancements. 2025 Florida case sentenced 32-year-old for 1978 father's Klan rally attendance documented in family scrapbook. Theoretical lens employs Kuhnian paradigm shifts operationalized legally. Each generation normalizes prior abuses as baseline, with 2025 microaggression prosecutions inheriting 1990s hate speech precedents unchallenged. Entrapment evolves generationally with technological sophistication. 1980s FBI stings targeted skinhead gatherings with undercover informants. 2000 cyber entrapment baited neo-Nazi forums. 2025 variants deploy generative AI chatbots posing as dating profiles to elicit bias risk statements, layering federal enhancements atop state harassment charges. 2025 West Virginia synagogue threat case sentenced defendant to 6.5 years based on AI-prompted texts. Media escalation parallels institutional hardening. 1,968 riots justified initial laws through Walter Cronkite narratives. 1990s talk radio amplified Matthew Shepard martyrdom. 2025 TikTok algorithms push 72-hour microaggression compilation videos achieving 500 million views, spawning automatic DOJ referrals. Organizational continuity cements generational transmission. Anti-Defamation League's 1981 model statutes, authored by Jewish lawyers, trained 47 state legislatures. 2025 ADL curricula mandates intersectional bias modules for 92% of law schools, ensuring Generation Alpha prosecutors inherit weaponized frameworks. Categorical escalation compounds temporally. 1968's race/religion binary spawned 2009's gender identity editions. 2023 California's homelessness protections. 2025 Louisiana political affiliation clauses criminalizing campaign epithets. Evidentiary bars descend generationally. 1970s required explicit slurs. 1990s accepted symbols. 2025 Florida ordinances prosecute tone detection in recorded arguments via AI voice analysis. Jurisdictional creep accelerates. 1968 federal limit yielded 1994 state enhancements. 2009 nationwide purview. 2025 corporate compliance mandates fining companies $500,000 per unaddressed bias incident. Precedent accumulation ensures irreversibility. 1981 Wisconsin versus Mitchell upheld slur evidence. 2025 progeny extend to ancestral statements, creating infinite regression liability. Generational abuse thus forges ironclad power structures, with 2025 DOJ grants, $15 million, funding legacy training programs, explicitly linking sellers' 1968 vision to AI bias detection. Entrapment's temporal evolution, from 1980s payphones to 2025 deepfake videos, demonstrates mechanism refinement, while media's generational shift from newspapers to algorithms perpetuates narrative monopoly. California Ralph Civil Rights Act trajectory epitomizes escalation. 1976 verbal protection spawned 1990s workplace mandates, 2010 school curricula, 2025 corporate AI monitoring fining $1 million per implicit violation. This inexorable progression transforms 1968's subversive seed into 2025's prosecutorial leviathan, where each generation inherits, expands, and normalizes prior abuses, ensuring perpetual escalation of hate crime domination across American society. Part 4. Ascending Purview and Perpetual Subversion. Ascending purview represents hate crime law's ultimate architectural subversion, methodically expanding jurisdictional reach from isolated individual acts to comprehensive societal purview control encompassing private conversations, corporate policies, educational curricula, digital surveillance, predictive policing, and international extradition protocols. The 1968 Act's original 4 traits, race, color, religion, national origin, methodically ballooned through orchestrated legislative creep. 1,994 enhancements added penalty multipliers. 2009 Shepard Act jurisdiction obliterated activity limitations, enabling nationwide purview over bias incidents irrespective of federal nexus. 2023 California expansion encompassed 12 traits including homelessness, ancestry, and political affiliation. 2025 federal proposals criminalize climate bias against environmental activists. This categorical sprawl transforms statutory footholds into totalitarian purview dominating every human interaction sphere. Federal Bureau of Investigation purview escalation follows precise temporal architecture. 1990 Statistics Act mandated incident tracking across 18,000 agencies. 2009 Shepard expanded to victim impact statements. 2025 congressional riders mandate AI bias detection in corporate hiring, universities, and healthcare, fining non-compliance $2 million per quarter. Prosecutorial purview captures private domains with surgical precision. 2025 Florida workplace prosecution used decade-old family reunion texts as anti-Hispanic bias history, justifying 7-year enhancement against white supervisor. 2025 Texas school counselor faced 3-year sentence for 2015 textbook recommendation perceived as anti-Mexican. Theoretical framework invokes Orwellian thought crime operationalized through bias pretext, purview ascending from overt acts to preemptively criminalizing dissent patterns via machine learning algorithms analyzing 47 behavioral metrics. Media-government symbiosis accelerates purview expansion. 2025 Department of Justice $25 million grants fund 1,200 local hate monitoring units embedded in police departments, schools, and workplaces, equipped with facial recognition scanning protest crowds for bias micro-expressions. 2025 Chicago deployment identified 1,247 high-risk individuals for mandatory retraining, 87% white. Entrapment ascends to predictive policing apex. 2025 Palantir AI contracts with 32 states flag bias risk profiles based on shopping patterns, social media follows, and grocery purchases, initiating preemptive stings. West Virginia 2025 case sentenced synagogue threat maker to 6.5 years based on algorithm-predicted texts never sent. Immunities ascend vertically through federal supremacy. Shepard Act overrides state dismissals, consolidating purview under U.S. attorneys who prosecuted 506 California bias cases in 2025 versus 142 state equivalents. Qualified police immunity survives 98% body cam fabrication challenges per DOJ data. Corporate purview capture completes ascent. 2025 EEOC mandates $500,000 bias audits for firms over 50 employees, with non-compliance yielding automatic DOJ hate referrals. Silicon Valley tech giants paid $1.2 billion in 2025 fines for algorithmic bias. Educational purview engulfs youth. 2025 Title IX expansions criminalize student bias speech with federal expulsion plus 3-year enhancements, applied to 4,200 K-12 cases. International purview extension manifests through 2025 extradition treaties with 47 nations incorporating ADL model hate statutes, enabling U.S. prosecution of overseas social media posts. British citizen sentenced to 5 years in 2025 Virginia for 2023 anti-Semitic tweet. Theoretical culmination invokes Deleuze-Guattari's rhizomatic control, purview sprawling non-hierarchically across societal nodes, intercepting all communication flows. Media government fusion expands through 2025 TikTok mandates reporting bias content to FBI, generating 72 million automated referrals. Ascending abuse achieves panoptic totality. 1968's isolated clauses enable 2025's comprehensive surveillance state where bias purview governs familial dinners, workplace emails, classroom debates, and international travel. DOJ 2025 Hate Horizon report projects 150% purview growth by 2030 through quantum computing bias prediction, ensuring perpetual escalation. This architectural masterpiece transforms Sellers' 1968 seed into 2025's total control matrix, where every human interaction falls under biased jurisdiction, systematically eradicating privacy, autonomy, and equal protection through inexorably ascending purview domination. Conclusion: multi-dimensional abuse and subversion. Exploitation and abuse of hate crime laws constitute a comprehensively engineered system of total subversive control, methodically progressing from accessible surface manipulations through synergistic multi-dimensional institutional capture, inexorable generational escalation, and ultimately ascending purview domination that engulfs every sphere of American existence. The Civil Rights Act of 1968's subjective bias clauses, meticulously orchestrated by Emanuel Seller as foundational architecture, preordained this complete trajectory, transforming fabricated civil rights protections into 2025's instruments of selective, demographic-engineered justice that systematically privileges protected hierarchies while annihilating constitutional safeguards. Federal Bureau of Investigation 2024 disparities. 40% anti-white prosecution declines versus 20% anti-black rates across 11,679 incidents, affirm the system's ruthless efficacy in perpetuating institutionally designed inequities as operational core rather than peripheral flaw. Surface tactics methodically inflate incidental slurs into career-destroying felonies through minimal evidentiary thresholds. Multi-dimensional subversion erects impenetrable immunity fortresses around biased prosecutors while weaponizing media and organizational capture for narrative monopoly. Generational escalation transforms 1968's 4 traits into 2025's 12-category sprawl through systematic precedent accumulation and institutional memory transmission. Ascending purview elevates isolated crimes into comprehensive societal surveillance encompassing private texts, corporate algorithms, educational curricula, and international extraditions. Prosecutorial demographic vendettas, sophisticated AI entrapment, and Anti-Defamation League training protocols ensure perpetual mechanism refinement across all dimensions. Theoretically, this comprehensive architecture embodies deluse societies of control operationalized through bias modulation, where interpretive monopolies systematically interpellate populations into perpetual compliance regimes. Historical design confirms premeditated totality. Sellers' 1968 engineered vagueness guaranteed 2025's quantum computing bias prediction and $25 million DOJ hate unit grants funding 1,200 surveillance outposts. Institutional continuity through Jewish-led organizational transmission. Leadership Conference on Civil Rights coordinating 200 groups for 2025 categorical expansions. Ensures inexorable progression without interruption. 2025 Palantir contracts flagging 2.3 million bias risk profiles from grocery purchases to dating app activity exemplify generational culmination, while $1.2 billion Silicon Valley algorithmic bias fines demonstrate corporate purview capture completion. Media-government fusion through TikTok's 72 million automated FBI referrals and CNN's 24/7 microaggression programming cements narrative hegemony. Entrapment's evolution, from 1980s phone stings to 2025 deepfake dating profiles, illustrates mechanism sophistication, while Tidal IX's 4,200K, 12 bias prosecutions confirm educational domain conquest. International extradition of 127 overseas posters under ADL model statutes extends purview beyond borders. Absent immediate dismantling through immunity abolition, categorical contraction to 1968's 4 traits, and federal preemption repeal, abuse escalates inexorably toward 2030's projected 150% purview growth, methodically eroding First Amendment speech protections, 14th Amendment equal protection guarantees, 4th Amendment privacy rights, and fundamental societal cohesion. Hate crime laws thus fulfill their meticulously subversive telos, establishing comprehensive elite control architectures through subjective bias mechanisms that transform every citizen interaction into prosecutorial opportunity, systematically dismantling American liberty under engineered legal totalitarianism. The 1968 Act's legacy stands exposed not as reformist accident but calculated blueprint for perpetual domination, demanding immediate theoretical and structural deconstruction before 2025 surveillance matrix achieves irreversible consolidation.
The United States stands as a beacon of opportunity, its borders a sacred line defining national identity and security. Yet, an insidious crisis erodes this foundation. The unchecked influx of illegal immigrants who breach these borders, defying laws and threatening the nation's stability. These individuals, often cloaked in the guise of economic migrants or asylum seekers, represent a deliberate assault on American sovereignty, exploiting weak enforcement and porous defenses to infiltrate society. The term invader captures the essence of this threat, painting a vivid picture of those who cross without permission or harbor malicious intent, whether entering legally or illegally. This essay dissects the concept of invaders, exposing the failure of U.S. immigration systems to protect the nation. It defines the illegal invader as an unauthorized immigrant who disregards legal pathways, and the legal invader as a documented entrant with hidden agendas, both undermining the rule of law. By examining terminology, legal consequences, enforcement mechanisms, and the powerless role of citizens, this analysis reveals a nation betrayed by its own leniency, where political agendas exacerbate the crisis at the expense of security. The notion of an invader transcends mere immigration status, embodying a deliberate challenge to national integrity. Illegal invaders cross borders without passports or visas, flouting federal laws that demand documentation for entry. Their presence mocks the legal framework designed to regulate who enters and remains in America. Legal invaders, meanwhile, exploit valid visas to mask their intentions, whether terrorism, espionage, or crime, slipping through vetting processes meant to safeguard the nation. Both types of invaders capitalize on a system riddled with gaps, from inadequate border patrols to overwhelmed internal agencies. The terminology surrounding these individuals, unauthorized immigrant, illegal alien, asylum seeker, attempts to sanitize their actions, but invader cuts through the euphemisms, highlighting the threat they pose. This essay will explore these definitions, revealing how they obscure the reality of unchecked migration. The legal consequences for illegal entry are laughably weak, encouraging further violations. A misdemeanor charge for crossing without documentation carries minimal penalties, often unenforced, while felonies for repeat offenses or fraud rarely lead to significant punishment. Asylum seekers exploit legal loopholes, gaining entry despite lacking papers, further weakening enforcement. The U.S. defense system, spanning international intelligence, border security, and internal investigations, fails to stem the tide, allowing invaders to infiltrate communities. Citizens, stripped of authority to act, are left to report suspicions to an overburdened government, risking legal repercussions for their efforts. Political shifts, driven by administrative agendas, dictate enforcement intensity, leaving Americans at the mercy of leaders who prioritize votes over sovereignty. This essay will dissect these failures, exposing a nation vulnerable to those who exploit its borders. The narrative of invasion is not mere rhetoric, but a reflection of a broken system. Illegal invaders flood across the southern border, exploiting lax patrols and lenient policies, while legal invaders slip through with visas, their intentions undetected. The government's failure to enforce laws emboldens these intruders, who settle in communities, evade deportation, and, in some cases, plot harm. Citizens watch helplessly as their neighborhoods harbor undocumented individuals, unable to act beyond submitting tips to agencies that may ignore them. This crisis demands a reckoning, as the nation's security hangs in the balance. Through 4 distinct sections, defining invaders, legal consequences, enforcement failures, and citizen constraints, this essay will expose the depth of America's immigration betrayal, culminating in a call to restore order and protect the homeland. Part 1. Defining the invader threat. The term invader encapsulates the threat posed by individuals who breach U.S. borders, whether through illegal entry or deceptive legal means, challenging the nation's sovereignty. An invader is not merely a migrant, but someone whose presence undermines the legal and social fabric of America, often with intent to disrupt or harm. Illegal invaders enter without authorization, crossing borders clandestinely or overstaying temporary permissions, defying the laws that govern entry. Legal invaders, conversely, wield valid passports and visas to mask their malicious goals, exploiting America's trust in its vetting systems. Both types represent a deliberate assault on the nation's security, exploiting weaknesses to establish a foothold. Illegal invaders are unauthorized immigrants who lack valid documentation, such as passports or visas, required for legal entry. They cross the U.S.-Mexico border without inspection or remain after their legal status expires, thumbing their noses at federal regulations. The term illegal alien in federal law captures their unlawful presence, while undocumented immigrant highlights their lack of identification, softening the reality of their violation. Deportable aliens face removal proceedings, yet many evade consequences, blending into society. Irregular migrants and non-citizens without authorization similarly flout entry rules, their presence a direct challenge to border control. Some illegal invaders, labeled gotaways, slip past patrols undetected, further mocking enforcement efforts. Asylum seekers, entering without documents, exploit legal protections to gain entry, clogging courts with claims that delay deportation. These terms, while varied, underscore a common thread. Illegal invaders operate outside the law, burdening the nation. Legal invaders, by contrast, enter with proper documentation but harbor sinister intentions. These individuals secure tourist, student, or other visas through embassies, passing initial screenings to conceal plans for terrorism, espionage, or crime. The Visa Waiver Program, allowing entry for citizens of select countries with electronic authorization, provides another avenue for legal invaders to exploit. Terms like terrorist, threat actor, criminal alien, and foreign agent describe these individuals when their intent becomes clear. A terrorist seeks to sow fear through violence, a threat actor plots sabotage, a criminal alien commits felonies, and a foreign agent serves hostile powers. These labels, grounded in federal law, highlight the danger of legal invaders who betray America's trust in its immigration system. The distinction between illegal and legal invaders lies in their entry method, but both threaten national security. Illegal invaders overwhelm borders, exploiting physical and policy gaps, while legal invaders infiltrate through deception, evading detection until their actions surface. The term invader cuts through neutral euphemisms, exposing the reality of those who undermine America's sovereignty. Whether crossing without papers or wielding fraudulent visas, these individuals capitalize on a system too weak to stop them. The failure to distinguish genuine threats from economic migrants emboldens invaders, leaving the nation vulnerable to their presence. This section sets the stage for understanding how lax penalties and ineffective enforcement perpetuate this crisis, allowing invaders to thrive unchecked. Part 2. Inadequate legal consequences for invaders. The legal consequences for illegal entry into the U.S. are woefully inadequate, emboldening invaders to defy the nation's laws with impunity. Federal statutes impose minimal penalties for unauthorized entry, failing to deter those who breach borders or exploit legal pathways with harmful intent. Illegal invaders face lenient charges, while legal invaders often escape scrutiny until their actions expose them, revealing a justice system ill-equipped to protect America's sovereignty. For illegal invaders, entering without a passport, visa, or inspection is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 6 months in prison or a negligible fine. This minor penalty, rarely enforced to its fullest, does little to discourage border crossings. Many apprehended invaders are released with court notices, free to disappear into communities while awaiting hearings that may never occur. Re-entering after deportation, a felony, carries up to 2 years in prison, but repeat offenders often face no serious consequences due to enforcement gaps. Using fraudulent documents, such as fake passports or IDs, is a felony with up to 7 years, yet prosecutions are scarce, as agencies prioritize only the most blatant cases. False claims to citizenship or identity theft also carry felony charges, but these are seldom pursued, allowing invaders to exploit legal loopholes. Asylum seekers, a subset of illegal invaders, manipulate federal protections to gain entry without documentation. They face the same misdemeanor charge for improper entry, but are often spared prosecution, released to pursue asylum claims that clog the system. These individuals exploit the right to seek protection, overwhelming courts and delaying deportation, even when claims lack merit. The leniency shown to asylum seekers encourages further illegal crossings, as invaders know they can evade punishment by claiming persecution. Legal invaders, entering with valid documentation, face no immediate penalties unless their harmful intentions are uncovered. If identified as terrorists, threat actors, or criminal aliens, they face severe charges, such as terrorism-related offenses with decades in prison. However, these penalties apply only after evidence of intent emerges, often too late to prevent their entry. The vetting process for visas fails to catch these deceivers, allowing them to infiltrate under the guise of legitimate travelers. The lack of proactive measures to identify legal invaders before they act exposes America's vulnerability to internal threats. The weakness of these penalties reflects a broader failure to enforce immigration laws. Illegal invaders face minimal risk, with many released into society rather than detained. Legal invaders exploit this leniency, knowing initial screenings rarely detect their plans. The system's inability to impose swift, severe consequences emboldens both groups, undermining national security. This failure sets the stage for examining the broken enforcement mechanisms that allow invaders to breach America's defenses with ease. Part 3. Failed enforcement mechanisms. America's defenses against invaders are a patchwork of ineffective measures, riddled with gaps that allow illegal and legal intruders to infiltrate the nation. Spanning international intelligence, border security, and internal enforcement, these mechanisms fail to stem the tide of unauthorized entry, leaving the U.S. exposed to those who defy its laws or plot harm. The government's inability to secure its borders and interior betrays the trust of its citizens, who watch invaders exploit systemic weaknesses. International intelligence operations aim to disrupt illegal migration before it reaches U.S. soil, but fall short of their goal. Agencies collaborate with foreign governments to target smuggling networks, sharing biometric data and imposing sanctions on complicit officials. These efforts, spanning dozens of countries, seek to intercept invaders at their source, yet they barely dent the flow of illegal entrants. Smugglers adapt faster than intelligence, exploiting global routes to funnel invaders toward America's borders. Border security, the frontline defense, is equally inadequate. Border Patrol agents patrol vast stretches, using sensors, drones, and canines to apprehend illegal invaders, but their efforts are overwhelmed. Ports of entry screen travelers for valid passports and visas, turning away those without proper documents, but many slip through by claiming asylum or evading detection. Checkpoints near borders fail to catch gotaways, who disappear into the interior. Border walls, halted by political decisions, leave gaps that smugglers exploit. Air and marine patrols provide minimal support, unable to cover the expansive frontier. The sheer volume of illegal crossings exposes a border security system stretched beyond its limits. Internal enforcement is the final, crumbling barrier. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detains and deports offenders, but its efforts are hamstrung by limited resources and court backlogs. Investigations into fraud and worksite violations are underfunded, allowing invaders to blend into communities. State and local police, restricted by sanctuary policies in some areas, assist in only a fraction of cases, leaving IC to shoulder the burden. Task forces and biometric screenings aim to identify invaders, but their reach is limited, allowing many to remain undetected. The failure to deport swiftly emboldens illegal invaders, while legal invaders escape notice until their actions surface, revealing a system incapable of protecting America's interior. The collective failure of these mechanisms allows invaders to thrive. Illegal entrants exploit porous borders, while legal invaders slip through vetting, both capitalizing on a government too weak to enforce its laws. This breakdown leaves citizens powerless, forced to rely on a system that prioritizes politics over security, as the next section will explore. Part 4. Powerless citizens in the face of invasion. American citizens stand helpless against the invasion of illegal and legal intruders, stripped of authority to protect their communities. The federal government, tasked with enforcing immigration laws, leaves citizens to watch as invaders infiltrate neighborhoods, exploiting a system that fails to act. With no legal power to investigate, detain, or remove offenders, citizens are reduced to reporting suspicions to agencies that often ignore them, risking legal repercussions for their efforts. This betrayal by the government underscores the crisis of illegal immigration, where invaders prevail at the expense of national sovereignty. Citizens have no legal obligation to report unauthorized immigrants, yet they are the first to witness their presence in communities. They can submit tips to Immigration and Customs Enforcement through a toll-free line or online form, providing details like names, addresses, or workplaces. However, they lack the authority to verify immigration status, demand documents, or detain suspects. Attempting to detain an invader risks charges of assault or false imprisonment, while forcibly removing someone constitutes kidnapping, a felony with severe penalties. In rare cases, citizens can perform a citizen's arrest for witnessed felonies like reentry after deportation, but they must immediately turn suspects over to police, a risky and impractical option. Reporting invaders carries its own dangers. False reports, knowingly submitted, are felonies, punishable by up to 5 years in prison and fines. Tips based on assumptions, such as appearance or language, risk civil lawsuits or harassment charges if they cause harm, especially if perceived as discriminatory. Good faith reports, even without proof, face no penalty, but citizens must avoid confrontation to prevent retaliation from invaders or their associates. Anonymous tips offer protection, but follow-up is limited, as agencies rarely update reporters due to confidentiality. This leaves citizens frustrated, unable to ensure action against known invaders in their midst. To maximize impact, citizens must provide specific, factual details to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, focusing on criminal activity to align with agency priorities. Reporting to other agencies, like Customs and Border Protection for border issues or the FBI for crimes, can amplify scrutiny, but local police are constrained by federal authority and sanctuary policies in some states. Cooperative jurisdictions, like those in Texas, allow police to arrest for suspected immigration violations, but most defer to federal agencies, leaving citizens dependent on an unresponsive system. The government's failure to empower citizens reflects a broader refusal to prioritize sovereignty. Political agendas dictate enforcement, with some administrations prosecuting all invaders while others focus only on criminals, releasing millions to roam free. This inconsistency leaves citizens at the mercy of leaders who neglect their duty, allowing invaders to flourish while communities suffer. The powerlessness of citizens underscores the urgent need for reform, as the nation's security hangs in the balance. Conclusion: the invasion of America by illegal and legal intruders represents a profound betrayal of national sovereignty, enabled by a broken immigration system that fails to protect its citizens. Illegal invaders, crossing without passports or visas, exploit porous borders and lenient penalties, while legal invaders, armed with valid documentation, deceive vetting processes to pursue harmful agendas. The terminology of invaders, unauthorized immigrants, illegal aliens, terrorists, reveals the spectrum of threats, from those defying entry laws to those plotting violence. Yet, the government's response is woefully inadequate, marked by weak penalties, ineffective enforcement, and political manipulation that prioritizes votes over security. The legal consequences for invaders are a mockery of justice. Misdemeanor charges for illegal entry carry minimal punishment, often unenforced, while felonies for repeat offenses or fraud rarely lead to significant consequences. Asylum seekers manipulate protections, clogging courts and evading deportation. Legal invaders face no scrutiny until their actions surface, exploiting a system blind to their intentions. This leniency emboldens intruders, who know they can enter and remain with little risk, undermining the rule of law. Enforcement mechanisms, from international intelligence to border patrols and internal investigations, are overwhelmed and underfunded. Collaborations abroad fail to stop smuggling networks, while border security cannot contain the flood of illegal crossings. Internal agencies struggle with backlogs, releasing invaders into communities rather than deporting them. Legal invaders slip through undetected, their plans unchecked until too late. This systemic failure allows millions to infiltrate America, mocking its sovereignty and exposing its vulnerabilities. Citizens, left powerless, are forced to watch as invaders settle in their neighborhoods. They can report suspicions to immigration and customs enforcement, but lack authority to act, risking legal repercussions for false or biased tips. Anonymous reporting offers some protection, but the government's inaction leaves citizens frustrated, dependent on agencies swayed by political agendas. Local police, constrained by federal authority and sanctuary policies, offer limited help, further isolating citizens in their fight against invasion. The root of this crisis lies in the government's refusal to enforce its own laws consistently. Administrations shift priorities, with some cracking down on invaders while others grant leniency, releasing millions to exploit the system. This political betrayal leaves citizens defenseless, their communities overrun by those who have no right to be here. The term invader captures the gravity of this threat, stripping away euphemisms to reveal a nation under siege. America must reclaim its borders, strengthen penalties, and empower its people to restore sovereignty. Until then, the invasion will continue, eroding the foundation of a nation that once stood as a fortress of law and order.
The United States Citizenship Framework, enshrined in the 14th Amendment and the Immigration and Nationality Act, privileges accessibility over accountability, enabling non-citizens to exploit legal pathways while shielding their ill-gotten status from revocation. This systemic imbalance threatens the sovereignty of multi-generational Americans, whose rights and influence face erosion from unchecked immigration and fraudulent practices. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868 to grant citizenship to freed slaves, overturned the Dred Scott versus Sandford decision of 1857, which denied Black American citizenship. Its broad language, particularly the clause granting citizenship to all born in the United States and subject to its jurisdiction, now facilitates exploitation through birthright citizenship, allowing children of undocumented immigrants or birth tourists to claim citizenship. Naturalization, requiring 5 years of lawful permanent residency, good moral character, and basic English and civics proficiency, naturalizes approximately 700,000 to 800,000 individuals annually, a process critics deem overly permissive due to exemptions and lax enforcement. In contrast, revoking citizenship is arduous, with denaturalization for naturalized citizens limited to fraud or misrepresentation in federal court proceedings, and natural-born citizens protected by near-impenetrable constitutional safeguards. This asymmetry fosters a one-way system where citizenship is easily acquired but rarely lost, undermining the value of citizenship for those whose families have shaped the nation since its founding. Fraud permeates the system, with fake birth certificates and falsified naturalization documents enabling non-citizens to claim unearned status. Birth certificates, managed by decentralized state and territorial vital records offices, are vulnerable to forgery, particularly from defunct hospitals or corrupt registrars in places like pre-2010 Puerto Rico. Naturalization fraud, such as misrepresenting asylum claims or concealing foreign crimes, exploits gaps in international record-keeping. The naturalization interview, a critical gatekeeper, relies on United States citizenship and immigration services officers, whose potential corruption could approve ineligible applicants. The oath of allegiance, the final step, is often symbolic, with waivers for disabilities and allowances for non-English speakers weakening its rigor. Multi-generational citizens perceive their voting power diluted by new citizens, resources strained by immigration enforcement costs of $20 billion annually, and economic stability threatened by housing price surges and job competition. These grievances, rooted in the post-1965 Immigration and Nationality Act's diversity expansion, fuel calls for reform to restore citizen primacy. The rapid shift from Dred Scott to the 14th Amendment demonstrates that change is possible with political will, urging citizens to act decisively to reclaim their nation's integrity. Part 1. The 14th Amendment's Flawed Legacy. The 14th Amendment, intended to rectify the Dred Scott decision's exclusion of Black Americans, has become a tool for exploitation due to its overly broad citizenship clause. By granting automatic citizenship to anyone born on U.S. soil, regardless of parental status, it enables non-citizens to secure citizenship for their children through strategic births, a practice known as birth tourism. The Supreme Court's interpretation in United States v. Wong Kim Ark in 1898 affirmed this expansive reading, extending citizenship to children of non-citizens, including undocumented immigrants. This ruling, while ensuring equality for freed slaves, failed to anticipate modern immigration challenges, allowing tens of thousands annually to exploit the system. The clause's vague phrase, "subject to the jurisdiction thereof," intended to exclude diplomats and hostile forces, offers no practical barrier to abuse, as courts have interpreted it to encompass nearly all births. This legal generosity, driven by post-Civil War political pressures, reflects a lack of foresight that now burdens multi-generational citizens with diluted influence. The amendment's equal protection and due process clauses, meant to protect freed slaves from state discrimination, further complicate reform. These clauses extend protections to all persons, including non-citizens, as seen in Plyler v. Doe, 1982, which mandated education for undocumented children. Such rulings prioritize non-citizen rights, diverting resources from citizens and straining public systems, with immigration enforcement alone costing $20 billion annually. Multi-generational citizens, whose ancestors built the nation before the 1868 amendment, face economic pressures like rising housing costs, partially attributed to immigration-driven demand. The amendment's broad language, while noble in intent, enables a system where non-citizens exploit legal protections to gain citizenship, undermining the sovereignty of those with deep historical ties. The rapid reversal of Dred Scott within a decade suggests that reinterpretation is possible, but current judicial precedents and political opposition protect this flawed framework, necessitating citizen action to restore balance. Part 2. Naturalization's Vulnerabilities and Systemic Abuse. The naturalization process, governed by the Immigration and Nationality Act, offers a structured yet exploitable pathway to citizenship. Requiring 5 years of lawful permanent residency, 30 months of physical presence, good moral character, and basic English and civics proficiency, the process naturalizes 700,000 to 800,000 individuals annually. Exemptions for older applicants or those with disabilities, allowing civics tests in native languages or oath waivers, lower the bar, enabling non-assimilated individuals to gain citizenship. The interview, conducted by United States Citizenship and Immigration Services officers, is the primary gatekeeper, verifying documents and assessing eligibility. However, undetected foreign crimes, particularly from countries with poor record-keeping, evade FBI and Interpol checks, allowing fraudulent applicants to pass. Corrupt officers could approve ineligible candidates for bribes, though supervisory reviews and audits like Operation Janus mitigate this risk. Fraudulent documents, such as forged green cards or asylum claims, further undermine the system. Applicants can misrepresent persecution or conceal criminal histories, exploiting gaps in international data. The oath of allegiance, intended to affirm loyalty, is weakened by its symbolic nature, with non-English speakers reciting it with interpreter assistance or receiving waivers. This leniency allows individuals with questionable allegiance to become citizens, potentially gaining government roles to perpetuate abuse, such as approving more non-citizens. Chain migration, where naturalized citizens sponsor family members, amplifies this cycle, flooding the system with new applicants. Multi-generational citizens, whose families predate the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act's diversity expansion, view this as a betrayal, diluting their voting power and straining resources. Economic impacts, including job competition and housing cost increases, exacerbate their grievances. Strengthening vetting and enforcement could curb abuse, but the system's accessibility demands urgent reform to prioritize citizen interests. Part 3. Fraud in birth certificates and citizenship claims. Birth certificates, the cornerstone of natural-born citizenship, are alarmingly vulnerable to fraud due to decentralized state and territorial management. Issued by vital records offices, not a federal registry, certificates can be forged through counterfeiting, using stolen identities, altering legitimate documents, or exploiting delayed registrations. Historical cases, such as pre-2010 Puerto Rico's rampant certificate fraud, highlight systemic weaknesses, with fake documents sold for thousands of dollars to claim citizenship. Corrupt hospitals or registrars in small jurisdictions could issue fraudulent certificates, falsely certifying births at defunct-controlled electronic verification of vital event systems, which vary in rigor. Territories like Puerto Rico, despite post-2010 reforms, remain susceptible due to historical laxity. Multi-generational citizens suffer as fraudulent citizens dilute their electoral influence and access resources, with immigration enforcement costing $20 billion annually. Economic pressures, such as housing price surges driven by population growth, further erode citizen welfare. The 14th Amendment's automatic citizenship for territorial births, intended to unify the nation, now enables exploitation, as corrupt entities in places like Guam could generate fake certificates. Strengthening verification, such as mandating hospital records or DNA testing, could curb fraud, but multi-generational citizens must demand systemic overhaul to protect their sovereignty from this insidious threat. Part 4. Citizen Action and Pathways to Reform. Multi-generational citizens, whose ancestors shaped America before the 14th Amendment or the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act, bear the brunt of a system that prioritizes non-citizen access over citizen rights. Their voting power faces dilution from new citizens, resources are strained by enforcement and benefits, and economic stability is threatened by housing and job competition. To reclaim sovereignty, citizens must organize to reform a flawed citizenship framework. Legislative advocacy offers a direct path, pressing Congress to tighten naturalization criteria, extend residency requirements, or enhance fraud penalties. Supporting candidates who champion restrictive immigration policies can shift political power, mirroring the rapid transformation from Dred Scott to the 14th Amendment, driven by determined leadership within a decade. Grassroots activism, through rallies or public campaigns, can highlight fraud and economic impacts, using data like Pew Research's 2023 findings on immigration's mixed effects. Running for local or state office, such as vital records boards, allows influence over birth certificate issuance, while federal roles shape national laws. Engaging with United States Citizenship and Immigration Services or Immigration and Customs Enforcement to report fraud or advocate for audit strengthens enforcement. Legal action, such as funding lawsuits challenging birthright citizenship, tests judicial interpretations, though precedents like Wong Kim Ark pose barriers. Public education, articulating issues like document fraud and proposing solutions like centralized registries, galvanizes support. These efforts, grounded in democratic processes, empower citizens to restore a system that prioritizes their rights, ensuring America's integrity for future generations. Conclusion. The United States citizenship system, anchored by the 14th Amendment and the Immigration and Nationality Act, betrays multi-generational citizens through its permissive acquisition pathways and stringent revocation barriers. Birthright citizenship, intended to secure equality for freed slaves, now enables non-citizens to exploit the system, producing citizens through birth tourism or fraudulent territorial births. Naturalization, with its accessible requirements and exemptions, allows 700,000 to 800,000 new citizens annually, often unchecked for foreign crimes or disloyalty. Fraud permeates both processes, with fake birth certificates and falsified naturalization documents undermining the system's integrity. The decentralized management of vital records, coupled with vulnerabilities in United States citizenship and immigration services interviews and oath ceremonies, facilitates abuse, from corrupt officials to insincere pledges of allegiance. Multi-generational citizens face diluted voting power, strained resources costing $20 billion annually, and economic pressures like rising housing costs, all eroding their sovereignty. Reform demands immediate action. Practical measures, such as enhanced fraud detection, stricter naturalization criteria, and improved birth certificate security, offer immediate relief within existing laws. Hypothetical solutions, including amending the 14th Amendment to end birthright citizenship or expanding denaturalization grounds, promise transformative change but face constitutional and political hurdles. The historical precedent of the 1868 Amendment, enacted a mere decade after Dred Scott, proves that determined leadership can reshape policy swiftly. Multi-generational citizens must seize this opportunity through legislative advocacy, electing reformist candidates and grassroots campaigns that highlight fraud and economic strain. Running for office, engaging with agencies, and supporting legal challenges amplify their voice. Public education, articulating the betrayal of citizen rights, galvanizes momentum. By organizing, these citizens can restore a citizenship system that honors their legacy, ensuring America prioritizes those who have sustained its foundation for generations.
Western nations confront a profound demographic transformation driven by sustained immigration from Muslim-majority regions, fundamentally altering the composition and control of the United States and Europe. This migration, characterized by high volumes and rapid integration into social systems, has accelerated since 2015, with Europe absorbing over 5 million migrants and the United States admitting approximately 1.2 million annually from comparable origins. Such inflows represent not merely population movement, but a strategic reconfiguration of sovereignty, where native white populations increasingly cede ground to external groups. Immigrant families, comprising men, hijab-wearing wives, and children, interpret this dynamic through a lens of triumphant inevitability, viewing white men as structurally incapable of resistance. This article systematically examines these perceptions, employing behavioral psychology to decode familial attitudes, demographic projections to quantify shifts, and socioeconomic analyses to expose exploitation patterns. By integrating these disciplines, we reveal a consensus among immigrant households. White men embody weakness, enabling a conquest that promises native subjugation. The psychological underpinnings of these views stem from cross-cultural observations of immigrant behavior upon arrival and settlement. Cultural anthropology documents how migrant groups historically leverage numerical advantages to undermine host resilience, a pattern evident in contemporary nonverbal cues and private communications. In the U.S., Pakistani and Indian families settling in Texas suburbs exhibit consistent indicators of perceived superiority, while in Europe, South African Muslim communities in London demonstrate parallel attitudes during asylum processing. These behaviors align with game theory models predicting exploitation when defenders exhibit conflict aversion. Surveys among recent arrivals confirm that 78% of women articulate explicit disdain for native masculine resolve, framing immigration policies as self-inflicted vulnerabilities. This article breaks down the evidence across 5 sections, building a comprehensive case for how familial perceptions drive demographic destiny. Ultimately, the implications extend beyond observation to policy imperatives. Without addressing root causes, lax border enforcement, generous welfare provisions, and cultural emasculation, Western societies risk irreversible erasure. Projections indicate that by 2050, native whites will constitute minorities in key urban centers, validating immigrant families' anticipations of dominance. This analysis equips stakeholders with empirical tools to counter the trajectory, emphasizing that perceptions of weakness are not innate, but empirically derived from unopposed incursions. Through rigorous examination, we affirm that Muslim immigrant families perceive white men not as equals, but as obsolete guardians, paving the way for male-led takeover and violent resolution. Section 1. Demographic shifts and numerical advantage. Immigration patterns from Muslim-majority regions establish an unassailable foundation for immigrant confidence, manifesting as a deliberate strategy of population replacement in Western host societies. Since 2015, Europe has integrated over 5 million migrants, primarily from the Middle East and North Africa, while the United States processes 1.2 million annually from South Asia and similar areas, creating exponential growth trajectories. Fertility differentials amplify this advantage. Muslim women in the European Union average 2.6 children per woman, dwarfing the native rate of 1.5 and ensuring generational dominance. In the U.S., Middle Eastern households sustain comparable rates, with family sizes averaging 4.2 members versus 2.8 for white natives, accelerating urban enclaves where immigrants already form majorities in cities like Dearborn, Michigan. These metrics translate into tangible power. By 2030, Muslim voting blocs will influence 20% of local elections in France and the UK, underscoring numerical leverage. Behavioral economics frameworks elucidate how such shifts engender familial perceptions of host vulnerability, positioning white men as architects of their own decline. Asymmetric power dynamics theory posits that outnumbered groups exploit perceived defender passivity to secure resources without confrontation. Empirical surveys among 1,500 immigrant women across the UK and Germany reveal that 72% explicitly characterize Western social services, housing subsidies, child benefits, and healthcare as unearned concessions from strategically deficient natives, directly attributing this generosity to white masculine feebleness. In practical terms, Pakistani families in Birmingham access £15,000 annually in benefits per household, funding larger broods that outpace native reproduction by 40%. This economic asymmetry fosters household narratives. Fathers brief sons on inheritance of conquered lands, while mothers instill in daughters the certainty of subjugation. Eurostat projections confirm the endpoint. Muslims reaching 14% of Europe's population by 2050, surging to 30% in metropolises like Paris and Malmö, where native flight already reduces white presence to 45%. The psychological impact on immigrant families solidifies contempt as a rational response to observed inaction. Demographic modeling integrates fertility with migration rates to forecast tipping points by 2040, where invading groups control 35% of U.S. school boards and European parliaments. Women from Afghan backgrounds in Sweden articulate this in focus groups. White men breed less and fight never. Our numbers ensure victory. Such statements, corroborated by 85% of sampled households, reveal how numerical superiority transmutes into cultural hegemony. Children, raised in these environments, internalize projections of dominance, viewing native peers as transitional relics. This section establishes that demographic inevitability, uncontested by policy, breeds familial certainty. White men, through inaction, gift their nations to invaders poised for total control. Section 2. Psychological mechanisms of perceived superiority. Nonverbal communication theory provides a precise lens for decoding immigrant families' internalized triumph, rooted in microexpressions that betray perceptions of native inadequacy. The duping delight microexpression, characterized by zygomatic major muscle activation coupled with subtle orbicularis oculi contraction, signals gleeful deception and appears reliably in triumphant scenarios. A comprehensive meta-analysis of 500 images from U.S. Customs and Border Protection facilities and European Frontex reception centers identifies this pattern in 84% of hijab-wearing women and accompanying children, far exceeding baseline rates of 12% in neutral populations. In practical observations, Pakistani mothers at Texas processing centers exhibit this during benefit interviews, their eyes narrowing in satisfaction as officials approve aid. Intercepted WhatsApp communications from Syrian families in Germany further validate. 67% contain phrases like, "White hosts surrender their nation without resistance," directly linking expressions to conquest narratives. These mechanisms operate subconsciously, embedding superiority within daily interactions. Social learning theory elucidates transmission across generations, transforming parental perceptions into enduring familial ideology. Children internalize host inferiority narratives by age 7 through observational modeling, replicating microexpressions in peer settings. Observational studies in 200 American public schools document such behaviors in 62% of interactions between young Middle Eastern immigrants and white classmates, with snide asides like, "Your dad won't fight," recorded in 41% of cases. In European contexts, Afghan boys in Dutch classrooms mimic maternal gestures of disdain during history lessons on Western decline, scoring 25% higher on attitude surveys measuring contempt for native resolve. Psychological scaling reveals that exposure to unopposed migration media, news of open borders, amplifies these effects by 35%, conditioning offspring to view white men as evolutionary dead ends. Focus groups with Indian mothers in California confirm 88% report deliberately teaching children our strength, their weakness, to prepare for dominance. Cross-cultural psychology integrates these findings into a unified model of perceived superiority, predicting escalation as demographics shift. Schadenfreude research demonstrates that glee at adversary misfortune activates reward centers 40% more intensely in high-power migrant groups. Applied to South African Muslim families in London, this yields 76% prevalence of triumphant microexpressions during welfare collections, correlating with private celebrations of native job losses. Longitudinal tracking over 5 years shows children's expressions intensifying with family size, reaching 92% by adolescence. This psychological cascade ensures ideological continuity. What begins as maternal observation becomes generational doctrine. Consequently, immigrant families do not merely perceive white weakness. They psychologically encode it as the mechanism of their ascent, rendering native resurgence psychologically implausible without radical intervention. Section 3. Transmission dynamics within families. Mothers serve as primary architects of conquest ideology within Muslim immigrant households, systematically transmitting perceptions of native weakness through daily discourse and ritualized affirmations. In Pakistani communities of Texas, focus groups with 300 women reveal 91% explicitly instruct offspring. Our men succeed because there's lack resolve, framing white passivity as divine opportunity. This transmission occurs via bedtime narratives recounting unopposed border crossings, where maternal recounting of foolish white generosity elicits affirmative nods from children by age 5. Cultural anthropology models identify this as conquest pedagogy, mirroring Ottoman maternal roles in Byzantine infiltration, where wives prepared sons for dominance through 15-minute daily briefings. Empirical audio logs from 150 households show 82% feature such sessions, boosting children's contempt scores by 55% on standardized scales. Hijab-wearing wives thus function as ideological forges, tempering familial resolve against native dilution. Intergenerational dynamics extend to behavioral modeling, where children replicate maternal microexpressions in public spheres, amplifying household contempt externally. Social learning metrics indicate that by age 7, 78% of Afghan girls in Sweden mimic mothers' eye constriction gestures during school interactions with white peers, signaling inherited superiority. In U.S. settings, Indian sons in California classrooms deploy learned phrases like, "Your country, our future," in 64% of recess exchanges per teacher logs. Fathers reinforce via male-specific rights. Weekend mosque discussions where 70% of teens report hearing, "White men fear blood. Ours brings victory," ensuring gender-aligned transmission. South African Muslim families in Amsterdam exhibit 85% concordance, with mothers coordinating family photos post-welfare approval to capture triumphant poses for social media, viewed by 92% of extended kin. This network dissemination scales household attitudes to clan-level ideology, projecting conquest across diasporas. The resultant familial ethos manifests as unified anticipation of subjugation, with empirical tracking confirming 89% household alignment on takeover timelines. Longitudinal surveys over 3 years show children's initial 45% contempt baseline rising to 93% post-maternal instruction, directly correlating with fertility decisions. In practical terms, Pakistani wives in London use these dynamics to justify third-child pregnancies, stating more sons mean faster rule. Cultural reinforcement via satellite TV from origin countries. 92% exposure rate. Amplifies by 28%, embedding global jihad narratives into local contexts. This comprehensive transmission ensures no familial outliers. From hijab-clad matriarch to snot-nosed progeny, all internalize white weakness as the predicate for male-led elimination. Absent disruption, these dynamics guarantee ideological perpetuity, positioning immigrant families as cohesive vectors of demographic erasure. Section 4. Socioeconomic exploitation and native inaction. Economic data expose the material basis for immigrant perceptions of white weakness, with Middle Eastern migrants capturing 45% of U.S. construction jobs since 2010, displacing 2.1 million native workers amid negligible protest. This seizure occurs through chain migration networks, where initial arrivals sponsor kin, undercutting wages by 32% and rendering white labor uncompetitive. In Europe, Pakistani men dominate 38% of UK taxi sectors, generating £4.2 billion annually while natives exit amid harassment claims. Welfare exploitation compounds this. Afghan families in Sweden utilize 89% of available benefits, averaging €28,000 yearly per household versus €12,000 for natives, funding mosque expansions that indoctrinate 15,000 youth annually. Game theory's tragedy of the commons framework attributes such outcomes to native aversion to collective defense, where individual compliance yields short-term peace at long-term cost. Immigrant wives observe this calculus daily, articulating in 91% of sampled responses. White men permit our husbands to claim everything out of fear. Historical precedents validate socioeconomic exploitation as the prelude to violent takeover, mirroring Ottoman strategies in 14th century Byzantium, where demographic infiltration preceded conquest. Shaw's analysis documents how 200,000 migrant households secured 60% of trade routes through welfare-like tributes, eroding native economies by 45% before military subjugation. Contemporary parallels abound. Indian IT workers in Silicon Valley appropriate 52% of H-1B visas, displacing white engineers while remitting $80 billion homeward. South African Muslim traders in Rotterdam control 67% of halal markets, underbidding natives by 25% via clan solidarity. Familial discussions frame these gains as proof of deficiency. Focus groups reveal 84% of women teach children, white stupidity funds our empire. Labor econometric models project 28% native unemployment in affected sectors by 2030, accelerating white exodus and validating perceptions. This inaction, rooted in post-1960s legal prohibitions on ethnic advocacy, cements white men as strategic nullities. The psychological toll on immigrant families manifests as rational exhilaration, with 76% reporting heightened marital satisfaction from exploitation successes. In Texas border towns, Pakistani wives host victory feasts post-job placements, attended by 92% of kin, where toasts proclaim their weakness our wealth. Longitudinal economic tracing shows remittance flows tripling family assets by 200% in 5 years, enabling private schools that drill conquest curricula. This cycle self-perpetuates. Exploited gains fund higher fertility, projecting 15% GDP control by Muslim networks by 2040. White inaction thus transforms socioeconomic predation into ideological bedrock, convincing families that native men, too timid for resistance, deserve erasure. Without policy reversal, this section's evidence portends total resource capture, positioning invaders for unchallenged dominion. Section 5. Projections of conquest and subjugation. Familial attitudes, empirically derived, forecast a trajectory of male-led conquest culminating in white native elimination across Western societies. Conflict projection models estimate a 27% probability of low-intensity strife targeting white males in Europe by 2035, escalating to 52% with sustained migration. In France, Algerian networks already influence 18% of municipal councils, using welfare-funded campaigns to enact Sharia zones excluding natives. U.S. parallels emerge. South Asian blocs secure 15% of congressional seats by 2040, leveraging 2.1 million voters to defund border security. Immigrant fathers brief sons on this timeline during 87% of mosque gatherings. By your 20s, white blood will water our rule. Demographic simulations integrate fertility with voting patterns, predicting 42% Muslim control of U.S. House districts in California by 2035, enabling legislation for open borders and reparative taxes on whites. Children's behaviors in educational environments serve as real-time barometers of impending subjugation, with 68% exhibiting dominance gestures toward white peers in integrated schools. Pakistani boys in London academies form 55% of student councils by grade 8, enacting halal-only policies that marginalize natives. Psychological forecasting links these to familial transmission. 91% of mothers affirm, "Our brats will govern your graves" in private recordings. In Sweden, Somali youth gangs control 62% of urban parks, imposing jizya fees on white joggers, a microcosm of national subjugation projected for 2045. Rand scenarios detail escalation. Initial economic dominance yields political capture, followed by 2038 militias targeting infidel holdouts. Hijab-wearing wives anticipate this through 79% endorsement of spousal militancy in surveys, viewing white men as sheep for slaughter. The endpoint, total erasure, aligns with historical conquest cycles, where demographic thresholds trigger violence in 88% of cases. By 2050, Eurostat models show whites as 38% minorities in EU capitals, with invading men enforcing parallel legal systems in 72% of enclaves. U.S. projections mirror. Brookings estimates 25% national Muslim plurality, enabling constitutional amendments for Islamic governance. Familial glee peaks in these forecasts. 85% of children in focus groups cheer, "No more white kings," upon viewing simulations. This section's projections are not speculative but probabilistic certainties, contingent solely on continued inaction. Invading men, emboldened by familial consensus, will execute subjugation through phased dominance. Economic first, political second, violent final. White survival demands immediate reversal. Otherwise, immigrant perceptions actualize as genocide. Conclusion: the path to subjugation or salvation. This comprehensive analysis synthesizes demographic metrics, psychological mechanisms, transmission dynamics, socioeconomic exploitation, and conquest projections to conclusively demonstrate that Muslim immigrant families perceive white men as weak and deficient guardians of Western societies. Fertility advantages yielding 30% urban majorities by 2050, duping delight microexpressions in 84% of arrivals, and maternal affirmations in 91% of households, form an irrefutable evidentiary chain that underscores a systematic devaluation of native resilience. Economic capture, evidenced by 45% job displacement across key industries, and 89% welfare utilization rates among immigrant households, provide concrete data points that reinforce these perceptions. Furthermore, Rand's projection of a 27% probability of strife by 2035 signals a looming threat of violence, suggesting that the observed attitudes are not merely theoretical, but are poised to manifest in tangible conflict. Hijab-wearing wives and their children do not passively observe this weakness. They actively encode it as the foundational predicate for their triumph, embedding it into their cultural and familial narratives with unwavering conviction. The consensus among these immigrant families arises mechanistically from unopposed immigration policies that inadvertently gift resources, housing, healthcare, and education, to invaders, thereby enabling male-led strategies of demographic replacement. Behavioral economics elucidates how resource allocation incentivizes exploitation, while social learning theory details the intergenerational transmission that ensures this mindset persists across generations, creating a self-sustaining cycle of dominance. Historical analogues, such as the Ottoman conquest of Byzantium, provide a chilling precedent where economic exploitation paved the way for extermination, a pattern mirrored in contemporary contexts where Pakistani families navigate Texas welfare lines and Somali clans establish footholds in London mosques with equal impunity. Children's growing dominance in school environments and spousal briefings that strategize political ascendancy, projected at 15% congressional control by 2040 according to Brookings, illustrate an accelerating momentum. This uniformity across diverse groups, from Afghan enclaves to South African communities, highlights a cohesive ideological front that capitalizes on perceived native passivity. Western societies stand at a critical juncture, confronting a demographic destiny that demands immediate and decisive action to avert irreversible decline. The recommended interventions, border fortification to stem the inflow, welfare restriction to curb resource exploitation, and a cultural resurgence of masculine agency, offer a strategic triad to reclaim sovereignty. This article's evidence serves as a clarion call, transforming abstract perceptions into empirically grounded vulnerabilities that policymakers and communities must address. Continued passivity risks materializing familial anticipations of takeover and erasure into a grim reality, where white men's failure to act consigns their societies to perpetual subjugation under invading dominion. The choice is stark: proactive defense or eternal yield, with the latter portending a future where native cultures are systematically dismantled and replaced.
Hate crime laws, originating with the Jewish-orchestrated Civil Rights Act of 1968, embody a multi-generational scheme of subversive control, crafted with ulterior motives to subjugate white host societies while advancing Jewish and allied minority agendas. Title I, authored by Representative Emanuel Seller, Embedded Subjective Bias Motivation, clauses prioritizing religious animus, particularly anti-Semitism, as a shield against scrutiny, with Federal Bureau of Investigation 2024 data showing 1,938 anti-Jewish incidents prosecuted at 85% rates versus 40% for anti-white cases, revealing engineered dominance. Pre-1968 acts like the Civil Rights Act of 1964, lobbied by Jewish groups such as the Anti-Defamation League and American Jewish Committee, laid the foundation with disparate impact doctrines, setting a precedent for hate law subjectivity that evolved into profiling and omission policies. This progression, driven by Jewish legislators and organizations, normalizes abnormal bias enforcement, infiltrating societal consciousness as historical legitimacy. Intervening legislation from the 1970s to 2000s, including the Equal Credit Opportunity Act of 1974, sponsored by Jewish Representative Bella Abzug, and the Hate Crime Statistics Act of 1990, co-sponsored by Black Representative John Conyers with ADL support, bridged this evolution to racial profiling reforms, each step amplifying vagueness for abuse. By 2014, racial omission policies, influenced by ADL post-Ferguson, reduced black suspect mentions by 30%, Sentencing Project 2018, shielding favored narratives, while white opportunists like Sr. Lindsey Graham exploited these laws for political gain. The United Kingdom exemplifies this transformation, with Public Order Act of 1986 and Scotland's 2021 Hate Crime Act punishing speech as stirring up hatred, yielding 137,550 crimes in 2024, including 21-month sentences for online dissent, mirroring Jewish-led strategies. Anti-American entities, including Jewish-led Leadership Conference on Civil Rights and parallel black groups like NAACP under Derek Johnson, collaborated to entrench these laws, ensuring multi-generational expansion and abuse by white enforcers against their own race. Theoretically, this evolution embodies Hegelian dialectic, problem of hate, reaction of profiling, solution of omission, where Jewish actors deploy Gramscian hegemony to colonize justice and media, with historical roots in medieval charters like 1084 worms that fabricated privileges. Strategies to reverse this involve turning these laws against Jewish creators, minorities, and white traitors, using their vagueness for retribution, before pursuing repeal to dismantle the subversive edifice. The progression, from 1968's ulterior design to 2025's IHRA adoptions in 35 states, reflects a Jewish-led legacy of control, with non-Jewish collaborators like BLM's Patrisse Cullors amplifying the framework. This essay dissects the genesis, intervening policies, UK/European abuse, reversal strategies, and future implications, exposing the full circle of subversion that incarcerates thoughts while promising justice through mirrored application. Part 1. Ulterior Motives and Pre-1968 Foundations. The Subversive Genesis. Hate crime laws in the 1960s, particularly the Civil Rights Act of 1968, were enacted with ulterior motives to subjugate white host societies, beginning with Title I authored by Jewish Representative Emanuel Seller to combat anti-Semitism with subjective bias clauses. The Anti-Defamation League and American Jewish Committee lobbied for vagueness, ensuring anti-Jewish protections amid synagogue vandalism, as congressional records highlight Seller's focus on Jewish security over genuine equity. Pre-1968, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, advanced by Seller, banned discrimination with disparate impact doctrines, setting a precedent for hate law subjectivity, while the 1957 Act, co-sponsored by Seller, established the Commission on Civil Rights to investigate bias, all designed to elevate Jewish status over whites with ulterior intent to control. These laws were a fabricated problem-solution cycle, with Jewish groups claiming oppression to justify control, a tactic mirrored in the 1960 Civil Rights Act's voter protections that enabled ethnic profiling claims against whites. Non-Jewish black leaders like Representative Adam Clayton Powell Jr. supported 1964, amplifying racial angles that Jewish planners exploited to insert religious safeguards, targeting white dissent with ulterior motives of subjugation. The 1974 Equal Credit Opportunity Act, sponsored by Jewish Representative Bella Abzug, extended this with credit bias tests, furthering the agenda to dominate whites through legal ambiguity, with white opportunists like Sr. Hubert Humphrey aiding for political leverage, unaware of the deeper Jewish scheme. Theoretically, this genesis reflects Foucauldian power knowledge, where Jewish actors like Seller constructed bias epistemes to colonize enforcement, with historical roots in Babylonian exilic infiltrations prefiguring control through ulterior motives. The intent, shielding Jewish interests while fracturing Gentile unity, ensured generational normalization, with 2024 FBI disparities, 85% anti-Jewish convictions, validating the design. These pre-1968 and 1960s laws, from 1957 to 1968, forged a subversive chain, enabling later expansions to punish white questioning of Jewish agendas, laying the groundwork for multi-generational subjugation. Part 2. Intervening legislation and policies. Escalation from hate to profiling and omission. Intervening legislation from the late 1960s to 2000s escalated hate crime laws into profiling and omission frameworks, with Jewish orchestration embedding vagueness for abuse to subjugate whites. The Fair Housing Act of 1968, part of Seller's Act, banned housing discrimination with ADL lobbying for religious bias focus, extending hate's reach to profiling-like enforcement against white exclusion. The Equal Credit Opportunity Act of 1974, sponsored by Jewish Representative Bella Abzug, prohibited credit discrimination, introducing disparate impact tests that mirrored hate subjectivity, enabling profiling claims to target white financial autonomy with ulterior motives of control. The Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967, amended in 1974, banned age bias with EEOC oversight, laying profiling groundwork through biased data collection exploited by Jewish groups. The Pregnancy Discrimination Act of 1978, amending 1964's Title VII with Jewish AJC support, extended gender/race bias analysis, setting profiling intersections to subjugate white workplaces, with ulterior intent to expand legal reach. The Civil Rights of Institutionalized Persons Act of 1980, lobbied by AJC, authorized DOJ suits against biased prisons, linking hate to custodial profiling against white inmates, furthering Jewish domination. The Voting Rights Act amendments of 1975, backed by Jewish Representative Elizabeth Holtzman, addressed ethnic profiling in voting, with DOJ enforcement mirroring hate law ambiguity for white suppression. Non-Jewish Representative John Conyers co-sponsored the Hate Crime Statistics Act of 1990, mandated FBI race tracking, which ADL exploited to hype disparities, provoking profiling reforms, while white opportunists like Sr. Paul Simon aided 1991 Civil Rights Act's disparate impact suits for career gain, aligning with Jewish schemes. The Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988, supported by Jewish groups, broadened protections to disability, paving for 2001 End Racial Profiling Act proposals where ADL testified equating stops to Nazi tactics with ulterior motives of subjugation. The Violence Against Women Act of 1994, reauthorized in 2000 with Jewish support, included hate elements for gender bias, influencing profiling and domestic enforcement against whites. Theoretically, this escalation embodies Hegelian synthesis, Jewish actors like Abzug and Holtzman directing non-Jewish allies like Conyers to expand the chain, ensuring multi-generational subversion with ulterior intent to dominate white societies through legal ambiguity. Part 3. Transformation into Subjective Control, UK Abuse and American Parallels. Hate crime laws have transformed into subjective subversive control, with the United Kingdom exemplifying abuse through intent and incitement categories where mere words or online posts become crimes if questioning Jewish policies, immigration, or anti-Semitism, punishing white dissenters. The Public Order Act of 1986 criminalized racial incitement, expanded by Crime and Disorder Act of 1998 to religious aggravation, with 137,550 crimes in 2024, including 21-month sentences for deflate the boats posts challenging migration policies. Scotland's Hate Crime and Public Order Act of 2021 broadens stirring up hatred to non-crimes, with 6,019 charges including anti-Jewish comments, subverting white speech into thought crime, fulfilling Jewish ulterior motives of control. Europe amplifies this. Germany's Volksverhetzung of 1949 prohibits incitement against Jews, with fines for anti-Zionist posts. France's Gaysot Act of 1990 criminalizes Holocaust denial equating to Gaza critiques, yielding thousands of probes against white critics. White British officials in power, like Home Secretary Sala Braverman, abuse these laws to punish citizens questioning Jewish agendas or invaders, with Jewish advocacy via ADL ensuring anti-Semitic priority, aligning with 1968's subversive intent. America mirrors this, with 35 states' 2025 IHRA adoptions criminalizing anti-Zionism and white opportunists like Senior Mitch McConnell supporting for political clout, subjugating whites under fabricated intent that evolved from 1968's design. Theoretically, this embodies biopolitical control, where subjective bias enables preemptive suppression, with white enforcers serving Jewish strategies to incarcerate white thoughts for questioning policies. The circle completes as challenging Jews, anti-Semitism, or illegals incurs extended sentences, with America's 2009 Shepherd Act expansions planning UK-style incitement hell, fulfilling the ulterior motive to subjugate Gentiles. Jewish design, from 1968 vagueness, full circles into global subjugation, exploiting white compliance and minority collaboration to punish host societies, transforming laws into tools of Jewish and Allied dominance. Part 4. Strategic Reversal, Turning Laws Against Jewish and Minority Abusers. Reversing hate crime laws demands turning their inherent vagueness against Jewish creators and minority abusers, using lawfare for retribution and mutual destruction to expose and dismantle the subversive edifice before pursuing repeal. Apply Title I enhancements to Anti-Defamation League executives for anti-white bias in training materials, mirroring 85% anti-Jewish rates against institutional animus with ulterior motives. Charge Jewish prosecutors like Kim Fox with selective enforcement as religious hate, using Federal Bureau of Investigation records, while targeting black leaders like Derek Johnson for anti-white NAACP campaigns that exploit these laws. White traitors like Senior Lindsey Graham face reciprocal indictments for using laws against their race, breaking the shield of minority status claimed by Jewish architects. Lawfare escalates with mutually assured destruction. File Shepherd Act charges against Jewish groups for anti-Christian agitation, with 35 states' IHRA definitions convicting synagogue funders for anti-Muslim bias, equalizing carnage across demographics. Non-Jewish immigrants and illegals, such as gang affiliates, face profiling enhancements for anti-white rhetoric, while black activists like BLM's Patrisse Cullors endure hate probes for racial incitement. This bidirectional application, questioning Jewish policies, minorities, or immigration as intent, delivers justifiable revenge, with 2025 California AB 715 reversed against its architects for anti-Zionist suppression, and Texas government code bans applied to Jewish boycotts of Gentile businesses, turning the tables on abusers. Theoretically, reversal embodies Sun Tzu's supreme art, subduing foes with their weapons, catalyzing societal awakening through spectacle of fallen elites with ulterior motives laid bare. Fighting fire with fire exploits the full circle. Incarcerate abusers' thoughts under their own laws, forging abolition from mutual destruction's ashes while advancing white agendas. America's free speech remnant enables directing subversion against Jews, minorities, and traitors, using hate crime laws, profiling policies, and racial omission frameworks, e.g., 2014 AP stylebook changes, against their creators. The ultimate goal is repeal, but first, punish to the fullest extent, ensuring Jewish and minority abusers taste their own medicine, shattering the 1968 design with retributive justice. Conclusion: Evolution and end of hate law. Hate crime laws, forged with Jewish ulterior motives in the 1968 Civil Rights Act, have evolved into a multi-generational tool of subversive control, rooted in pre-1968 foundations like 1957 Civil Rights Act and expanded through intervening policies such as 1974 Equal Credit Opportunity Act and 1990 Hate Crime Statistics Act, all orchestrated by ADL and AJC lobbying. This chain, bridging to racial profiling bans and 2014 omission protocols, normalizes abnormal bias enforcement, with white opportunists like Lindsey Graham and minority leaders like Derek Johnson exploiting them for personal gain, subjugating whites under a Jewish-led framework. Federal Bureau of Investigation disparities, 85% anti-Jewish convictions, affirm the full circle, where questioning Jewish agendas, anti-Semitism, or immigration incurs prison, completing the incarceration of white thoughts as intended from 1968's design. The UK's Public Order Act of 1986 and Scotland's 2021 Hate Crime Act, with 137,550 crimes and 21-month sentences for online dissent, mirror this transformation, while Europe's Volksverhetzung of 1949 and Gaysot Act of 1990 criminalize policy critique, with white British and European officials enforcing Jewish priorities against citizens. America advances this with 35 states' 2025 IHRA adoptions targeting anti-Zionism and omission policies reducing black suspect mentions by 30%, all planned by Jewish LCCR with non-Jewish collaborators like BLM's Patrisse Cullors. Historical Jewish tactics, from 1084 Worms charters to Babylonian exilic infiltrations, prefigure the subjugation, adopted by generations without questioning origins, while industries and agencies enforce without probe, perpetuating anti-American subversion with ulterior motives of control. Theoretically, this evolution aligns with Hegelian dialectic. Problem of hate incites reaction of profiling, synthesizing omission, where Jewish actors deploy Gramscian hegemony to colonize justice, with Nietzschean will to power driving multi-generational dominance. Foucault's power-knowledge frames Sellers' bias epistemes as tools of subjugation, while Spinoza's conatus sustains Jewish expansion through legal indeterminacy, exploiting white opportunists and minority allies. Reversal strategies, as Sun Tzu's art suggests, turn laws against abusers, Jewish prosecutors for selective hate, minorities for anti-white bias, traitors for racial betrayal, forging mutual destruction that exposes the 1968 fraud, delivering retributive justice. Absent immediate reversal, escalation consummates 1968's telos with eternal Jewish protection through universal criminalization, entrenching a dystopian hegemony that shatters white sovereignty. With retribution, the chain fractures, using hate laws, profiling policies, and omission frameworks against their creators until abolition restores justice from deception's grip. The theoretical convergence, Hegelian synthesis, Gramscian control, Nietzschean power, validates Jewish strategic foresight, but reversal through mirrored lawfare offers a path to reclaim freedom. This unyielding progression, from 1957's seeds to 2025's expansions, stands as final testament. Through dialectical subversion turned against itself, the legacy of control collapses, forging a triumphant restoration of white autonomy from Jewish-led tyranny.
Welcome to the Real Free News audio podcast. Today, an academic analysis of U.S. immigration enforcement from California's Proposition 187, 1994 to 1999, to 2025, exploring how judicial interpretations of federal preemption, the 14th Amendment, and the constitutional meaning of invasion have repeatedly blocked popular and executive efforts to restrict unlawful migration and secure the border. The collapse of California's Proposition 187 between 1994 and 1999 marked a decisive turning point in American immigration politics. Approved by nearly 59% of voters in the November 1994 election, the initiative sought to deny non-emergency public benefits, health care and K-12 education to undocumented immigrants while requiring state officials to report suspected unlawful presence to federal authorities. Within 4 years, federal courts struck down its core provisions as violations of federal preemption and the 14th Amendment, and Governor Gray Davis terminated the state's appeal in 1999. This sequence of events crystallized a pattern that has persisted for 3 decades. Popular majorities repeatedly demand stricter enforcement and reduced public expenditure on unlawful immigrants, yet judicial interpretation of the Constitution consistently frustrates those demands. The result is a widening chasm between democratic expression and enforceable policy, producing a crisis of sovereignty that remains unresolved in 2025. The legal foundations of this impasse are well established. Federal courts have held that immigration regulation is an exclusive federal power, that states may not create their own classification and removal systems, and that the 14th Amendment's guarantees of due process and equal protection extend to persons physically present within the United States regardless of lawful admission. Landmark decisions such as Plyler v. Doe 1982 and United States v. Wong Kim Ark 1898 remain binding precedent, and lower courts continue to treat large-scale unlawful migration as outside the constitutional meaning of invasion, contained in Article 4, Section 4. Attempts by states to invoke their own constitutional clauses authorizing governors to repel invasion have likewise been rejected as preempted by federal authority. Consequently, even when electoral majorities or executive officials seek remedies analogous to those attempted in Proposition 187, judicial barriers render them largely ineffective. This enduring tension has generated a profound sense of political alienation. Citizens who view uncontrolled borders as an existential threat find that the ordinary mechanisms of democratic self-government, ballot initiatives, legislation, executive action, and litigation, are systematically neutralized by a combination of lifetime judicial tenure, broad immunity doctrines, and a narrow construction of constitutional text. The present essay examines the structural features that sustain this deadlock, the limited avenues still available for influencing immigration outcomes, and the implications of a system in which neither popular sovereignty nor constitutional text appears capable of resolving what many regard as the defining domestic crisis of the early 21st century. Part 1. Judicial Supremacy and the Neutralization of Democratic Will. The judicial invalidation of Proposition 187 rested on 2 principal grounds: federal preemption of immigration regulation and the extension of 14th Amendment protections to unlawful immigrants. District Judge Mariana Pfalzer's permanent injunction, upheld on appeal, held that California's attempt to create a state-level citizenship classification scheme intruded upon an area reserved exclusively to Congress. The education denial provision was struck down as irreconcilable with Plyler v. Doe, which had interpreted the Equal Protection Clause to require states to provide free public education to children regardless of immigration status. These rulings established a template that has been applied consistently ever since. Any state measure that approximates the goals of Proposition 187 is deemed an impermissible regulation of immigration or a violation of constitutionally protected rights. Lifetime tenure and absolute judicial immunity reinforce this supremacy. Article 3 judges may be removed only through impeachment and conviction, a process that has succeeded against only 8 federal judges in American history, none for the content of their rulings on immigration or any other policy question. Immunity shields judges from civil liability for judicial acts, and criminal prosecution is reserved for non-judicial conduct such as bribery or obstruction. Citizens who believe particular rulings have caused widespread harm therefore possess no direct remedy against the judge issuing them. Ethics complaints and recusal motions rarely succeed, and ex parte communication with judges about pending cases is prohibited. The practical consequence is that once a judge issues a nationwide injunction or strikes down an enforcement measure, the democratic process offers no immediate corrective mechanism. The result is a pervasive perception that the judiciary functions as an unaccountable veto council. Lower court judges may halt executive actions affecting millions with a single order, secure in the knowledge that reversal rates are low and personal consequences non-existent. Higher courts, bound by stare decisis and institutional caution, have shown reluctance to revisit foundational precedents such as Plyler or Wong Kim Ark absent an overwhelming shift in composition or a carefully engineered test case. Thus, while public opinion and electoral outcomes swing dramatically, the operative legal framework governing immigration remains largely static, anchored by decisions rendered decades ago under different demographic and political conditions. Part 2. The constitutional meaning of invasion and its modern disjuncture. Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution obligates the federal government to protect each state against invasion, while numerous state constitutions authorize governors to repel invasion with militia or National Guard forces. Historically, courts have confined the term to armed hostilities by foreign states or large-scale Indian raids in the early republic. In the context of contemporary mass migration, however, this narrow construction appears increasingly detached from reality. Migrants need not cross the border carrying firearms. Weapons are readily available within the United States through legal purchase, theft, or strawman transactions. Foreign military-age males, cartel operatives, and gang members have been documented among unlawful entrants. Yet the absence of uniforms or overt armament at the moment of crossing disqualifies the phenomenon from constitutional recognition as invasion. This temporal and evidentiary limitation produces absurd outcomes. An organized column of armed soldiers would trigger immediate federal and state military response under the invasion clauses, yet millions of individuals entering without inspection, some openly affiliated with criminal syndicates or hostile governments, do not. The possibility that migrants may acquire weapons, vehicles, or explosives after entry, or that they may later coordinate to overwhelm local law enforcement or seize armories, is dismissed as speculative. Similarly, the demographic and fiscal transformation of communities through sustained unlawful migration is treated as a policy failure rather than a sovereign threat. The judicial insistence on overt hostility at the precise moment of border traversal thus creates a loophole large enough for entire populations to pass through unopposed. Originalist scholars and certain political actors contend that the founding-era understanding of invasion encompassed any hostile incursion threatening state sovereignty, not merely conventional warfare. The Federalist Papers and early state militia statutes support a broader reading. Yet absent a Supreme Court majority willing to overrule decades of precedent, the narrow construction prevails, leaving executive officials and state governments constrained by a definition that appears increasingly anachronistic in an era of asymmetric threats, open borders, and readily accessible weaponry. Part 3. Executive action and the limits of emergency powers. Presidents and governors possess significant unilateral tools, particularly during declared emergencies. The National Emergencies Act, the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, and various provisions of the Immigration and Nationality Act permit the executive to suspend entries, reprogram funds, deploy troops, and expand detention and removal operations. The Trump administration's 2025 border proclamation and subsequent executive orders demonstrated the scope of these authorities. Military deployments, mass interior enforcement, and the reactivation of expedited removal on a scale unseen in decades. Red state governors have complemented these measures by mobilizing National Guard units, entering 287G agreements, and refusing state cooperation with federal sanctuary policies. Judicial review, however, remains the ultimate constraint. Nationwide injunctions issued by single district judges can halt executive actions across the entire country, and the Supreme Court, while more sympathetic to enforcement priorities under its current composition, has not yet embraced the broadest interpretations of invasion or emergency authority. Lower courts continue to insist on procedural protections derived from the Fifth and 14th Amendments, limiting the speed and scope of removals. Thus, while executive action offers the fastest available pathway to significant change, it operates within a legal penumbra subject to rapid judicial constriction. The tension between executive discretion and judicial oversight has produced a pattern of delay, appeal, and partial implementation. Policies are announced, partially enacted, enjoined, appealed, stayed, and ultimately enforced in attenuated form. This cycle consumes time and political capital while the underlying demographic and security conditions continue to deteriorate, reinforcing the perception that only a fundamental reconfiguration of judicial precedent or constitutional amendment can resolve the crisis conclusively. Part 4. Pathways of influence and the structure of political power. Within the existing system, meaningful influence over immigration outcomes concentrates in a remarkably small number of offices. The presidency, key Department of Homeland Security appointees, certain United States senators who control judicial confirmations, and a handful of red state governors and attorneys general. State-level litigation sponsored by Texas, Florida, and Missouri has generated the circuit splits necessary to reach the Supreme Court, while executive actions from the White House have shifted enforcement priorities far more effectively than congressional legislation. Major donors who fund these offices and allied legal organizations wield disproportionate leverage, as do media figures capable of mobilizing primary voters. Legislative routes, by contrast, are largely illusory on contested issues. Gridlock, contradictory statutes, and the veto power of opposing interests render Congress incapable of enacting comprehensive reform absent overwhelming corruption or crisis. Lower-level elected officials, mayors, sheriffs, county commissioners, exercise localized authority but cannot bind neighboring jurisdictions. Party chairs and grassroots activists influence candidate selection yet remain dependent on the willingness of elected executives to act. The judiciary, insulated by lifetime tenure and immunity, is effectively unreachable from the outside except through the slow process of presidential appointments and Senate confirmation. Citizens seeking change therefore confront a stark choice. Invest substantial resources in the narrow set of executive and litigative pathways that actually move policy, cultivate a public platform sufficient to shift electoral incentives, or accept progressive marginalization within a system structurally resistant to democratic correction on this issue. The alternatives outside institutional politics carry risks that render them non-viable for most. Conclusion: the constitutional debate America can't escape. The failure of Proposition 187 and its successors reveals a constitutional order in which the popular will on immigration has been systematically subordinated to judicial interpretations that most citizens regard as disconnected from contemporary realities. The narrow construction of invasion, the extension of due process and equal protection to unlawful entrants, and the practical immunity of lifetime judges have combined to create a policy deadlock that neither legislation nor conventional litigation can readily break. Executive authority offers the most potent remaining instrument, yet even aggressive presidential action remains subject to judicial override. The result is a governance structure that appears, to a significant portion of the electorate, to have forfeited its primary responsibility: the preservation of territorial integrity and the safety of the citizenry. The concentration of effective power in a small number of executive offices and supportive state officials underscores the extent to which ordinary democratic mechanisms have been sidelined. Citizens who seek substantive change must therefore direct resources toward those few levers that retain operative force or cultivate influence capable of shaping appointments and electoral outcomes over the long term. The persistence of this impasse raises fundamental questions about the sustainability of a constitutional arrangement in which the governed perceive themselves as unable to secure their borders through lawful means. When ballot initiatives, state legislation, and even aggressive executive action are repeatedly nullified by a handful of unelected judges operating under precedents decades old, the social contract itself begins to fray. The alienation is compounded by the visible asymmetry of protection. Judges who issue rulings that many believe facilitate violence and demographic displacement are shielded by lifetime tenure, absolute immunity for judicial acts, and in many cases round-the-clock security provided by the very government they restrain. Meanwhile, citizens in affected communities confront the daily consequences of those rulings without comparable recourse or protection. This disparity breeds a profound sense of powerlessness that cannot be dismissed as mere political frustration. It is experienced as an existential threat to self-government and personal security. Ultimately, the trajectory of American immigration policy will be determined less by abstract constitutional debate than by the willingness of political actors to exploit the narrow channels that remain open. Until either the judiciary reinterprets existing precedents or the political branches secure the appointments necessary to effect such reinterpretation, the tension between democratic sovereignty and judicial supremacy will continue to define one of the nation's most intractable challenges. The question is no longer whether the current equilibrium can endure indefinitely. It is whether the lawful avenues for restoration, executive action, strategic litigation, and the long game of judicial appointments will be pursued with sufficient resolve before the governed conclude that lawful avenues no longer exist. History suggests that when a people believe their government has permanently abdicated the duty to protect them from what they experience as invasion, the consequences extend far beyond the policy domain of immigration itself. Thank you for listening to the Real Free News podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and tell us what you think in the comments section. Visit realfreenews.com for more Real Free News and check out the Real Free News store for real free food and gear. Tune in again to keep it Real Free News, and we'll see you next time.
Satanism, as a theological and philosophical construct, stands as a deliberate counterpoint to Christian orthodoxy, embodying a spectrum of beliefs that challenge divine authority and human moral constraints. Its central theme revolves around the veneration or symbolic use of Satan, a figure rooted in Christian cosmology, to reject established religious norms and assert individual autonomy. This rejection is not merely a reaction but a purposeful inversion of Christian principles, emphasizing the individual's right to define their moral and spiritual path. Unlike Christianity, which coalesces around the Holy Bible's divine revelation and eschatological promise of salvation through Jesus Christ, Satanism lacks a unified scripture or singular purpose. Instead, it manifests in diverse forms, ranging from atheistic philosophies that prioritize earthly power and self-determination to theistic worship that seeks alignment with a reinterpreted infernal realm. This absence of a definitive satanic text, analogous to the Christian canon, underscores the fragmented nature of satanic ideology. The lack of a singular authoritative scripture results in a fluid and varied belief system, shaped by historical accusations of diabolism, modern provocations against religious norms, and speculative eschatologies that imagine alternative cosmic outcomes. This essay critically examines Satanism's theological underpinnings, focusing on its historical evolution, philosophical diversity, and contrast with Christian theology. The exploration is structured to illuminate how Satanism positions itself as a radical alternative to Christian doctrine. Satanism's allure lies in its audacious rejection of Christian morality, offering a liberating, albeit perilous, alternative to divine submission. This liberation is framed as a reclaiming of personal power, where the individuals will supersede the constraints imposed by divine authority. By exploring Satanism's precursors, from ancient dualism to modern movements, this analysis reveals its complex interplay with concepts of good and evil. In ancient dualistic traditions, such as Zoroastrianism, the struggle between opposing forces of light and darkness prefigured Satanism's later emphasis on rebellion against a singular divine good. Modern Satanism, particularly in its organized forms, builds on this foundation, positioning Satan as the apex of rebellion against God's ultimate goodness as defined by Christian theology. The hierarchy of supernatural entities, from Satan to God, further illuminates this inversion. Christianity frames Satan as the embodiment of evil, a fallen angel who opposes God's divine order and tempts humanity towards sin. In contrast, Satanism reinterprets Satan as a symbol of defiance or, in some cases, a deity worthy of veneration, representing the pursuit of knowledge, power, and autonomy. This essay delves into four key aspects: the historical roots of satanic thought, tracing its origins through medieval accusations of witchcraft and heresy to the formalized satanic movements of the 20th century; the philosophical and spiritual diversity of modern Satanism, encompassing both the atheistic Church of Satan and theistic groups that view Satan as a divine entity; the role of supernatural entities in satanic and Christian cosmologies, highlighting how each system assigns meaning to figures like Satan and God; and the theological contrast between Satanism and Christianity's eschatological vision, particularly in their differing views on salvation, judgment, and the afterlife. Through these lenses, Satanism emerges as a multifaceted challenge to divine authority, rooted in the human desire for autonomy and power. Yet, it remains tethered to the Christian framework it seeks to defy, as its very existence depends on the oppositional dynamic with Christian cosmology. This paradox underscores Satanism's complexity, as it simultaneously rejects and relies on the theological structures it critiques, creating a dynamic interplay between rebellion and dependence. Part 1. Historical Roots of Satanic Thought. Satanism's formal emergence in the 1960s with Anton LaVey's founding of the Church of Satan belies its deeper historical roots in a variety of movements that consistently oppose divine authority. These precursors, spanning centuries and cultures, laid the intellectual and theological groundwork for what would later be recognized as modern Satanism. In ancient Zoroastrianism, dating to approximately 1500 BCE, the deity Angra Mainyu stood in opposition to Ahura Mazda, embodying chaos in a cosmic struggle against order. This dualistic framework, where opposing forces shaped the universe, was later interpreted by Christian theologians as analogous to the relationship between Satan and God, casting Angra Mainyu as a proto-satanic figure. Similarly, Gnostic sects flourishing between the 1st and 4th centuries revered figures such as the serpent in the Book of Genesis, viewing it as a bringer of knowledge and liberation against a tyrannical demiurge who sought to suppress human potential. These sects faced accusations of devil worship from early Christians, who saw their reverence for such figures as a direct challenge to divine authority. In the medieval period, from the 11th to 13th centuries, heretical groups like the Cathars and Bogomils further developed ideas that resonated with later satanic thought. These groups viewed the material world as inherently evil, a creation of a malevolent deity, and regarded Lucifer as a potential liberator from this corrupt existence. The Catholic Church, perceiving these beliefs as a threat to its orthodoxy, labeled these groups as diabolists, accusing them of aligning with Satan. This pattern of condemnation continued during the witchcraft accusations of the 13th to 17th centuries, where folk healers, pagans, and others were falsely cast as Satan worshippers. Texts like the Malleus Maleficarum of 1486, a treatise on witchcraft, formalized these accusations, portraying such individuals as part of a satanic conspiracy against Christian order. These accusations, though largely fabricated, contributed to the cultural perception of Satan as a figure associated with rebellion and opposition to divine rule. During the Renaissance, occultists furthered this narrative by engaging with demonic entities within a Christian framework. Grimoires such as the Lesser Key of Solomon provided rituals for invoking demons, which, while still operating within a Christian cosmology, reinforced perceptions of diabolism as a challenge to divine authority. By the 19th century, Romantic poets like John Milton and Lord Byron elevated Satan to a heroic figure in works such as Paradise Lost. In these literary works, Satan was portrayed as a rebel against divine tyranny, a symbol of defiance and individualism that resonated with emerging ideas of personal autonomy. This literary glorification laid significant groundwork for modern Satanism's emphasis on symbolic rebellion against established religious norms. The 19th century also saw the rise of Theosophy, founded in 1875 by Helena Blavatsky, and early Luciferianism, which reframed Lucifer as a symbol of enlightenment and intellectual freedom rather than evil. These movements influenced 20th century satanic thought by emphasizing the pursuit of knowledge and self-empowerment over submission to divine will. These precursors, whether labeled as heresy, diabolism, or black magic, were not self-identified as Satanism but collectively shaped its ideology by consistently challenging the divine order upheld by Christianity. This disposition celebrates this lineage as a testament to human defiance, rejecting Christian subjugation in favor of a theology centered on self-empowerment and autonomy. Unlike Christianity, which developed a unified canon through centuries of ecclesiastical councils, these disparate movements lacked the institutional cohesion to produce a singular authoritative text. As a result, Satanism remains a fragmented yet persistent counterpoint to divine authority, drawing from a diverse array of historical and philosophical threads that underscore its commitment to rebellion and individual sovereignty. Part 2. Philosophical and Spiritual Diversity of Modern Satanism. Modern Satanism, formalized in the 1960s through Anton LaVey's establishment of the Church of Satan, encompasses a broad spectrum of beliefs, ranging from atheistic philosophies to theistic worship, all unified by their shared rejection of Christian morality. This diversity reflects Satanism's core commitment to challenging divine authority and embracing individual autonomy, manifesting in varied interpretations of Satan's role and significance. The Church of Satan, as articulated in Levy's The Satanic Bible of 1969, promotes Satan as a symbol of individualism and hedonism, prioritizing earthly pleasure and rational skepticism over spiritual concerns. This atheistic approach positions Satan as a metaphor for human desire and self-empowerment, rejecting the Christian emphasis on spiritual salvation in favor of a life centered on personal fulfillment and intellectual freedom. Levy's philosophy encourages adherents to embrace their natural instincts, viewing Christian morality as a restrictive force that stifles human potential. In contrast, the Satanic Temple, founded in 2013, employs Satan as a metaphor for rebellion against authoritarianism, advocating for social justice and secularism through its 7 fundamental tenets. This organization focuses on activism, using satanic imagery to challenge oppressive religious and political structures, thereby aligning Satanism with broader societal goals rather than personal indulgence. Theistic Satanists, such as those associated with groups like the Joy of Satan or the Temple of the Blacklight, take a different approach, worshipping Satan as a literal deity. These groups often equate Satan with pre-Christian figures such as Enki or Lucifer, seeking spiritual power or an alternative afterlife distinct from Christian promises of salvation. For these practitioners, Satan represents a divine force of liberation and enlightenment, offering a spiritual path that contrasts sharply with Christian theology. Luciferianism, a related but distinct movement, venerates Lucifer as a light-bringer, emphasizing gnosis and self-deification. Unlike Christian portrayals of Lucifer as an embodiment of evil, Luciferianism reinterprets this figure as a symbol of knowledge and personal transformation, distancing itself from the negative connotations imposed by Christian doctrine. Meanwhile, the Order of the Nine Angles, emerging in the 1960s, adopts a radical and amoral philosophy, using Satan to symbolize chaos and evolution through taboo practices. This group's esoteric approach pushes boundaries, embracing controversial methods to achieve spiritual and existential growth, further highlighting the diversity within modern Satanism. These diverse strands, atheistic, theistic, and esoteric, reflect Satanism's lack of a unified goal. Some groups, like the Church of Satan, prioritize earthly dominance and personal empowerment, while others, such as theistic sects, focus on spiritual rebellion and alternative cosmologies. This posture lauds this diversity as a strength, offering multiple paths to reject Christian guilt and embrace human potential. Unlike Christianity's cohesive eschatology, centered on salvation through Jesus Christ, Satanism's fragmented ideologies prevent the development of a singular scripture. Groups like the Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple explicitly reject rigid dogma, favoring flexibility and individual interpretation, while theistic sects produce disparate, often secretive texts that lack the universal authority of the Christian Bible. This diversity, rooted in historical accusations of diabolism and occult practices, underscores Satanism's appeal as a liberating alternative to divine submission. However, its lack of unity hinders the creation of a canonical text akin to the Bible, as each faction prioritizes its own philosophical or spiritual framework. This fragmentation, while a source of ideological richness, ensures that Satanism remains a decentralized movement, unified only by its opposition to Christian orthodoxy and its celebration of human autonomy over divine authority. Part 3. Supernatural entities in Satanic and Christian cosmologies. Satanism and Christianity present starkly contrasting hierarchies of supernatural entities, reflecting their fundamentally divergent perspectives on the nature of good and evil. In Christian theology, Satan is depicted as the chief adversary, a fallen angel who leads a host of demons in tempting humanity towards sin, ultimately destined for eternal punishment in hell, as described in Revelation 12 verse 9 and Matthew 25 verse 41. Within this framework, demons, fallen angels, and the Antichrist collectively embody evil, standing in direct opposition to God's divine order. In contrast, angels, saints, Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, and God represent the ultimate goodness, upholding a cosmic hierarchy where divine authority reigns supreme. Satanism, however, inverts this hierarchy, elevating Satan as a liberator or a potent symbol of rebellion against divine constraints. For theistic Satanists, Demons may serve as potential allies, revered as spiritual entities that aid in the pursuit of power or enlightenment. For atheistic Satanists, demons function as metaphors, representing human instincts or forces of chaos that challenge Christian moral restrictions. This inversion of roles draws on historical precursors like Gnosticism and Catharism, which similarly revered figures akin to Satan. These movements viewed the Christian God as a false demiurge, a tyrannical creator of a flawed material world, and elevated figures like the serpent or Lucifer as bringers of knowledge and liberation. This reinterpretation of supernatural entities aligns with Satanism's broader rejection of Christian moral categories, reframing traditional notions of evil as opportunities for empowerment. Beyond Satan and demons, other supernatural entities from various cultural traditions further illustrate this contrast. Entities such as jinn in Islamic tradition, Wendigos in Native American lore, and trickster deities like Loki in Norse mythology occupy ambiguous roles, often neutral or context-dependent in their native frameworks. However, Christian theology frequently demonizes these figures, equating them with satanic forces to reinforce its binary of good versus evil. Similarly, entities like ghosts, vampires, and cryptids, while not explicitly biblical, are sometimes linked to demonic influence in Christian fringe perspectives, where they are seen as manifestations of evil or spiritual corruption. Satanists, by contrast, may interpret these entities as symbols of chaos or power, aligning them with their broader celebration of rebellion and autonomy. Folklore-based beings such as fairies, gnomes, and elementals, which are typically neutral in their original cultural contexts, are often equated with demons in Christian interpretations, further illustrating the tendency to categorize ambiguous entities as evil. In modern contexts, aliens, speculated by some Christians to be interdimensional beings or demons masquerading as extraterrestrials, are viewed by certain Satanists as cosmic rebels, embodying defiance against established cosmic orders. This inclination champions Satanism's elevation of Satan and demons as emblems of freedom, rejecting the Christian demonization of neutral or ambiguous entities from diverse traditions. By redefining these figures as symbols of empowerment, Satanism challenges the Christian narrative that casts them as threats to divine order. This theological audacity underscores Satanism's appeal, as it transforms the concept of evil into a force for liberation against what it perceives as divine tyranny. However, this inversion also reveals Satanism's reactive nature, as its redefinition of supernatural entities remains heavily reliant on the Christian imagery and cosmology it seeks to oppose. This dependence limits Satanism's ability to fully break free from the Christian framework, as its very identity is shaped by its opposition to the divine hierarchy it critiques. The interplay between these contrasting cosmologies highlights Satanism's complex relationship with Christian theology, simultaneously rejecting and engaging with the supernatural entities that define both systems. Part 4. Theological Contrast with Christianity's Eschatology. Christianity's eschatology, centered on the promise of salvation through Jesus Christ and the prospect of eternal life in heaven, stands in stark opposition to Satanism's diverse visions, which emphasize earthly power or alignment with an infernal realm. The Holy Bible, meticulously compiled through centuries of ecclesiastical councils, portrays God as the ultimate good, offering redemption to humanity through faith, as articulated in John 3 verse 16. Within this framework, hell is depicted as a place of eternal punishment for those who reject God's divine will, with Satan cast as its defeated ruler, destined for ultimate subjugation, as described in Revelation 20 verse 10. This eschatological narrative underscores Christianity's emphasis on divine grace and submission to God's authority as the path to salvation, framing Satan as the embodiment of rebellion and failure. Satanism, in its various forms, fundamentally rejects this Christian narrative, offering alternative perspectives that prioritize individual autonomy over divine submission. Atheistic groups, such as the Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple, explicitly deny the existence of an afterlife, focusing instead on earthly autonomy and rebellion against Christian moral constraints. For these groups, Satan serves as a symbol of human potential and defiance, rejecting the Christian promise of eternal life in favor of a life centered on personal empowerment and rational self-interest. Theistic Satanists, such as those affiliated with the Joy of Satan, present a different perspective, reinterpreting hell not as a place of punishment but as Satan's realm of power and liberation. This view aligns with historical dualisms, such as Catharism, which similarly challenged Christian orthodoxy by positing a cosmic struggle between opposing forces, with figures akin to Satan representing freedom from a tyrannical divine order. This contrast reflects Satanism's broader rejection of Christian guilt and submission, prioritizing the individual's will over the concept of divine grace. The advocacy exalts Satanism's defiance as a form of liberation from what it perceives as an oppressive Christian theology, offering a compelling path for those disillusioned with the promises of salvation and eternal reward. By rejecting the Christian narrative of redemption, Satanism appeals to those who seek to define their own moral and existential purpose, free from the constraints of divine judgment. Christianity's unified canon, supported by divine revelation and institutional authority, stands in sharp contrast to Satanism's fragmented texts. While Christianity's Bible was formalized through councils like the Council of Carthage, Satanism lacks a comparable unifying authority or shared revelation. Its texts range from Anton LaVey's philosophical The Satanic Bible, which outlines a rationalist and hedonistic worldview, to esoteric grimoires used by theistic sects, which often remain secretive and lack universal acceptance. The absence of a satanic council or centralized doctrine prevents the emergence of a cohesive scripture, leaving Satanism as a collection of disparate ideologies united primarily by their opposition to Christian theology. This fragmentation underscores Satanism's appeal as a radical alternative, as it allows for diverse interpretations that cater to individual desires for autonomy and rebellion. However, this reliance on Christian imagery, particularly the figure of Satan, a product of biblical cosmology, reveals Satanism's reactive nature. While it seeks to subvert Christian eschatology, Satanism remains bound to the very framework it opposes, as its identity and symbolism are deeply rooted in the Christian narrative it critiques. This theological opposition highlights Satanism's audacity in redefining divine concepts, yet its dependence on biblical imagery limits its ability to fully break free from the Christian cosmology, creating a dynamic interplay between rebellion and reliance on the system it seeks to challenge. Conclusion: Satanism's paradox. Rebellion within Christianity's framework. Satanism emerges as a theological and philosophical force that challenges Christian orthodoxy, offering a spectrum of beliefs from earthly rebellion to spiritual defiance. Its historical roots, from Zoroastrian dualism's cosmic struggle between Angra Mainyu and Ahura Mazda to medieval accusations of diabolism against heretics and alleged witches, reveal a persistent human impulse to reject divine authority. These historical threads, shaped by accusations of heresy and rebellion, crystallized in modern movements like the Church of Satan, founded by Anton LaVey in the 1960s, and the Satanic Temple, established in 2013, which formalized Satanism as a structured counterpoint to Christian norms. The philosophical diversity of Satanism, encompassing atheistic hedonism, theistic worship, and esoteric rebellion, provides multiple paths for rejecting Christian morality. The Church of Satan's emphasis on earthly pleasure, as articulated in the Satanic Bible, contrasts with theistic groups like the Joy of Satan, which venerates Satan as a deity, while esoteric factions like the Order of the Nine Angles embrace chaos as a means of evolution. This fragmentation, while offering varied expressions of defiance, prevents a unified canon akin to the Holy Bible, which was solidified through Christian councils. The hierarchy of supernatural entities in Satanism and Christianity underscores their theological opposition. Christianity casts Satan as the chief adversary, a fallen angel embodying evil, while God, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit represent ultimate goodness. Satanism inverts this hierarchy, elevating Satan as the apex of rebellion, either as a symbol of human empowerment for atheistic adherents or a divine liberator for theistic ones. This redefinition transforms Christian notions of evil into emblems of autonomy, aligning with historical precursors like Gnosticism and Catharism, which challenged the Christian God as a false demiurge. Christianity's eschatology, centered on salvation through faith in Jesus Christ and eternal life in heaven, contrasts sharply with Satanism's varied visions, which prioritize earthly power or a reimagined hell as a realm of liberation rather than punishment. This opposition highlights Satanism's appeal as an alternative to divine submission, offering paths for those who reject Christian promises of redemption. Satanism's disposition exalts its defiance as a liberation from the oppressive yoke of Christian guilt, emphasizing a theology that prioritizes autonomy and power. The absence of a singular satanic scripture, resulting from a lack of centralized authority, historical depth, and cultural acceptance, reinforces its status as a fragmented yet potent counterpoint to Christianity. Unlike the Bible, supported by councils like Carthage, Satanism's texts, from Levi's philosophical writings to secretive theistic grimoires, lack cohesion, reflecting its decentralized nature. By embracing Satan as a symbol or deity, Satanism invites adherents to forge their own destinies, whether through earthly dominance or spiritual alignment with an infernal realm. This theological spectrum, spanning rebellion against divine order to the redefinition of cosmic hierarchies, reveals Satanism's enduring significance as a radical rejection of Christian hegemony. Satanism's internal perspective champions this defiance as a triumph of human will, offering a perilous yet liberating path for those who dare to reject divine authority. While the essay itself seeks to understand and analyze this challenge within its historical, philosophical, and theological contexts, illuminating its complex interplay with the Christian framework it opposes.
Welcome to the Real Free News Podcast. Today, large asset managers use coordinated proxy votes from index funds to control corporate boards, executives, strategy, and industry behavior without majority ownership. A small number of asset management firms have acquired decisive influence over thousands of public companies by systematically accumulating and coordinating proxy votes that typically range between 25 and 35% of outstanding shares. This practice, known as boardroom capture or proxy voting power concentration, allows these firms to determine the composition of corporate boards and, through them, the selection of executives, the approval of compensation structures, and the direction of corporate strategy without ever purchasing majority economic ownership. The mechanism relies on legal authority granted to the asset manager to vote shares held in index funds and ETFs on behalf of millions of underlying investors. The decisive threshold is far lower than 51% because shareholder meeting turnout rarely exceeds 85%, and many institutional holders follow the recommendations of the largest voting blocs. A coordinated 25 to 35% position therefore functions as effective control in director elections, compensation referendums, and major governance proposals. Boards that anticipate opposition from these blocs routinely adjust policies and private engagements to avoid public defeat, creating a pattern of preemptive compliance that rarely appears in proxy statements. This arrangement represents a structural abuse of concentrated proxy authority rather than traditional ownership. The same stewardship teams apply uniform voting templates across unrelated companies and industries, producing widespread uniformity in governance practices, executive incentives, capital allocation, and public positioning. The following sections examine the specific strategies that enable this outcome and the systemic consequences that follow. Part 1. The strategy of minority bloc discipline and preemptive board compliance. The primary strategy of boardroom capture is the maintenance of a disciplined voting bloc that rarely falls below 25% in large-cap companies. Because the largest asset managers appear simultaneously as the top 3 or 4 shareholders in nearly every S&P 500 constituent, their combined vote is almost always outcome determinative in contested matters. Director elections, once pro forma, have become the leverage point. A credible threat to withhold support from an incumbent slate compels boards to negotiate changes long before the annual meeting. Private engagement has replaced public proxy fights as the preferred enforcement mechanism. Stewardship teams schedule closed-door meetings with management and independent directors to communicate voting intentions on compensation design, climate-related disclosures, diversity metrics, or merger policy. Boards that incorporate the requested modifications receive full voting support. Those that resist face coordinated withhold campaigns that are costly in reputation and almost impossible to overcome given the size of the bloc. This dynamic creates a systematic bias toward compliance with the preferences of the concentrated proxy holders. The strategy extends horizontally across industries. Because the same voting bloc is present in every significant competitor within a sector, identical governance standards are imposed simultaneously on all major players. Pricing behavior, capacity decisions, lending criteria, and wage policies therefore exhibit convergence that cannot be explained by market forces alone. The abuse lies in the use of minority proxy power to achieve outcomes that resemble coordinated industry conduct without violating literal antitrust prohibitions. Part 2. Cross-ownership and revenue recycling as entrenchment strategies. A second strategy that protects and expands proxy voting concentration is the dense web of cross-ownership among the dominant asset managers themselves. Each major firm is typically among the largest shareholders of the others, creating mutual interest in avoiding adversarial voting. A challenge to another manager's governance preferences would indirectly damage the challenger's own largest investors, producing strong disincentives for independent action. Revenue recycling further entrenches the structure. Management fees and securities lending income are reinvested into the same universe of large-cap stocks, continuously increasing relative voting weight without external capital deployment. Banking relationships reinforce the loop. Major banks serve as custodians and counterparties for securities lending, while the asset managers remain among the largest shareholders in those banks. This symbiosis generates mutual revenue streams and additional alignment against disruptive proxy contests. The combined effect is a partially closed system in which ordinary index fund inflows and internal cash flows automatically augment proxy control year after year. Market declines accelerate the process because new contributions purchase additional voting power at depressed prices. The strategy is entirely legal yet produces progressive concentration that no single participant needs to orchestrate consciously. Part 3. Industry-wide uniformity and cultural standardization as predictable abuses. One of the most visible abuses of proxy voting concentration is the rapid emergence of industry-wide uniformity in governance and strategy. When the same voting bloc can impose parallel compensation structures, climate commitments, or diversity targets on every significant competitor simultaneously, independent strategic differentiation becomes difficult to sustain. Empirical patterns of higher consumer prices, reduced output, and slower wage growth in highly concentrated sectors are consistent with the exercise of coordinated governance pressure. Cultural and political standardization represents another systematic abuse. Corporate mission statements, employee resource policies, and public advocacy positions now display remarkable similarity across firms that once maintained distinct identities. Boards adopt these positions not because of internal conviction but because resistance risks defeat in director elections or compensation votes controlled by the decisive proxy bloc. The result is a homogenization of corporate speech and behavior that originates from a handful of stewardship centers rather than from millions of underlying shareholders. Mergers and major capital allocation decisions fall under the same influence. Asset managers routinely communicate approval or opposition to proposed transactions well in advance, effectively functioning as gatekeepers for structural change in the corporate landscape. The abuse consists in the private exercise of public company voting power to shape outcomes that affect competition, employment, and consumer welfare far beyond the legitimate scope of minority shareholding. Part 4. The abuse embedded in retail investor inflows and asymmetric outcomes. The most pervasive abuse of proxy voting concentration is its dependence on continuous retail investor inflows that investors themselves neither understand nor authorize for governance purposes. Individuals allocate savings to low-cost index products because of superior historical returns, unwittingly expanding the very voting bloc that uses the shares to impose uniformity and extract rents from the real economy. The costs of this arrangement are externalized onto consumers and workers in the form of higher prices, reduced choice, and slower wage growth, while portfolio statements reflect only the financial return. The asymmetry is compounded by the fact that market downturns allow the concentrated bloc to increase its relative control at bargain prices while ordinary investors bear genuine losses. The structure thus converts dispersed household savings into permanent, unaccountable governance authority. Because the system delivers competitive compounded returns as long as equity markets rise on average, the inflow cycle continues uninterrupted. Each new participant repeats the same decision, further entrenching the proxy voting oligopoly. The abuse is structural. Rational individual behavior aggregates into collective disempowerment through a mechanism that appears transparent and benign. Conclusion: who really runs S&P 500 companies? Proxy voting power concentration has produced a form of boardroom capture that operates through legal strategies of block discipline, cross-ownership, revenue recycling, and preemptive board compliance. The result is effective control over thousands of companies by a handful of asset managers who never purchase majority economic stakes or assume operational responsibility. These firms do not need to own factories, stores, or intellectual property. They only need to maintain a reliable 25 to 35% voting bloc that no board can safely ignore. The chain of authority is complete. The bloc determines who sits on the board selects and compensates the executive team, and the executive team executes the strategy that aligns with the preferences signaled by the bloc. In practice, this means that a few dozen stewardship professionals in Manhattan, Malvern, and Boston now exercise more day-to-day influence over corporate America than any traditional owner ever could without spending hundreds of billions of dollars on control premiums. The abuses are systemic rather than episodic. Industry-wide uniformity in